In the age of beast taming, a companion's power is everything. Every beastmaster strives to gradually enhance their creature's strength. That is, until a mysterious pet shop opened its doors. With just a few days of its special training, a low-level skeleton could slay a golden dragon in a single strike. The shop's guard dog possesses the secret techniques of the 10 legendary beasts, and the girl working the counter? She even claims to be a god. As for the shop owner, he can raise a cute, cuddly pet into a prehistoric beast king. Sounds crazy, right? But whatever. As long as it's good, Pi is here to recap it for you fans. Thunder rumbled as a fierce wind began to blow. Su Ping was currently covered in injuries. He was gasping for breath, and from the scene before him, it was obvious he'd been transported to another world. At his feet lay a creature with lightning bolt-shaped ears, also covered in wounds. It was crackling with blue electricity, and surrounding them were giant, centipede-like monsters. Their sharp mandibles were closing in on them both. Su Ping thought to himself, asterisk, this has to be the worst isekai starter pack ever. Asterisk. He'd barely arrived and was already facing down monsters. He reached for a sharp piece of horn lying nearby, raising it to defend himself. The little blue creature struggled to its feet to fight as well, unleashing bolts of lightning. The centipede monsters didn't stand still. They charged at Su Ping, but the small blue beast roared and leaped forward to intercept them. The scene reminded Su Ping of a few days ago. When he had first woken from a dream, he frantically grabbed a mirror, only to discover he had been transported into someone else's body. He opened his electronic ID, and the information displayed read, Su Ping, male, 18 years old, citizen of Longjiang Bay City. Like many other transmigrators, he had a new identity in this world. This place was very similar to Earth, except the technology here was far more advanced, having already entered an interplanetary age. But technology was merely a support tool. Astral pets were the true power in this world. Countless species of astral beasts were deeply intertwined with human society. Utility pets handled daily life and labor, while exploration and warfare were the domain of battle pets trained by beastmasters. Even the status of nations was determined by the strength of their battle pets. This meant that in this world, the power of your astral pet was the only thing that mattered. Su Ping washed his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, he secretly began making a plan to train. If strength was all that mattered in this world, then he needed to get stronger to survive. And to get stronger, he needed a step-by-step plan. First, he had to deal with his current situation. From now on, he was Su Ping, and everything that belonged to Su Ping was now his. He then put on a jacket. Just as he was thinking about how important your starting situation is, he opened the door to leave and was suddenly face to face with a young woman. She had long, dark blue hair and wore a yellow cloak with a phoenix emblem. The girl seemed just as surprised to see him. A teasing look appeared on her face as she said, "Well, if it isn't Su Ping the slacker, you're actually up early. Hell must have frozen over." Su Ping froze for a few seconds, then glanced at a photo on the shelf by his door. He wondered, asterisk, so this must be Su Lanyu, the original owner's sister. Asterisk. Then his gaze shamelessly drifted down, checking out Lanyu's slender, fair legs. Asterisk. She's actually pretty cute. Asterisk. Then he noticed a silver lion head badge on her left breast and wondered what it was. Seeing him staring at her chest, Lan Yue got angry, stepping back and clenching her fist. The next second, she threw a punch right at Su Ping. "Are you getting perverted ideas again?" she demanded. Su Ping tried to block it, saying it was a misunderstanding, but it was too late. Lan Yue's fist slammed straight into his stomach. He doubled over, spitting, and thought, asterisk, is she an ox? How is she so strong? Asterisk. Lan Yue said smugly, I'm a beastmaster now. So, don't even think about trying any of your creepy tricks. It turned out she was a first-year beastmaster at Phoenix Mountain Academy. Su Ping also realized that the original owner and his sister had a terrible relationship. Su Ping tried to explain, I'm your actual brother. What kind of messed up stuff would I do to you? He thought to himself, asterisk. Was the original owner some kind of scumbag brother? Asterisk. Lan Yu ignored his explanation and just shot back angrily. Oh? So you don't remember all the horrible things you did before? Like putting caterpillars in my school bag? Or stealing all my snacks, putting glue on the toilet seat, swapping my toothpaste with mustard, and even hiding my shoes so I couldn't leave the house. Hearing all of that, the newly transmigrated Su Ping was speechless, his face turning pale. Asterisk. What kind of absolute degenerate was this guy? Asterisk. Lan Yu didn't want to bring up any more old stories. She just said, anyway, I came here to tell you to go deal with the pet shop. Your customers have been harassing me with phone calls. You have to go handle it today, or else you'll answer to me. Then she slammed the door and left. Su Ping was surprised by this turn of events. He thought the original owner was a total deadbeat with nothing to his name, but it turns out he actually owns a shop. Well, that's a start. And with that, Su Ping left the house. Welcome to the prosperous Longjiang base city. The GPS navigation voice chimed in. Please proceed straight ahead. Before him was a street teeming with different species of pets. The electronic system continued its guidance. Take the next left. And just like that, the system announced he had arrived at his destination, followed by a beep, ending the navigation. Su Ping had reached his pet store, a rundown place, with a rusty, cobweb-covered door. He silently mused that this place perfectly matched the style of the body's original owner. Scanning his fingerprint, the system announced a successful match. He let out a small sigh of relief. Well, at least it's a store. With a little tidying up, he could probably get it running. Yeah, shouldn't be a big deal. The metal door groaned with a loud clank and stopped halfway, sending dust flying everywhere. Su Ping pushed the door the rest of the way up, and as soon as he stuck his head in, he was hit with a foul stench. And there it was. Su Ping caught a pet in the middle of doing its business. He shrieked in a panic. You stupid mutt. Don't. Just take a dump anywhere you please in my shop. The dog-like pet just snorted in contempt. Su Ping was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and threatened it. Huh? You dare look down on me? You stupid mutt. How about I turn you into dog stew tonight? Huh? The moment he finished speaking, a leg suddenly shot out from behind him and sent Su Ping flying. He tumbled and rolled across the floor, looking up to see who did it, only to find a scruffy-looking punk with a green mohawk. Alongside him was a leopard-type battle pet. The kid with the rooster-like hair spoke up. Yo, has the new owner already forgotten? I've been waiting here for a full day. Su Ping wondered. An enemy? Then the kid continued. 3 days. 3 whole days. I left my black whirlwind in your care, telling you to look after it. And what the hell did you do? You locked it in with a lioness. For 3 days. Do you have any idea how cruel they were to it? Do you have any idea what it's been through these past 3 days? Looking over at the leopard pet named Whirlwind, it looked completely haggard and beaten down. Su Ping bowed his head sheepishly. My sincerest apologies. I'll take care of your pet from now on, completely free of charge. But inside, he was thinking, this body's original owner was a real piece of work. The rooster head flew into a rage, growling. You think I give a damn about your pathetic pocket change? He pointed at Su Ping and ordered his pet. Go, Black Whirlwind. Teach him a lesson. Whirlwind let out a roar in response. The order was barely end-of-nist out when Whirlwind lunged forward, unleashing a chaotic demon claw attack. Before Su Ping could even ask, Hey, what do you think you're doing? It had circled behind him, wrapping its sharp, iron-like tail around his neck. Su Ping froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. He frantically thought, so fast, this is bad. Do people in this world really just solve everything with violence? Damn it, why did the original owner have to provoke this kind of guy? Su Ping strained, trying to pull the tightening tail away from his throat. His face paled as he said to the rooster head, Let's talk this out. Hey, can't we all just sit down and negotiate? How about this? I'll compensate you for your spend. Losses at triple the price. Okay? The rooster head just dug in his ear, looking completely unfazed, and shot back. Compensate me? You turned my main battle pet into this pathetic mess. What could you possibly have to compensate me with? Then, a bright idea seemed to strike him. Oh, I know. I just had a brilliant idea. He then told Black Whirlwind to try out its new ultimate move on Su Ping. Black Whirlwind understood its master perfectly and let out a growl in response. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs as it gathered a ball of magic in its mouth. The rooster head told it, Blow this scammer's shop to kingdom come. Reclaim your glory. Don't you forget you carry the bloodline of a white dragon, Black Whirlwind. Su Ping scrambled back in terror. Holy crap, that light is blinding. Why does a psycho like this have so much power? And since when does a black dog have the bloodline of a white dragon? And with that, Black Whirlwind unleashed its devastating, violent wind blast attack. Su Ping was scared witless. This is it. I'm screwed. I just got here, and I'm already dead. I'm a damn transmigrator. Am I the only one who's this pathetic? I don't even have a single battle pet. Damn it. But then, unexpectedly, a massive bolt of blue lightning struck Su Ping. Yet, he was completely unharmed. Everything around Su Ping suddenly froze as if time itself had stopped, leaving him as the only thing still moving. A system notification abruptly appeared. Suitable target detected. Initiating contract binding. Su Ping's spirits instantly revived. Ha! My golden ticket. My system is finally here. Now, times this times, is what a proper transmigration is supposed to be like. The system displayed. Binding with a naughty pet store. Seeing that text on the screen, Su Ping blurted out, "The hell? Why is the thing I'm binding with this shop?" The system scanned Su Ping's entire body, preparing the binding process. The notification displayed, Super Pet System Host, Su Ping. Immediately after, Su Ping's entire body glowed with a blue light. He could feel that his body had changed somehow. Wondering, what is this? The system explained, the Super Pet System Host's store is granted damage immunity. At this moment, any and all attacks are ineffective against you. Su Ping asked the system, all attacks are ineffective? Doesn't that mean I'm invincible? But wait, isn't the bound object the naughty pet store? The system replied, forgot to mention, the shop owner is also bound. Su Ping was speechless. He said, hey, try to be a little more professional. As the binding process completed, time returned to normal, unfreezing. The rooster head commanded Black Whirlwind to ramp up its attack, the magic orb high to flatten the store, and the Black Cyclone opened its mouth wide, obeying its master. However, to the Black Cyclone's utter shock, Su Ping grabbed its jaws with his bare hands, forcing its mouth shut. With a dark expression, Su Ping threatened it. What do you think you're doing? To my store? The Black Cyclone broke into a cold sweat, whimpering fearfully. Su Ping commanded it, swallow that magic orb, now. Terrified, the Black Cyclone swallowed it and lay on the ground, sobbing. Having regained his confidence with the system's help, Su Ping turned back to the rooster-haired punk. Excuse me, sir, do you have a problem with my store's service? The rooster-haired guy was now in a state of panic. He never expected Su Ping to stop the Black Cyclone's ultimate move with his bare hands. He had never heard of a master of this caliber around here. The guy stammered, no problem at all. Su Ping walked towards him and suggested, if you don't have any issues, how about you leave the Black Cyclone at my shop for a few days? Then he flashed a warm, professional smile and said, I'll take great care of him. But in the eyes of the rooster-haired guy, Su Ping's customer service smile looked absolutely terrifying, as if he were suppressing some immense rage. Feeling threatened, the punk panicked and screamed for his Black Cyclone. He's gonna kill us! Run! And with that, both master and pet bolted out of there. Su Ping was left wondering, why'd they run? Do I look that scary? Once again, the system's screen popped up. Threat to the store has been neutralized. Reward, one-time store renovation permit. Claim, or use. Su Ping was pleased with the system's service. He hit the claim button and thought to himself, wow, this system is pretty thoughtful. As soon as he made his choice, a blue light erupted from beneath his feet, engulfing everything inside the pet shop. It cleaned everything until it was spotless and transformed all the old fixtures into brand new equipment. Even the floor was so polished that Su Ping could see his own reflection in it. He gasped in amazement. Wow, so this is the renovation? I love it. I love it. This system is insane. Then, Su Ping noticed a strange door and wondered, what's this room? As soon as he opened it, Su Ping saw a machine with several incubators, and the pets that were just in cages were now sleeping soundly and comfortably inside. He immediately understood this was the pet nursery. But why did the pets in the incubators look smaller than he remembered? As he wondered, the system explained. Correction. This is the pet nurturing space. All fostered pets will be adjusted to a standard size. Current slots in use, 2 out of 9. Its main function is to provide training and some therapeutic effects for the pets. Su Ping then asked the system, it's that amazing? But what if that stupid dog has to go to the bathroom in there? The system replied, rest assured, host. Pets in the nurturing space will be in a state of cultivation. They will not experience hunger, thirst, or the need to excrete. Su Ping asked again, are both these pets from customers, system, to prevent people from causing trouble again? What should I do? The system immediately displayed a new mission. Congratulations, host, for activating a main storyline quest. The main quest is now available. Please select one pet to cultivate to level 3 or higher. Choose the Moon Chaser Hound or the Lightning Rat. Seeing the notification panel, Su Ping thought to himself, even the main quest needs to be activated? This system really is unreliable. He then chose the Lightning Rat, feeling that the Moon Chaser Hound didn't quite suit him. The system also provided a brief profile on the Lightning Rat for Su Ping, including an image. Rank, level 1. An elemental pet of the Lightning family, with a current combat power of level 1. Mastered skill, cuteness. Currently, it's an unremarkable, wild beast, mainly considered an ornamental pet. Holding the lightning rat in his hand, Su Ping felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't understand what the hell kind of skill cuteness was. If it's a lightning rat, where's the lightning? The system offered an explanation. Depending on the master's normal training methods, a pet will comprehend different skills. As if on cue from the system, the lightning rat blinked, showing off its cuteness to Su Ping. The system continued its update. Pet has been selected. Please proceed to the cultivation plane, realm of the Thundercloud Sea. Suddenly, a space-time portal opened right under Su Ping's feet, sucking him in before either he or the lightning rat could react. "What the hell is this?" he yelled. The two of them were pulled through a wormhole at a terrifying speed before being dropped to the ground. Su Ping flipped in the air and landed successfully, while the lightning rat plunged headfirst into the dirt. Su Ping's eyes widened in shock. This is the cultivation plane, the realm of the Thundercloud Sea. Before him was a planet filled with nothing but colossal ancient trees crackling with intense lightning. Standing at the base of one of the giant trees, Su Ping was floored by its sheer size. This tree is massive. Man, I can't even imagine how big the people who live here must be. While Su Ping was still marveling, the lightning rat was trembling and squeaking in fear. The system then displayed some information. The realm of the Thundercloud Sea is the birthplace of countless ancient lightning elemental titans. The abundant elemental energy is suitable for cultivating lightning-type pets. The probability of encountering titans under 100 meters is high. The probability of encountering titans over 1,000 meters is low. The probability of encountering titans over 10,000 meters is extremely low. Su Ping hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation and was still casually chatting with the lightning rat. Heh, this newbie area really knows how to intimidate people, huh? The chance of meeting titans under 100 meters is high. Tall, but not so tall that you'd run into them everywhere, right? The lightning rat, on the other hand, saw the colossal shadow looming behind Su Ping and started thrashing around in a panic. Su Ping's luck had officially run out because the creature standing behind him right now was a king beast, the 10,000-meter tall Thunder Abyss King Croc. This king beast had a body like a giant, spiky python, and its head bulged out like a jellyfish, its mouth revealing razor-sharp teeth surrounded by long tentacles. Seeing something so massive for the first time, Su Ping's face went pale as he choked out. "What the hell is that?" From the black hole-like mouth of the Thunder Abyss King Croc, tens of thousands of red lightning bolts erupted, striking directly where Su Ping stood. Everything instantly went dark, and the system displayed a line of red text. "Host has died." Back in the system space, Su Ping gasped for air in terror, coughing and hacking. What was that thing? Did I just die? The system displayed another notification. Host was killed by a king beast 0.73 seconds ago, now awaiting revival. Warning: failure to complete the mission on time will result in a low evaluation. Leaving the training area early will be considered a mission failure. If the host's evaluation score drops below 60 points, they will be terminated. Su Ping was completely floored by the information the system provided. He asked it, Hey, system, you've got to be kidding me, right? Why didn't you tell me any of this when you gave me the mission? And what's my score right now?" The system replied, "Do you see this mobile interface? Swipe down to see the mission rewards and penalties." On the screen, it showed free revivals, unlimited. Mission reward, beginner's pet appraisal skill. Mission duration, 3 days. Mission failure will result in a deduction of the host's points. Additionally, scores that are too low cannot be looked up. Su Ping's face flushed red with rage. "Damn it, you piece of sh times T system. Are you messing with me? What kind of newbie zone has a king beast?" The system stated, "Encountering a king beast is an extremely low probability event. The host should find a suitable target to attack. The host's sensory functions are too weak. It is recommended to form a temporary contract with the pet." Su Ping was once again left speechless by this. System. Ugh, this system is such a piece of crap, he cursed inwardly. Then, the system's progress bar started running, reviving Su Ping and the lightning rat. They were reborn once again on the planet of the Thundercloud Sea. The two of them then formed a temporary contract. A small insignia appeared on the foreheads of both Su Ping and the lightning rat. The system announced, "Successfully linked the consciousness and emotions of the host and the lightning rat. If anything feels incompatible, just try to get used to it. Good luck with your exploration, host." The two of them got down on their bellies and crawled over a hill to survey the area. Su Ping spotted a grass-eating equine beast up ahead. He figured its threat level probably wasn't too high, and besides, it was all alone. This is a good opportunity. The lightning rat, however, was scared stiff. Seeing the lightning rat trembling, Su Ping realized that after forming the contract, he could feel its intense fear. There must be danger ahead. Instantly, an earthworm-shaped monster with a razor-sharp head burst up from the ground, impaling the white horse beast before swallowing it whole. That worm-like monster was a juvenile giant sandworm, a 10th rank giant beast. Su Ping thought to himself, I knew it. Then he commanded the lightning rat. It looks like it's less than 100 meters long. We have a chance. Take it down, lightning rat. Use all your strength and bite its neck. The lightning rat obeyed Su Ping and charged forward at top speed. But instead of successfully tearing off the giant sandworm's neck, the lightning rat, thanks to an overzealous leap, slammed headfirst into the giant sandworm's tough scales. The giant sandworm, which was enjoying its meal, felt something bump into it. When it turned around, it saw that the lightning rat was already dead. The system sent a notification to Su Ping. The lightning rat has died from head trauma, but has comprehended the new skill, Impact. Do you wish to revive it? Choose to revive now or wait. Su Ping fell silent, not having expected this outcome. He thought, the lightning rat's combat power isn't enough. Good thing I have infinite revives. No matter how much health the monster has, I can wear it down, little by little. This is the ultimate war of attrition. And so, he chose to revive it instantly. The lightning rat came back to life. The system sent a message to Su Ping, revival complete. Remaining revives, infinity -1. Now that he understood the Benefice mechanics, Su Ping immediately issued combat directives to the lightning rat, telling it to maintain its distance and use the terrain to dodge attacks. Quick, run circles around it. The lightning rat gradually got used to the rhythm, continuously launching attacks and dodging defensively. Spotting an opening on the giant sandworm, Su Ping commanded, now's your chance. Use all your strength, use impact, and hit the gaps in the scales on its back and belly. The lightning rat activated the impact skill. Its ears folded back, and the fur on its head stood on end. It charged straight for the opening on the giant sandworm without hesitation, causing the massive beast to take heavy damage and cough up blood. Su Ping was overjoyed. It worked. However, unexpectedly, despite its injuries, the giant sandworm didn't collapse. Instead, it coiled its body and shot forward, sinking its teeth into the lightning rat. The system announced once again, the lightning rat has died from internal injuries. Do you wish to revive it? Choose to revive now or later. Su Ping didn't even have to think. Without a second thought, he hit revive. The lightning rat came back, charged the giant sandworm, and died all over again. So, Su Ping revived it again. And so began a brutal cycle. Attack, die, revive, repeat. After countless revivals, the lightning rat suddenly entered a powered-up state, its body crackling with streams of green lightning. The system notified Su Ping. Thanks to the lightning-rich environment, the lightning rat had partially learned the power of the thunder element. It could now infuse its charge skill with electricity, upgrading it to a new skill, Thunder Dash. Hearing this, Su Ping was ecstatic. A skill upgrade? Awesome. An elemental attack would definitely shatter the giant sandworm's defenses. Su Ping ordered the lightning rat, use this new move and end it. With its new skill, the lightning rat went berserk, its body covered in crackling lightning. It generated a furious vortex of electricity. It furiously tore the giant sandworm to shreds, leveling the entire area. When the dust finally settled, the lightning rat was clearly feeling the strain. The move took a toll, leaving it injured and panting heavily. The system screen popped up. It updated Su Ping's mission progress bar to 2%. Mission: Lightning Rat completes a Thunder Dash attack. Accomplished. Combat power increased by 1 level. Su Ping was thrilled with the result and cheered on his pet. You did great. He thought to himself, looks like the lightning rat only has enough stamina for 1 Thunder Dash. I'll have to let it rest before we hunt for our next target. But suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and Su Ping lost his balance. He wondered aloud, whoa, an earthquake? The words had barely left his mouth when the ground split open, bursting apart as enormous monsters clawed their way out from below. He was now facing countless adult giant sandworms, 100-meter class behemoths. They bared their razor-sharp teeth at Su Ping and the lightning rat. And this was the scene from the very beginning of our story. Without warning, one of the adult beasts whipped its massive tail, smashing into Su Ping. The blow devastated the entire area around him. Facing such a brutal attack, Su Ping could only grit his teeth and think, I think I just broke 5 or 6 ribs. The adults are way stronger than the juvenile. Is there any point in even trying to fight this? He knew with his own pathetic combat power, there was no way he could possibly stand against a whole horde of adult giant sand beasts. Looking over, he saw the lightning rat was also lying unconscious on the ground. It was badly injured, and its stamina still hadn't recovered. Su Ping felt completely helpless. He shut his eyes tightly, telling himself, "It's no use. I have to give up. There are just too many of them. Even with infinite revives, we can't possibly win. The smart move is to die, revive, and keep grinding somewhere else." Just then, one of the massive beasts opened its gaping maw right in front of his face, but the lightning rat, despite its pain, forced itself back to consciousness. It let out a series of exhausted squeaks. A little worried, Su Ping called out its name, Lightning Rat. The very next second, it unleashed a powerful blast of electricity straight into the monster's giant mouth, saving Su Ping's life. He was completely stunned. The lightning rat had managed to use Thunder Dash one more time, and it had done so entirely on its own willpower. The blast threw the small creature back, forcing it to dig its claws into the ground to stay upright. Su Ping looked at the lightning rat and said, with newfound determination, "I can feel it. Your will to fight. So what if we're cornered? Might as well go out with a bang." Picking up a broken monster tooth from the ground, he continued, "If you're not giving up, then there's no way I'm just gonna sit here and wait to die." And just like that, both Su Ping and the lightning rat got into a ready stance, even with a horde of ferocious monsters standing before them. Even if it meant death, they would fight until the very end. That became Su Ping's new creed. Together, they charged forward into the fray. The scene changes to a different space. This time, Su Ping had chosen a random revival. Their bodies were slowly regenerating. Su Ping panted, complaining, "This is weird. I clearly revived at full health, so why do I feel so exhausted?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up, stating that revival places a certain mental strain on the host. Since the host's initial mental fortitude was too low, using revive repeatedly in a short time naturally leads to exhaustion. While increasing your combat power, you must also train your mental strength. After reading the explanation, it all clicked. So that's it, he thought. Doesn't matter how good the car is if it's out of gas. Looks like I need to train my body too. Suddenly, the lightning rat jumped into a defensive stance, letting out a series of warning squeaks. Su Ping immediately realized there was danger. An enemy must be nearby. So he began to look around. As he felt the strange rock formations, he thought curiously, this terrain is completely different from where the giant sandworms were. What is this weird feeling? It turned out, what he and the lightning rat were standing on wasn't solid ground at all. It was the back of some kind of monster. Sensing them on its back, it began to shake violently. Su Ping and the lightning rat quickly jumped off the monster. It was a stone golem, a 10th level beast. It seemed this monster wasn't much of a challenge for Su Ping. Then, the stone golem spat out a strange, green liquid. Su Ping and the lightning rat swiftly dodged its attack. Seeing that it had begun its assault, he gave the lightning rat a command. "Full force attack. Show it how much you've grown." The rat obediently gathered the electricity in its body, letting it spark on the outside. The scene changes to morning. It's unclear how much time has passed, but the area was now a desolate wasteland. Su Ping opened his eyes, his body covered in wounds. Suddenly, the system appeared, notifying him that he had completed the mission. It also stated that the host had used a total of 69 revivals, while the lightning rat had used a staggering 847. The two of them couldn't look more battered. And what they were lying on was nothing but the remnants of their battle. They had completed 472 attacks. The notification panel appeared before Su Ping again. Upgrade Lightning Rat's skills. Lightning Bolt evolved into Lightning Flash. The Lightning Rat comprehended the Thunder Shadow Clone skill and received a reward item. It was the elementary pet appraisal technique. His eyes widened in shock because the Lightning Rat had learned Lightning Flash and Thunder Shadow Clone. Those were 2 of the 10 legendary secret techniques of the lightning element. Astral pet skills were divided into 6 qualities based on combat power. The higher the quality, the more powerful the skill. Among countless skills, some were inherited from ancient times, known as secret techniques. The method of learning these secret techniques had long been lost. Only top-tier astral pets with extraordinary innate talent could comprehend them. The system appeared and explained. The Thundercloud Sea Realm possesses high-purity lightning elements. Through countless life and death situations, the lightning rat activated its potential and comprehended the secret techniques. It's nothing strange. Hearing this, Su Ping smirked and replied, "So that's how it is. Send me home." With that, the system's notification faded away as it announced, "Closing training area. Host is about to disconnect from the Thunder Cloud Sea Realm. The temporary contract between the host and the astral pet has been terminated, preparing for teleportation. And just like that, Su Ping closed his eyes, waiting to be sent back home. An announcer's voice boomed with excitement. We've reached the final selection round for the astral pet team. A 3D image of him was displayed right in the center, and a large crowd watched joyfully. He continued his announcement. Held once a year at Fengshan Academy in Longjiang City's Sha District. How many students will be able to claim victory this year? Who will become the apprentice of an astral pet grandmaster and be the first to join the trailblazing team? Will it be Ye Hao? Or maybe Jiang Xuehan? In the gossiping crowd, a girl also stepped forward to listen. She was a third-year Battle Pet Master student at Fengshan Academy, Su Yanying. Just then, the MC mentioned another top contender. Or will it be Zhang Xiao? Hearing that name, she thought to herself with a hint of sorrow. I thought it was just a preliminary match, so it wouldn't be a problem. Su Yanying then recalled her previous matches and wondered, why did I have to face championship-level seeds in the first 2 rounds? Those were the victories of Jiang Xuehan and Ye Hao against Su Yanying. Just like that, she had lost 2 consecutive matches. Her mood was incredibly gloomy, and on top of that, her final match was against Zhang Xiao. Right now, I only have the 100-fanged evil fox left to send into the arena. No matter how sad she felt, she still had to motivate herself. I guess I have to go get the lightning rat, even though it has no combat power, Su Yanying muttered to herself as she walked away. But at least I'll have 2 astral pets to meet the competition's requirements. I'll just have to let the 100-fanged evil fox go all out. A short while later, she arrived at the door of the Naughty Pet Astral Pet Store. Su Yanying walked in, and seeing no one, she called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" Looking around, she thought to herself, the shop is completely empty. Are they moving out or something? Good thing I made it just in time. With that thought, Su Yanying called out louder, "Hello, shopkeeper? I'm here to pick up my astral pet." Hearing the noise outside, Su Ping opened the door to greet her. She cheerfully told him what she was here for. "Hi there, shopkeeper. I dropped off my lightning rat with you half a month ago. How is he doing? I'm here to pick him up early." Hearing this, Su Ping thought to himself, so, this is the lightning rat's owner, huh? He turned his face away and replied, "He's doing great. So great, in fact, that he couldn't possibly be any healthier. Go ahead and pay at the counter." Seeing Su Ping's less than enthusiastic attitude, Su Yanying was a little confused. There's something a little strange about this owner. Is he not worried I'm picking it up early and won't pay? Worried the owner might misunderstand, she spoke up to reassure him. "Sir, please don't worry, even though I'm here early. I'll pay the full amount we previously agreed upon." Although he turned back to listen to her words, he didn't say anything in reply. He just kept walking. His actions confused Su Yanying even more. Did she do something to make him angry? Su Ping opened the lightning rat's cage. At that moment, it was sleeping soundly, recovering at a rapid pace. Despite a flash of sadness, Su Ping had to pick up the lightning rat, sighing as he called out to it, "Time to wake up. It's time for you two. You're going home now." The lightning rat squeaked happily. Su Ping held it tightly and reminded it, "Don't you forget about me after you go home with your master, okay?" The lightning rat obediently nodded, as if it had memorized his every word. Suddenly, a notification sound beeped. Payment confirmed. Store startup initiated. Currency automatically converted into energy. And just like that, a quest board appeared before Su Ping's eyes. The quest stated, "Chaotic Spirit Pool for Nurturing established. The host is requested to create a pet of their own within 7 days. The mission reward is a random skill book for Battle Pet Masters. If the mission fails, the host's points will be deducted. When the score falls below the required level, the host will be logged out of existence." It didn't forget to add a reminder. The host can purchase an awakening elixir in the store to become a Battle Pet Master. It's unclear if Su Ping had processed all that information, but he was fixated on one thing. He could become a Battle Pet Master. He opened the store menu and saw an awakening elixir, a basic pet catching ring, and basic pet food for sale. Besides that, the system added, "Correct. You just need to use the awakening elixir. Additionally, the store will exist within the host's consciousness. In the future, if you wish to purchase anything, simply think it, and the store will appear." Without a second thought, Su Ping immediately tried to buy it, but the system told him he couldn't because he had insufficient energy. Energy is primarily converted from the money the host earns, at a conversion rate of 100 to 1. Today's remaining energy is 1 point. He was incredibly disappointed and confused, so he quickly checked his energy balance. A notification popped up, showing the bill from Su Yanying. For nurturing the lightning rat, plus 108 yuan. Total, 1 point. At that moment, Su Ping practically shrieked in disbelief. What? I raised a pet that mastered times 10 times secret techniques, and it's only worth 108 yuan? Su Ping's scream echoed as if it would tear through the entire shop. The scene then cuts to the roar and excitement of a packed stadium. The announcer was hyping up the crowd, ecstatic that Zhang Xiao's infernal dragon hound had taken down Yan Ying's 100-fanged fiend tiger in a single blow. The fiend tiger was left covered in wounds. On the other side, the infernal dragon hound stood tall, roaring, showing off its terrifying power. The announcer continued to sing the praises of Zhang Xiao, a man known as an elite champion. He was also a third-year student at the Phoenix Mountain Battle Pet Academy. He looked at Yan Ying with a challenging gaze. He asked her if she still wanted to fight. At the same time, a spectator in the stands watched the match unfold. They silently judged that there was nothing left to see in this fight. Over on one side, Vice Principal Dong offered his own assessment. In the first 2 rounds, Yan Ying was one of the top seeds among the contestants. But she had the worst luck, running into our academy's ace players one after another, causing most of her pets to lose their ability to fight. Winning this match is pretty much impossible. Beside him, Huoji didn't mince words, adding, Yan Ying is still too weak strategically. She knows she has no chance of winning, but she's still just charging in headfirst without any regard for conserving her strength. Hearing those words, 2 members of another pet team sitting across from them immediately spoke up. A muscular, white-haired man argued that Huoji wasn't in the fight, so how could she possibly understand? The result of this match determined whether Yan Ying would qualify for the Pioneer Exploration Team. And if you have no chance of winning, the only thing you can do is risk it all, added his teammate in the red glasses. Back in the arena, the announcer's voice continued to boom, stirring up the atmosphere, wondering what Yan Ying would decide to do in this situation. Will she continue to fight, or will she give up? Sweat dripped down her face as she assessed the situation. Yan Ying couldn't believe she would be defeated so quickly. Her 100-fanged fiend tiger was already injured from the last match, and although it had been treated, it hadn't fully recovered. Her chances of winning are almost 0, the announcer declared, while Yan Ying's face was etched with tension. She couldn't believe her 3 years at the academy would end like this. As for Zhang Xiao, he was growing impatient. He hurled insults at Yan Ying while ordering his own pet to attack. A stream of energy began to gather in the infernal dragon hound's mouth. It seemed Zhang Xiao wanted to take advantage of Yan Ying's injured pet to end the match right then and there. The announcer's hype continued. A blast of blazing dragon fire shot straight towards Yan Ying and her pet, which had already lost its ability to fight. It panicked her so much that she immediately surrendered. As soon as Yan Ying's voice fell, a protective shield appeared. It blocked the attack, but the power of the flame dragon's fire was immense. The spectators watching from the stands couldn't help but gasp. Some even thought the force of the blow would reach them. But the stands were protected by a high-level barrier, so it was impossible for a student's attack to break through. Back in the arena, Yan Ying was a bit skeptical. She hadn't suffered any damage, even though the attack had been aimed straight at her. That was because the referee had stepped in, deploying a shield to protect her and her pet after. Yan Ying had surrendered. The MC's cheers, congratulating Zhang Xiao on his victory, rang out immediately after. But Zhang Xiao was different. His face was filled with annoyance, silently regretting that he couldn't finish her off completely. Meanwhile, Yan Ying was clearly worried, turning to look at the lightning rat not far away. Right now, it was the only pet she had left that could enter the arena. But after returning from Su Ping's pet shop, it had just been eating random things. In its current state, Yan Ying didn't know if she should send it into the fight, but she immediately dismissed that thought. If even her 100-fanged evil tiger couldn't win, then there was no way Yan Ying would let the lightning rat risk its life. The announcer's voice continued to echo, informing the audience that she only had the lightning rat left to fight. This just made Yan Ying even more conflicted. In her mind, even if she mastered the Pet Master's secret technique, the Tier 3 strength enhancement, it would only be a temporary boost. A Tier 3 Demon Dragon Hound against a first-rank Lightning Rat. And the winner was already decided. The spectators in the stands couldn't stay silent any longer. Some mockingly cheered for Yan Ying to keep fighting, while others directly told her to give up. Get off the stage. Get off. Those shouts enraged the Lightning Rat, its eyes turning bloodshot as an electric current coursed around its body. At the same time, Yan Ying's will was about to crumble. She couldn't let the Lightning Rat die in this meaningless match. She was about to forfeit, but before the words could even leave her lips, the Lightning Rat leaped straight into the arena, burning with fighting spirit. The announcer's voice declared that the lightning rat had entered the ring. The two battle. Pets on either side were almost ready for battle. The announcer then officially declared the start of the match. Surprise was written all over Yan Ying's face, met with a confident look from the lightning rat. While the entered countdown began, Zhang Xiao flashed a triumphant smile. He saw the lightning rat's decision to enter the ring, on its own, as a stroke of luck. Otherwise, the match would be no fun. As soon as the countdown ended, a surge of killing intent filled Zhang Xiao's eyes. He ordered his demon dragon hound to incinerate the lightning rat. Fireballs were immediately launched by the demon dragon hound. The call to start the match rang out at the same time. On the other side, the lightning rat refused to be outdone. The lightning crackling around it intensified, sending nearby pebbles flying. Up in the stands, Huoji seemed to realize something and couldn't help but look astonished. At the same time, Yan Ying saw the attack, getting closer, and immediately ordered the lightning rat to use lightning speed to dodge. But she had no idea that her command had interrupted the lightning rat's skill. Its face went pale, and it reluctantly but necessarily had to dash to avoid the attack. It shrieked, sweat pouring down its face, until a meteorite-like fireball struck its back, making the lightning rat cry out in searing pain. Yan Ying instinctively called out its name. This was a complete disaster. Even Huoji in the stands had to sigh and forget her previous thought. The MC announced that the lightning rat had been knocked to the ground by the demon dragon hound. At the same time, Zhang Xiao had no intention of stopping. He ordered the demon dragon hound to continue its assault and tear the lightning rat to pieces. The demon dragon hound charged forward for a melee attack, baring its sharp fangs as if to teach the lightning rat a lesson and end this battle. Seeing the situation, Yan Ying quickly activated her Tier 3 strength enhancement, simultaneously using lightning speed. Instantly, the lightning rat vanished. The demon dragon hound's attack only struck an afterimage. Even the judges were stunned by this incredible speed. The lightning rat had successfully dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Ying immediately ordered an attack. Instantly, lightning bolts, like the ones from before, were formed by the lightning rat. Huoji broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the technique. That was a 7th rank lightning skill. Thunder. Blade. A sword made of pure lightning appeared right above the lightning rat. The attack launched the demon dragon hound into applies, the air, simultaneously shattering the protective barrier around the arena. A beam of energy shot straight into the sky, attracting the attention of many people nearby, as well as the absolute shock of the judges that a 1st rank lightning rat could use. A 7th rank lightning skill. Back in the arena, the demon dragon hound had been completely knocked out. Disbelief was etched on Zhang Xiao's face. He couldn't believe that he had lost. The entire stadium was plunged into a dead silence at what had just happened, until the excited announcer declared that the lightning rat had mastered a Tier 7 lightning skill, making the winner of this match none other than Su Yanying. While she was still stunned, speechless in her seat, the audience in the stands couldn't contain their disbelief and erupted in cheers. A Tier 1 lightning rat managing to comprehend a Tier 7 lightning skill was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, Yan Ying herself couldn't believe the lightning rat could be that strong. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. Could it be because of his pet store? The clueless lightning rat just stared blankly at its owner, not understanding what was happening. Yan Ying picked it up, thinking to herself that if Su Ping could do this, then he must be a hidden master, though he doesn't look the part at all. Meanwhile, feeling like some girl was just talking about him, he suddenly starts sneezing non-stop while scooping up his dog's poop, even telling it not to wander off again. Su Ping thinks to himself that someone must be talking about him, rubbing his nose, while the dog behind him is having some thoughts that aren't exactly clean and are pretty smelly, too. Back in the arena, the excited announcer declares, "This battle will surely go down in the Academy's history, and the audience here today will witness a miracle. A 1st-tier pet mastering a 7th-tier skill is something unheard of in all of Longjiang City." On the other side, Zhang Xiao's face is cold as ice. He silently curses himself for bringing a useless pet like the demon dragon hound to such a critical match. The announcer's voice booms, declaring the current score is 1-1. The next round will be the decider. Has Zhang Xiao figured out a counter-strategy for the lightning rat? Not keeping anyone waiting, Zhang Xiao immediately recalls the demon dragon hound into his contract space. The atmosphere around him grows darker than ever. He screams, "Yan Ying's luck runs out here. I'm the one who will defeat her." A giant foot emerges from the spatial gate. It's a rock rhino beast, towering like a mountain right behind Zhang Xiao. its cold eyes filled with killing intent locked directly on Yan Ying. He's certain that Thunder Cut will be useless against an Earth-type pet, and Yan Ying knows it too. Her face is covered in a cold sweat as she faces what she assumes is Zhang Xiao's ace in the hole. It's a 4th-tier rock rhino beast, a full 3 tiers higher than the lightning rat, not to mention having a type advantage. It looks like this match is going to be tough for the lightning rat, the announcer comments. But the lightning rat shows no fear. It leaps from Yan Ying's arms, its fur bristling with fighting spirit. Seeing the lightning rat's reaction, the announcer immediately shouts for the match to begin. At the same time, the white-haired buff guy sees that Zhang Xiao has brought out his strongest pet without a shred of fear, and is certain the winner has already been decided. But Huoji thinks differently. She believes that as long as the lightning rat isn't suppressed by a superior bloodline, it can win this fight, especially since the lightning rat is currently brimming with fighting energy. In Huoji's opinion, it still hasn't gone all out. Moments later, down on the arena floor, the battle is underway. At the signal, Zhang Xiao's eyes flash as he casts a series of 2nd and 3rd-tier buffs on his rock rhino beast. The enhanced pet becomes even more ferocious and battle-hungry, letting out a deafening roar. A wave of immense pressure blasts out in all directions, and even Yan Ying has to focus just to stay on her feet. But just as she's about to use a buff on her lightning rat, something unexpected happens. The lightning rat, without any hesitation or fear, charges straight ahead, creating too much distance between it and Yan Ying for her to enhance it. The lightning rat rushes directly towards the rock rhino beast right in front of it. Immediately, Zhang Xiao reveals his malicious intent, ordering the rock rhino beast to stomp the lightning rat flat in an instant. A spark of lightning flashes in the lightning rat's eyes. The rock rhino beast's giant foot comes crashing down, shattering the ground. But then, 2 lightning rats appear, dashing past both sides of the rock rhino's legs. It's the lightning phantom image, another 7th-tier skill, leaving even the 4 judges stunned. Huoji grins like she's just won the lottery seeing this. She's now dead set on recruiting Yan Ying for her team. Back in the arena, the 2 lightning rats don't engage the rock rhino beast at all. Instead, they head straight for Zhang Xiao, who's standing behind it. The plan is to take out the enemy's brain first. At that moment, a memory of his training with Su Ping flashes through its mind. Strike where the enemy is unguarded. Prioritize eliminating the weak to cripple your opponent's strength. The lightning in the first lightning rat's eyes grows brighter. It lunges at Zhang Xiao, causing him to stumble backward in panic and activate a 3rd-tier shield. The lightning rat unleashes an incredibly powerful thunder cut, lighting up the entire sky, followed by the appearance of a giant blade that shatters the shield, making Zhang Xiao break out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear. A single, thunderous strike of immense power shakes the entire stadium. As the smoke from the impact begins to clear, the MC shouts, "Just now, the lightning rat and its phantom both used thunder cuts simultaneously. Did Zhang Xiao manage to retreat safely? Or has he been completely wiped out?" At that moment, high above the arena, another dark figure appears. It's a divine bird, carrying Zhang Xiao, who is unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Right after, the mysterious referee appears and announces, in this 3rd match, Zhang Xiao is defeated. Hearing those words, the entire stadium erupts. Some people are cheering, others are congratulating Yan Ying on her victory and for passing the qualifiers. Over on her side, Yan Ying still can't believe she's actually won. She's even more shocked that besides Thundercut, her lightning rat could also use the phantom image skill. At the same time, Yan Ying becomes even more certain that all the changes in her lightning rat were because of his pet shop, and she realized she was convinced the master behind his shop was some profound expert. But little did Yan Ying know, the master she was imagining was completely broke. The scene shifts to Su Ping, who's racking his brain, desperately trying to figure out how to make 10,000 in just 7 days. There was no way he could do it just by fostering pets. He recalled the system's shop manual, which gave him 3 options to choose from. The first didn't bring in much revenue, and he wasn't qualified for the second, so his only choice was the 3rd option, selling pet food. And not just any food. This astral pet food could be harvested from all sorts of different cultivation sites. The higher the level of the site, the rarer the food he could find. But just as he remembered this, a realization hit him so hard he could have coughed up blood. He had wasted 3 whole days just training that damn rat, completely missing his chance to gather food from a high-level site. 3 entire days. But he refused to let this setback stop him. A look of fierce determination filled Su Ping's eyes. In 3 days, he would become a true battle pet master. Su Ping immediately gave a command to the system: open cultivation sites. The world around him shifted, transforming into the system's interface as countless planes of existence, layered one on top of the other, appeared before him. They were divided into 4 tiers. The supreme cultivation site required 1,000 energy points. The advanced site required 100 energy points. The intermediate site cost 10 energy points. And finally, there was the elementary cultivation site. It only cost 1 energy point, which was perfect for Su Ping, since that was all he had left. He cursed his miserable, broke-ass fate. If only he'd just grabbed a single medicinal herb last time, he wouldn't be in this pathetic situation. Hearing him whine, the system immediately chimed in, stating that a qualified host should have the self-discipline to collect anything and everything related to astral pets. Su Ping was left speechless by its sass. A moment later, an elementary-level site was assigned to him. It was the Outer Nebula, Sector 1002. Su Ping knew he couldn't afford to waste a single opportunity to level up his pets. He immediately accepted, and a strange light enveloped his body, teleporting him to Sector 1002. A moment later, the system announced that he had connected to the site. A stunning landscape of vast forests and mountains unfolded before his eyes. As soon as Su Ping stepped out of the spatial gate, the system notified him that he'd received a beginner's storage cube. Along with it came 3 temporary uses of the ancient flora appraisal art, which he could activate just by thinking about it. The system also made sure to mention that he had 1 day in this place and 30 free revivals. Hearing about the appraisal art, he was eager to try it out. Reaching into the cube, he thought, retrieve appraisal scroll. He mentally activated it, and the scroll dissolved from the cube, leaving behind only tiny motes of light. A second later, they all converged and shot into one of Su Ping's eyes. Instantly, he could identify the plants around him: stone flowers, thorn chrysanthemum, and phoenix wood. Unfortunately, most of them were just common-grade plants and weren't particularly useful. As he wandered around, Su Ping sighed. The area didn't seem dangerous at all, which meant he could only gather low-value recovery food for pets. Suddenly, he froze. A rock plate serpent appeared right in front of him, and a status window popped up immediately. This rock plate serpent was an Earth type, below the 8th rank, with skills like Constrict and Earth Mind Blast. But that's not what caught Su Ping's attention. What he was staring at was the rock spider fire, a rare type of astral food that fire-type pets found irresistible. Best of all, it was dangling right from the serpent's mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight for it. As he ran, he thought to himself, of course the high-value food grows in dangerous places, and since his storage space was limited, he had to go for only the most valuable stuff. In a flash, Su Ping snatched the rock spider fire right out of its mouth. He'd literally stolen the food right from the rock plate serpent's jaws. He quickly used his thoughts to store the branch in his storage cube, just before the serpent lunged forward and swallowed him whole. Revivals remaining, 29. No matter how many times he died, he'd just be revived again. It wasn't really a loss, when you thought about it. From then on, Su Ping was either jumping into a crocodile pit or diving into a volcano. If he wasn't being torn to shreds by 4-eyed beasts, he was being devoured by some horrifying water monster. His revival count dwindled lower and lower, until finally, a system notification rang out. All revivals used. Exiting the cultivation site. Back in the real world, Su Ping was so exhausted he could barely even breathe. Honestly, dying 30 times in a single day was a little overwhelming, but a moment later, Su Ping looked up at everything he'd managed to collect, and suddenly, it all felt worth it. His storage cube was now overflowing with dozens of rare and valuable types of astral food. The only thing left to do was put it all up for sale. The scene then shifts, showing us an astral pet that seems to have lost its appetite. Its owner, an old man, was deeply worried. His beloved pet hadn't eaten a single thing in over a week. Just then, a young man standing behind the elder opened a briefcase he was carrying. Inside was a collection of the most expensive astral foods on the market. He was absolutely certain that with these high-quality foods, he could help the man's pet. The old man's pet is a crimson flame bird named Little Fire. And that guy over there is Fan Yujing, a member of the Black Wolf combat team. The fragrant aroma of the rare pet food immediately tantalized Little Fire, and it began flapping its wings frantically, knocking over all the food bowls around it. Seeing this, the old man eagerly decided to let Little Fire eat. Yujing's little sister, Xiao Yu, also quickly grabbed a jar of pet food and fed it a large centipede. It gobbled it down in an instant, but a moment later, Little Fire cried out in pain and violently spat the centipede back out, horrifying everyone. Yujing was shocked to see Little Fire coughing up black blood. It wouldn't even touch the nether bamboo worm, which made Xiao Yu anxious. She quickly turned to her brother, asking what they should do. As for Yu Jing, he immediately told Xiao Yu to contact the best hospital in the city. Little Fire was suffering from a heart-devouring parasite, and if it wasn't treated in time, the bird would surely die. Hearing this, the old man grew frantic, cradling his pet and urging, "Hurry, call a doctor." Just then, an old woman appeared, holding a crimson rock fruit. She joyfully announced to everyone, "Little Fire can be saved." Xiao Yu quickly explained to the woman that the bird was sick, and they were about to take it to the city for treatment. Meanwhile, drawn by the allure of the crimson rock fruit, Little Fire suddenly leaped up, snatched it from her hand, and swallowed it in a single gulp, looking incredibly satisfied. Seeing that it was finally willing to eat, made the old couple overjoyed. The old woman was now certain the shop owner had been right. He'd said that crimson flame birds possess an attribute of pure, intense fire, and if they eat pet food with overly complex attributes, they'll lose their appetite in mild cases, and in severe cases, they'll vomit blood. He also told her that as long as she fed it a crimson rock fruit regularly, its condition would improve, and if it didn't get better, she should come find him. Hearing this, Xiao Yu began to suspect they had simply fed Little Fire the wrong kind of food, but Yu Jing didn't believe it. He'd never heard of pet food being divided by attributes. Yu Jing immediately turned to his grandmother and asked how much the pet food cost. While feeding Little Fire another crimson rock fruit, she replied, "It's 130 yuan for one." Hearing the price, both Yu Jing and his sister were stunned. A single box had over 12 fruits, which meant it cost over 1,500 yuan. Xiao Yu chimed in, "This isn't even the city. How can they sell pet food that's so expensive? It has to be a scam." She added that she'd heard about shady shops using special chemicals to make pet food more delicious, stimulating a pet's appetite. But once the pet stops eating it, it goes crazy. Long-term use could even be fatal. Hearing that, the old man grew worried and turned to look at the crimson flame bird, which was still happily eating beside him. Yu Jing wasn't about to let this go. He immediately pressed his grandmother, asking for the name and location of the shop. He was going to find that shop owner and demand an explanation. After hearing her granddaughter's warning, the old woman's face went pale as she stammered, trying to remember, What was the name? I think it was the Naughty Pet Store. You crook, get out here, now." Moments later, Yu Jing was standing in front of Su Ping's pet store, shouting and pointing. He and his sister stormed in and immediately began their interrogation. "What did you put in that pet food?" Su Ping, who had been busy reading the Federal Pet Handbook, heard the words pet food and instantly remembered the old woman from that morning. He'd only sold her a single portion of crimson rock fruit and wondered if something was actually wrong with it. He turned to the siblings and stated, "The pet food in my shop is completely natural, with no additives. Did your pet have a bad reaction after eating it?" Hearing this, Yu Jing got even more aggressive, demanding, "If you didn't add anything to it, then why can't their pet stop eating it after just one bite? You'd better confess right now." Seeing the commotion, the surrounding passers-by started to gather and whisper, with most of them pointing their fingers at Su Ping as if they were certain his pet food was the problem. Hearing their accusations, Su Ping's expression turned grim. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was losing her patience. She told her brother to just report him to the Pet Food Association and have them investigate, calling his store a scam shop. Yu Jing immediately agreed with her. Hearing someone call his store a scam shop, Su Ping's anger flared. He shot a glare at Xiao Yu and demanded, "Did you just call my store a scam shop?" A terrifying aura erupted from him as his ice-cold voice rang out, challenging her to show him proof of his supposed fraud. Overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure radiating from Su Ping, Xiao Yu stumbled and fell to the ground, looking up at him with eyes filled with terror. She wondered how a person could have such a terrifying aura. Seeing his sister fall, Yu Jing didn't hesitate for a second and lunged at him. In a flash, he had Su Ping by the throat, snarling, "You got a death wish or something?" But Su Ping's expression remained unchanged as he stared calmly back at Yu Jing, and he certainly wasn't going to just take it. He unleashed a terrifying surge of power, shattering Yu Jing's hand in an instant and making him scream in agony, forcing him to let go. Yu Jing was in disbelief. How could this guy suddenly be so powerful? At that moment, the system panel popped up, announcing his new mission: prove that the pet food is safe and uphold the store's reputation, to clear the shop's name, followed by a reward if the mission was completed. What caught Su Ping's attention was that if he succeeded, he could enter any nurturing plane he wanted. For 5 days, with an infinite number of deaths allowed, failure would result in a 10-point deduction. Meanwhile, the onlookers inside the store wouldn't stop whispering, accusing Su Ping of resorting to action when words failed him. They threatened to boycott his store. Seeing the current situation, Su Ping couldn't help but think, If he didn't explain things clearly, not only would he lose points, but it would also affect future customers. He let out a soft sigh and calmed himself down. He spoke slowly. Everyone, please calm down. I guarantee that the pet food in this store is absolutely safe. And if you don't believe me, then I'll just have to give you a little demonstration. Hearing him say he would prove it, the customers got even bolder. They started shouting, some telling Su Ping to close his shop for good, others calling him a scammer. Seeing how much trouble this crowd was, Su Ping roared at them to shut up, using his intimidating aura to suppress everyone. Once things had settled down, he immediately approached a nearby stall, asking if anyone had a low-level water-type pet with them. He then took out a blue yuan fruit. Hearing this, the young girl, Xiao Yu, though still a bit hesitant, stepped forward. Seeing this, Su Ping told her to summon her pet. Xiao Yu quickly did as she was told. Soon, a first-tier water-spitting beast with a rather low aptitude appeared before everyone. Over on the side, Yu Jing saw him slowly approaching the water-spitting beast and stopped him, warily asking what he was planning to do. Su Ping didn't answer. He walked directly up to the water-spitting beast. The only way to know if the food is bad is to test it, right? Just like that, the blue yuan fruit was easily fed into the water-spitting beast's mouth. The group of onlookers continued to gossip. They had never heard of a blue yuan fruit, nor did they know what it did. But soon enough, they would have their answer, as the water-spitting beast began to change and transform. Its entire body emitted an extremely powerful light. It blinded everyone standing nearby, causing them to panic. All the while, Su Ping remained calm, watching everything unfold. The little girl, Xiao Yu, couldn't help but worry, not knowing what was happening to her pet, but the bright light made her suddenly think of one possibility. Leveling up. The water-spitting beast had advanced to the second tier after that powerful light faded. It appeared in a brand new form, but, unfortunately, the beast's aptitude was still quite poor. Seeing this, Su Ping celebrated inwardly. The blue yuan fruit could make a low-level water-type pet level up. It seemed the pet food cultivation system was the real deal, but its combat power only increased by half, which meant its aptitude was a real concern. When a pet's level increases, it gets a supplementary boost to its combat power. The smaller the supplementary boost, the lower the judged aptitude, and conversely, a larger boost meant a higher judged aptitude. At the same time, a pet's bloodline is also divided by rank. Bloodline rank determines the base combat power a pet can naturally reach as it ages and its level increases. For example, the water-spitting beast has a third-rank bloodline. Even without any dedicated training, it would naturally grow to have third-rank combat power upon reaching adulthood. But if you wanted to increase its combat power further, you'd absolutely have to train it. This level up left everyone in the vicinity completely stunned. They could hardly believe that leveling up a pet could be so easy. Meanwhile, Yu Jing was breaking out in a cold sweat. Based on his own deductions, he knew the water-spitting beast had genuinely leveled up. But as far as he knew, items that could help a pet level up were only found in the Federal Pioneers warehouse. And if that were true, then Su Ping's identity was definitely not ordinary. In complete contrast to Yu Jing's tension, his little sister, Xiao Yu, still couldn't seem to believe it. She held her pet doubtfully and asked, Did you swap it out for another one? Su Ping was left speechless by this girl. Seeing his sister still being so clueless, Yu Jing was sweating bullets. He quickly pushed her head down, forcing her to apologize to Su Ping, much to her own confusion about what her brother was even doing. Su Ping remained silent, not saying a word, which made Yu Jing even more terrified, praying that he would be merciful. But in response, Su Ping simply stated the price of the blue yuan fruit, 8,700 yuan, which made both siblings' eyes pop out of their heads. Their faces went pale. Seeing this, Yu Jing immediately urged Xiao Yu to pay up. He thought to himself, for a treasure that can help a pet level up, this price was an absolute steal. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was still lamenting the money she had just lost. Su Ping shot them a deadpan stare. He was internally complaining that he was selling something he risked his life to get for so cheap. He asked the system if he could raise the price, because this was just too low. But in response, the system just gave Su Ping a warning. Cursing the reasonable and unchangeable pricing, Su Ping could only sigh and accept it, turning back to remind the two siblings. He suggested they also buy a 7-colored Buddha heart leaf to improve the water-spitting beast's aptitude. Additionally, their red-feathered bird needed to eat rock crystal spider fruit long-term in order to make a full recovery. Hearing this, Yu Jing immediately understood and, with a forced smile, urged his sister to hurry up and pay. All of these things would benefit their pets. The onlookers who witnessed the whole thing were also stunned, were excited about what had just happened, and they all competed to buy his pets. Seeing so many people fighting over his stock, Su Ping was just as delighted, grinning from ear to ear as he started making sales. Before long, a system notification chimed. His account now held 32,560 coins, which converted to 315 energy points, completing the temporary mission. He was rewarded with 1 free entry into any nurturing plane of his choice. Seeing the system panel, Su Ping couldn't help but cheer with joy. He was finally out of poverty. At the same time, he had saved up enough points to buy the awakening solution. He quickly opened the system shop. The system shop instantly appeared before him, and without a moment's hesitation, Su Ping chose to purchase the awakening solution. 100 energy points were deducted. Holding the vial in his hand, he opened the cap, doubtful that such a small potion could actually be effective. But since he'd already bought it, he had no choice but to tilt his head back and down the whole thing. In a flash, Su Ping's body reacted instantly. His eyes widened in shock at what was happening before him, as a massive surge of energy was continuously absorbed by his body. It enveloped his entire being, as if it were remolding him from the inside out, shedding his old skin for new. After it was all over, his eyes glowed with a golden hue, brimming with hidden power. Su Ping had finally become a battle pet master. Just as he had wished, the energy now surrounding him was proof of his transformation. Suddenly, something zipped past his eyes, catching his attention. As quick as a flash, Su Ping had caught a tiny fly in his hand. He wondered to himself, are these the reflexes of a battle pet master? Shaking it off, he checked the system notification. He still had 275 energy points left. It asked if he wanted to upgrade the chaotic nurturing pool, and a system panel displayed the specific details for him. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 nurturing pools were almost identical, except the second tier had a minuscule chance of producing a high-level pet. Su Ping thought to himself, if he didn't upgrade and chose to nurture a pet directly, he'd have many chances, but the best he could get was a mid-tier pet. The risk was too high. Without much more thought, Su Ping directly hit purchase, and another 100 energy points were deducted. The chaotic nurturing pool, with 4 dragon heads, gradually materialized at his feet. Su Ping knew that this was a make-or-break moment. He didn't hesitate and selected Nurture. A mystical fog billowed from the pillar of light, spreading everywhere. The system also displayed a notification. The Tier 2 chaotic pool's nurturing was successful. Su Ping waited with bated breath as a figure slowly began to emerge from the white mist. But all his hopes were seemingly crushed when a little skeleton appeared. The summoning effects were so epic, yet all he got was a Tier 1 little skeleton with poor aptitude. It was the lowest class pet in the demon family, something that only a total nobody would be forced to use. Su Ping couldn't help but explode. He had spent 100 energy points just to get this times thing. Looking at the small skeleton giggling away, he realized his words hadn't even registered as an insult. The system displayed another mission notification. Nurturing complete. Received 1 random battle pet skill book. The book Su Ping received was the beginner-level Battle Pet Master skill, Killing Intent. It was used to increase a pet's killing aura, allowing it to attack even when severely injured, while also draining the opponent's morale. Su Ping considered it carefully. In the world of high-level cultivation, experts were everywhere. He feared that even with high base stats, he'd still get one-shotted. But the killing intent he just received was perfect for fighting against the odds and winning against stronger foes. It seemed getting this skill wasn't a total loss. Just then, the system detected that Su Ping had met the conditions and automatically triggered a new mission to train one of his pets. He had to raise its aptitude to mid to high class within 7 days. The reward was chaotic star power, but failure would result in a deduction of 10 credit points. After reading the mission details, Su Ping felt immense pressure. The lightning rat was an electric-type pet, and even with its monstrous talent, it had only reached a mid to low class aptitude. Yet this little skeleton he just got had poor aptitude. It wasn't even at the lowest class. Su Ping wondered if the difficulty of this mission was a bit too insane. Was the system seriously asking him to turn a piece of trash into a priceless treasure? You've got to be kidding. Looking at the cute little skeleton's tiny arms, all he could see was a cheerful, optimistic little thing. Suddenly, someone calling out "boss" snapped Su Ping out of his thoughts, and he turned his head to look. He thought a customer had arrived at the store. But strangely, the voice sounded very familiar. It turned out the customer was Su Yanying, and she had come with her lightning rat and a strange, blue-haired woman. The blue-haired girl, Yue, glanced at Su Ping's store and couldn't help but marvel that someone could actually run a pet store in a hole-in-the-wall place like this. Su Ping opened the door to welcome his customer, but he didn't look too happy about it, probably because said customer was the 108 yuan girl, Yan Ying. Hearing Su Ping call her by that nickname, she ran right up to his face to complain, ready to chew him out for her lightning rat's strange behavior. Lately, Su Ping couldn't hide the guilty look on his face. He was secretly worried that something had gone wrong with the pet again, just like what happened with Mohawk Guy's Gale Hound. But he still insisted he hadn't done anything. He just took it out for a little walk, for some exercise. Then, he glanced over at the lightning rat and gave it a friendly smile, as if trying to get it to back up his story. But as the lightning rat saw his friendly smile, it felt anything but friendly. It shrieked in terror, squeaking and squeaking. Yan Ying watched the terrified lightning rat in astonishment and came to a conclusion. Su Ping, just making a slight move, was enough to confirm that he had indeed trained her lightning rat. This was a battle pet that wasn't even afraid of a Tier 4 dragon hound, yet now, standing before its master Su Ping, it was trembling uncontrollably. The lightning rat stared at Su Ping as if he were a demon or a monster, so scared, it was about to cry, which made Yan Ying's face turn pale. She figured his strength had to be at Tier 5, maybe even Tier 6 or higher, no joke. But Yue, who was with Yan Ying, had a completely different opinion. She told Yan Ying that this store owner, Su Ping, didn't look special at all. The shop was empty, with only him inside. She was worried Yan Ying had come to the wrong place, but the serious expression on Yan Ying's face hadn't changed a bit. She signaled for Yue to watch her words, because in her estimation, the man before them, Su Ping, was very likely a Tier 7 powerhouse. If she and Yue angered him, their lives would be forfeit. Meanwhile, Su Ping, who had just become a Tier 1 battle pet master, was thinking to himself that the system hadn't issued a temporary mission, so this probably wasn't a big deal related to the pet. Out loud, he asked Yan Ying and Yue if they thought his fee was too expensive. Su Ping's words sent a jolt of fear through Yan Ying. The image that flashed in her mind was of Su Ping staring at her with murderous intent. The mention of the fee made her reconsider everything. The lightning rat had been trained to become this powerful, yet the fee was only 108 yuan. It couldn't possibly be that cheap. This must be the owner, Su Ping, testing her sincerity. And so, Yan Ying hurriedly transferred money to Su Ping's shop account, 1,000 yuan. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it, sir. But the system displayed a transfer failed notification. The recipient had rejected the payment. Yan Ying froze, wondering what on earth had just happened. Meanwhile, Su Ping looked at the transfer notification and just assumed Yan Ying was joking around. Seeing the look on Su Ping's face, Yan Ying guessed that this formidable store owner was scoffing at her measly 1,000 yuan. So, she immediately transferred 5,000 yuan. But just like the first time, Su Ping rejected the payment again, leaving Yan Ying completely stunned. She wondered, 5,000 yuan still isn't enough? As for Yue, she really didn't understand why Yan Ying kept trying to send him money. At this point, Yan Ying was out of options and could only shoot a pleading look at her friend, Yue, begging for help. Though Yue sighed helplessly, she softened up and transferred some money to Yan Ying, although she was tense. Thinking this was a rare chance to get acquainted with a top-tier master, she knew you have to spend a little to get a lot, so she decisively transferred 10,000 yuan to the shop. But once again, Su Ping rejected it, and his expression seemed to grow more displeased. Yan Ying was in disbelief. This time, she decided to go all in, risking it all, by transferring 100,000 yuan to the shop. And that sum of 100,000 yuan got Su Ping extremely excited. He had a rich girl right in front of him. He quickly tapped the accept button, but it seemed the system didn't want Su Ping getting rich, displaying a notification that the transfer was automatically rejected for the 4th consecutive time. Reason: the host is accepting payment in the store's name outside of the set price. And that final rejection officially scared Yan Ying to the point of tears. 100,000 yuan, and it still wasn't enough. She trembled. We were blind to your greatness. Please, sir, name your price. At this point, if Yan Ying tried to transfer any more money, the system would drive him insane. So, he could only clear his throat a few times and act as if money was beneath him. This display was enough to make Yan Ying sniffle with emotion. To think there was someone in this world so young and powerful, yet so completely unconcerned with fame and fortune. And he was standing right next to her. The purpose of Yan Ying's trip was to have Su Ping train her lightning rat for 3 days, because she had a competition coming up, but all her other battle pets were seriously injured. Her only hope was the lightning rat, and having the lightning rat back also happened to be perfect for training the little skeleton. The system detected that the customer, Yan Ying, required pet training services and displayed a service price list so Su Ping could take the order. And this job came as a pleasant surprise because he could earn a lot of money from it. It's just that right now, he could only accept orders for Tier 3 and below. After looking at the system's price list, Su Ping immediately told Yan Ying that the training fee for her pet for 3 days would be 10,000 yuan. While that amount wasn't exactly cheap for Yan Ying, if it could raise her pet to a whole new level, she considered it well worth the price. Su Ping cleverly used the opportunity to also advertise the shop's boarding services. While boarded, pets could also receive healing treatment, which made Yan Ying's eyes light up. The pet hospital was both incredibly far and expensive. Boarding them here was so convenient, there was no reason for her not to agree to this service. So, the owner Su Ping told Yan Ying to summon the pets she wanted to board. Immediately, 3 massive, injured battle pets crammed into the tiny shop, leaving Su Ping stunned. Yan Ying, however, just smiled brightly and introduced her 3 pets. The system, seeing a customer request boarding services, displayed a notification reminding Su Ping to upgrade his boarding slots to accommodate them. This would affect the store's reputation, but Su Ping would somehow benefit. He didn't understand what that meant, so the system explained. It was because the initial free nursing pens were made from scrap spirit stones. Not only was the residual spirit energy inside extremely weak, but it also contained complex waste radiation. Even though it could slightly contribute to a pet's growth, there was a high probability it would cause them to mutate. Truly, nothing in life is free. Su Ping was basically forced to spend money on new nursing pens, and his expression turned grim. After successfully buying 3 pens, he found out they cost 1 energy point per day for each one. If he couldn't keep up with the energy payments, the nursing pens would simply disappear. The system was seriously making Su Ping want to cough up blood. Boarding Yan Ying's 3 pets for 3 days came to 21,600 yuan. Yan Ying quickly agreed and transferred the money to Su Ping, though she couldn't help muttering about what a weird owner he was. The 21,600 yuan in his account was converted into energy points. Su Ping now had 291 energy points. Just then, the system issued a mission: train the customer's lightning rat to double its current combat power. The reward was 3 low-level Origin Force pills, and the time limit was 3 days. Failure would result in a deduction of 10 credit score points. Su Ping mulled over the mission before him. He already had to train his little skeleton to the upper intermediate tier, which meant going from level 1 to level 7. Comparatively, training the lightning rat from level 2 to 7 might even be easier. Since he could do both missions at once, Su Ping didn't hesitate to accept this one. Professional level training cost a whopping 10,000 energy points, so Su Ping immediately used his one-time free professional training opportunity. Countless portals to other worlds opened before him, forcing Su Ping to think carefully. He needed a suitable place for his little skeleton to level up. The most fitting place was the chaotic realm of the undead. Su Ping gave the command to enter. Instantly, the ground cracked open, and shadowy tentacles shot out. They latched onto Su Ping, the little skeleton, and the lightning rat, dragging them down into a red bog that reeked of fresh blood. A moment later, they had been transported to the chaotic realm of the undead. Su Ping winced. The deathly aura was so thick that even breathing was difficult, making him feel completely helpless. From behind them, the figure of a colossal skeleton approached, causing the lightning rat to let out a loud squeak to warn Su Ping. The monster brought its foot down on the little skeleton, shattering its bones and killing it instantly. A massive arm wielding a bone club swung up, preparing to smash down on Su Ping. He yelled, "Enemy!" and ordered the little skeleton to resurrect. The lightning rat used a skill, but before Su Ping could even order it to attack, the giant skeleton had already launched a blow right at him, wrapped in dark energy. After attacking, the monster let out a hiss, as if questioning whether it had finished Su Ping off. But it had definitely missed, because the lightning rat had blocked the giant skeleton's attack in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the newly revived little skeleton stood there, cowering with its hands on its head. The system displayed the giant skeleton's stats. It was a demon-type pet, rank 7, with poor aptitude and only rank 5 combat power. Its skills included limb reattachment, destruction, and war roar. After reading the monster's information, Su Ping put on a scornful expression and said, "So, not every monster in this professional training is at the Beast King level." As if provoked by Su Ping's comment, the giant skeleton swung its arm again, once more, shattering the little skeleton's bones and killing it. Su Ping immediately ordered the little skeleton to resurrect, while the lightning rat used its thunder slash skill. Following the command, the lightning rat focused energy above its head. The lightning force converged, creating a blade of judgment, ready to strike. But Su Ping commanded, "Lightning rat, don't just fire it. Use that sword to sever the giant skeleton's arm instead." The thunder sword locked onto its target and flew forward, slashing deep into the giant skeleton's arm and ribs, causing the monster to let out an agonized roar. That very roar created a shockwave that blasted the lightning rat away, rupturing its organs and killing it. The monster let out another loud hiss, and a powerful suction force radiated from its shattered arm. Bone fragments from the ground flew up, attaching themselves to the monster's broken bones. Just moments after being attacked, the limb reattachment ability had already taken full effect. But Su Ping's expression quickly shifted from tense to delighted, as he had astutely noticed that the red gem on the giant skeleton's forehead was the treasure making its limb reattachment skill so powerful. He ordered both the lightning rat and the little skeleton to resurrect once more. But this time, the two of them were so terrified, they just hid behind Su Ping's legs, trembling, which made him sigh helplessly, at a loss for words. Summoning a skill book, Su Ping realized this was the only way to empower his two pets. It was the level 1 killing intent combat skill. The giant skeleton, having just recovered from the lightning rat's blow, immediately charged in to attack again. Meanwhile, Su Ping used the skill book to grant level 1 killing intent to both the lightning rat and the little skeleton, filling them with fighting spirit. They immediately rushed towards the giant skeleton to engage it, but the giant skeleton didn't even give Su Ping and his pets a chance to make a move, directly launching an attack right at them. After getting them both wiped out, Su Ping just used his revive ability again, forcing the giant skeleton to let out a couple of hisses to see if the attack had even landed. Su Ping had already figured out the giant skeleton's weakness. Although its last attack was powerful, it also exposed a fatal flaw. Its asymmetrical body made it difficult to maintain balance. And even though it looked huge and tough, it couldn't even withstand a single attack from the lightning rat. The lightning rat quickly unleashed its afterimage shadow skill, darting forward like a flash of lightning. Once it got behind the darter, giant skeleton, it used thunder slash, just as Su Ping planned, slicing at its leg with a single chop. The next target was the monster's neck bones, while the little skeleton provided support, aiming to snatch the gemstone on its forehead. The lightning rat, as fast as a bolt of lightning, struck the skeleton's leg, then spun up into the air and sliced clean through the giant skeleton's neck, causing the gemstone to fall out. The little skeleton held out its hands to catch it but got bonked on the head by the falling stone instead. A system notification popped up. The lightning rat had completed the kill. Its combat power leveled up to tier 3, and its afterimage shadow skill evolved into multiple afterimage shadows, allowing it to use lightning power to create 2 coexisting clones for a short time, with a small chance of creating 3. Meanwhile, the little skeleton was staring intently at the gemstone. Then, when Su Ping noticed, the system displayed a notification. The gem had the unique ability to absorb undead spirits, a trait of demon-type pets. It could level up by consuming the energy of its own kind. After absorbing the gemstone's energy, the little skeleton's combat power rose to tier 1, and it learned the basic swordsmanship skill. Su Ping happily patted the little skeleton's head. He had originally just brought it along to learn from the lightning rat. To think it would actually level up this time was completely unexpected, but his happiness was short-lived, as, from behind them, a large, strange magic circle appeared, and from within it, another monster emerged. This creature looked very mysterious. It had a humanoid shape, but also had wings on its back. Unlike the giant skeleton, the system couldn't display any information on this creature's attributes, combat power, or skills. Su Ping was racking his brain, trying to figure out the situation. The air was thick with tension, and the monster was radiating a terrifying and an unusual magical power. The fact that the system couldn't identify it made him think this might be a high-level creature from this training ground. And who knows, maybe he could even find a top-tier treasure through her. Suddenly, the creature held out its bony hand, and a green light gathered in its palm. The moment it unleashed its attack, Su Ping was consumed by the light, and the strawning, lightning rat, and little skeleton were no exception. In the end, all 3 of them were killed in a single hit. In the void, between life and death, Su Ping thought to himself that his last opponent was strong. So strong that he got one-shotted the moment they met. But hey, he had the power to revive. As soon as he came back to life, he put on a friendly face and asked if she was the high-level monster of this area. The monster's face twisted into an annoyed expression, but Su Ping, ever the clueless one, continued to ask, "Hello, do you have intelligence?" But all the monster had to do was open its mouth, and Su Ping was once again sent to the afterlife before he could even finish his sentence. Despite dying, Su Ping had infinite revives. As he floated in limbo again, he wondered if that strange creature considered him a free lunch, making him waste so much of his precious time here. Since the system had two revive modes, revive on the spot and random revive, he chose the random one to check out a different area, since staying here was getting him nowhere. After using the random revive, Su Ping was transported to a very quiet place. As he walked to the edge, he realized this was a completely unfamiliar area. The atmosphere was entirely different from the places he and his pets had been before, and there were tons of strange creatures. And down among those creatures was the same monster he had just encountered. Hearing Su Ping mention her, the monster looked up, but her expression turned to panic as she pointed at him and let out a growl. The ground he was standing on began to shake violently, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Suddenly, a huge hand shot out, snatched Su Ping, and trapped him in its palm. Facing Su Ping was the Skeleton King. He asked in a booming voice who Su Ping was and how he got in here, adding that he had only 3 seconds to answer. Being squeezed tightly by the Skeleton King, the overwhelming pressure made veins pop on Su Ping's head as he answered with a tremble that he was just casually passing by, wondering if the skeleton before him was the leader of this place. But Su Ping immediately realized something was wrong. Why wasn't it attacking him right away, instead just asking him all these questions? Clearly, this Skeleton King was probing him for something. Cursing inwardly, Su Ping knew it would be better to just get insta-killed. At least then he could use his resurrection to choose whether to leave or stay. But if the Skeleton King intended to imprison him, the system's resurrection ability would be useless. The mission was only 3 days long. If he wasted his time here and the mission ended, he'd be screwed. The Skeleton King then spoke again, asking how Su Ping had managed to approach it so quietly, a single sound. So he was definitely no ordinary person. And from that question alone, Su Ping instantly realized the Skeleton King was wary of his true strength. As long as he kept his cool, he still had room to maneuver. It was highly likely the skeletons here had never even seen a human before, so they wouldn't know about the existence of his system. All he had to do was use that to his advantage and bluff. And just like that, Su Ping got into character, claiming he was a clone of humanity's strongest warrior. He was here to test the threat level of the skeletons, and if they were deemed too dangerous, they'd all have to be eliminated. The minions below were instantly provoked, wanting to rush forward and protect their king, but with a single downward glance from the Skeleton King, those underlings simply evaporated. Not even a shard of bone or scrap of armor was left. And Su Ping, of course, took this chance to add fuel to the fire. He asked the Skeleton King how he could just slaughter his loyal subjects like that. Didn't he have a conscience? And was his greatest skill simply preying on the weak and fearing the strong? Hearing Su Ping's taunts, the Skeleton King sent him to meet his maker with a single strike. He declared that his followers trying to protect him was an insult to his very being, and that nothing in this world could possibly threaten him. But in the blink of an eye, Su Ping revived, standing tall right in front of the Skeleton King, and uttered 3 simple words. "Oh, is that so?" He was ecstatic, because as long as he wasn't imprisoned, everything was easy. Meanwhile, all of the Skeleton King's minions were scared out of their wits by Su Ping's sudden revival. The red gem on the Skeleton King's hand unleashed a magic circle that enveloped his body, and then he proceeded to kill Su Ping, again and again, using various methods like incinerating him with fire, impaling him with sharp spikes, or attacking with magic. But Su Ping just kept coming back to life. He laughed with satisfaction. The stronger the instant kill skill, the less painful the death. And after being sent to the afterlife so many times, he was actually getting used to it. The Skeleton King watched in absolute horror as Su Ping continuously reversed the space-time of the Death Realm. He had no idea what kind of horrifying existence this human before him truly was. Su Ping, on the other hand, had his eyes locked on the priceless gem on the Skeleton King's ring, using each revival to close the distance to the stone. Su Ping finally snatched it and warped through space-time once more. The Skeleton King had lost his precious gem to Su Ping. He roared in fury, cursing that damnable space-time warping ability. He was furious that a puny human like Su Ping could wield 2 supreme laws at the same time, and that the teleportation distance was still within the domain he was searching. The next time he revived, Su Ping appeared far away, out of the Skeleton King's sight. He taunted that the Skeleton King was naive for thinking he'd just stand there and die, feeling pretty good about his own talk, smack, and run strategy. Summoning the little skeleton, he tossed the gem in front of it and laughed arrogantly. Like it? A pet of mine. Su Ping. Can't be stuck gnawing on bone scraps. Absorb it. You're up for the next fight. Elsewhere in the chaotic spirit realm, a disgusting-looking zombie was baring its fangs and claws as it charged forward to attack. But after absorbing the ruby, the little skeleton's combat power had skyrocketed. A single, basic sword technique was now enough to successfully slay the vicious monsters. The system announced a successful kill. The little skeleton's combat power had now risen to level 4. Quest progress reached 46%. With 1 day remaining, enemies continued to swarm in like a flood. A massive army of monsters stood before Su Ping and the little skeleton, ready to attack them. But Su Ping remained calm, thinking that these monsters were just willingly coming here to help them grind for experience. All he had to do was let the little skeleton handle it, and with the lightning rat providing support from the rear, what was there to be afraid of? The little skeleton's masterful sword strokes took down one enemy after another, its level and combat power shooting up like a storm. This pushed the quest progress to 94%, but they only had 14 minutes left. The three of them panted exhaustedly atop a pile of their victories. After fighting for so long, Su Ping looked tiredly at the trash mobs at his feet. He'd killed so many, but the experience gained was still pathetic. Suddenly, the eyes of a monster he had just defeated at his feet flashed red. It let out a roar as energy radiated from its body, pulling in surrounding bone fragments and absorbing them into itself, creating a powerful and ferocious new form. Su Ping looked at the monster and remarked that apparently, dying once wasn't enough for it, since it had revived into something new. But this was perfect timing. The three of them needed a monster to slay for experience to complete the quest. He used the killing intent skill on the little skeleton and the lightning rat, making their eyes burn with fighting spirit. All they had to do was destroy the monster before them, and they would definitely reach enough progress to complete the quest. As the monster's scythe came slashing down, the little skeleton was ordered to use its basic sword technique. Sparks flew as the two weapons clashed, but the little skeleton's bone sword completely stopped the monster's scythe. At the same time, it knocked the scythe far away from Su Ping and the lightning rat. That counterattack sent the monster into a furious rage. It slammed both hands on the ground, causing it to crack open, and from those fissures, countless small hands began to claw their way up. Like disgusting worms, those hands snatched Su Ping, the little skeleton, and the lightning rat in an instant. With only 7 minutes left on the mission timer and his progress at just 94%, the situation was dire. He'd rather be sent to the underworld with his two pets for a quick reincarnation than be trapped like this in such a hopeless predicament. Su Ping ordered the lightning rat to use its Thunderbreak skill and attack the monster's core. A massive bolt of lightning shot toward the creature's red center, but it quickly maneuvered its hands to shield itself. Su Ping was stunned by how easily the lightning rat's attack was blocked. Even the system couldn't identify what this monster was, but two things were confirmed. First, the hands were immune to damage skills, and second, that red core was the monster's weak spot. Confident in his assessment, Su Ping ordered the lightning rat to use Thunderbreak again, but this time, to wrap the lightning's power around its own body. The lightning rat struggled to gather lightning energy above its head, forming an electric sphere that enveloped its entire body. The hands holding it captive were forced to let go. This new application of Thunderbreak helped the lightning rat master the Thunder Armor ability, which could exorcise evil, protect the body, and maintain continuous damage. It also created a close-range paralysis effect, and best of all, its effectiveness was multiplied against demon-type enemies. Su Ping was completely surprised that the lightning rat had learned a new skill, and the rat immediately put its new power to use. It sent out electrical pulses from its thunder armor, paralyzing not only the hands but the monster itself. The hands went limp, freeing Su Ping and the little skeleton. Seizing the opportunity, the little skeleton surged forward with ferocious killing intent, cleaving the monster in two with a single strike and finishing it off. Both pets leveled up to rank 7. Su Ping happily thought back to the blood jade he'd stolen from the Skeleton King. The little skeleton had grown so much just by absorbing a fraction of it, he couldn't imagine how strong it would be after absorbing the rest. The system mission was also complete, rewarding him with the chaotic astral energy map and a strength pill for his cultivation warehouse. Back in his shop, he used an appraisal skill on the little skeleton. It had only reached rank 2, upper tier, with its aptitude rated just above average. and yet its combat power was at rank 7. This frustrated Su Ping, making him think the system's appraisal was flawed. But the system replied that the evaluation was based on a comparison of all the data from the moment the little skeleton entered the chaotic spirit realm until now. Su Ping had no reason to doubt it. As for the lightning rat, it had once been just an ordinary wild beast. Now it could stand on its own, and even more surprisingly, it had learned spirit summoning and deathclaw. It was a lightning-type pet, which made Su Ping imagine the looks on the audience's faces when his lightning rat used necromancer skills in the arena. His two pets, fresh from battle, were now resting in their nursing pens, while Su Ping retrieved the mission rewards from his storage space. He curiously asked the system, what exactly was the chaotic astral energy map? The system explained it was a long-lost ancient cultivation method that matched the host's cultivation level. This map treated the body as a vast universe, using stars as analogies for the acupoints and bones throughout the body for cultivation. It was completely different from the federal astral cultivation method that everyone else used. So, this meant Su Ping could also cultivate using this reward. In the chaotic astral universe, Su Ping was concentrating intensely on tempering himself. He had to condense astral power into his core, increasing its mass. To cast a skill, he just needed to spin the core, creating a vortex that would release the astral power from his body. This, in turn, would affect the outside world. This was the first level of the map, called the Star Spring Realm. Su Ping was still confused about the whole condensation and vortex part, but he figured it was basically just absorbing other astral energies. And from his perspective as a battle pet master, reaching out and grabbing the surrounding astral power seemed like a simple matter. He eagerly waved his arms and legs around, but then looked down at his empty hands. He realized he couldn't catch the astral energy because it passed right through the human body. But if using his hands didn't work, he then tried using his body to block the flow of energy. And just by trying that, he actually succeeded. Looks like the only way to absorb astral power is with more astral power. Su Ping opened his storage space and pulled out 3 power pills. He'd gotten them from a previous mission but had no idea what they'd do. He poured them out and, without a second thought, swallowed all 3 at once. A moment later, his body erupted in a blinding light. The core inside him had grown, and a system notification popped up. He had successfully advanced to the Star Spring Realm and unlocked the character stats panel. What surprised Su Ping even more was that his combat power had instantly jumped to the 3rd rank, but the system's appraisal didn't display his score. He was incredibly curious, but the system simply replied that he lacked the authority to view it. This made Su Ping smile. He thought to himself, after just 3 of these power pills, my combat strength has already jumped to the mid-tier of level 3. Normally, it would take 4 to 5 years of regular training to reach this realm. Aren't these pills just ridiculously overpowered? With that thought, Su Ping quickly asked the system if there were any more quests that rewarded power pills. But those pills only work for levels 1 and 2. Since Su Ping had already reached level 3, he would have to rely on his own cultivation from now on. Besides, this Star Spring universe was just a transformation of his chaotic star power map, but it was designed to simulate the real universe. And while Su Ping was cultivating, he had to be careful to avoid larger stars, or he'd get sucked in. But Su Ping wondered, what would actually happen if he got sucked in? Would his cultivation just be interrupted? The system immediately replied, primordial spirit destruction, which terrified Su Ping. Also, inside the chaotic star power universe, time flowed at the same rate as the real world, so he had to manage his time carefully. A cold sweat trickled down Su Ping's back. So this was a world of both opportunity and risk, huh? A place where the strong devour the weak. Still, this place was pretty good. As long as he avoided being absorbed by the bigger stars, it was way less hassle than the cultivation zones. It was just a little boring here, which made Su Ping remember the time his sister punched him so hard in the gut it left him breathless. Ling Yue used to be a 3rd-tier battle pet master, right? Su Ping wondered if, in his current state, he could actually take one of her punches now. Back at home, Su Ping was happily enjoying a delicious dinner with his mother. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and headed back to his room. His mom gently reminded him that his sister, Ling Yue, was in the cultivation room. She was preparing for a competition, so he shouldn't disturb her. She also mentioned she'd be making corn cakes tomorrow morning, the original Su Ping's favorite food. This made Su Ping feel that even though the woman in front of him wasn't his biological mother, she gave him a sense of genuine family warmth and affection. As Su Ping walked back to his room, he remembered that his sister went to the same school as Su Yanying. Then, he suddenly noticed something coming from the crack under her door. Wisps of star power were leaking from Lingwei's room, making him curious enough to peek in on his sister's cultivation process. He discovered that Lingwei's star spring was huge. Even though she was just lying there reading a comic, she was still absorbing star power, and the scale of it was massive, making Su Ping think the star power was being pulled into Lingwei's body by some external force. Unless this was a cultivation method taught by the Star Pet Academy. Su Ping couldn't help but wonder as he entered his own star map. The star power in this world was much richer than in his chaotic star power universe, and it was evenly distributed. In his chaotic star power universe, the star power was divided into dense and sparse areas. If he could just learn the Star Pet Academy's cultivation method, his training speed in the chaotic star power universe would skyrocket. Kneeling in front of Lingyu's door, Su Ping copied her, rotating his own star power, and he immediately figured out the method. It was all about using traction, something he had never even considered before. Once you have enough star power in your body, you just have to rotate it to create a pulling force. That way, you can draw star power to you for absorption instead of chasing it all over the place. Having figured out the principle, Su Ping, still outside her door, tried absorbing it in reverse to see what would happen. Meanwhile, Lingyue, inside her room, felt something was off. Absorbing star power was becoming more and more difficult, making her wonder if she'd dozed off. But on the other side of the door, Su Ping had succeeded. By reversing the absorption just now, he could now draw from 2 star springs at once, one rotating in the correct direction and one rotating in reverse. This caused Linyue's star spring to be drained, giving her a strange sensation. She realized the star power was suddenly clumping together. It made it impossible for her to absorb, and she wondered why the smoothly flowing star power had suddenly become so chaotic. She theorized that a powerful expert must be nearby. And once again, Lingyue's star power was sucked right through the crack under her door. It made her cry out in frustration, causing her mother downstairs to worriedly ask if she was all right. But she just replied that she was training, feeling that something was very strange about the star power tonight. Looking towards the door, she was certain the star power was flowing towards her brother's room. Meanwhile, Su Ping, having absorbed a good amount of it, had now mastered the technique. He could absorb it now. At his shop, Su Ping had his eyes closed, looking like he was asleep, but in reality, he was cultivating. The chaotic star power universe was condensing in his dantian. He felt quite comfortable with his current state. The converging star power from the celestial bodies was being continuously absorbed by him, and as long as he maintained this state, he wouldn't get sucked in. What's more, the thing he loved most about it was that he could even cultivate while sleeping. While he was deep in his meditative cultivation, he suddenly sensed 2 other auras appear. A girl's voice called out, saying she was here to pick up her pet. Half asleep, he mumbled a reply. Something about large size and small size. A moment later, Su Ping opened his eyes to see Yan Ying and Yue Yo. The 2 of them were giving him dirty looks because of what they'd just heard him say. Realizing he'd slipped up, he tried to cover his tracks, claiming he was talking about their star power and what they needed. It just meant he needed to train even harder. How else could he control even stronger pets? His words left Yan Ying completely stunned. She wondered if it was possible for her lightning rat to have leveled up in just 3 short days. So, she asked him, would it be okay to bring a pet with 7th rank combat power back to an academy where the average was only 3rd or 4th rank? He didn't really know what to say, so he decided to just show her the pet. Su Ping brought out the lightning rat and told them to take it with them, since they'd already paid in full last time. Yan Ying scooped up her pet, making sure to thank him. She also noticed that her pet's fur color and a few other things had changed, but she found all her pets seemed a little down. She wondered why none of them seemed excited to see her after only being apart for a few days. Could it be that they'd grown attached to this place? Su Ping, for his part, was practically rushing them out the door, but she was still lost in thought, wondering how he had managed to get them so attached in just a few days. Besides, even with the emotional link from their contract and astral power, there wasn't supposed to be any real affection between a master and a pet. At best, they were just supposed to obey orders. The moment a contract was broken, that connection would be gone. Meanwhile, Yue was looking over her own pet and noticed that not only were its wounds healed, but its coat was much glossier. All of this made Yan Ying feel that Su Ping's shop really put its heart into caring for pets. She thanked him profusely, and also remembered to ask him to recommend some food for the little guys. He knew this was her way of trying to repay him, so he decided not to overcharge her on this. He sold her a bag of food for her Luo Feng for only 12 coins, a price so cheap it was practically a giveaway. Completely surprised her, and she bought it on the spot. A few days later, Yan Ying wanted to get in a warm-up before her upcoming match. She wanted to use this practice match to see just how much stronger her lightning rat had gotten. So, she asked Yue to summon her strongest pet and told her not to hold back. Her friend couldn't help but jab back. What's with all the confidence? Of course, she humored her and summoned her most powerful pet, the massive beast Tor. Open space itself as it emerged. It looked like some kind of muscular, battle-ready monk, spoiling for a fight. Yue didn't miss the chance to remind Yan Ying not to come crying to her when she lost. Yan Ying, for her part, recognized that this pet was her friend's ace in the hole, a high-level bloodline, humanoid, rock-type pet. Even though it wasn't fully grown, its combat power was already at the 5th rank. At this point, she could only hope her lightning rat could hold its own. She just needed to test its Thunder Slash and Lightning Shadow clone abilities. She wasn't asking for much more, and so, the battle began with her command for the lightning rat to charge. On the other side, Yue ordered her own pet, Zhang, to attack. Instantly, Zhang formed hand seals with its 4 arms, unleashing a barrage of rock bullets at the lightning rat. But with its incredible speed, the lightning rat easily leaped onto the projectiles, using them as stepping stones to close in on Zhang. Just as the lightning rat was about to pounce, Zhang quickly kicked the nearest rock bullet, shattering it to block the path. Seeing her chance, Yan Ying ordered the lightning rat to use Lightning Shadow clone. It immediately shot into the air and split into 3. Yue couldn't believe her eyes. It had actually split into 3 separate clones. But Yan Ying was ecstatic, shouting, "It's the multiple Lightning Shadow clones," but instead of attacking Zhang, the clones all lunged somewhere else. Turns out, they were heading straight for Yue. Seeing this, she quickly threw up a protective shield, while also screaming for Yan Ying to make them attack Zhang, not her. Yan Ying calmly reassured her, saying they were just getting close and wouldn't attack her. In her mind, she had it all planned out. The Earth Ascetic was a high-level bloodline pet with incredible powers of observation. This was the perfect chance to test just how good the lightning rat's clones really were. As for Zhang, the moment it saw its master under threat, it instantly burrowed underground and started moving, straight towards Yue. Just as the clones were about to reach her, Zhang was already right beneath her feet. Then, with a loud bang, it burst from the ground. Each of Zhang's 4 hands had grabbed one of the lightning rat clones. The sight left both of them, Yue and Yan Ying, wondering, did it actually catch the real one? But no. Just then, a paw, a tiny foot suddenly appeared in front of Tung. Turns out, it was the lightning rat's actual body, stomping right on Tung's face. Just then, a loud cry rang out, realizing it had been tricked by the lightning rat. At the same time, the terrifying face and gaping maw of the lightning rat sent Tung trembling with fear. Overcome with terror, it turned tail and fled. This left Nyak in utter disbelief. She wondered. It just failed to catch one lightning rat. Why is it so scared all of a sudden? Unexpectedly, Tung lunged forward and clung to her, then suddenly erected stone walls around them. The walls began to stack on top of each other, eventually forming a giant sphere that trapped both Nut, and itself inside. Still didn't get it, but he tried to reassure the beast that she was perfectly safe and to let go. Yingjing, who was watching from the sidelines, was completely stunned. She was shocked that the Jizo ascetic beast, with its high-level bloodline and type advantage, could be scared stiff by a low-level lightning rat. This whole thing made her incredibly proud and amazed by her own pet. The day of the match finally arrived. The male MC solemnly announced that the live voting system for Phoenix Mountain Academy had closed, and now the match would officially begin. He introduced the contestant. On the left, Yingjing, a high-potential dark horse from the 2nd year, and on the right, her opponent, a veteran who made it into last year's top 10. He was known as Li Ji, the all-seeing. The moment he heard his name, the guy flashed a smug grin. As usual, the MC announced the rules. Both sides would bring out 3 pet beasts to battle. Whoever defeats all of the opponent's beasts is the winner. With the formalities out of the way, the match began. Li Ji didn't hesitate, immediately summoning his pet beast. His pet was a hidden water beast. Seeing him summon his beast, first, the crowd immediately started murmuring, saying that for someone who made the top 10 last year, he was making a basic mistake. Another person said he was getting way too cocky. On Yingjing's side, she recognized his beast was a water type with a mid-level bloodline, specializing in stealth and assassination. So, she quickly decided to summon her own pet, the fallen phoenix. The two beasts had attributes that countered each other. She wanted to see whose pet was stronger. The battle had just started, but the tension was already so thick that even the male MC was getting excited. He wanted to see how the mid-level bloodline, Hidden Water Beast, would deal with the high-level bloodline, Fallen Phoenix. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Li Ji had just forfeited. The male MC froze for a moment, his brain unable to process what just happened. He wondered if he'd heard wrong. However, Li Ji confirmed it. He was forfeiting this round. Though he had no idea what the hell was going on, since Li Ji had surrendered, the male MC declared Ying Jing the winner of the round. Li Ji's strange action and weird smile made her a little nervous, and her fears were confirmed. He had already planned everything out. His first beast was just bait to lure her into his trap. To her surprise, spider threads suddenly appeared, covering the entire arena floor. At that moment, standing behind him was a spider-like pet beast. He told her that her fallen phoenix might not be her strongest beast, but it was definitely the most annoying one to deal with. He also knew that her lightning rat, rock beast, and white-fanged tiger were all ground-based fighters. Against those, all he had to do was summon a beast with high combat power and it'd be over in a flash. But the fallen phoenix was different. It specialized in aerial attacks. Because of that, even a level 5 beast would have a hard time beating it, and might even die from exhaustion. For those reasons, he had to take it out first. With an air of smug arrogance, he declared that he had investigated her thoroughly, and this match was his win, guaranteed. Just as he was basking in his own glory, a fond idea, fireball came flying straight at him. He scoffed at the weak-looking attack and threw up a protective barrier to block it. But, tough luck for him, that fireball ended up burning his entire hand. Ying Jing had done it because he was talking too much, and she wanted him to shut his mouth. Her provocation infuriated him. He immediately ordered his pet beast to use its piercing earthweb technique to attack her and the fallen phoenix. Right then, she commanded the fallen phoenix to dodge and use its speed. The attack from Li Ji's beast made her a bit wary, but she wasn't discouraged. She quickly buffed the fallen phoenix to help it escape, while ordering it to counterattack with its full power. The fallen phoenix quickly soared high into the air to dodge. Immediately after, it unleashed its Crimson Flame Bird Flame Breath / attack. Completely unfazed by its attack, Li Ji countered with Earth Web's Earthen Guard. And just like that, a wall rose up from the ground, blocking the flame attack. The sight left Ying Jing a bit stunned. Even though she knew Earth-type beasts were resistant to fire, this was beyond her expectations. The earthen wall was much tougher than she imagined. It wasn't scorched or even chipped. This made Li Ji extremely cocky. He asked if she was only now realizing the difference between her level 3 fallen phoenix and his level 4, fully matured earthweb beast. Then, he unleashed his earthen prison technique. With a loud thrum, a blonde sting, massive spiderweb materialized. The MC excitedly explained that the earthen prison was the earthweb beast's specialty. He'd heard that this move could crush any pet beast of a lower level. Not only that, but the sheer brutality of the technique was enough to make even higher level beasts wary. As for Ying Jing, the moment she saw the net closing in, she ordered the fallen phoenix to create a hole in it. She immediately used a level 3 power enhancement skill, and the fallen phoenix poured all its strength into breathing fire on the spiderweb. However, no matter how hard it attacked, according to the MC, the spiderweb just kept tightening. The situation felt hopeless to him. This earthen prison was just too formidable, putting even a skilled beastmaster like her in danger. He felt it would be perfectly reasonable for her to surrender now, but it seemed she was still determined to fight. Despite being trapped, she worriedly called out to Lak Feng, who was still struggling with all its might inside the net. Its whole body was already covered in cuts from the net. Seeing this, she panicked and screamed its name. She then begged it to stop struggling, because the more it did, the more injured it would become. As for Li K, he was looking incredibly smug. Since everything was going according to his plan, he told her to just surrender and the pain would end. Feeling like she couldn't hold on any longer, just as Yen Din was preparing to concede defeat, Lak Feng suddenly let out a piercing shriek. It unleashed a massive stream of fire, destroying the Earthburst Beast's spider web. The sight left both her and Li K completely speechless, their jaws hanging open. In the stands, Min Tung and a member from another battle team were also getting antsy at the scene. Hua Ke, however, smiled in satisfaction. All three of them recognized the move as Maximum Ray. The battle in the arena had the male announcer commentating enthusiastically, shouting, "Maximum Ray." He couldn't believe Luck Fung had actually mastered a high-tier, level 8 skill. He was even more shocked that it had stunned the Earth-Burst beast with a single blow. The white-haired young man from some unknown team was still in shock. Although Luck Fung came from a high-tier bloodline, it was ranked at the very bottom of that list. What baffled him even more was that this move wasn't even part of its legacy skill set. Hoaker, however, found it fascinating, thinking that Luck Fung had managed to pull off the impossible regardless. Most importantly, it hadn't even reached maturity yet. She felt it had a very bright future ahead of it. Min Tung, sitting behind them, also pointed out that Yen Din's lightning rat had once used Thunder Slash. At this, the white-haired guy asked him about Yen Din. But before he could get an answer, someone suddenly grabbed him by the collar. It was Hoaker. She knew the girl's name and, radiating a murderous aura, declared that she'd already set her sights on her. You dare try to poach someone I've chosen? Of course, he wouldn't dare. As for Min Tung, he himself never expected a genius like Yin Din to appear this year. He believed that if she could join the Pioneer battle team and achieve great victories, she would become the great pillar his academy could rely on. In the audience, some spectators had already recognized her as the one who'd trained the Rat King, and some were even jealous of her, because their own battle pets hadn't even grasped a single high-tier skill. In the arena, Yen Din was overjoyed that Luck Fung had leveled up. Not only had it learned the level 8 maximum ray, but its combat power had also increased to the lower 4th rank. It all happened so suddenly that she began to wonder if this was even her Luck Fung anymore. Then, she remembered something To Bin had once said. He had insisted that his services could not only heal injuries but also enhance a battle pet's comprehension and physical constitution. At the time, she thought his claims were a bit of an exaggeration. A moment later, the male announcer declared Yen Din the winner of the second round. He then asked both contestants to prepare for round 3. Li Kei was now grinding his teeth in fury. He had been so close to winning. Losing this round had truly sent him into a rage. He admitted Luck Fung was a tough nut to crack and was determined to show her what real power looked like. With that, he summoned his ace battle pet and vowed to show her the meaning of true terror. The moment the announcer saw the pet, he recognized it in a panic. It was a mature, 4-winged Gale Fiend with combat power at the upper 5th rank. Seeing this, Hoaka yelled, "Aren't students strictly forbidden from bringing something that dangerous? If something goes wrong, we're all screwed." However, the white-haired guy scoffed that she was being too conservative. If this were the wastelands, those demonic beasts would have attacked ages ago without waiting for someone to shout, "Begin." Even Min Tung told her not to worry, confident that nothing would go wrong. With the powerful teaching staff and a high-level expert as the referee, nothing could go wrong. Besides, he suspected Li Kei had probably used some underhanded means to rent the Gale Fiend. He disciplined the boy after the match. Right now on stage, Luck Fung was facing off against the Gale Fiend. Li Kei frantically ordered it to use Myriad Phantom Windslash, but the beast responded with silence. This drove him crazy with anger. He wondered if it was ignoring his commands because the level difference was just too great. He himself felt a sense of dread for having forcibly summoned this monster. On Yen Din's side, she wasn't standing idle either, already buffing Luck Fung's power and wind abilities. At the same time, she heightened her senses and defense. The moment she saw an opening, she ordered it to attack the battle pet master. It seemed like the wind demon beast finally reacted. With just a slight teleport, it took out the Luo Feng. This scene made her turn pale with fright at its speed. The male commentator also got hyped as it flawlessly defeated the Luo Feng in a single, instantaneous move. Suddenly, it reached its hand towards Yan Ying, terrifying her. Its wind slashes wounded her all over her arms. Even her legs were sliced open by these cuts. This threw Huoji into a panic, and she questioned Ming Tong, who was standing there dumbfounded behind her. Yan Ying had clearly lost, so why wouldn't this wind demon beast stop attacking? Looking over at Li Ji, she was even more horrified to see that the guy had completely collapsed on the floor due to the massive difference in their levels. As for Yan Ying, she was utterly terrified as the wind demon beast kept cornering her, no matter how much she begged it to stop. Seeing that the wind demon beast had lost control, Ming Tong immediately ordered the referee to stop the match. And so, the referee summoned his wind god bird to handle the situation. Just as the wind god bird was flying towards her, a surge of power shot out from nowhere, cutting it off. This left Ming Tong, Huo Ji, and the white-haired young man completely baffled, wondering what on earth could be even faster than a wind god bird. The male announcer felt like things had gone way too far, and he was even more surprised when he saw that the flash of light was none other than the Thunderlight mouse. He couldn't believe she had summoned it to fight, though in reality, she hadn't done a thing. Only Huoji seemed to realize this. She knew damn well that if a beast tamer took a hit like that, they'd be dead 10 times over. Yet Yan Ying was somehow completely silent, summoning the Thunderlight Mouse. Or rather, it had been concealing its presence on the battlefield from the very beginning. Since Yan Ying's pet beast was now out, the male announcer declared the start of round 3. Hiding behind her protective shield, she was in a state of shock. The number of wind blades was growing, leaving her with no way to defend herself. However, at that very moment, the Thunderlight Mouse was summoning something. A warrior holding a sword and shield was summoned to the field. The instant this thing appeared, the audience absolutely lost their minds. They erupted in an uproar because this thing was an undead spirit. They couldn't believe a Thunderlight Mouse could use a demon-type skill. After seeing this, some people were already saying they wanted a Thunderlight Mouse of their own. While Yan Ying was still reeling from shock, she was suddenly lifted off her feet. The undead spirit embraced her, using its shield to protect both of them from the wind blades. The male announcer grinned, thinking that if you live long enough, you'll truly see everything. He never would have guessed that a Thunderlight Mouse possessed a demon system summoning skill. And what's more, the spirit it summoned could actually block the Wind Demon Beast's myriad phenomena Wind Slash. Right then, the Thunderlight Mouse suddenly became ferocious. It let out a few sharp squeaks as if giving a command, and in response, the Wind Demon Beast roared violently. Then, it teleported in a flash, shattering the ground as two streams of power, one black, one green, slammed into each other. Yan Ying, hiding behind the shield with the spirit, watched this, and worriedly called out to her Thunderlight Mouse. The male announcer, however, thought she was being far too reckless. To order it to directly attack a peak stage, adult phase level 5 Wind Demon Beast, even though the truth was, she hadn't given any order at all. After that direct clash, the announcer excitedly awaited the outcome, but the result was beyond anything he could have imagined. The Thunderlight Mouse had actually managed to send the out-of-control Wind Demon Beast on its way. The announcer's booming voice echoed through the stadium. When he saw the massive gash the Thunderlight Mouse had sliced into the Wind Demon Beast, he was even more stunned, assuming it had used the move Thunder Severance. He himself couldn't believe its power was so terrifying, and even the referee had to agree. Its killing intent was overwhelming, and he wondered if it was actually planning to finish off the Wind Demon Beast for good. With that, he turned to look at Yan Ying. He assumed this was her intention, but strangely, what he saw was a look of absolute panic on her face. From that, he guessed. Could it be that the Thunderlight Mouse has lost control too? This made him sigh, and think to himself that the newcomers these days were playing with way too much fire. He then ordered his Wind God Bird to attack the Thunderlight Mouse. He did this because he knew that if a pet beast lost control, the tamer, at worst, would have their right to compete revoked. He didn't want a promising young talent like Yan Ying to have her future cut short. Meanwhile, the Wind God Bird was closing in on the Thunderlight Mouse, which immediately sensed its presence. Without a moment's hesitation, it used the skill 10 Directional Thunder Prison to strike the Wind God Bird. Seeing that the situation was bad, the referee quickly recalled his beast. It soared high into the air and let out a piercing cry. The referee was horrified, never expecting the Thunderlight Mouse could actually injure it. He wondered how this could even be possible, because among level 7 beasts, only a handful could match the Wind God Bird's speed, let alone a Thunderlight Mouse. In the stands, the audience was in awe. Having witnessed the 10 Directional Thunder Prison firsthand, they knew that once locked by it, a target would be pierced by 10,000 bolts of lightning. Even a rock-type beast couldn't stand up to that move. As for Ming Tong, he stroked his beard and sighed in admiration. He thought it was incredible enough that the Thunderlight Mouse could use the level 7 Thunder Severance, but now it could even pull off the level 8 10 Directional Thunder Prison. The white-haired guy clicked his tongue, highly impressed by the skill of Yan Ying's beast. He felt a slight pang of regret that she had taught it that, but on second thought, he figured that for a beast with a mid-tier bloodline to be this powerful, well, that was more than enough for him to sell it at an astronomical price. Huoji was also frozen in place, unable to believe the Thunderlight Mouse wasn't even afraid of a level 7 Wind God Bird. She praised its courage and admitted to herself that she was starting to like Yan Ying more and more. At this point on the stage, it seemed the Wind God Bird had lost its cool. It created a massive tornado and launched it straight at the Thunderlight Mouse. Of course, neither of these two beasts was willing to back down. They both let out a shriek, making it clear they weren't afraid of a fight. Seeing that the situation had spiraled completely out of his hands, the referee tried desperately to calm down his Wind God Bird model. I had a bad feeling about letting it fight the out-of-control Thunderlight Mouse, because if that happened, the entire arena would get torn to shreds. As for Yandin, after being stunned for a moment, she finally snapped out of it. She joyfully called out to her Thunderlight Mouse, and asked if it had learned another high-level pet skill. Hearing its master's voice, the mouse switched from its aggressive state to an affectionate one, letting out a soft cry before leaping into her arms like a child. She, in turn, showered it with praise, calling it her precious treasure. This scene left the referee dumbfounded, realizing the pet wasn't out of control at all. Meanwhile, the divine wind bird furiously flapped its wings in frustration. And so, the match ended with the announcer declaring Yan Din as the winner. While holding her Thunderlight mouse, he congratulated her on advancing to the next round. Back at Su Ping's shop, he stretched and yawned widely, wondering to himself, "And they call times that times impressive?" It seems he was watching a show on how to enhance pets, which instructed, inject your own astral power into the body of this perfume cat. Bypass the meridians in its foreleg. By doing this, you can strengthen the perfume cat's front paw. The instructor also reminded viewers that the difficulty of this cultivation method lies in being extremely familiar with the pet's anatomy. Otherwise, the injected astral power can't be absorbed and will backfire. After watching up to this point, he fast-forwarded a bit. This next part showed that after injecting the astral power, the perfume cat had grown 12 centimeters longer when measured again. Its front paws were 2 centimeters longer, and the final result was a 1/5 increase in its foreleg attack power, all while shortening the training time. It now only took 3 months. After watching the program, Su Ping realized just how difficult it was to enhance a battle pet's combat power in this world. So, it was no wonder Yan Din was so shocked to see her own pet become unusually strong. Suddenly, he had an idea to make similar videos to attract customers. As he was pondering this idea, a luxury car suddenly pulled up in front of his shop. Yu Jing got out and greeted him. "Long time no see." He walked inside with Xiao Yu and asked, "Looks like you've got a lot of new stock, huh?" Seeing him, Su Ping asked if his arm was okay. Hearing this, Yu Jing suddenly laughed and asked, "You've probably never been to a hospital in the inner city, have you?" And just talking wasn't enough. He even threw a few punches to show off. After that, Yu Jing smugly boasted that, as long as you have money, the hospital can put you back together, even if every bone in your body is shattered. His words made Su Ping ask, "You must be loaded, huh?" So, he asked him to support his business a little by buying this undead-type pet food, offering him a discount. Looking at the pile of pet food, Yu Jing was stunned to see it was 100 times more expensive than the last time. Xiao Yu was also shocked, pointing out that a single pellet of this food cost almost as much as his arm surgery. Seeing that neither of them intended to buy anything, Su Ping told them to leave so he could get back to his training. Realizing he'd been a bit out of line, Yu Jing apologized. He admitted that Su Ping's strength was indeed greater than his. Besides, his real purpose for coming here was to invite him to join the action. He asked him if he was interested in pioneering. In the past, Blue Star was a planet with scarce resources, until one day, a colossal energy tore open space, forming the starry sky rifts. These unstable starry sky rifts act as bridges connecting to other, unknown planets. Some planets are rich in resources, some are overrun with ferocious beasts, and some are even as scorching hot as the sun itself. Thanks to the benefits from the starry sky rifts, humanity was able to continuously acquire resources from other planets, building powerful nations. But this prosperity only lasted a few hundred years. In order to fight for high-quality starry sky rifts, humanity fell into years of continuous civil war. The human population was reduced by more than half, and nearly 70% of Blue Star's surface became a barren wasteland. It was no longer suitable for living. The remaining survivors finally reached a consensus, formed a federation, and moved to settle in stable areas, places where starry sky rifts didn't appear often. For the sake of survival, the Federation poured all its efforts into cultivating battle pet masters. At the same time, they selected the top talents to act as pioneers, venturing into the starry sky rifts to search for treasures. All this information made Su Ping seriously consider the word pioneering. Yu Jing then confessed what happened last night. A new starry sky rift had appeared in the area outside Longjiang Base City, and his Black Wolf team was the first to enter. But they were ambushed and lost a blood flame fox. The moment he finished speaking, a system notification popped up. Su Ping had triggered a side quest, Find the Lost Pet. The reward was a god and demon skill training manual. Failure, however, would result in a 10-point deduction from his score. As soon as he saw the reward was a god and demon skill training manual, he began to consider it, because the last time, the chaotic astral energy map had been a huge help in improving his strength. So he figured this manual must be pretty decent too. Besides, he also wanted to test his skills in a real battle. The next day, at the gate of Longjiang Base City, an off-road vehicle was seen speeding down the road. In the control room, a soldier recognized it was the battle team's vehicle and notified the others to let it through the gate. The vehicle drove to Pioneer Base, number 38. Ye Jing led Su Ping to greet his team captain. The captain of the Black Wolf team was Fan Gongli. When he saw Su Ping, he asked Ye Jing if this was the expert he'd mentioned, and then asked for Su Ping's distinguished name. Unlike him, the vice captain, Li Ying, just watched in silence. Su Ping didn't mind telling them his name. His last name was Su, and Ping as in ordinary, nothing strange. Hearing this, Li Ying mentioned that he'd often heard Ye Jing talk about him. Now that they'd finally met, he was indeed a young hero. He then asked if Su Ping was maybe 20. Su Ping just blankly replied that he was 18. As soon as his age was revealed, all three members of the Black Wolf team froze in shock. With a nonchalant attitude, Li Ying asked if he was even old enough to have graduated as a battle pet master yet, and then asked which academy he was from. Su Ping deadpanned that he was self-taught. His response left Fan Gangli stunned once again. He then reminded Su Ping that this trip into the rift was extremely dangerous, and moreover, if he wanted to join their team, he needed to register his identity first. Also, to make cooperating in battle easier, he wanted to get acquainted with one of his battle pets. Su Ping didn't mind and summoned his pet, making it clear he had no intention of joining them. He was only here to find a crimson-tailed flame fox. This statement infuriated Li Ying. He scolded Su Ping for being so young, yet so arrogant, asking if he thought joining the pioneers was that easy. Seeing that he was losing his cool, Fan Gangli stopped him and reminded him not to be disrespectful. After all, he was Ye Jing's guest. Meanwhile, Su Ping was summoning the little skeleton. It appeared in a seriously cool pose. This left all three members of the Black Wolf team absolutely floored. But its cool entrance didn't even last a second before the little skeleton's head just fell right off, and the other three simultaneously dubbed it Little Skull. Seeing its head fall off, Su Ping propped it back up and checked the stone inside its skull. He remembered letting it absorb energy for about 7 or 8 days in the cultivation area before they left. Why was its head so big now? But he figured it should be fine for pioneering. This whole scene left Fan Gangli speechless. While Li Ying was so pissed, he looked like he was about to curse. Ye Jing quickly whispered to him, asking if this was seriously the only battle pet he had. Su Ping honestly replied that, for now, he only had this one. His words shocked Ye Jing yet again, because he knew his captain and vice captain had tempers hotter than fire. If he screwed this up, he was done for. However, Su Ping reassured him that since he accepted the task, he wouldn't let him down. Next, he suddenly ordered the little skeleton to draw its sword. A tremor ran through the area, and then it quickly sheathed its sword. This move left the three members of the Black Wolf team with their jaws on the floor. It was unbelievable. Its speed was just too fast. They only managed to see the motion of it sheathing the sword. Even more shocking, they saw the ground where they stood had been fractured into pieces. The terminal requested Su Ping to step forward and enter his identity information. It was performing a retinal scan. A moment later, the terminal displayed his personal information. Real name, Su Ping, straight male, 18 years old. Attended Blue Dragon Kindergarten, elementary and middle school at Shenying. Finally, high school at Baiwu. No battle pet master bloodline or affiliated family. It only listed his father as Su Yuanshan and his mother as Li Qingru. His younger sister was Su Lingyue. Just then, the terminal announced it had received authorization and had registered him as a temporary pioneer. After receiving that notification, he curiously asked, "So, is that it?" Ye Jing was still amazed by his background. He couldn't believe Su Ping had attended such normal schools and still managed to awaken on his own to become a battle pet master. And he was only 18 years old. Suddenly, Li Ying chimed in with a sarcastic tone, telling Su Ping not to celebrate too soon. He explained that although temporary pioneers could accumulate merits normally, it didn't mean they had the same privileges as official pioneers. He also warned that if Su Ping caused any trouble out there, he would still be punished just the same. Fearing a conflict between the two, Ye Jing quietly invited Su Ping to follow him. As they walked, he tried to reassure Su Ping not to worry, saying that if he got arrested, he would bail him out. Before anything even happened, he arrogantly told Su Ping there was no need to thank him. Su Ping himself was just speechless at this guy's obsession with breaking privileges or whatever. A little later, everyone arrived at the Pioneer Federal Armory. Standing before this place, he was a bit stunned. His gaze fell upon the armor and weapons stockpiled inside. Fan Gongli then told him to pick out a few items for self-defense. Since the desolate area was quite dangerous, he said it would be his treat. Su Ping looked at the gear and was secretly amazed. It was all treasure you couldn't normally find on the market. However, before he made a choice, the man gave him a subtle reminder. that he didn't have the money to pay for any of the really high-end stuff. Su Ping heard this and said he understood, while Yu Jing was still marveling at the sheer scale of the Pioneer Armory. Just then, he noticed an item whose beauty rivaled the treasures from his cultivation plane. He guessed it must have been collected from another star system. After a bit of browsing, Fan Gangli asked if he was done choosing. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed to one item and selected it. This stunned the 3 members of the Black Wolf squad. They never expected him to choose a cultivation technique. It was basically a level 1 treasure, with a merit cost of only 1. At this, Li Ying burst out laughing, while Fan Gangli was more polite and only let out a small chuckle. Yu Jing frantically reminded Su Ping that they were going on an expedition, meaning they wanted him to pick armor and weapons. So why on earth would he choose a technique used for cultivation? Hearing this, he simply said that before he found a star pet, he didn't want to owe them too much. He also reassured the guy, telling him not to worry because he knew exactly what he was doing. Fan Gangli stopped smiling. He guessed the technique was meant for long-term cultivation. He wondered if Su Ping was just clueless, or if he was so confident in his own strength that he'd choose something like this. But either way, he hoped it was the latter. Suddenly, Su Ping was handed a set of armor, which caught him by surprise. Yu Jing, while putting on his own armor, explained that it was a gift from Fan Gangli. This armor could block most attacks from a 5th-rank star pet. The reason? It'd be way too embarrassing if their Black Wolf squad failed. Su Ping just chuckled and said he got it. Outside, night had fallen, and stars glittered in the sky. In the wilderness, beyond the gates of Longjiang City, Su Ping asked Yu Jing how much he knew about this spatial rift. He replied clearly that its danger level was temporarily rated as B rank, usually hiding demon-type beasts, and no minerals had been discovered yet. After hearing this, he felt like he'd come to the right place. He then continued to ask about the 2 severely injured members, wanting to know who their replacement was. He honestly replied that this person was found by Li Ying. He was the ruthless type, so he advised Su Ping not to provoke him. Suddenly, something appeared. It looked like the leg of some kind of beast. It dropped right in front of the star pet that was carrying them. Seeing this, Su Ping yelled out, "Who's there?" Just then, the pioneer Mo Kong appeared. He complained that they were so slow, he was getting sleepy just waiting for them. A while later, after getting into formation, the group arrived in front of the spatial rift. Su Ping was helping a trembling Yu Jing get down to the ground, while the guy was still boasting that his strong willpower was the only reason he didn't fall off. He claimed that if you fell down there, you'd be toast, even if you were above the 6th rank. Of course, Su Ping had no interest in listening to his bull. On the other side, Mo Kong casually asked Fan Gangli if he'd heard that their team's Crimson Flame Fox had gotten lost. The leader sighed, admitting it was true, and complained that if the pet's master wasn't so damn absent-minded, he really wouldn't want to go into the spatial rift just to find it. Hearing this, Mo Kong smugly said he should have brought an elite like him along in the first place. The leader could only laugh awkwardly in agreement, not realizing that this guy had been sizing up Su Ping for a while now. He asked who Su Ping was and why there was no information about him in the files. The leader quickly introduced him as the outside help that Yu Jing had found. This prompted Mo Kong to ask Su Ping if this was his first time in a desolate area. Su Ping, however, demanded that he explain his little stunt from earlier. This attitude immediately soured Mo Kong's mood. He wondered who the hell this guy thought he was to question him. He then retorted that if a little thing like that was enough to rattle him, then what right did he have to enter a desolate area? Sensing the tension in the air, Fan Gangli stepped in to explain. He said that Su Ping wasn't an official pioneer, but he was an expert when it came to the behavior of star pets, so he was more than capable. It seemed to smooth things over. But Mo Kong was still contemptuous of Su Ping, thinking, so what if you're capable? If that's all it took, then anyone could be a pioneer. He was still holding a grudge about the glare Su Ping gave him, so he demanded that once they all entered the desolate area, everyone had to follow his command. Otherwise, when a crisis hit, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Fan Gangli, not wanting any trouble, assured him he would manage everyone properly. Unlike him, however, Su Ping was already getting annoyed with this Mo Kong character, and that terrifying look in his eyes was inadvertently noticed by the man. He was startled because it was as cold as if he were staring at a corpse. He wondered to himself, is this really his first time in a desolate area? At the Stellar Fissure, everyone began to head inside. After the rest of the group had entered, only 2 people were left behind, Su Ping and Fan Yujing. This guy was walking along when he suddenly turned back to tell Su Ping that a pioneer, they're very straightforward, so I hope you won't hold it against them. Of course, he didn't mind. As he replied, he smirked, because, as it turned out, his way of thinking was just like that other guy's. A moment later, they had all made it to the other side of the rift. Fan Gangli ordered his teammates to increase the light, as they were now on a different planet. Stepping onto an unfamiliar world, everyone was on high alert. Mokong scanned the surroundings to assess the situation, reporting no beast detected yet. He told everyone to stick close together. This planet was vast, with a giant purple planet hanging in the sky above, accompanied by towering, sky-piercing stone pillars. Looking down from above, the 5 of them seemed incredibly small. At that moment, a dense forest stood before them, a barrier they had to cross. Team Captain Fan Gangli immediately ordered Li Ying to scout a path. Li Ying sent his astral pet soaring into the sky to survey the area, but the fog was so thick it was impossible to see anything from above. Seeing this, the captain asked if there were any other routes to go around. But after scouting for a while, the results were clear. Every single path was swarming with vicious beasts. There was no way through. Just then, Ye Jing spotted something else, a small, unidentified pet by the lakeshore up ahead. Hearing Ye Jing's report, Mo Kong, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. With a deadpan expression, he told him to go check it out. If it was a high-level fiend, they'd deal with it then. After using his identification glasses, he confirmed the small pet was an adult armored scale tiger. Fan Gangli estimated its combat power to be around the 5th rank. Seeing this pitifully low rank, Mo Kong arrogantly declared he would just kill it himself. Despite this, Fan Gangli seemed a bit uneasy. He warned that the best approach was a swift victory. They shouldn't linger for too long. Mo Kong's face, however, was filled with confidence. A creature like this was no problem for him. "I'll make it quick," he boasted, "and the credit will be all mine." But just then, Su Ping realized something was wrong. He turned to the captain. "Are you sure about that assessment? Can we double-check?" He then asked to borrow the captain's night vision goggles for a closer look. Hearing this, Mo Kong's face darkened. He shot Su Ping a sharp glare, furious that their judgment was being questioned. But Su Ping remained completely unfazed by the icy stare and sarcastic tone. He simply began to calmly analyze the situation for them. "Armored scale tigers," he explained, "rarely ever drink water. They get most of their hydration from eating small insects. Besides, in this kind of weather and temperature, an armored scale tiger wouldn't just be wandering around outside." Hearing Su Ping's convincing analysis, it suddenly dawned on Ye Jing everything he said was absolutely right. Armored scale, tigers are tropical astral pets. They would never appear in a cold, damp place like this. Now, even he was starting to have doubts. "You're sure you didn't misidentify it, right?" he asked. Li Ying used his night vision goggles to check again. "No," he confirmed. "It looks exactly like an armored scale tiger. There's no mistaking it." Seeing his 2 teammates confirm the identification, Mo Kong scoffed with a mocking tone. "What a waste of time, letting some amateur call the shots. What a complete waste of our precious time." With that, he ordered his forest serpent to go finish off the pet. Following its master's command, the serpent lunged straight for the beast. But suddenly, the creature they thought was an armored scale tiger began to distort. One side of its body decayed into a white skeleton as red tentacles erupted from its flesh. Seeing this, Fan Gangli began to panic, breaking out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is it dead? Wait a second. Don't tell me that was just a disguise." Just then, Mo Kong's forest serpent sank its fangs into the camouflaged beast. Su Ping's face turned grim. "Mo Kong," he yelled, "if you don't want your pet to die, order it to let go and retreat now." But that guy was just too stubborn. Hearing Su Ping's words, he roared back. He got right in his face. "Who the hell do you think you are? When did it become your place to give me orders?" While he was busy arguing, the disguised beast struck back against his pet. It dissolved into a stream of red light and shot directly into the forest serpent's body. The captain then remembered Su Ping mentioning a soul beast. He'd rarely ever encountered a demon-type beast before, so he asked him to explain this type in more detail. Seeing the urgency, Su Ping began to lay it all out. An adult soul beast has a combat power of the 7th rank. They frequently disguise themselves as weaker creatures to lure their prey in close. And once it gets inside its target's body, it quickly dissolves them from the inside out. Sweat dripped from the captain's brow as he tried to figure out a plan. "If it's 7th rank," he declared, "then we'll all attack it together." But Su Ping, looking toward the beast, warned, "The most terrifying thing about a soul beast isn't its own body. It's the creature that lives in symbiosis with it. The soul beast. And the blood soul beast." Ye Jing stammered, unable to speak, refusing to believe what he was hearing. At that moment, Su Ping's silhouette seemed almost mysterious. He confirmed once more, Wherever a soul beast appears, a blood soul beast is usually lurking nearby. And looking at the scene before us, that red lake, with the forest serpent thrashing inside. If I'm not mistaken, the liquid in that lake isn't water at all. It's blood. The moment he finished speaking, another beast in the lake was completely devoured by the red liquid. From their vantage point, they could see a vast expanse of red, and in the center of that bloody pool, a massive eye slowly opened. That's right, it was a blood soul beast, lying in wait. It was only now that Mokong finally understood the meaning of fear. His face was a mask of terror, and when the mental link with his forest serpent was severed, he began to tremble uncontrollably. A monster. Su Ping felt that things were about to get. Things were getting so bad that he broke out in a cold sweat, immediately telling everyone to hurry. This 7th rank soul beast was just feeding it, and next to it was the blood soul beast, which had to be at least a 9th rank. The blood soul beast now surfaced, and it was horrifyingly massive. Its eye was encased in a thick, swirling layer of blood. Seeing its form, you could tell this was likely a beast king. The blood soul beast unleashed its tentacles, relentlessly chasing Su Ping's group. The situation was dire. There was no way they could outrun that thing. So, Li Ying and the captain summoned a bloodthirsty demon wolf and a winged spear dragon. Instantly, 2 enormous beasts appeared at their summons. The captain ordered everyone to quickly climb onto the 2 pets. The monster was now accelerating its chase. At this colossal size, it looked truly terrifying. To it, Su Ping's group was nothing more than tiny ants. The captain immediately ordered Li Ying to map out a route. From what he could see, there were 2 paths available, east and west. To the east were several unidentified vicious beasts, while the west seemed safe for now. Looking at the map, you could see it was a long way from the Star Vale fissure to where the Crimson Flame Fox went missing. However, the surrounding area was filled with many more unidentified beasts. They were now in a bind, unsure of which way to go. Fan Gangli was so helpless at this point that he just started spouting nonsense. Are there really no other options? That guy, Mo Kong, was adamant, telling everyone they had to go west. He'd already lost a pet because he didn't listen to Su Ping, and only now was he feeling the regret. He was afraid that pushing forward recklessly would be a death sentence. Despite hearing Mo Kong out, the captain wanted to hear Su Ping's opinion too. So he turned and asked him. As if he'd been waiting for this very question, Su Ping gave a satisfied smile. His suggestion was the complete opposite of Mo Kong's. Go directly east. Hearing this, Mo Kong exploded, screaming, "What did you say?" Meanwhile, Li Ying and Fan Gongli's pets were running for their lives, dodging the blood soul beast's tentacles. But Mo Kong refused to accept Su Ping's plan to go east. Are you insane? Isn't 1 blood soul beast enough for you? Li Ying also chimed in, agreeing they should retreat, not push on. Captain Fan Gongli was panicking too by now, his face drenched in sweat. He grimaced, asking Su Ping if heading east was really the right move. If we're wrong, then. But before he could finish, Su Ping cut him off. His expression was dead serious, tense as a drawn bowstring. He absolutely wasn't kidding. And if this captain wanted to find the Crimson Fox and make it back alive, he'd better trust him. Everything depended on Fan Gangli's decision. But he had to be quick, because there was no more time to think. Seeing that Su Ping didn't seem to be bluffing, he decided to trust him, and he prayed this wouldn't be the last decision he ever made. Immediately, the captain ordered Li Ying to head east. By now, the blood soul beast had nearly caught up to them. The captain directed everyone to turn into a canyon. The 2 pets and Li Ying's scout bird were followed closely by the blood soul beast. It kept chasing them, even though the terrain had narrowed considerably. Just then, the vice captain noticed something and immediately called out to the captain. It turned out, looking at the map, he saw that the other vicious beasts had all vanished without a trace. The reason for this strange phenomenon was that they sensed the blood soul beast right on their tail. So they all got scared off? What's going on? The captain, confused, looked back at the blood soul beast. He saw it was pursuing them more slowly now. This allowed their 2 pets to put a safe distance between them and the monster. Fan Gongli realized the blood soul beast's desire to chase them had weakened. Although its combat power was immense, it wasn't an active predator. Su Ping calmly explained, this blood soul beast prefers to lure its prey using soul beasts, and it much prefers for its meals to come to it, rather than hunting them down. Besides, this canyon is too narrow for its massive body, and it's not like we're some kind of gourmet delicacy. Only an idiot would give up the free food outside to crawl into this cramped hole just to hunt. Hearing Su Ping's thorough analysis, the captain felt like he'd just learned a profound new truth. He nodded in complete agreement with what Su Ping had just said. If he had the same deep knowledge as Su Ping, he wouldn't have chosen to retreat either. He then glanced over at Mo Kong, the one who'd proposed retreating west. Seeing the captain's gaze on him, Mo Kong's embarrassment turned to anger. He started making excuses for himself, snapping, "What are you looking at me for? How was I supposed to know about the Blood Soul Beast's habits?" Just then, Li Ying informed Fan Gangli that they were close to where they lost the Crimson Fox. However, there was one vicious beast still lingering, at the canyon's exit. Su Ping immediately asked to borrow Mo Kong's night vision device. Given what he'd just heard from Li Ying, Mo Kong knew he'd be in deep trouble if he didn't hand over the night vision goggles to Su Ping. He had no choice. With no other choice, he was forced to take off the glasses and hand them to Su Ping, but he still stood there arrogantly, taunting me, "Take it, you pauper." And with that, he tossed the glasses to him. Su Ping simply replied with a curt thanks, and quickly installed them into position. Night vision image enhancement software installed. Looking through the glasses, he saw a female demon wielding a sword. According to him, it was a fully grown deathly phantom, with a predicted combat power of level 5. Hearing this, the team leader seemed a bit panicked, seeing as there was a demon-type beast right ahead. Is this going to be a problem? But unlike everyone else, Su Ping wasn't scared at all, because he had already planned his next move. He summoned his battle pet, the little skeleton. The little skeleton appeared instantly, moving into action as usual. Following Su Ping's command, his battle pet began to draw its red sword. It immediately used an intermediate-level sword technique, lunging towards the deathly phantom like a flash of lightning. With just a single slash, the demon vanished into thin air. This left everyone absolutely stunned, their faces tighter than a bowstring about to snap. The little skeleton's instant kill was truly decisive. Yu Jing couldn't believe that just one effortless slash could so cleanly dispose of a demon-type creature. If he'd known it would be this easy, he would have just listened to Su Ping. However, Mo Kong seemed unimpressed, brushing it off as a lucky shot he could have made himself. He was seething with frustration, because Diep was now paying attention to Su Ping. A while later, they had traveled quite a distance, and were no longer being pursued by the Blood Soul beasts. In front of them now was a colossal mountain. The team leader warned them about it, saying it was extremely dangerous. The last time, they encountered a high-level beast there, and lost the Blood Lake. At this, Su Ping told everyone to make the most of their time, and search for clues together. Following his lead, everyone began to search. Suddenly, the multi-eared monkey started screeching as if it had an announcement. Yu Jing noticed and asked, "What's it found to be making such a racket?" From behind its tail, the multi-eared monkey pulled out a severed arm. A quick look confirmed it was wearing a black cloud, gold gauntlet, and only pioneer leaders would have the resources to afford such high-quality gear. Yu Jing broke out in a cold sweat, shocked that a team leader could have died so horribly here. It was a clear sign that he must have encountered an incredibly powerful monster for such a tragedy to occur. Just then, Su Ping also started to approach, needing to examine their new discovery. However, the moment he told Mo Kong to let him see the arm, that guy scoffed, acting as if Su Ping knew nothing about high-end items like this. Once again, Su Ping told him to hand over the arm. Mo Kong got right in Su Ping's face. "Getting a kick out of ordering me around, are you? Don't even think about dragging me into this." He then bragged that he was a silver medal pioneer. If he were to kill a no-name battle pet master like him, he'd get a slap on the wrist at most. The guy then threw the hand on the ground and told him to pick it up himself if he wanted it. Su Ping's eyes turned murderously cold. As he bent down to pick up the arm, Yu Jing wondered what kind of beef these two had. Holding the arm and examining it, the claw's blood had already dried. The owner had probably been dead for a few days. However, a thick dark aura still lingered around the wound. Could there be a high-level demon-type beast nearby? Seeing Su Ping's serious expression, the team leader began to tremble. Did you find a clue?" Just then, Su Ping sighed. If there really was a high-level demon type, it had been days already. It's probably long gone by now. That's why he simply reported to the captain that there were no traces of it. Hearing that, this punk named Mac let out a smug laugh, as if he'd just hit the jackpot. He actually thought our hero's serious face meant he had some brilliant plan, but who would have guessed? The louder he laughed. At that moment, Su Ping got into a stance, his eyes laser-focused, and without a hint of hesitation, he drove his fist straight into Mo Kong's face. The other three went pale, completely shocked by Su Ping's sudden action. Getting punched sent that guy into a blind rage. You damn brat. I'm gonna send you to your grave." Furious from the punch, he hastily drew his sword, dead set on sending Su Ping to meet his maker. Immediately, he swung his sword straight at Su Ping. But before he could land the blow, a red light flashed. and suddenly the tip of a blade was pointing right at Mo's neck, freezing him in place. The scene was incredibly tense. Mo Kong's sword was aimed at Su Ping, while the little skeleton's sword was aimed at Mo Kong. Ambushed so suddenly, he couldn't believe it. Since when had it? He'd summoned his little skeleton. The man was forced to stay completely still. If he moved an inch, the skeleton's blade would send him to the next life. Just then, Li Ying also drew his sword, pressing it against Su Ping's neck, trying to force him to order his battle pet to lower its weapon. With two swords at his neck, one in front and one behind, he showed no fear. He calmly glanced at Li Ying, wondering why he didn't just have Mo Kong strike first. This scene completely stunned Yu Jing. His face went pale as he stammered, telling Su Ping to calm down. He had no idea why this guy had suddenly attacked someone. Su Ping's face was colder than ice, his gaze sharp and his tone steely. This was all because that guy, Mo Kong, had brought this on himself time and time again. After being provoked for the 7th time, Little Skeleton finally snapped. Its eyes blazed with a terrifying killing intent, just like Su Ping's. The pressure radiating from Little Skeleton was immense, suppressing everything around it with a fiery red aura. Asterisk. If this guy keeps this up, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Asterisk. Li Ying's jaw dropped in utter shock as he felt that killing intent. The thought flashed through his mind. Su Ping was confident enough to kill every single one of them on the spot. This Mo Feng guy. He really wouldn't know fear until he was dead. He was still all talk, shouting at Su Ping. "What's with the big show? Don't think for a second that I wouldn't dare to touch you." However, seeing that things were going a little too far, the captain, Fan Gongli, immediately stepped in to stop them. He wanted to resolve the issue peacefully, so he apologized to Mo Feng on Su Ping's behalf and promised to compensate him for his losses after this was all over. He'd even give him another anaconda, asking him to just let it go as a favor to the captain. The mission had to come first. Yu Jing, drenched in a cold sweat, quickly backed up the captain, begging Su Ping to let go of his grudge. He said that infighting was the biggest taboo in these desolate lands. If they fought amongst themselves, none of them would make it back safely. Mo Feng's sword was still pointed at Su Ping. He stared right at it, feeling that someone who wouldn't follow orders would only bring more trouble to the team. Better to cut out a problem than to keep one around. Little Skeleton's sword tip was now touching Mo Feng's neck. It was enough to draw blood. It was only then that he started to feel true fear, glaring back through gritted teeth. With the blade at his neck, his hands trembled uncontrollably, feeling like he couldn't hold on any longer. He let his arm drop, clutching his bleeding throat. His face was filled with resentment as he spat at Su Ping. "I'll remember your face." This guy's mouth was tougher than reinforced concrete. For now, he'd back down and follow his orders. But he swore that once the mission was over, he would make him pay dearly. The next move would be under his command. He turned to Li Ying, asking for the vice captain's opinion as a sign of respect. Li Ying's face went blank, his mind in chaos. If they really fought, he was sure Su Ping wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. On the other hand, he wondered if Su Ping had seen through their situation, that in a moment like this, they had no choice but to prioritize the mission. A storm of thoughts raged in his head, but he settled on one answer. He would only follow the captain's orders, so Su Ping shouldn't ask for his opinion. Just then, Captain Fan Gangli walked over to Su Ping and placed a hand on his shoulder. In his view, Su Ping's initiative was a good thing, but if he actively started another conflict like that again, the captain absolutely would not forgive him. Not as easily as he did this time. Though he said that out loud, the captain then began to whisper into Su Ping's ear. This caught him completely by surprise. The captain could see his talent and capabilities with just a single glance, so he had no objection to Su Ping taking the lead on the next move. The captain also sensed that Mo Feng was the type who wouldn't let things go easily. The captain advised Su Ping to be careful of him. There was a good chance he'd try to pull a dirty trick along the way. And he was right. Looking at Mo Feng's face right now, there was no other expression besides pure, unadulterated hatred. Su Ping just gave a slight smile and told the captain he understood. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot straight up into the sky. This immediately drew everyone's attention. The captain ordered them all to assemble and prepare to check out the situation. But at that very moment, Chen Shan and Gu Shui were in grave danger. Both she and the man were severely injured. Seeing how bad things looked, Gu Shui told Chen Shan to run ahead and leave her behind. Facing them was a monstrously huge beast. Even though both of their battle pets were fighting it with all their might, things weren't looking good at all. The vicious beast let out a deafening roar. The two of them were already exhausted. And on top of that, they were hit with a mental shockwave from the beast, making a terrible situation even worse. The vicious beast then unleashed a barrage of sharp blades, directly taking down both battle pets. One of the blades flew straight for Chen Shan. He was paralyzed with fear. His entire body was frozen in place. However, for some unknown reason, the blade suddenly shattered into pieces. Li Ying's battle pet had dealt with it in an instant. The other two collapsed to the ground in surprise. To avoid any misunderstanding, Captain Fan Gangli introduced his group. We're the Black Wolf team. They had come because they'd seen the distress signal the two had sent up earlier. Chen Shan struggled to warn everyone to be careful, because the beast that attacked them was the sea ghost beast. Hearing that name, the captain's vigilance increased tenfold, because this was the very same creature that had ambushed his team before. The massive sea ghost beast began to advance, ready to attack Su Ping's group. The distance between them and the beast was closing fast. With no time to waste, Su Ping, Mo Feng, and the captain rushed to pull the two injured explorers up. That bastard Mo Feng pretended to warn everyone to be careful of the shaking, but then he shoved Su Ping off the battle pet. This caused both him and Gu Shui to fall straight to the ground. Su Ping was stunned for a moment, but it was too late. The sea ghost beast was already upon them. It raised its massive, terrifying foot, ready to crush everything. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. Its stomp created a massive shockwave, sending dirt and rock flying. Luckily, Yu Jing and Li Ying managed to protect Su Ping and Gu Shui in time. They had just saved both of their lives. Afraid that Su Ping would fall to the ground again, Yu Jing told him to hold on tight to his hand. This completely ruined his plan to get rid of Su Ping, and he couldn't hide his annoyance. The situation was tense. Su Ping asked Vice Captain Li Ying to find a path with flat terrain. This made him wonder, could it be that the difficult terrain wasn't slowing this ghost corpse beast down at all? The current terrain was only slowing them times down. It didn't affect the beast in the slightest. And this guy, he'd almost died just moments ago. Yet he wasn't panicking at all. The captain informed them that on the way here, he'd seen numerous severed limbs. Along with those were the corpses of battle pets. He hesitated before asking, could it be that out of Chen Shan and Gu Shui's entire team, you're the only two survivors? Hearing this, Chen Shan gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. His last Earthshield beast had just been sacrificed a moment ago. Gu Shui, at this point, was severely injured. She said her sacred flame bird could still keep fighting. The bird was still flying, parallel to them, despite the deep gash in its side. Fan Gangli clenched his jaw as he looked at Gu Shui's pet. Among 8th rank pets, the sacred flame bird was considered a powerful one, yet it had been wounded this badly. He feared the combat power of this ghost corpse beast was nearing the maximum level. The massive, bony creature was still relentlessly chasing after them, forcing everyone to flee for their lives in total chaos. The ghost corpse beast's weak spot was surrounded by a layer of incredibly hard bone. Relying on the little skeleton's attacks alone would be absolutely impossible to break through. That defense, Su Ping felt he would probably need everyone's help. Once this was over, he would find that bastard, Lin Mo Kong, and settle the score. He would show him absolutely no mercy. Suddenly, Chen Shan shouted, startling Mo Kong and the captain. So start, he proposed. If we keep running like this, none of us will make it back alive. That's why I want everyone to leave a battle pet behind. This would allow them to escape from the ghost corpse beast. Hearing this proposal, Mo Kong screamed his head off. He had just been forced to hand over one of his pets, a Cendrillon python, and now Chen Shan was telling him to sacrifice another one. Chen Shan placed a hand on his chest, declaring with absolute certainty that when they got out of this place, he, Chen Shan, would personally and fully compensate for any and all battle pets that were lost. Not just compensation, either. There would also be a thank you gift. He would absolutely not go back on his word. Hearing the name Chen Shan, the captain finally realized he was the famous gold medal pioneer from the rankings. But despite the generous compensation and gifts, Mo Kong was still furious and refused to compromise. After all, it took him so much time and effort to train his battle pets. Did Chen Shan think he could just buy them back that easily? I'll pay triple the price. He boldly offered to pay 3 times the value for the lost pets. The moment he heard triple the price, Mo Kong's attitude did a complete 180, faster than you can flip a pancake. It was clear that money made him completely forget about his precious pets. He yelled over to Li Ying, telling him to have everyone on his side leave a pet behind, or else they'd all be meeting their ancestors. Hearing this, Vice Captain Li Ying also began to open a summoning gate. You all heard him, right? To survive, everyone needs to contribute a little. As Li Ying spoke, everyone's expressions sank. Yu Jing also had to obey, not daring to argue. Gu Shui looked at her sacred flame bird, an indescribable, bittersweet emotion welling up inside her. She couldn't bear to leave it behind. Just then, Su Ping let out a sigh. He suddenly leaped off his pet, landing on the ground with his little skeleton. Facing them now was the ghost corpse beast, charging at them full speed. Seeing what he'd just done, Yu Jing was completely bewildered. But Mo Kong, a gleeful smile spread across his face, and his heart leaped with joy. A new scheme formed in his mind. He thought to himself, if you want to be a hero, then you can just die here alone. I absolutely will not let anyone stop to save you. Suddenly, countless skeletal hands erupted from the ground, blocking everyone's escape route. They were all completely shocked and terrified. It's bad, we're surrounded. Just then, countless skeletons, big and small, appeared. But the strangest thing was, they weren't moving at all. This made them. The captain was stunned. These skeletons weren't reacting at all. Could it be they had no intention of attacking them? All of these skeletons were created by Little Skeleton, undead enslavement. In this space, there were countless skeletons, so many that they formed a dense wall. Red light flickered between them, creating a truly demonic glow. Just then, Su Ping called out the captain. How could he be so heartless as to abandon a pet that had been by his side for so long? So easily? That's a little scary, Captain. As he said this, his face was terrifying, his eyes completely lifeless. At the same time, under Su Ping's command, his battle pet, Little Skeleton, began to emit a murderous red aura, and with that, the entire skeleton army began to advance. The scene descended into chaos as the skeletons charged forward one by one, challenging the oceanic demon beast. However, compared to the monster, they looked incredibly tiny and were easily swatted away by the beast. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Ping ordered Little Skeleton to hide on the flank and then enter the battlefield. He instructed it to conceal its aura and launch a surprise attack. In the blink of an eye, his battle pet landed, a long, red slash on the monster. An unexpected attack like that threw it completely off balance. At that moment, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe a Tier 8 beast could be so easily overpowered by a tiny little skeleton. Seeing that the situation seemed favorable, the captain summoned his pet, ready to provide support. When Su Ping saw the captain joining in, Ye Jing quickly joined the battle as well. Li Ying contacted Mo Kong, telling him to fight alongside the captain. However, he clearly wasn't happy about it. He fundamentally didn't want to help Su Ping. The vice captain tried to persuade him, saying that if he deserted now, he'd become a laughingstock when word got out. On the other hand, if they could defeat the oceanic demon beast, the merits they earned could be exchanged for several new pets. Hearing this, Mo Kong gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. He was furious, because once again, he had to follow Su Ping's lead. Everyone's pets appeared one by one. Captain Fan Gangli's bloodthirsty demon wolf, Vice Captain, Li Ying's azure-winged serpent, Ye Jing's mountain shaker beast, Gu Shue's holy flame bird, and finally, Mo Kong's six-armed demon ape. Immediately, all the pets charged towards the oceanic demon beast at once. It was a truly formidable force. The beast had already taken a few hits from Little Skeleton and its army, so it was already considerably injured. The six-armed demon ape immediately unleashed an intermediate-level beast skill. Its attack landed squarely on the monster's face. The holy flame bird and the azure-winged serpent weren't far behind, unleashing maximum ray and frost breath one after another. The oceanic demon beast was now being hit from all sides. From above, it took attacks from the bird and the serpent, while from below, it absorbed another shock from the mountain shaker beast with its destroyer punch. The creature was now suffering, taking a merciless beating. Under so many attacks, even a Tier 8 beast couldn't withstand it. The bones around its mouth and face began to shatter into pieces. Ye Jing was ecstatic, praising the pets non-stop. That was incredible. You knocked the oceanic demon beast's teeth all over the ground. The captain immediately ordered his bloodthirsty demon wolf press the attack. Fresh blood beast hunt. The captain's pet moved like lightning. It lunged at the beast whose teeth had been knocked out and struck it with a powerful blow. This shattered its ribs. However, Chen Shan immediately noticed something was wrong. Su Ping was surprised that the solid rib cage had opened up. Gu Shui had also seen the problem, and she shouted a warning to everyone. Get back, it's a mental shockwave. Chen Shan and Gu Shui had realized it early and were already hiding right behind a shield. Everyone else quickly formed protective barriers as well. The oceanic demon beast went berserk, unleashing a massive wave that battered their minds. Its scream sent all the pets flying. The situation was now dire. Everyone struggled to keep their shields from breaking against the shockwave. However, Li Ying quickly discovered that his azure-winged serpent had been killed. After the mental shockwave, the captain anxiously tried to connect with his bloodthirsty demon wolf. He hoped it would respond to him. The scene was now one of devastation, with the pets all lying motionless on the ground. The oceanic demon beast quickly got back up, its expression dark, as it began to reassemble all of its recently broken bones. Chen Shan collapsed to his knees in despair. Their entire assault had been completely useless. It was true. A bunch of tier 6 and 7 beasts could never defeat that tier 8. It was a fool's errand. The oceanic demon beast was now fully recovered. It created a barrage of sharp bone spikes and launched them straight at the pets lying strewn across the ground. Seeing this, the group grew extremely worried. This was bad. They were too far away from their pets, and there was no way to recall them into their pet space. Mo Kong started blaming Su Ping for his reckless commands, saying they should run away immediately. But Su Ping remained calm and quietly ordered Little Skeleton, use intermediate sword technique, model. Receiving the command, it immediately obeyed. A single slash was all it took to completely wipe out the sea demon beast's spikes. Seeing the little skeleton still standing tall and fighting, the group was astonished. Why didn't it pass out like the other battle pets? That attack was a level 8 psychic shock. How could it possibly still be standing? He calmly explained that if it had tried to brute force its way through the shock, of course it wouldn't have been able to withstand it. However, what would happen if the little skeleton used its corpse roar at the same time? The captain then recalled that when corpse roar is released, it does indeed create a small-scale explosion. However, he couldn't believe it could actually cancel out the attack from his completely shaken. The team captain was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. He furrowed his brow, replaying that battle scene in his mind. This fighting style, it was completely unheard of. Besides, no ordinary person would ever risk their life just to test such a dangerous theory. Moreover, the timing of that final release. Without practicing it hundreds of times, it would be impossible to seize the perfect moment. Staring at Su Ping's back, Fan Kuangliet couldn't even begin to imagine what he must have gone through to gain this wealth of knowledge and experience. The ghoul beast child had lost its patience. A horrifying purple light erupted from its rib cage. Everyone's faces turned pale. Could that be the tier 9 skill, Death Destruction? A massive, dark purple beam of light engulfed the entire sky. That guy, Mo, was so terrified, he just dropped everything and ran for his life. I'm not crazy enough to die with you guys. Death Destruction is about to hit. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius will be vaporized. As if he'd been waiting for this very moment, Su Ping seized the opportunity and gave the order to the little skeleton. The little skeleton's killing intent formed a terrifying skull-like aura. The ground beneath it shattered as it took its stance. Everything was ready. A black light shrouded in red shot straight towards the ghoul beast child. The impact sent the creature flying backward. The captain, vice captain, and Yu Jing were absolutely stunned, their faces drained of all color. The ghoul beast child took the full force of the shockwave created by the little skeleton, leaving it nearly disintegrated. The purple light dissipated. The ghoul beast child had been completely annihilated. Standing on its corpse was now the little skeleton. The ghoul beast child's ribs had scattered, lying in pieces all over the ground. Nearby were everyone else's pet beasts. Su Ping just stood there, calmly facing the chaotic scene. The little skeleton had successfully killed the tier 8 ghoul beast child. Its combat power leveled up, and its intermediate swordsmanship was upgraded to advanced swordsmanship. Just like that, the ghoul beast child was dead. Captain Fan Kuangliet's group, including Chen Shan and Gu Shui, were all completely floored. Beads of sweat rolled down their faces. The captain still couldn't believe what he had just seen. He thought the little skeleton was nothing special. So how? How could it pull off something like that? Gu Shui was a senior instructor at the Fengshan Academy, and yet she had never, ever even considered a strategy like this. Even Mo, who had just run for his life, had stopped in his tracks. He couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Only now could Yu Jing finally relax his body, but he was still trembling with fear. He really thought he was a goner. This guy, finally, slowly, asked Su Ping, "How did you know that attacking it from the inside was the only way to take it down?" Su Ping nonchalantly replied that he'd encountered a similar type before, so he just knew. This whole incident got him thinking, why is it that only demon-type pets can learn how to reassemble their broken limbs? He recalled how sometimes the little skeleton couldn't reassemble itself, but other times, it could. From this, he could deduce there was only one answer. The physical body is just the surface. The soul core is the true root of a demon-type pet. Just then, a red light began to glow from within the little skeleton's eye sockets. That's it. As long as the core remains unharmed, a demon-type pet can always activate its skill to reassemble its broken bones. And right now, that red light was flaring up from inside the little skeleton. That light was gathering the broken bone fragments, piecing them back together into a complete body, just like before. Conversely, if you understood and exploited this weakness, any demon-type pet would be nothing more than a paper tiger. Just like the ghoul beast child, it was swiftly annihilated with a single slash from the little skeleton. Su Ping smirked. The recent battle had just further proven that his deductions were completely correct. The little skeleton then used its special skill. The bones of the ghoul beast child began to move. A line of red characters spread across its vertebrae. Li Ying was stunned to see the ghoul beast child moving again. Wait, it wasn't completely destroyed? Chen Shan, who seemed to know more, immediately noticed that the beast's movements were a bit strange. It was as if some external force was controlling it. Could it be? Yes, that's it. It's the puppetry technique. The ghoul beast child was now perfectly reassembled, the red script running down its body. It was all the little skeleton's doing. Its task seemingly complete. The little skeleton battle pet knelt down before Su Ping. It was a very strange sight. The ghoul beast child was kneeling behind the little skeleton, and the little skeleton was kneeling before Su Ping. Yu Jing's jaw dropped to the floor. He stammered, asking Su Ping, "Don't tell me, you've taken control of that beast?" Su Ping just gave a bland reply. "You could say that." His words struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. Yu Jing screamed, "What do you mean, you could say that? Not only did you master high-level undead enslavement, but you also killed a tier 8 enemy and turned it into a puppet. So what the hell is the little skeleton? A warrior or a mage? How is it even possible to train a creature like this?" Every word from Yu Jing left the others even more dumbfounded, utterly speechless. Taming Demon Wolf, the bloodthirsty. Fan Gangli recalled it back into his space, and the other battle pets were recalled one by one as well. After recalling all the battle pets, the captain looked toward Vice Captain Li Ying. They were out of time and couldn't afford any more delays. They needed to hurry and continue their search for the blood fox. Li Ying agreed, ready to follow the captain's orders. Hold on. Just then, Su Ping spoke up. His face was dark, radiating killing intent. He had something he needed to take care of. Right now. I hope you'll all pretend you didn't see anything. Hearing this, Captain Fan Gangli broke into a cold sweat, seemingly understanding what he meant. He knew what Su Ping was about to do and tried his best to stop him, asking him to let it go as a personal favor. But it was too late. Su Ping and his battle pet were already walking straight toward that bastard, Mo Kong. Sensing things were about to get ugly, he immediately created a shield, drawing his sword at the same time. "What do you want?" he asked. Su Ping's face broke into a smile, but it was terrifying. He chuckled lightly and replied, "Me? I'm not doing anything. Just wanted to give you a little reminder. The wasteland is dangerous. You should be careful when exploring." The moment he finished speaking, the little skeleton swung its sword, shattering the man's shield in one blow. And with that, Mo Kong's left arm bid a final farewell to the rest of his body. "Arr!" His agonizing scream echoed as fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. "You! How dare you!" Su Ping's face darkened, his glare absolutely terrifying. The guy was lucky that Su Ping was giving the captain some face, otherwise he would have sent him to meet his ancestors. All he had to do now was get the hell out of there and make sure Su Ping never saw his pathetic face again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as merciful as he was today. Hearing Su Ping's words, the man collapsed to his knees. Clutching his bleeding stump, Mo Kong looked utterly pathetic. Seeing this guy could still run his mouth, Su Ping shot him a glare with eyes redder than blood. If he didn't disappear on his own, Su Ping would personally help him disappear both figuratively and literally. Hearing this, all the color drained from Mo Kong's face. He was so terrified he didn't dare utter another word. "Ah!" With another cry, Mo Kong scrambled to his feet, not forgetting to grab his severed arm as he scrambled away from there as fast as he could. It was a truly shocking sight. Everyone who witnessed it could only tremble like a leaf. Only the captain, who had seen this coming, wasn't too surprised. He just sighed and said to Su Ping, "Don't you think you went a little too far?" Gu Shui silently observed. Mo Kong was a treacherous person. If they had kept him around, he would have eventually tried to kill them all. Getting rid of him decisively, just as Su Ping had done, was the right call. Li Ying finally spoke up, looking toward Chen Shan and Gu Shui as he started to talk about his group's mission. His team was searching for a crimson-tailed blood fox, and he wondered if the two of them had any leads. Chen Shan scratched his head. He had no recollection of a beast like that. Gu Shui, however, vaguely remembered seeing its tracks. Hearing that, Su Ping smiled and asked where she saw them. Riding on the demon child beast, they traveled through a bizarre landscape. The terrain coiled around in a spiral. After traveling for a while, the beast stopped in front of a pit containing diamond ore. Seeing the diamonds, the little skeleton's eyes lit up, leaving Su Ping confused. It joyfully leaped off the demon child beast and landed on the ground. Su Ping figured something inside the cave must have caught the little skeleton's attention. Climbing down to where Gu Shui was, he reached out his hand to borrow her flare gun. Gu Shui didn't hesitate, tossing the gun right up to him. With the flare gun in hand, he immediately fired it, sending a streak of red light shooting into the sky. It created a beam of light that shone down into the pit's mouth, revealing a beast below them. It was hard to tell if it was sleeping or on its last breath. It was the crimson-tailed blood fox. The captain was overjoyed, a huge grin spreading across his face. "We found it." Without hesitation, everyone slid down into the pit. The captain patted the beast's head, praising it for being so good. Having made it so easy for them to find it, Fan Gangli turned back and smiled at everyone. "Mission complete. Let's head home." The crimson-tailed blood fox was quickly recalled into its space. Just then, however, Su Ping held up a hand, signaling for everyone to wait a moment. This left the captain wondering what was going on. He reached out and touched the purple diamond that the little skeleton had been so fascinated with this whole time. "It seems like something's hidden here." Hearing Su Ping's words, Yu Jing immediately pulled out his scanner to check. His scanner showed that the composition was nearly 91% unknown material. Meanwhile, familiar elements like uranium, gold, silver, iron, and nitrogen made up only a tiny fraction. This meant that the purple substance didn't match any known elements in the database. "This is an unknown ore," the captain replied. "Understood." Seeing the captain and vice captain just walk off, Su Ping turned to Yu Jing, confused. Why didn't those two react at all? Yu Jing just winked and smiled at him. He'd forgotten this was Su Ping's first time here and he wouldn't know. He calmly explained that their pioneering team could discover rare minerals and exploit them, which would surely make them rich. However, the star-silver rift could lead to any star system in the universe. He covered his eyes with his hand and continued, saying the probability of finding high-grade minerals was like finding a needle in a haystack. He waved his hand dismissively, saying that a pioneer's time is precious. So who would be willing to waste it? Therefore, to save time, they just had to report back to the government, and the government would immediately send another faction to collect samples. Su Ping put a hand on his chin and began to think. The little skeleton was very interested in this ore, so it definitely wasn't an ordinary rock. In fact, it had been hugging the thing tightly this whole time, loving it so much that it squeezed its eyes shut, its face filled with pure bliss. Su Ping thought, before this ore gets to the government, wouldn't he be the only one to benefit from it? After returning the blood-tailed flame fox to its master, their group had completed the mission. The reward for this mission was 1 Golden Crow God Fiend manual. Outside the door, Gu Shui was handing Su Ping her business card. She gently tucked her hair back, looking every bit the graceful, refined lady. She hoped that if he had the chance, he would visit her academy, because she wanted to introduce him to the headmaster. Looking at the card, Su Ping realized Gu Shui was a senior instructor at Fengshan Academy. Still, looking at the business card, his face was a picture of speechlessness, and he could only manage to thank her for her kind offer. Inwardly, he was lamenting, even after getting isekai'd, can't I escape the fate of having to study? For him, he was more curious about the items the system gave him than all this book learning. So he made a run for it, forcing a smile and waving to Gu Shui, using the excuse that he had something to do and had to leave. They'd talk more next time they met. Hearing this, she was about to stop Su Ping. However, he quickly escaped. This made her sigh in amazement. He really left. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Shui tapped her head in frustration and sighed. She shouldn't have beaten around the bush and just gotten straight to the point of inviting him to be an instructor. The next morning, as he was yawning, a terrifying glare suddenly appeared before him. It was his little sister, Lingyue. Seeing him up so early, she became suspicious. Getting up this early must mean you didn't sleep at all last night and were out all night, right? Faced with his sister's interrogation, he didn't even try to lie and answered bluntly. That's right, he replied half-heartedly. Still, in a daze. What a coincidence, you too? His sister Lingyue made a mocking face at him. Who'd want to be the same as you? While my silly big brother was gone, I was up doing my morning exercises, unlike you. Hearing his little sister say that, he gave her a thumbs up, praising her for being so amazing and saying he was proud of her. When Su Ping said that, her face flushed bright red. Getting angry out of embarrassment, she stomped her foot. Who needs you to be proud of me? Su Ping was now sprawled out on his bed, looking up the item. He pointed at the item and asked the system, "What is this golden crow, god-fiend body?" At that moment, the system received the command and began to explain. The golden crow, god-fiend body is the secret body cultivation technique of the Golden Crow clan. The golden crows were born from the blazing energy of the sun. These massive, muscular, golden creatures possess the strength of mountains and rivers from birth. Through cultivation, they could even shatter stars, making them practically invincible in battle. With just a single punch, one of them could shatter a planet into pieces. During the ancient era, they once conquered over half of the untamed cosmos. Wherever the golden crows passed, all life turned to dust. Later generations called them god fiends. Hearing the system's explanation, Su Ping jolted. "It's that strong?" Su Ping cautiously and hesitantly pressed the cultivate button. The system warned that the cultivation process for the Golden Crow god-fiend body would continuously reconstruct his body. The process was extremely slow and long, and also incredibly arduous. Furthermore, it required extremely high combat power and a large amount of supporting materials. In the end, you would no longer be human, but a world-ruling Golden Crow god-fiend. Hearing this, he looked at his own body and asked the system, "This body, I won't be human anymore? I'll turn into a monster?" Inwardly, he thought, "If that's the case, I'll be just like a villain." The system immediately reassured him. After successful cultivation, your body will be formed from pure energy. You can choose to retain your original form based on your preferences, and it will, of course, not affect your ENS's normal life. His face was cold. A normal life? Where is there a normal life anymore? He remembered that time. He just accidentally bumped into someone and had a knife put to his throat. It was the same with that Mo Kong guy. He almost got killed. In short, the weak in this world have absolutely no dignity. Just then, a rather terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Maybe, by not being human, I can live a little more like one. Su Ping made up his mind. He let out a cold, amused laugh. "Fine. We'll play by your rules." These men were unloading goods from a truck and carrying them into Su Ping's shop. "Just put them here, and you can go." Having things delivered right to his door was just too convenient for him. Su Ping checked the delivery. Inside was the primal battle armor, a suit that could automatically adjust to the wearer's astral power, giving him a big advantage on his mining trip. Su Ping activated the suit, and it immediately molded perfectly to his body. After checking all his gains and seeing that everything was there, he realized this method was even more efficient than going to a cultivation site. Most of the materials and astral power he needed for the Golden Crow Fiend God body could be sourced from the Pioneer warehouse and supplemented by the chaotic astral energy map. After upgrading, he could explore even more dangerous places, creating a perfect cycle of growth. The only thing left to deal with was these purple ore stones. Su Ping picked up one of the stones and asked the system, "Do I have to pay a fee to upgrade the nursing pens?" The system immediately replied, "That's correct. The cost must be paid with the host's energy points. So, if I use this ore to upgrade the pens, can I reduce the cost? My goal is just to raise powerful battle pets." After all, the system seemed to give in, unlocking a new option. He would only have to pay 20% of the cost, and the nursing pens would gain new functions. These new functions for the pets included increasing their aptitude and combat power, identification skills, and even healing minor injuries. Su Ping was blown away by this. Even though the side effects were a bit severe, the results were incredibly effective. Plus, these materials were fairly easy to find at the Pioneer base. As he was thinking about the ores, something suddenly clicked in Su Ping's mind. He'd been so focused on training that he hadn't taken care of his shop. Meanwhile, on a bustling street, Su Yanying was out for a walk. Just then, she got a call from Su Ping. He started by asking her how the Lightning Rat's training was going. Yanying was thrilled with the results and didn't know how to thank him enough. When Su Ping said he needed a favor, she eagerly agreed. She was looking for a way to repay him anyway. Su Ping's request was simple. He wanted her to film a short video with him. Yanying's face immediately turned beet red. Her mind went straight to the gutter, imagining all sorts of steamy scenarios. She shyly asked what the video was for. Su Ping, completely oblivious to what she was thinking, casually told her it was an advertisement for his shop. When she hesitated, he thought she was going to refuse. But Yan Ying, blushing from head to toe, accepted his invitation. She showed up at Su Ping's shop, dressed in a very suggestive outfit, trembling all over because she thought they were about to get intimate. Su Ping was taken aback when he saw her, feeling a little awkward. All he could do was compliment her on her makeup. "Didn't you say we were filming a short video?" she wondered. But at this point, Su Ping just brushed it off, focused on getting a good take. Then, he told her to summon her lightning rat. Yan Ying was completely confused as to why her pet was needed. Her mind, still in the gutter, came up with an even wilder thought. Was she supposed to do it with the lightning rat too? Su Ping, for his part, had no clue what was going on in her head. He finally clarified that all they needed to film was her summoning the pet and having it use Wind Spike, Thunder Slash, and Lightning Flash. Yan Ying froze. It turned out her wild imagination had been completely off the mark. As she let out a shriek, Su Ping was left totally clueless about what she'd been thinking. To him, the lightning rat was simply the best proof of his training's effectiveness. Mortified, Yan Ying summoned her pet. Suddenly, she remembered an upcoming match at her academy between the champion and the runner-up. The champion, Ye Hao, was scheduled to have a match against her. If Su Ping joined her on stage then, it would be fantastic promotion for his shop. Su Ping agreed to her proposal, but he couldn't help but wonder why Yan Ying hadn't taken first place herself. The reason was Ye Hao's pet, a silver-winged thunder dragon with a 9th rank bloodline, was just too powerful. Still, for her, even getting second place had been beyond her wildest dreams. Su Ping thought about what Yan Ying said. He was surprised that someone had managed to defeat her, Lightning Rat, and this piqued his interest. The weather was beautiful at Fengshan Academy, where Su Ping and Su Yan Ying had arrived. They noticed many students had pets that looked just like the lightning rat. It was clear that after the annual competition, everyone had seen the creature's potential. Yan Ying's pet was basically a celebrity now. Since the match hadn't started yet, she was about to start handing out flyers. But Su Ping stopped her. He explained that these students were only raising lightning rats to follow the trend. They were hoping for a low-investment, high-reward pet, but once the hype faded, they'd be turned off by the price. Yan Ying realized he had a point. She still hadn't even paid back the money she'd borrowed from her friend. Over on the other side, Ye Hao was surrounded by a swarm of beautiful girls, all whispering sweet nothings in his ear. He wore an arrogant expression, soaking in the attention from all the fawning girls. Then, he waved Yan Ying over to talk. Yan Ying, however, had no idea what he was plotting. Ye Hao was just thanking her for the match the other day. He made it sound so proper, but it turns out he was just using it as an excuse to arrogantly brag about his silver thunder serpent. Yan Ying played along, giving him a few half-hearted compliments, while Su Ping, standing behind her, sized up the man who had defeated the lightning rat. But he didn't stop there. Ye Hao leaned in close to Yan Ying, reminding her that he'd warned her not to use the lightning rat, because his silver thunder serpent had already learned a 7th rank skill and hadn't fully mastered controlling its power yet. If the lightning rat's bloodline was suppressed, wouldn't she have been completely humiliated? Fighting with her Luo Feng would at least have been a decent spectacle. His tone was so damn annoying, Yan Ying just grunted to end the conversation. Ye Hao turned back to the girls he was with and shouted, "See you in the arena," promising he'd go easy on her. That's when Su Ping stepped in to put him in his place. You don't need to go easy on her. Even if it's underdeveloped, the lightning rat isn't afraid of some so-called beast king. Ye Hao spun around, wondering who the hell had the nerve to talk so big to him. Yan Ying quickly introduced Su Ping as the one who helped her train her pet, and the true master of the lightning rat. She also made sure to mention that Ye Hao was the Academy's annual champion, and spared no expense on his astral pets. Hearing that, Su Ping let out a rude smirk, which got Ye Hao thinking, did this kid really train the lightning rat to be this strong? No way. There must be a master trainer backing him up. Putting on a humble act, he said he'd pay any price to upgrade his astral pets, and asked if Su Ping was up for the challenge. Su Ping played hard to get, claiming his shop was swamped right now. But, he said, if Ye Hao was truly sincere, he'd try to squeeze him in as a priority. Su Ping quoted him a price, 500,000. Ye Hao was floored, completely in disbelief. Su Ping taunted him. I thought you were a true pet lover. Are you really going to cheap out over 500,000? Watching from behind, Yan Ying giggled. It looked like he'd hit a nerve. Ye Hao was totally speechless. Furious, but not wanting to be embarrassed, he had no choice but to accept the offer. Su Ping had successfully set up their rematch in the tournament, and he realized this was the perfect place to make some serious money. Meanwhile, at the freshman exhibition match, a battered-looking pet took a heavy blow. Its master, realizing defeat was near, grew frustrated and roared for his pet to tear the other one to pieces. The pet immediately lunged forward, His opponent was none other than Su Lingyue. She refused to be intimidated, activating a second-level speed boost for her pet, Snowball, to prepare a counterattack. Her pet's power surged. Snowball let out a menacing growl as the other pet lunged, but Snowball easily dodged the attack. It countered with its nightmare projection skill, triggering a huge explosion right in the center of the arena. The crowd went wild. Su Lingyue was victorious. From the stands, Yan Ying had to admit, it was an impressive fight. Su Ping praised her performance but noted it wasn't flawless. Meanwhile, someone from a battle team was also commenting on Lingyue. In any other year, she would have easily made the team. But this year is packed with monsters. Her Phantom Flame Beast just doesn't stand out. Someone else chimed in, agreeing that the champion commands a rare, 9th rank bloodline pet, and the runner-up is using a lightning rat of all things. It's a real clash of titans. Meanwhile, Dong Mingsong was also taking notice of Lingyue. If she had a true master to guide her, she'd undoubtedly become a shining star. But finding a mentor like that comes down to pure luck. Just then, Su Ping and Yan Ying stepped into the arena as the referee's voice boomed over the speakers. The annual runner-up from Fengshan, Su Yanying, versus our annual champion, Ye Hao. Lingyue was shocked. My worthless brother? What's Timesy Times doing out there? Su Ping picked up the startled lightning rat. Hey, little fella, he said. You don't remember me? It's been a while since we were partners in crime. Terrified of Su Ping, the rat let out a panicked squeal and scurried behind Su Yanying to hide. Lingyue and her teammates were baffled. What's up with the lightning rat? Why'd it suddenly run and hide? Could it be sensing the dragon's might? Lingyue was at a complete loss for words. She thought to herself, he's not even a battle pet warrior. Isn't he just going to cause more trouble by being out there? On the stage, Ye Hao burst out laughing. See, if you had just listened to me, you wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. But Yan Ying wasn't having it. After thinking for a moment, she yelled, Luo Feng. A new pet materialized, radiating immense battle energy. To everyone's shock, she unleashed a maximum ray, the announcer shouted. Contestant Su Yanying has suddenly switched pets and is attacking with her Luo Feng. She's not using her trump card. Ye Hao, however, remained calm and simply issued a command to his silver serpent thunder dragon. Go and play with it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dragon unleashed a dragon's roar, letting out a deafening bellow. Radiating a fearsome energy, it charged directly at the Luo Feng. The Luo Feng was instantly overwhelmed by the force of the attack. Unbelievable! A single roar completely shattered an 8th rank skill. That's a 9th rank bloodline dragon for you. Absolutely broken. But Yan Ying refused to give up, ordering her Luo Feng to attack one more time. Seeing her persistence, Ye Hao smirked and said, Fine, it's time I showed you the true gap between our powers. Then, he ordered his silver serpent thunder dragon to defend. At Yan Ying's command, the Luo Feng used maximum ray, unleashing a massive beam of energy aimed directly at the silver serpent thunder dragon. But the silver serpent thunder dragon is actually trying to absorb the maximum ray. The commentator cries out in shock. Is that pure recklessness? Or the overwhelming confidence of a true powerhouse? The fallen phoenix's attack lands, tearing a gash in the dragon's wing. But the beast doesn't even seem to feel it. It flexes its wings. And to Yan Ying's disbelief, the wound simply vanishes. Even a full power strike from the fallen phoenix can't leave a scratch on this monarch. It's hopeless. They say the harder you try, the more it hurts to fail. This is the oppressive power of a 9th rank bloodline. The crowd can only gasp in awe. It's just too strong. Even a maximum ray, a tier 8 skill, was nothing more than a tickle to it. I'm not surprised at all. Even with a tier 8 skill, it's still just a tier 5 phoenix. It's leagues below the silver serpent thunder dragon. Back in the arena, the fight goes on. Ye Hao smirks, telling his dragon to show them what it can really do. On command, the dragon masterfully unleashes a barrage of fire, wind, and water-type skills. A torrent of dragon's breath, a silver wing storm, and a wave of frozen sea relentlessly assault the fallen phoenix. The attacks aren't even aimed, but their sheer area of effect is overwhelming. Yan Ying can only try to reassure her phoenix. Don't be scared. As the phoenix struggles helplessly in the air, dodging the endless onslaught, a stray blast heads straight for Yan Ying herself. She's forced to throw up a shield. Threatened by the aftershocks, her only choice is to prioritize her own safety. And in that moment of distraction, the fallen phoenix makes a fatal slip. A single hit connects, and riddled with injuries, it plummets weakly to the ground. The announcer screams, "The fallen phoenix has been taken down by stray attacks. This is the power of our reigning champion. The monarch's strength is just on another level." Yan Ying rushes to her fallen phoenix, whispering, "The silver serpent thunder dragon. It's gotten so much stronger since last time. There's no way to beat it. I'm afraid. Even the lightning rat won't stand a chance." Ye Hao lets out a sigh and cracks his knuckles. "How boring," he scoffs. "To think they charge such an outrageous fee for training pets to this pathetic level." Su Ping decides he's seen enough. He steps forward, a red aura flaring around him. He points at the lightning rat and utters a single command: "Kill." Instantly, the lightning rat's entire demeanor shifts. The cute, docile creature is gone, replaced by something savage. Its teeth sharpen to points. Its eyes glow with raw ferocity. "Go," Su Ping commands. "Destroy it." Without hesitation, the lightning rat uses lightning flash. It shoots forward in a streak of light, straight at the silver serpent thunder dragon. It then activates Call of the Undead and leaps into the air. Despite being no bigger than one of the dragon's toenails, it rakes its claws directly across the massive beast's body. Ye Hao watches, stunned, thinking to himself, "Is it even faster than it was in the finals?" 3 deep gouges now mar the silver serpent thunder dragon's body. The lightning rat actually managed to break through its dragon scales. What's more, the curse from Call of the Undead is suppressing the potent healing factor of its dragon bloodline. Ye Hao just laughs, energy gathering in his palm. "Now this times is more like it," he says. "A victory like this will actually be satisfying." With that, he activates a tier 4 power boost and commands his dragon, "Crush that little pest beneath your heel." As you command. The silver serpent thunder dragon unleashes frozen sea, spewing a sheet of ice from the dragon head on its tail. The lightning rat is forced to leap backward. Ye Hao's plan is clear: freeze the entire battlefield. For a pet that can't fly, this is a death sentence. As ice rapidly consumes the arena, the commentator yells, "The lightning rat is running out of room. Is this the end of the match?" Even Su Ping himself is slowly being frozen to the floor. The ice has already crept halfway up his body, but he calmly instructs the lightning rat, "Use the 3-skill combination I taught you. The weak point is its mouth." At the command, the lightning rat unleashes omnidirectional lightning hell, and a massive cloud of smoke erupts around it. Countless bolts of lightning shoot out from the smoke. It combines the attack with lightning afterimage, creating 3 identical clones. They burst from the smoke, completely unaffected by the ice. The clones charge forward, shattering the frozen ground with powerful lightning strikes to clear a path. Ye Hao analyzes the situation. 3 of them, huh? One has to be the real one. He scans them closely and spots it. Only one of the rats is covered in protective lightning armor. He scoffs internally. "You think you can hide from me?" And orders his dragon to attack that one. The silver serpent thunder dragon blasts the armored rat with a torrent of ice, but it was just a decoy. Ye Hao frowns. Could the one charging straight at us be the real one? He orders another attack, but that one also turns out to be a clone. Su Ping watches the scene unfold with a smirk. "Amateur," he says. "All 3 of them were just distractions." It turns out, real times, lightning rat was already positioned right behind the silver serpent thunder dragon. By the time the dragon senses it, it's too late. It's already powering up its claws for an attack. Even Ye Hao is shocked. What? There was a 4th one? Before the dragon can react, the lightning rat lunges, striking it directly at the corner of its mouth, the one single spot on its entire body not covered by protective scales. The entire audience is stunned. "The Rat King's power is incredible," someone exclaims. "This is crazy. I heard Ye Hao's dragon already broke through to the 7th rank. Can't I even beat the lightning rat?" Ye Hao fumed. This rat's fighting style has changed so much. He glanced over at Su Ping, who was still frozen. Could it be because of this guy? He clenched his fists, thinking, "Damn it. If I lose now, doesn't that just prove my championship was all just a fluke?" With that thought, he refused to give up, roaring for his silver serpent thunder dragon to keep fighting. It unleashed another massive fireball from its mouth, aiming straight for Su Ping and Yan Ying, trying to attack the Beastmasters directly. The commentator yelled, "Contestant Su Ping is frozen from the waist down. He has no way to dodge." Unconcerned, he just said, "This is getting ugly." Without even waiting for his command, the lightning rat charged forward, attacking the corner of the silver serpent thunder dragon's mouth. It spat out an incredibly powerful stream of energy, aimed right at the dragon's head. The plan completely backfired. The silver serpent thunder dragon's wound was struck yet again. Everyone watching was stunned by the outcome. After that attack, the silver serpent thunder dragon collapsed, unable to get back up. It's unbelievable. The lightning rat defeated the silver serpent thunder dragon. In the stands, people couldn't believe their eyes. The silver serpent thunder dragon actually lost. And it was a devastating defeat. Ling Yue was just as shocked. What on earth is going on? Yi Hao was no different. He was completely floored. The lightning rat had won with such masterful skill. Did it deliberately hide its strength in the finals? Or is it because of that man? The commentator couldn't stop praising it, truly worthy of being the Rat King. Su Yanying had successfully washed away the shame of that year's final, leaving Yanying a little startled and breathless. Oh, is it over already? Su Ping focused his energy, and the layer of ice covering him instantly shattered. He asked, "Are you satisfied with my strength now?" "So, that 500,000, cash or transfer?" Ye Hao replied bitterly. "I'll transfer the money to you later. But first, answer one question for me. My silver serpent thunder dragon. Can it also be trained to become as strong as the lightning rat?" Su Ping answered, "Of course it can, but whether it'll be your turn depends on my mood." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Yan Ying still channeling her energy to slowly melt the ice, causing her to cry out, "Hey, wait for me!" The captain of the shadow team, who had been watching intently, spoke up. "Did you guys notice? That young man on stage with the little girl. His strength is anything but simple." Huoji propped her chin on her hand, looking smug. "I noticed. It's early on. He was the one directing the lightning rat's battle. Not even the ICC freeze could trouble. Ugh. What a shame we've already filled our team's roster for the year." The shadow team captain turned to Vice Principal Dong sitting next to him and asked, "What grade is that student in?" But he didn't have an answer either, just laughing awkwardly. "He's quite humble. You should probably ask him yourself after the match." But while he was laughing, he was thinking to himself, "I have absolutely no memory of this person. A student this talented, with an aura that's not the least bit inferior to Ye Hao's. And yet, his instructor never reported him? What a dereliction of duty. When I get back, I absolutely must punish them severely." After the match ended, Su Ping and Yan Ying found themselves in the vice principal's office. Su Ping was casually sitting in a chair, while a frantic Yan Ying tried to pull him up, saying, "This seat is reserved for esteemed guests. My instructor said some big shots wanted to meet us. They'll be here any minute." Su Ping heard this but remained relaxed. "A seat for esteemed guests, huh? Isn't that perfect timing? I was just about to look for your principal, to discuss some business anyway." As he spoke, he poured himself some tea, while Yan Ying desperately tried to pull him up. Outside the door of the room, the general captain of the White Crane team was being led by Luo Gushui. Vice Principal Dong Mingtong was also there to greet them. He expressed, "I never expected someone from our academy would be worthy of meeting you in person. Please, I've prepared some fine tea." The White Crane general captain stroked his beard and laughed heartily. After watching that last match, even an old man like me can't help but feel fired up. They entered the room and saw the two young people still struggling with each other. Yan Ying clutched Su Ping's shirt in fear. "Put the teacup down. We're dead if the vice principal sees you." But Su Ping had already seen the group walk in. He asked, "Them?" Only then did a horrified Yan Ying look up and see the general, captain of the White Crane team, laughing boisterously. Next to him were the captain of the Iron Fist team and the captain of the Shadow team. She trembled and mumbled, "The aura of the strong is so pure." Mingtong stroked his long mustache and said to Su Ping, "Young man, judging by your age, you must be a second-year student, right? Who's your instructor?" Then he leaned in close and whispered, "Tell me, and I'll arrange the best dormitory for you." Guksui, who was nearby, covered her mouth as she giggled and said, "Vice Principal, he's not a student at our school." Mingtong just laughed gleefully. "Not a student? No matter." Then he asked, "Are you interested in training at our academy? We'll waive the tuition completely. Upon graduation, you'll even be rewarded with a high bloodline astral pet." Hearing this, Yan Ying's jaw dropped. She thought to herself, asterisk, free tuition and a high-level astral pet on top of that? I've never heard of an offer this generous. Asterisk. The Shadow Squad captain standing behind them whispered his assessment. That old fox was just acting all chummy with him a moment ago. In response to Ming Song's enthusiasm, Su Ping just calmly sipped his tea and gave a blunt reply. Not interested. Ming Song was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, asterisk, what? Not interested in a deal this sweet? Asterisk. But he didn't let his thoughts show, continuing to persuade him. Then how about a monthly stipend for you? Guo Shui cut in. Perhaps I should make a proper introduction. Vice Principal, do you remember that time I was exploring the wasteland and ran into trouble? A certain young man took the head of that phantom corpse beast, saving both me and Ye Chenshan. Of course, Ming Song remembered. That incident was a huge deal for Fengshan Academy. It was only then that it dawned on him. Could it be the young man right in front of him? Su Ping continued to pour tea and asked, "Why is everyone staring at me? You guys want some tea too?" Vice Principal Ming Song still couldn't believe it. He beheaded an 8th rank Phantom Corpse beast and even saved the gold medal pioneer Ye Chenshan. The Shadow Squad captain exclaimed in admiration. What terrifying combat power. Which family's young master is this, out here to experience life? The Iron Hand Squad captain stated confidently, "I've never seen this person among the 4 great families." And the general captain, White Crane, guessed, "So humble. Could he be the youngest son of the Yi family?" Su Ping couldn't care less about ranks or families. He replied frankly, "The Ye family? My last name is Su. You all shouldn't just go around changing people's names like that." His tone made Yan Ying completely freak out, and she quickly tried to intervene. She thought, asterisk. Shopkeeper Su's tone is way too harsh. Asterisk. Asterisk. If he pisses them off, we're gonna get ourselves killed. Asterisk. When the Iron Hand Squad captain learned Su Ping was just an ordinary person, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Forget about being a student. Join our squad directly." He made his offer, "You can join Squad 1 right away. We'll give you double the welfare and benefits." Yan Ying was just going from one shock to the next. She repeated in her head, asterisk, become a pioneer directly, join Squad 1, and with double the benefits? Asterisk. Then she thought about her own situation. The squad that signed me only said I'd be assigned to Squad 4, and even then, only as a temporary pioneer. As for benefits and welfare, I basically get nothing. But what Yan Ying considered a huge deal, Su Ping did not. He still flatly refused. He said, absolutely not interested. Joining a squad sounds less interesting than reading a book. This left Captain, he dumbfounded. The Shadow Squad captain laughed and said, looks like your little offer scared the poor guy away. Then he made his own proposal. Come to our squad, and I'll give you 100,000 pioneer accumulation points right off the bat. The general captain, White Crane, also wanted to persuade Su Ping. He added, this old man will personally teach you martial arts and even craft a suit of armor for you. At this point, Yan Ying's eyes were sparkling brighter than headlights. She blurted out, go, go, you have to go. Her eagerness left Su Ping at a loss for words. He said, they're not talking to you. What are you getting so excited for? And then, he proceeded to refuse once again. I still have to train and watch the store. Where would I find the time to be a pioneer? It was then that Guo Shui finally spoke up. Mr. Su, how about you consider becoming a special instructor at our academy? This proposal finally seemed to catch Su Ping's attention. He asked, an instructor? Yan Ying knew exactly what that title meant. You had to have at least 7th rank combat power to even qualify. On top of that, you had to pass numerous difficult evaluations to get the position. Moreover, one instructor could decide the future of hundreds of students under their guidance. Countless people dreamed of that position, and yet all he had to do was say yes to get it. Guo Shui knew she had his interest. She continued, that's right. You only need to teach 1 class a week. The rest of the time is yours to arrange. As for compensation, that goes without saying. You can use any resource in the academy as you see fit. Su Ping was truly convinced. He thought, asterisk. The cultivation of the Golden Crow Godfian body requires a lot of rare materials. Asterisk, asterisk. If I can get them from here, it'll save me a ton of effort. Asterisk. He also thought, asterisk. Plus, with the status of an instructor, I won't have to worry about idiots coming to my shop to cause trouble anymore. Asterisk. It was a perfect case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was no need to think any further. He said succinctly, deal. Guo Shui carried over stacks of books and placed them on the table. Su Ping was completely dumbfounded, staring at the thick textbooks now surrounding him. What is this? Guo Shui cheerfully explained. To become an instructor, you need to pass a series of multifaceted evaluations on your physical fitness, combat skills, teaching level, and so on and so forth. You just need an average score of 60 on the written exam to pass. It won't be too difficult. Hearing the rules made Su Ping even more shocked. He said, you know what? Never mind. Ming Song patted his shoulder. Ahem. That's just the standard for outsiders. Mr. Su, you can take down a phantom corpse beast in the wasteland. Your abilities are beyond doubt. As for the teaching part, once you've worked as a teaching assistant, if you just sit in on a few classes, I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Su Ping looked at him anxiously. So, what are you trying to say? Ming Song stroked his beard and assured him, you just have to pass a physical aptitude test, and the system will collect data on your strength. Then we can assign you the proper classes. Su Ping could clearly see through his scheme. He was obviously trying to probe his strength. This sly old fox. If my skills aren't up to par, he'll just dock my benefits, won't he? That's what he thought. But on the outside, he played along. All right, so what's the test? Ming Song replied, please, follow me. The three of them headed to the advanced testing grounds. He explained the rules to him. All he had to do was fight the Baizé alone and last for 1 minute to pass. Just look at its eyes, they don't look friendly in the slightest. And obviously, no battle pets allowed. Listening to their conversation, Gu Xiu knew the old man was trying to make things difficult for him. That thing was a high-grade weapon. She had only managed to last 30 seconds. Su Ping, however, didn't seem to care much and charged forward. After all, he needed to test the results of his training. The Baizé spat out countless bolts of electricity, but he easily weaved between them to dodge. The moment he saw a few bolts heading his way that he couldn't dodge in time, Su Ping immediately summoned an energy shield to block the attack. It seemed that high-grade weapon moniker wasn't just a joke. The electric bolts grew stronger and stronger, until even his shield began to crack. Su Ping was knocked backward. His energy shield had shattered into pieces, rendered completely useless. Ming Song observed through a glass panel. For the first 10 seconds, the Baizé didn't land a single hit. His reflexes aren't bad, but that energy shield is way too weak. The moment he landed, a magic circle was already waiting under his feet. To his complete surprise, Su Ping was blasted high into the air. A storm of ice shards converged on him from all sides. It's over. My body is suspended in the air, so I can't use any leverage to dodge. A blinding light filled the entire room, making it impossible to see if he had escaped. Ming Song sighed with a hint of disappointment. Not even 20 seconds. Well, it's his first time fighting the Baizé, so let's just leave it at that. Around it, several vines shot out, intending to bind him tightly. Su Ping watched in alarm as they wrapped tightly around his wrists. The Baizé opened its maw, preparing to gift him a fireball of its own creation. Gu Shui worried he would be seriously injured by this attack. Su Ping's figure was swallowed by a sea of fire. In a situation like this, anyone would assume he had already lost. She frantically suggested he stop the test, but Ming Song disagreed since he hadn't heard any cries for help yet. He squinted his eyes in thought. The Baizé's attacks would gradually increase from low to high, Tier 1 to Tier 6. It should only take about 5 seconds. Although Su Ping was in agony, he braced his entire body to withstand the attack, even using a layer of water armor to keep from being roasted. My primal protection armor is about to give out. These vines are wrapped way too tight. Gu Shui anxiously counted every second. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Why hasn't the Baizé stopped yet? The vice principal himself was surprised, let alone her. It's been 10 seconds. Why hasn't it stopped? This firestorm has probably already reached Tier 8. Why is there no reaction? He's barely even moving anymore. Could it be that Su Ping has lost consciousness? Suddenly, a small crack appeared on his face. Both of his eyes glowed a brilliant gold, and his face became more ferocious. The vines were completely snapped by this power. The same went for his clothes, except for his pants. Su Ping landed on the ground with majestic power, extinguishing the flames around him. He glared at the Baizé in annoyance. What an annoying machine. After his body transformed, his speed was also upgraded. Su Ping shot toward the Baizé like a bolt of lightning, delivering a single punch that skewed the thing's jaw. It's probably really broken this time. The two observers couldn't believe it. Not only did he block the attack, but he even fought back. When facing the Baizé, we all have to just stand there and take the hits. Could the machine be malfunctioning? Seeing it get beaten to a pulp like this is a little pitiful, but whatever. Only then did Su Ping notice a strange feeling inside his body. At the same time, a notification panel appeared. Golden Crow, Fiend God Combat Body, Tier 1, still unstable. Normally, it would only enhance his physical body a little. Only in special situations would the incomplete Golden Crow form activate, using a fraction of the Golden Crow's power. Su Ping was starting to figure things out. Incomplete, and only a fraction? This power. Even though the Baizé was heavily damaged, it could still move. Its foot rumbled a notification. Test complete. Tier 3, mid-rank energy value. Tier 7, mid-rank attack power. Tier 8, low-rank defense power. Final combat rating, Tier 7 high rank. After easily defeating the Baizé, he asked if he was qualified now. Ming Song clapped in praise. Absolutely spectacular. Your abilities are fit for a senior tutor. Welcome to Feng Shan. Gu Shui couldn't even believe that Su Ping had managed to receive such a high-ranking position. He clenched his fists, furious on the inside. The Baizé was clearly no easy opponent. If it weren't for the Fiend God body, he probably wouldn't be standing here talking right now. What a sly old fox. Seeing his unhappy expression, Ming Song feigned ignorance and asked with concern, "Or is it because your clothes were torn?" Su Ping was tired of arguing and left, still playing dumb. In any case, the result wasn't that different from what he'd expected. The old man offered to call a car for him, but he refused. Ming Song waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind him about the weekly meetings. Mu Kongshu was the first to speak. His attack and defense are at level 7, maybe even 8, but his astral power is only at level 3. It's too strange. "Is that even possible?" the old man replied, narrowing his eyes. "There's only one explanation. He possesses some kind of ultimate secret technique, but he hasn't been training it for very long. He must have a master guiding him. Make sure to stay on his good side, and if you get a chance, get acquainted with the expert who's backing him. His shop is the most likely place to find clues about this master. First things first, we need to find its location." She happily agreed. But then, Su Ping suddenly poked his head out and offered to send the old man the location himself, as long as he could find him a few wealthy students. Ming Song was startled, caught talking behind someone's back. Qing Ru, however, was horrified to see her son standing there in nothing but his pants. His body was also covered in wounds. Su Ping felt embarrassed as his mother looked him over from every angle. She started teasing him when she noticed his firm abs. Qing Ru smiled happily. "What's there to be shy about? I used to change your diapers when you were a baby." After heading into the changing room, he tossed the tattered pants straight onto the floor. As Su Ping changed, he wondered, "My primordial armor is broken too. I wonder if it has a warranty." Just then, Ling Yue pushed the door open and walked in, asking him if he really had astral power. Su Ping didn't hide it and answered her directly. She shyly covered her face when she saw that her brother was still shirtless. "You pervert!" He just blamed it on her for barging in. Redder than a beet, Ling Yue frantically shook her head and told him to hurry up and get dressed. Su Ping smirked, deciding to teach her a lesson, barging in and calling my name. "Don't tell me you don't like the view. Here, I'll give you a good look." With that, he flexed his muscular body. All Ling Yue could do was cover her face in defeat. But since she had just broken through to the 4th rank, she had no reason to back down. Su Ping was supremely confident that he could block any of her attacks. After all, he wasn't the same person he used to be. Asterisk, crack, asterisk. The sound of 2 eggs breaking echoed in the air. He doubled over in agony, clutching a certain sensitive area. What the heck? Wasn't his defense supposed to be at the lower 8th rank? A notification popped up, explaining that those stats only applied when the host was fully activated, not in the complete Golden Crow form. In the host's current state, his physical strength is only at the upper 3rd rank. After the scuffle, all 3 of them were sitting at the dinner table. Qing Ru gently asked him one question after another. "When did you awaken? And your battle pet? What's its quality?" Su Ping answered each question, "A little while ago. For now, I just have one. A little skeleton. Its aptitude is probably mid or low tier." As his mother peeled an apple, she offered to buy him another, a mid-tier one this time. Ling Yue quickly chimed in, "Mom, he just awakened. He wouldn't even know how to use a good astral pet. Besides, the more valuable the pet, the more expensive its food is. How could he times afford to raise one?" That last point made her mother realize something. She asked him if he still had enough money for living expenses. "If you're short, just let me know. I haven't been earning much lately. I have 500,000. Hearing that number, both of them were left completely speechless. Ling Yue even suspected he was doing something illegal. Su Ping explained, "Lately, the lightning rat has gotten super popular at Phoenix Peak Academy. I sold 2 of them while they were trending and made a small profit." Of course, he couldn't exactly tell them the money came from a scam. He had already converted all his earnings into energy points. Qing Ru let out a sigh of relief and told Ling Yue to help her brother out. The girl stuck her tongue out dismissively. "Who wants to guide you? Just stay in my shadow forever." Su Ping just nodded cheerfully. "Good girl. I'll be in your care from now on." The next day, a female customer walked into his shop to kick off the day's business. "Shop owner, I heard you're the one who trained that lightning rat. Is that right?" He stood up and replied, "That's me. Are you looking for pet sitting or training? Or maybe you'd like to browse our pet food?" She glanced at the container in her hand and said, "I want to train 4 pets. They need to be as strong as that other lightning rat." Su Ping was a bit shocked that his very first customer was going so big. Training for lightning rats is limited. Right now, I only offer general training, charged on a per-session basis. The customer thought for a moment. Limited? What kind of results can I expect? He smiled and explained, "It's a bit less effective, but it can still give them a small boost in strength. Low-tier astral pets are 10,000 per session, mid-tier are 100,000. She frowned, suddenly doubting his abilities. So Su Yanying got all the good stuff, just as I thought. Either that, or this shop is just using the Lightning Rat's fame to scam people. Either way, this is a waste of my time. And with that, she turned to leave. Su Ping quickly tried to stop his customer. A notification instantly appeared on his screen. Considering the customer's lingering doubts, canceling the order has resulted in a substantial loss for the store, granting the host a one-time professional training session as a special exception. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. There's a professional training option? Su Ping stared at the glowing information panel before him. He could see that everything on offer was top tier, but the prices were 100 times higher than usual. Would anyone actually buy this stuff? Seeing Su Ping hesitate, the girl spoke up, asking for his opinion. He explained that he understood her desire to improve her pet's condition, but at the prices required for that, he was afraid the average customer wouldn't be able to pay. With a nonchalant look, the girl told him to name his price. She said she only had a little money left. Su Ping stated clearly, 1 million. Hearing this, her suspicions were confirmed. He's trying to scam me and run, she thought. She asked, is this a rented shop? From her question, Su Ping immediately guessed what she was thinking. He introduced himself and confirmed that the shop was not a rental. He then reassured her, don't worry, I'm not going to run off. If you don't believe me, you can check the Academy's website. To be sure, the girl went on Google and did exactly as Su Ping said, checking the Fengshan Academy records. Seeing how young he was, she had guessed he was just a freshman or sophomore. She even warned Su Ping that if he tried any funny business, she'd make his life at Fengshan Academy a living hell. Su Ping just stood there silently as the search results came up. Su Ping's official title, senior instructor. Right then and there, she was absolutely floored, completely mind-blown by his real identity. But she still found it hard to believe. How could someone so young hold such a high-ranking position, not to mention possess a power level that was anything but weak? Seizing the opportunity, Su Ping smirked and asked the girl if he'd still be able to make a living at the academy. Flustered, she immediately bowed her head in apology, admitting her own ignorance had caused her to offend him and begged for his forgiveness. Through this, Su Ping finally realized just how important this new status of his was. He calmly told her there was no need for formalities, and if she wanted her pet trained, she just needed to prepare the fee. She quickly agreed, but the problem was, she didn't have much money on her. The girl then brought out a unique-looking pink pig, a heavenly fragrance pig, and offered to have him train this astral pet instead. The system's voice rang out. The pig had been converted into energy, equivalent to the 1 million fee. Su Ping's jaw dropped. Did this mean the 550,000 he charged Ye Hao was way too low? Seeing his expression, the girl thought he was unhappy with the payment. She pleaded with him not to hold a grudge, promising to give him an extra thank you gift after the training was done. Su Ping, still reeling from the shock, suddenly got a dangerous glint in his eye. He thought to himself, this is one fat sheep. He couldn't have been more pleased. With that, Su Ping turned away, putting on a generous act. He declared that all customers must be treated equally and told the girl to come back next month for her pet. She was shocked that not only did Su Ping not hold a grudge, but he also promised to complete high-intensity training in just 1 month. She secretly felt that he was a true role model. Before leaving, she bowed her head carefully to thank him one more time. Getting down to business, Su Ping looked at the information panel, wondering how he should spend this 10,000 energy. Should he upgrade the spirit pool or the shop? He scratched his head, trying to calculate his next move. To get top-tier quality, he obviously needed to spend a lot, but he just didn't have enough energy. This was his only shot. He had to be careful. The panel then displayed some essential information, but Su Ping demanded more details. The new info revealed that using a clone only cost 50% of the training fee. He was floored. Only now did he learn the true function of his shadow clone. Very quickly, he came up with an incredibly audacious plan. His fame began to spread like wildfire, and more people started showing up. It was like a festival outside his door, bustling with noise and excitement. Seeing this, Su Ping's face lit up. Were all these people his customers? Every single one of them wanted to leave their astral pets with him for training. In response, Su Ping boomed that he would take every single order. It was time to get to work. He headed to the training grounds. Su Ping and the astral pets slowly stepped inside. Since this was his first time using the shadow clone, the system required him to conduct 1 complete training session. Su Ping accepted and activated the clone. Another image of him gradually appeared. It was Su Ping's clone. That clone was immediately surrounded by all the pets. Staring at his duplicate, which looked a little dopey, he couldn't help but wonder if this thing was really his clone. He then ventured deeper into the crimson red area, Standing before a shore of bubbling, subterranean lava, Su Ping thought this place wasn't half bad. Without a moment's hesitation, he slid right down, dragging all the astral pets with him. As he touched the lava, Su Ping didn't feel the heat he was expecting. It suddenly reminded him of his past confrontation with Bai Zhe, recalling the life-threatening heat that had activated his golden crow form. Snapping back to reality, the adorable astral pets were squealing endlessly in terror. A stream of lava that looked distinctly different caught Su Ping's attention. He observed it, guessing that his golden crow god-demon body must have a special interaction with the fire attribute. With that thought, Su Ping slowly reached out to touch it. Besides, he could revive, so it would be a waste not to try. Suddenly, streams of lava coiled around his hand. Su Ping realized his theory had been correct all along. His clone tried to do the same, but its entire arm was instantly incinerated. In the blink of an eye, however, the clone's arm regenerated completely. Time was precious. Su Ping gave the order, push all the astral pets in. Hearing this, they all panicked and tried to make a run for it, but they were quickly snatched up by the clone. As for the real Su Ping, he was already casually soaking in the lava. With no escape, every single pet was tossed into the fiery lava pool, where they instantly vaporized. Su Ping couldn't believe it. Were these really fire-type pets? He revived them all and told them to show some spirit. The astral pets came back to life, only to kick the bucket again almost immediately. Like the boogeyman, Su Ping just kept reviving them. The cycle repeated over and over until all the astral pets had leveled up, each one now looking incredibly majestic and powerful. With the job done, the people outside erupted in cheers, amazed at Su Ping's incredible power. His reputation, which was already great, spread even further. People swarmed his shop until it was packed to the brim, all of them wanting him to train their pets. A delighted Su Ping assured them that everyone would get their turn. Model, calmly asking them to line up, and business was booming. Su Ping had collected 25,860 star coins, which he converted into the corresponding energy. He gazed at the astral pets in the nursery stalls. He figured it would take 20 days to gather enough energy, but it was all done in just a few. Now, even the current number of stalls wasn't enough. Su Ping wanted to buy more, but he couldn't. His only option was to upgrade the shop to level 2. He thought it over and decided not to upgrade, because his immediate priority was training the heavenly fragrance pig. The training fees were steep, and it felt like a waste to train just one pet. So Su Ping switched gears and decided to upgrade the chaos nurturing pool. 1,000 energy points were deducted, and green rays of light began to appear around him. As the nurturing process began, the system didn't forget to warn Su Ping that the price for this was just as steep. He could only grit his teeth and bear the financial pain. Su Ping was determined to get at least a mid-rank, 6th-stage pet to make this worth his while. He shouted, "Nurture." The sun, which had been shining brightly, was suddenly blotted out by a swarm of pitch-black clouds. They quickly covered the entire sky, and thunder rumbled across the region. Everyone found it bizarre. How could the weather just change on a dime? Suddenly, a crimson bolt of lightning, crackling with immense power, tore through the sky. That lightning bolt struck Su Ping's exact location, unleashing a powerful red energy that flashed through the air. With it came the silhouette of a dragon, a sight that made Su Ping's jaw drop. The dragon's form grew clearer and clearer. This was the Purgatory Candle Dragon. Its eyes were ferocious, breathing fire, and its entire spine was ablaze. It raised its eyes to look at Su Ping, expecting him to be terrified, but he wasn't. Instead, Su Ping just patted the Purgatory Dragon's head, looking absolutely thrilled, because with just a few more level-ups, it could become a Beast King, and its high-tier bloodline would help him make a fortune. The profound dignity of the dragon race forbids anyone from touching their heads, and so the Purgatory Dragon began to rage at Su Ping. The dragon immediately blasted fire at him, but he dodged it with ease. From this brief exchange, Su Ping could tell this dragon had one hell of a temper. Seeing its attack was completely useless, the Purgatory Dragon froze solid. Su Ping gently covered the dragon's snout, warning it that inside his shop, he was invincible, forcing the dragon into a contract it couldn't possibly refuse. The Purgatory Dragon could only accept the contract, its eyes welling up with tears of humiliation. Suddenly, a reminder pinged on Su Ping's watch. He had a public lecture at Fengshan Academy, and it was scheduled to start in just 2 minutes, but Su Ping was still nowhere to be found. The head of the combat department was growing irritated with his terrible discipline. Luo Gushui could only stammer, trying to make excuses for Su Ping. She claimed he wasn't familiar with the area and must have gotten lost. But the department head wasn't buying it and started giving her a hard time. He accused the combat department of lacking focus, and, what's more, she had recommended a new person without even notifying him. Did she think she was the boss now? Worried, Gu Shui didn't dare anger the department head and apologized profusely. She also promised to take full responsibility for Su Ping. Right at that moment, the man of the hour suddenly appeared between the two of them. Seeing Su Ping had arrived, Gu Shui was as relieved as if she'd struck gold, but the department head's eyes were filled with scrutiny. So, is this the new guy? Su Ping confirmed that he was. The reason he'd arrived just in the nick of time was because he had ridden the purgatory dragon there, whether the poor beast liked it or not. Inside the classroom, the students were buzzing with gossip about the young, new instructor. They speculated he must have used connections to get the position. All the while, Su Lingyue sat silently at her desk. The rumors kept flying, with some saying he was the principal's son, and others suggesting he'd bribed his way in. Finally fed up, Lingyue stood and snapped at the group to stop spreading rumors. You'd think they'd get the hint, but nope. The group just laughed and started mocking her instead. Suddenly, Luo Guxue walked into the classroom, cutting them off. Trailing behind her were Su Ping and the department head. Guxue explained that this lesson would be a lecture on wasteland materials, held jointly with the practical combat department, and Tutor Su, standing right next to her, would be assisting. The students below murmured in awe. Su Ping was roughly their age, yet he was already an instructor. Suddenly, one boy scoffed in disbelief and pointed to the blonde-haired guy next to him, Ye Hao. He claimed that Ye Hao could easily do the same in a couple of years, but Ye Hao, who knew his own limits, nervously told the guy to shut up. When Su Lingyue saw Su Ping, she shot up from her seat, utterly bewildered as to why her own brother was standing on the podium. The same people who had just been bad-mouthing him, the ones she'd just scolded, immediately started taunting her. After all, she had just been defending him. She blushed with embarrassment, knowing that wasn't the whole story. At that moment, a student raised his hand to ask Su Ping a detailed question. He wanted to know how Su Ping had so easily taken the head of the Phantom Ocean Beast. Hearing this, the other students were even more astonished, because a feat like that was just ridiculously impressive. Su Ping calmly addressed the student, but explained that it wasn't the focus of the current lesson. So if he got the chance later, he'd tell the story then. The department head observed this and chuckled to himself, thinking that Su Ping hadn't even been a teacher for a day and was already putting on quite a show. But this only made the students below cheer even louder, eager to witness Su Ping's skills for themselves. Ye Hao took the opportunity to try and see Su Ping's true strength and origins, and to figure out how he trained a new astral pet to catch up to him. From above, Lingyue thought helplessly, what does Su Ping, who just woke up, have to do with the ocean demonic beast? Gu Shuwei immediately spoke up to maintain order. She had already vouched for Su Ping's strength, but the director had to interfere. He also wanted Su Ping to display his power. Hearing this, the students below grew even more excited, all of them eager to see a spectacular show. It seemed Gu Shuwei could no longer save Su Ping. The director turned to him and invited him to perform. Otherwise, some rather unpleasant rumors would start to spread. Su Ping sighed, feeling that life, whether in a battle team or an academy, was never peaceful. He accepted, figuring he'd just have to show off a little. Su Ping then summoned the little skeleton. Seeing it with their own eyes, everyone was surprised, except for the guy next to Ye Hao, who scoffed in contempt. The director then proposed a new challenge for Su Ping. As long as he didn't attack any students, he could make as much of a scene as he wanted. Su Ping turned to his battle pet and ordered it not to harm anyone. Up above, Lingyue was already mortified, thinking to herself, what could a low-level demonic pet possibly do? But to everyone's shock, this little skeleton merely swung its sword a little and split the staircase in the middle of the classroom in two. A bit of lava from the little skeleton's sword still lingered on the staircase. This scene made so many people, including the director, Ye Hao, and Lingyue, stare with their eyes wide and mouths agape. The little skeleton coolly sheathed its sword before the horrified eyes of everyone present. In just the blink of an eye, this little skeleton had terrified and astonished them. They now believed this was a skeleton king. After witnessing this, Ye Hao's face turned pale, so strong, he feared his silver-winged thunder dragon wouldn't even last 2 hits. Su Lingyue also found it hard to believe this was the true power of a 1-star little skeleton. Then, Su Ping arrogantly asked the students, "Do you need me to demonstrate again?" Gu Shui chuckled to herself. Even the director was breaking out in a cold sweat, because this classroom was built with special materials capable of withstanding a level 8 bombardment. Yet, it had been shattered with just one sweeping blow from the little skeleton. Su Ping continued to retort against the earlier contempt. He invited anyone who was unconvinced to come up and discuss it with him. Thoroughly humbled, all of them fell silent, not daring to make a peep. The look on Su Ping's face was truly terrifying now. He said that if there were no more objections, he could begin the lesson. All the students, terrified, nodded their heads repeatedly in agreement. Then, Su Ping told everyone to turn to page 45 and began the class. Every single one of them wore a fearful expression, doing nothing but burying their faces in their books. The atmosphere was dead silent. You could even hear a pin drop, but no one was thinking or taking any notes, because everyone's attention had already been stolen by that deep gash. Su Ping was stepping out of the vice principal's car. He remarked that Dong Mingsong was being too courteous, driving a tutor like him home. Mingsong also got out and praised Su Ping, a truly top-tier talent, managing to make the students so obedient and quiet in his very first class. Despite the sweet words, Su Ping wasn't impressed, and instead became more wary of this old fox. He didn't come all this way just to walk me home, did he? Suddenly, Ye Chenshen appeared, walking step by step to greet Su Ping. He was handsome, with a calm and composed demeanor. Countless girls had probably already fallen for him. 3 cups of fragrant, hot tea were placed on the table. It turned out Su Ping had invited Mingsong and Chen Shen into his house for a little chat. Chen Shen began, stating that he, Ye, had a confidential matter to discuss with Su Ping. So, he had his people evacuate this street, and would compensate for any business losses. Su Ping immediately pushed both the teacup and the problem over to Mingsong for him to handle. The man just hummed in agreement. Then his expression turned serious. Mingsong brought up the Global Elite League tournament, held only once every 3 years. Only battle pet masters with a 7th rank astral power level or higher could participate. If you won the championship, aside from the prize money, you could also receive guidance from a legendary rank battle pet master. The grand champions almost always successfully advanced to the titled rank, and there was even one prodigy who became a legendary rank battle pet master. Admired by thousands, they protect the safety of an entire continent. Mingsong extended an invitation for Su Ping to participate. He would give him a year off, with his salary and benefits still intact. Su Ping wasn't particularly interested. He had no intention of competing. Mingsong was stunned. What kind of battle pet master wouldn't want to participate in this competition? The truth was, Su Ping was afraid of the whole world knowing about him. He was already making a fortune, and if he became more famous, he'd attract unwanted attention. It was best to just rely on the system to level up. Next, Chen Shen spoke up, saying that he, Ye, had planned to invite Su Ping to explore a secret realm. But because of the Elite League, it was just a thought. Su Ping suddenly wondered what this secret realm Chen Shen mentioned was. Mingsong, however, quickly thought of the 3 great exclusive secret realms of the entire Asian subcontinent. Chen Shen was surprised, not understanding how Mingsong knew about this. Mingsong just smiled and stroked his beard. It was because he was once considered the sole pioneer of the purple gold medal. Only Su Ping still had no idea what was going on. It was only then that Chen Shen began to explain that it was a passage connected to a spatial rift. Unlike ordinary star zones, where the treasures you'd find were just ores or primitive creatures, the 3 cosmic ruins, Dragon Platform Mountain, the Bone River, and the Demon God Seed, had once birthed civilizations far beyond that of the Blue Star. And even though those civilizations had long since vanished, the divine artifacts unearthed from within them could change the current world order. They could even help one comprehend the supreme laws of the universe. Hearing this, Su Ping was completely floored. Power on that level was in a whole different dimension. Mingsong added that the secret realms were also filled with ferocious beasts and ancient traps, which is why they were sealed off by the federal government. They only opened the safer outer areas for peak-level pioneers right before the global tournament. Chen Shan let out a sigh. I was lucky enough to learn a way to explore the outer region, which is why I'm looking for teammates. But Su Ping didn't seem interested. But now, a new kind of excitement sparked within Su Ping. Both Chen Shan and Mingsong waited nervously for his answer. A dangerous smile crept across Su Ping's face. He was already thinking that this Dragon Platform Mountain secret realm would be the perfect training ground. With his system, wasn't infinite resurrection as easy as flipping a switch? He calmly accepted Chen Shan's invitation. I'll consider it. Night had fallen, but customers were still bustling around Su Ping's shop, all of them with the same request. They wanted professional training. Su Ping flashed a bright smile as he slowly pulled down the shop's shutter, announcing it was closing time. He told them to come back early tomorrow. Hearing this, the customers let out a collective groan. Some regretted not coming sooner. Others scrambled to find the nearest place to sleep. After such a grueling day, Su Ping still wasn't used to being so busy. In fact, he hadn't even had a moment to cultivate during the day. Seizing the opportunity, he told the system to open the special training interface. He then ordered it to search for the Dragon Platform Mountain's secret realm, but the search came up empty, so Su Ping tried a different approach, searching for all high-level dragon special training. An image materialized before his eyes. Was this the Inheritance Illusionary Realm? Su Ping took a closer look and confirmed it. He asked the system what made this place different from the other special training grounds. The answer came quickly. This was an illusory space. Aside from combat and cultivation, it was impossible to take anything out. Thinking it over, Su Ping wondered why the entry fee was double that of the Thundercloud Sea Realm. The system explained that each of these realms contained a fallen god, a king's soul, a supreme being. How could something so sacred be casually replicated? However, it did have inheritance points. Only the strong or stronger could enter. The weak had no place here. Based on that information, Su Ping continued to plan carefully. He felt that just taking Little Skeleton would be a huge waste. He opened the door to the room where his other astral pets were being trained. His gaze followed his own hand, landing on a particular dog. Its owner was long overdue to pick it up. If it wasn't a case of forgetfulness, then something else must have happened. Su Ping suddenly placed his hand on the dog's head, initiating a contract. It seemed the dog accepted, and the pact was sealed. This dog was a moon-chasing hound, just as Su Ping had suspected. The moon-chasing hound's owner had unfortunately passed away. Since he had spent so much effort training it, he hoped the dog would serve him well. The dog let out a bark, as if in agreement. Elsewhere, Su Ping and his team of astral pets were moving at incredible speed. They had connected to the Inheritance Illusionary Realm, the land of the Dragon King's inheritance. It was a desolate place, dominated by a massive dragon skeleton that stretched across the entire landscape. Su Ping and his pets stood near the enormous dragon's skull. Suddenly, the dragon came back to life. It spoke in a terrifying voice, asking if Su Ping had come to undergo the inheritance trial. He accepted immediately. His gaze remained firm. In a flash, the giant dragon skeleton vanished, replaced by a living, breathing dragon. Fully fleshed out, it was coiled around a tower that pierced the sky. Su Ping stared up in awe, taking in the situation. This was the 9-sectioned dragon pillar. Since 9 is the ultimate number, climbing to the top would grant him the right to be selected for the inheritance. After hearing that, Su Ping asked what he had to do to earn that right. The dragon grimaced as it explained that when it fell, its blood and flesh became the sky, and its scattered scales formed 109 continents. But the land of dragon scales had been tainted by a foul energy. It gave birth to countless demons, and he needed to purify all of them to restore the king's soul. Once that was done, the one who climbed to the 9th section would face the final inheritance trial. Su Ping's mind raced. This was a being of a level he couldn't possibly hope to inherit from. The trial was ridiculously complex, but it made sense. He now stood before a massive door. Su Ping was hesitant. 109 dragon scales were way too many. How long would that take him alone? Even so, Su Ping was ready and opened the door. He stepped inside. His astral pets behind him seemed a little scared. Inside, a pitch-black darkness enveloped the entire space, with only a sliver of light filtering in from the doorway. Suddenly, a voice boomed. The challenger must learn reverence. Then it roared. Dragon's might. At the same time, the dragon unleashed an incredibly ferocious aura. Even Su Ping could feel the immense pressure. But what was more surprising was the sound of the moon-chasing hound. Su Ping froze. The dog had entered with him, so why was the sound coming from inside this space? And it wasn't just the moon-chasing hound's bark. The hound, the little skeleton, purgatory, and even that pig. Su Ping was completely bewildered now. Could it be a ghost? Su Ping suspected it might be a ghost. He activated the watch on his wrist, turning on its light to illuminate the darkness. The sight before him made Su Ping's jaw drop. He was surrounded by massive statues of soldiers, each holding a sword pointed at the ground. Su Ping and his squad of pets were completely encircled by them. It turns out the little skeleton and the other pets had just bumped into them, but it was enough to make Su Ping's heart leap into his throat. Seriously. Su Ping continued to observe them closely. The peculiar structure of the statues was the source of the strange sounds. He became wary. The first floor is this simple? What does reverence even mean here? Just as he turned away, one of the statues began to move, gripping its sword tightly as it charged at him from behind. In that instant, the little skeleton dashed forward to block the blow, saving Su Ping's life. It was only then that he realized. All the guardian statues were alive. Before he could even react, another statue's massive sword ran him straight through. Damn it. He collapsed to the ground as a pool of dark red blood spread across the floor. Su Ping had died. Only 9 revivals left. He was too slow. If he'd managed to concentrate his astral power into a single point, he might have been able to block it. Thank goodness for the little skeleton. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even known how he died. Then, Su Ping and his pets revived right on the spot. His gaze was thoughtful as he slowly scanned his surroundings. The statues before him were perfectly still, not moving an inch. Once again, Su Ping shone his light directly at them, just like before. Suddenly, both statues raised their swords and rushed toward him. Su Ping's eyes sharpened, and the little skeleton swiftly moved to stand in front of him, ready to protect him. But Su Ping ordered the little skeleton not to move, and at the same time, he turned off the light. Just as he predicted, the sword stopped right in front of his face. Su Ping had figured it out. The lesson of reverence was that you were not allowed to look directly upon the dragon's face. And so, he began to walk, with his squad of pets following closely behind. A battle pet warrior's 5 senses are far superior to an ordinary person's. They can feel the flow of energy around them, so even without sight, they aren't left helpless. But trying to sense a large area under the pressure of the dragon's might still required constant focus on his immediate surroundings, consuming a massive amount of mental energy. Luckily, Su Ping had already seen through the first floor's rules and had trained to resist this kind of pressure, so he could focus all his attention on sensing the right direction. Now, finding the exit was a piece of cake for him. Suddenly, a dragon with its mouth wide open lunged at him at incredible speed. This dragon, compared to Purgatory, the difference was enormous. Of course, Purgatory was nothing in comparison. Su Ping quickly sensed a killing intent, but it was flawed, not emanating from a living being. It turned out the massive dragon was just an illusion, but it was enough to give Su Ping and his crew a huge scare. He'd reached another door, from which a bright light was clearly emanating. His pets, trailing behind him, started whimpering in fear. Su Ping snapped, "Quiet." Then, another voice rang out, "Congratulations on passing the trial. You may now proceed to the second floor." Late at night, a faint light flickered in Su Ping's shop. He had returned to reality. Naturally, all of his pets had leveled up and learned new skills. In his first run of the Dragonbone Tower, he'd made it all the way to the 8th floor in one go. The Celestial Fragrance Tree had also gone along 2 or 3 times, and its results weren't bad either. Su Ping let out a sigh of relief, completely satisfied. However, the Guardian of the 9th floor was incredibly powerful. The little skeleton was still no match for it. It seemed he'd have to wait until it fully absorbed the Skeleton King's blood pearl to stand a chance. At 5 a.m. the next morning, a few customers were already scattered in front of Su Ping's shop. There was also a girl dressed inconspicuously, hiding hesitantly behind a wall. It was probably Su Lingyue, secretly spying on Su Ping. To her, he was just her good-for-nothing brother. Something shady was definitely going on. The crowd of people grew larger and larger, soon packing the entire area in front of the door. When Su Ping arrived on his bicycle, Lingyue was shocked. He usually didn't open the shop until 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and even then, he'd be dragging his feet. The waiting customers were overjoyed to see Su Ping, as if they'd struck gold. They had been waiting for him for a long time, all wanting him to train their pets. Lingyue watched the scene, noticing that everyone seemed to place their trust in her brother. Is this a pyramid scheme? Su Ping acted like a man of great authority. He just said a single sentence telling them to line up, and they all obediently followed his command. Suddenly, a young man from the back asked if they could let him through. At first, some people looked annoyed, not knowing who he was, until the young man's identity was revealed. It was Ye Hao. Terrified, they immediately made way for him. Ye Hao's presence shocked everyone. He was at Su Ping's shop too. Lingyue was no exception. She was stunned by Ye Hao's appearance. After all, he was the annual grand champion. She even thought for a second that Su Ping had somehow managed to piss off Ye Hao. Su Ping was also quite surprised to see him, wondering what he was plotting. Ye Hao, with a high and mighty air, mentioned the silver-winged thunder serpent, his spirit pet. "Don't you remember it?" he asked. The crowd gathering around Su Ping grew even larger. Everyone felt the pressure from its powerful aura. They started shouting, "It's the silver-winged thunder serpent. Everybody, get back. If you don't, you'll definitely get." Almost getting trampled to death, Lingyue hid in a corner, wondering why on earth Ye Hao would summon a silver-winged thunder dragon. Was he trying to settle their old score from the tournament right here and now? Ye Hao looked incredibly proud of his silver-winged thunder dragon, admiring its majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Asterisk, remember what I said about training? Asterisk, Su Ping thought, exasperated by Ye Hao's overconfidence. He figured it was no big deal. Still, the silver-winged thunder dragon was a 9th rank bloodline. He asked the system when he could unlock training services for high-level astral pets. The system displayed a notification. He first needed to complete at least one professional training session. In addition, to upgrade the store to level 3, the host first had to expand the shop's area to 3,000 square meters. Su Ping was floored by the system's demand. 3,000 square meters. Was he opening a shop or a factory? The crowd around them was buzzing with excitement, absolutely thrilled to see a 9th-rank dragon beast up close. But then they started whispering that they'd never seen him train a dragon before, suggesting it was all just talk. Ye Hao, getting curious, asked him, "Don't tell me you've never actually trained a dragon beast, have you?" Su Ping looked at Ye Hao, weighing his options. A guy like Ye Hao, who could afford a high-rank bloodline pet, was definitely a top-tier customer. Plus, his friends probably came from impressive backgrounds too. If he admitted he couldn't handle high-rank pets yet, he'd risk losing tons of potential high-value clients in the future. Su Ping answered him while casually summoning his own pet, saying, "I haven't trained many, just dabbled a bit here and there." Su Ping played it cool and humble. He'd wanted to wait for this bad boy to mature, but it looked like he'd have to bring him out early to make a statement. Everyone was crushed by its aura. Some were even blown back. Hiding in her corner, Su Lingyue was repulsed by the foul stench coming from the beast. That pet was the Purgatory Candle Dragon. The moment it was summoned, the Purgatory Candle Dragon let out a roar, and its dragon's might froze everyone in place with an immense, suffocating pressure. Ye Hao somehow managed to stay on his feet, but his silver-winged thunder dragon was completely subdued, forced to the ground by the Purgatory Candle Dragon's mere presence. Ye Hao felt it was completely unfair. He thought his silver-winged thunder dragon was a whole class bigger. Su Ping signaled his Purgatory Candle Dragon to retract its dragon's might and calmly explained to Ye Hao, "You've got it all wrong. The reason your silver-winged thunder dragon submitted wasn't because of its dragon's might, but because of its bloodline." Ye Hao asked again, stunned. Su Ping continued to explain, "The 9th rank covers a massive range of power. That gap is even wider than the gap between ranks 1 through 8 combined. A natural bloodline suppression exists between high and low-level pets, and among all races, the Dragon Clan has the strictest hierarchy." Su Ping looked at Ye Hao and said, "The clearest proof is that your silver-winged thunder dragon had to learn its dragon's might through hard training. But my Purgatory Candle Dragon was born with it." Ye Hao was mortified that he was only just learning about this now. Ye Hao thought to himself, so Boss Su hasn't just times trained, times a 9th-rank dragon beast. He knows their characteristics like the back of his hand. I must have been out of my mind to question him like that. I just want to crawl into a hole and die. Su Ping reassured Ye Hao, "I completely understand your desire to get stronger. When it's your turn, of course I won't forget about you." Ye Hao was incredibly grateful, while Su Ping thought to himself that he'd successfully hooked a fat sheep. Hiding in the corner, Su Lingyue muttered in astonishment about her brother's pets. Could it be? Has my useless brother really become this powerful? But since when? After that incident, everyone flocked to Su Ping's shop, begging him to help train their pets. Once again, Su Ping rubbed his hands together, looking at the group of pets with a devious smile. He asked if they missed him, and every single one of them broke out in a terrified cold sweat. The 4 of them were so scared, they immediately fled into their pocket dimensions to hide. That night, he checked his earnings and converted them into energy. He had 4,362 energy points left. Su Ping started calculating. Upgrading the store to level 3 required 100,000 energy points. He also needed to complete a professional training session and expand the store to 3,000 square meters. He didn't have enough energy right now, but getting customers wasn't an issue. The problem was buying property in the real world, and a commercial property at that. Even in the poorest downtown district, 1 square meter would cost at least 40 to 50,000. But if the upgrade was successful, not only would the store's earning potential multiply several times over, but he could also use it as an excuse to have his mom and Su Lingyue live with him. That way, Su Ping could stay in the shop all day under the system's protection. Having just come of age, he didn't want to get a game over so soon. Aside from being ridiculously expensive, this business was better than money falling from the sky. Even so, he sighed. The question was, how in the world was he going to earn that much money? Su Ping thought of many methods, but shot every single one down himself. The only thing he could leverage was his status as a high-level master. Over in the Longjiang Bay City area, in the upper city district, a brown-haired young man was browsing the Longjiang Astral Pet Tutors website. He was getting annoyed that there were no masters online. He needed someone for an undead pet, of all things, and the smaller sites were full of ads and scams. He thought to himself, asterisk, I just want to train a niche pet. Is that really so difficult? Asterisk. This young man was a student at the Ares Academy, 5-star Beastmaster Xu Kuang, currently at the 5th rank. On his computer screen, a master-level account named Longjiang's #1 Handsome sends him a message. Elsewhere, Su Ping had just paid 1,802 star coins. Arriving in the Uptown district, he realized that while he was making good money, the prices here were definitely not cheap. As he tried to enter, 2 guards stopped him. One of them took one look at him and decided he didn't belong, refusing to let an idler like him inside. He even threatened him with his club. Barred from entering, Su Ping had no choice but to wait outside. He scoffed. He was a professional master tutor, showing up in the middle of the night for a session. How in the world did that make him look like an idler? Su Ping checked the messages again and noticed his client was using some seriously cringy emojis. He walked back to the guards and said he was looking for Xu Kuang, asking them to lead the way. Their attitudes changed in an instant. Realizing he was Xu Kuang's guest, the 2 guards immediately led him inside. Meanwhile, Xu Kuang was training against a high-tier level 3 robot. But feeling it wasn't enough of a challenge, he cranked it up to a level 4. Xu Kuang assumed his combat stance and took down the robot in a single blow. The robot's system announced that over 80% of its combat functions were lost, and it was shutting down. At that moment, a guard led Su Ping in. Xu Kuang, having just finished his training and drenched in sweat, cheerfully welcomed him. Su Ping could only marvel at the sight, so this is what a rich person's training ground looks like. It wasn't too different from Phoenix Mountain. The guard bowed his head and quickly left. Xu Kuang was surprised by how young the master was. His demeanor shifted as he asked if Su Ping was the assistant or just a student of Longjiang's #1 Handsome. Su Ping quickly replied that he was the one. Xu Kuang stared back at him in utter disbelief. Su Ping answered cheerfully, "Your profile says you train undead-type beasts, young master. As it happens, I have an in-depth understanding of undead-type pets, so I can give you a few pointers." Xu Kuang felt insulted. The person standing before him had a completely ordinary aura. While he could sense the presence of astral power, it was definitely no stronger than his own. He wasn't even sure if this guy could beat him in a fight, yet he was faking a title to teach him? Xu Kuang felt utterly humiliated, remembering how he'd called Su Ping senior and sent those cutesy emojis to suck up to him. Seeing the ugly look on Xu Kuang's face, Su Ping asked what was wrong. Xu Kuang shot back, "I feel like killing someone." Su Ping confidently asked, "You were just trying to probe my astral power, weren't you?" Xu Kuang was stunned. How did Su Ping know? His astral power was clearly weaker, yet he still sensed the probe? Seeing the look on Xu Kuang's face, Su Ping knew he'd hit the nail on the head. He thought to himself that if he couldn't even sense a simple probe, all his training in the astral chart of chaos would have been for nothing. To earn Xu Kuang's respect, Su Ping told him to channel astral power into his right fist. "Then try to land a punch on me." Xu Kuang figured the guy was trying to pull an insurance scam, but he channeled the astral power into his right fist anyway. He just hit Su Ping so hard, he wouldn't even be able to call the cops. "Don't you regret this?" Xu Kuang warned. Surprisingly, Xu Kuang found it harder to concentrate his astral power than usual. Did he overdo it during his warm-up and burn through too much energy? Is that why he couldn't gather his power now? Su Ping smirked to himself. He was the one making it harder for Xu Kuang to concentrate his astral power. Xu Kuang grew even more frantic as his astral power stagnated, refusing his command. Su Ping raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. A single blow sent Xu Kuang staggering backward. Xu Kuang was shocked. Only true masters of astral power could influence the flow of ambient astral energy, and those who reached the 9th rank title could control it to an extreme degree. Feats like moving objects with their minds or walking on air were nothing to them. Xu Kuang was baffled. The man's astral power was clearly weaker than his, but just a moment ago, he'd been completely unable to condense his own. Could Su Ping be responsible? Xu Kuang began to suspect Su Ping was hiding his true strength. But could such a powerful, titled rank expert really be this young? Xu Kuang then asked for Su Ping's title, since only 9th rank experts were qualified to be granted one by the Federation. Each title represented absolute mastery in a specific field. Su Ping thought Xu Kuang was sharp for asking. He knew he had to change the subject, or his cover would be blown. So, Su Ping told him, "You're not yet worthy to ask for my title. If you're not convinced, we can try again." Xu Kuang immediately agreed and prepared to attack. He summoned his pets and ordered them to strike. Su Ping assessed the Tidal Corpse Beast and the Soul-Devouring Beast. Both were of a 6th-level bloodline. One of them emitted a dark mist, a miasma designed to obscure his vision, while the other charged forward to attack him. The Tidal Corpse Beast. Its name alone tells you the kind of environment it's best suited for. While it normally had 6th-level strength, its movements were hindered by the dry, hard ground, meaning its actual combat power was nerfed to the 5th level at most. As the beast attacked, Su Ping caught it with his bare hands. He recalled his time in the Dragon King's inheritance ground, where he'd constantly used his Golden Crow fiend god body to slaughter monsters. He could now consistently unleash 70% of its power. This meant Su Ping's current actual combat power was at the mid-tier 6th level. Su Ping then tossed the Tidal Corpse beast aside with his bare hands, leaving Shu Kuang completely stunned. Shu Kuang had planned to use the soft flesh on the Tidal Corpse beast's thighs to muffle his own footsteps. Su Ping had to admit, Shu Kuang's strategy wasn't half bad, pathetic. But if you can't cleverly get around its side effects, then it's all just theory. A devourer-type beast was hiding among the black bones, observing Su Ping and waiting for the right moment. Yet, he was instantly discovered. Su Ping had an idea. He'd try using spirit energy to strengthen his throat, just like the roaring Dragon King in the heritage site. Su Ping's scream sent the devourer-type beast flying. Even Shu Kuang had to cover his ears. It was a dragon's roar. Su Ping stopped. He figured that was more than enough to scare these students living in their ivory tower. Shu Kuang was terrified. The dragon's roar was a high-level skill only dragon pets could use. Shu Kuang wondered how a battle pet master could possibly possess it, and how could a human body even produce such a powerful sound? Su Ping explained, "It's nothing strange. I just used a little spirit energy to strengthen my body, even though your two, little cuties, are a complete mess when it comes to fighting technique. We can still whip their physical stats into shape." Shu Kuang was surprised by how Su Ping addressed them, thinking Su Ping had impeccable taste. Shu Kuang couldn't stop praising him, saying that using undead pets was insanely cool and totally epic. Since battle pet masters have limited control over their pets' consciousness, seeing them caught off guard was doubly satisfying. Shu Kuang was overjoyed, lamenting that he hadn't met Su Ping sooner. Su Ping could tell that Shu Kuang's past victories were all due to level suppression, and he relied too heavily on the advantage of his consciousness-type pets. This one trick of Shu Kuang's would work against people of a lower or equal level, but against a real professional, the threat from his poor tactics would be exposed without a doubt. Shu Kuang immediately asked him how to fix it. Su Ping pulled out a spiritual herb that glowed with a green light. Shu Kuang was stunned. "Don't tell me that's the legendary Nether King's bone lotus." Su Ping casually replied, "That's right. This can greatly increase the comprehension of an undead pet. Only by mastering enough skills can you support or change your tactics. Of course, I'll also be tutoring you on your command abilities." Someone on the market had once offered 5 million for this item and still couldn't buy it. "Feed it to your undead pet." Shu Kuang thought Su Ping was giving it to him as a welcoming gift and immediately thanked him. But please, that was never going to happen with Su Ping. The supreme coaching fee is 1 million, the pet food will be another 1.2 million, and the car ride here was 3,604. Of course, you pay first, then you get the service. Su Ping thought Shu Kuang had a good eye for things. He could sell him more undead-type pet food in the future. Shu Kuang felt like he'd just been verbally slapped by Su Ping. But on second thought, the bone lotus was only 1.2 million. Even with all the fees combined, it was still far below the market price for the lotus, and from the sound of it, Su Ping intended to be a long-term supplier, which was an incredible deal. Shu Kuang immediately agreed to Su Ping's terms. A short while later, Su Ping started to head back, but didn't forget to remind Shu Kuang, "Next time your bone beast faces a flying pet, start by casting a few layers of bone cages." Shu Kuang diligently wrote down Su Ping's words. "While the bone cages block attacks, I can also counterattack. Finally, use poison mist and expand the blood spirit's conversion range to find the enemy, then slowly wear it down." After that, the two said their goodbyes. Only after the car was gone did Shu Kuang realize he didn't get Su Ping's contact information. Su Ping returned home to find both his mother and sister waiting for him. His mom asked, "Why are you back so late? Do you need me to reheat the food for you?" Su Ping sat at the table, wondering if it was New Year's again, with so many dishes laid out. Su Ping clearly remembered that his little sister usually only left him some broth. As he thought about it, he noticed his sister acting unusually today, but he happily dug in anyway, thinking it wasn't bad. Su Yue hugged a pillow, looking shy. His mother stroked his head. "So, how's my cooking?" Su Ping was touched. It was the first lavish meal he'd had since he'd transmigrated. He wondered if the original owner's mother was a titled-level chef. Back in his bedroom, Su Ping meditated and thought, "Today, with the boost from the level 1 Golden Crow Fiend God body, I was able to display the power of a 6th rank fighter. But if I run into someone skilled in tactics who can unleash the full power of 2 6th rank pets, I'd have no choice but to rely on Little Skeleton. My own strength isn't enough yet. I'm currently stuck at the bottleneck of the upper 3rd rank. Just relying on cultivating the chaotic Star Force chart would probably take several weeks to break through to the 4th rank. But it would be a different story if he could buy a power pill from the system shop. With that thought, he opened the system's shop interface. As expected, the Origin power pill wasn't easy to get. A single refresh cost 100 energy points, but he had to do it. Just as Su Ping was about to refresh again, he noticed the intermediate beast-catching ring. Su Ping thought it was pretty good, even if he didn't need to catch pets. If Little Skeleton couldn't beat a 9th rank, there was a 1 in 4 chance this could solve the problem. So, he bought it right away. After buying it, Su Ping refreshed again. This time, a spirit control skill book appeared, costing a whopping 50,000 energy points, which made him wonder what the hell it was to be so expensive. Su Ping hesitated on whether to buy it. It could be useless, but what if it had some kind of overpowered ability? What if the next refresh gave him an Origin power pill? Should he buy this or not? After thinking for a moment, Su Ping decided to click purchase. A massive stream of data flowed into his mind. Su Ping tried using the skill and managed to lift a cup, making it fly into his hand. And not only that, he could even control water, preventing it from spilling out, even when the glass was turned completely upside down. Who would have thought that a Beastmaster skill rated as beginner by the system would have such a powerful effect? This Beastmaster skill, Spirit Control, is essentially using spiritual power to control objects from a distance. Normally, to influence the outside world with spiritual power, you have to use a massive amount of it, condensing it, compressing it, shrinking it, and then condensing it again, repeating the process until you can feel the spiritual power become a solid entity. Once the spiritual power is completely solidified, it can be used to destroy things, or even create objects at will. This is the power of a level 9, titled Rank Beastmaster. Any Beastmaster below level 9 simply doesn't have that kind of immense spiritual power, nor do they have the control to solidify it. At most, they can only release a weak aura of spiritual power to enhance their bodies or equipment. If this energy isn't attached to an object, it rapidly dissipates, let alone being able to move things. As expected of a system-grade skill, this thing is terrifying. Su Ping decided to test his limits but found he couldn't lift anything too heavy. In that case, this isn't nearly enough for long-range combat. Su Ping reconsidered, initially planning to exchange for a pill to boost his spiritual power. Why does it feel like I'm always running low on spiritual power? 2 days later, while riding his bike, he received a notification about a seminar at 2 in the afternoon, so he sped up, riding his bike even faster than a car. By mastering force exertion techniques, he had more room to utilize his spirit control. At Fengshan Academy, a group of delinquent students had gathered, questioning 2 others. We heard your academy has a guy named Ye Hao. Word is, he's pretty arrogant, right? Do you know him? The 2 were scared, but still refused to reveal Ye Hao's whereabouts. They asked the Jianlan Academy guys why they were looking for Ye Hao, and one of them just slugged him, saying, "Do you know him or not? Now, get him out here to greet us. Don't you know we're from Jianlan Academy?" The whole group burst into laughter. The 2 students told the guys from Jianlan to find him themselves if they were so tough. They then tried to fight back, but they were no match for the other guys. One of them was held back while the bully snapped his arm. Since they couldn't win, the 2 had no choice but to lead the guys to find Ye Hao. Suddenly, one of them blocked their path, arrogantly saying, "That's one thing done, but there's another matter to attend to. You pushed me earlier, so we need to settle this." The gang then started forcing the 2 students to crawl through Diane's legs. Both of them were willing to take a beating, but this was a humiliation to Fengshan Academy. It was going too far. The gang agreed to change their method, but before they could act, Su Ping arrived just in time, stopped the guys from Jianlan, and told them to let the students go. They arrogantly asked who he was, but he just coldly gripped one of the guy's hands, making him scream in pain, and repeated, "Let them go." Su Ping stood before the group, raising his hand to signal the bullies to stop. They surrounded Su Ping, introducing themselves as being from Jianlan, and threatening him, asking if he had a death wish, messing with them. The 2 students behind him seemed to recognize him, their faces filled with surprise as they uttered his name. Su Ping glanced back at them and subtly gestured for them to be quiet, indicating that this no longer concerned them and that they should leave. A tall guy stepped forward, a contemptuous smirk on his lips, and asked if he was also a student at Fengshan. The rest of the thugs also started walking forward, mocking his bicycle, saying it looked like it was from the last century. while another sneered at his appearance and told him to go home and cry to his mommy. Su Ping kept his hands on the handlebars of his bike. He placed a hand on his chest and took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress his rage. The tall guy in front, Dai Yan, aggressively kicked his old bike and ordered him to start walking from now on, instead of riding. Su Ping could no longer remain calm. His eyes turned ice cold, as he retorted that crawling was more suitable for Dai Yan. Dai Yan was startled by the sudden shift in Su Ping's demeanor. He let out a small gasp and took a step back, but suddenly fell flat on his face, painfully scraping it on the gravel. Dai Yan lifted his scratched face, utterly bewildered, and let out a curse, asking what the hell just happened. Dai Yan's cronies thought he had just tripped over nothing and burst out laughing, telling him how clumsy he was to fall on flat ground like that, which made Dai Yan furiously scream at them to shut up. One of them looked over at Su Ping, suspecting he was responsible, but hesitated because he hadn't seen him make any move at all. Another one pointed directly at Su Ping, demanding to know the truth. He just smiled in response and said that since Dai Yan touched him, he touched him back. That guy flew into a rage at Su Ping's defiant attitude, rolling up his sleeves and advancing on him to start a fight, but Dai Yan roared from the ground, telling him to get out of the way because Su Ping was his prey. Dai Yan drew his weapon, his eyes fixed on Su Ping, and threatened to break his legs with his own 2 hands. His battle pet materialized with blood-red eyes and a terrifyingly ferocious look, letting out a fierce roar that shook the very air around them. Dai Yan let out a wicked laugh, his tone triumphant as he declared that Su Ping had forced him to reveal his ace, the Dreadclaw golden-maned bear. Being strong is certainly worthy of praise. The massive beast looked like a vicious bear, with shaggy fur and teeth as sharp as razor blades, growling ferociously towards Su Ping with a savage look in its eyes. Standing beside it, Dai Yan coldly ordered, "Su Ping, go to hell." Su Ping looked at him and sighed, lamenting that if it weren't for his salary from Fengshan, he wouldn't have even bothered to get involved. He glanced at his watch. Time was running out. He told them to just come at him all at once. He was in a hurry. From the vice principal's office, a voice called out to Mr. Dong, mentioning a genius student named Ye Hao Yun. Yun Qian sat sipping his tea, casually commenting on the genius student only a 3rd year, yet already at the 5th rank, with extraordinary control over a silver serpent thunder dragon. He chuckled, saying, "You'd better go easy on us in the pet battle exchange this time." Sitting beside him was the senior instructor of Sword Orchid Academy, Fei Yanbo. Dong Mingsong smiled amiably. "News sure travels fast. Since my ace has already been revealed, I guess there's no point in hiding it." His expression then hardened with determination as he recalled the previous competitions. Sword Orchid had always won, and he was determined to win some glory for Phoenix Peak. Yun Qian scoffed mockingly. "Not times always asterisk. Don't forget, there was one draw." Dong Mingsong simply smiled, figuring there was no point in arguing. It was better to let the results in the arena speak for themselves. The secretary asked to register the information for Sword Orchid's competing students. Fei Yanbo glanced at his watch and said the students were out getting ready for the match and that he would call them over right away. Dai Yan appeared, his face swollen and covered in scratches, and greeted Yun Qian and Fei Yanbo. The room filled with shocked gasps when everyone saw Dai Yan and his cronies lined up, every single one of them, with bruised, swollen faces and covered in injuries. Fei Yanbo exploded in anger, roaring, "What is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten you have a competition tomorrow?" Vice Principal Dong and the secretary behind him were shaking from trying to hold back their laughter. Seeing them only made Fei Yanbo more furious. He turned on them, his voice booming, "What's the matter? Are you all mute?" He forced them to confess what happened, warning them they'd all be punished if they didn't talk. At that, Dai Yan quickly raised his hand. He declared loudly that they'd been ambushed by a Phoenix Peak student. His confident tone stunned both Dong Mingsong and his secretary. Dong Mingsong asked with a doubtful look, unable to believe a student from Phoenix Peak could do such a thing. He grew even more skeptical. Since when did Phoenix Peak have a student times that time strong? A dark aura of fury radiated from Yun Qian. In a steely voice, he demanded, "Tell me exactly what happened." He demanded they identify their attacker and warned them not to casually tarnish Phoenix Peak's reputation. Dai Yan began to spin his web of lies, claiming they were just chatting amongst themselves while looking for directions. He claimed that as soon as the guy heard they were from the exchange team, he attacked without a single word. Yun Qian sat there, his voice an icy threat. "If you dare lie to me, you will be punished severely, without mercy." He raised his voice, demanding of the others with Dai Yan, "Is what he said true?" Afraid of being exposed, Dai Yan shot them a warning glance. Terrified, the others trembled and hesitantly nodded, confirming Yan's story was true. At that, Yun Qian slammed his hand on the armrest, his body trembling with rage. Is this how Phoenix Peak treats its guests? Dong Mingsong's brow furrowed, his expression grave. What was the name of the person who attacked you, and what did he look like? Leaning on a crutch, Yan feigned calmness and replied, He was a male student, not much older than us. I think. His last name was Su. Dong Mingsong froze, his eyes widening in disbelief and suspicion. Su Ping answered his watch, seeing Dong Mingsong on the screen. I'm in the middle of training. What's up? Dong Mingsong got straight to the point. Did you beat up some students from Sword Orchid Academy today? Su Ping calmly closed his eyes, concentrating energy into a small golden orb in his hands. I did. Hearing that, Dong Mingsong's voice grew urgent. This is serious. He quickly explained the whole situation to Su Ping. Those guys you beat up were the students Sword Orchid sent for the competition. Now they're looking everywhere for you to settle the score. Su Ping remained completely unfazed. I was just teaching them a little lesson. I even left them an arm and a leg each, and they still have the nerve to come after me? Dong Mingsong listened pensively through the communicator as Su Ping continued. Those guys started it. There were Phoenix Peak students who witnessed the whole thing. He then asked, and with your resources, finding those two witnesses should be easy, right? Dong Mingsong replied, I've already found them, but they can't testify for you. Su Ping, confused, asked, why not? Dong Mingsong stood between two hospital beds, where the two students lay motionless, deep in a coma. He spoke into his watch. They've been silenced. It seems someone wants to cover this up. Su Ping's eyes instantly turned ice cold. He said nothing in response to the news. After a moment, he finally spoke. So, you want me to give them an answer? The once-a-year showdown between Jianlan Academy and Phoenix Peak Academy has officially begun. The host energetically recounts Jianlan's record of 8 wins and 1 draw over the past 9 years. He then poses the question, can Phoenix Peak finally break Jianlan's legendary streak this year? He urges everyone to keep their eyes peeled and wait in anticipation. The host appears on the big screen, pointing towards a group in yellow uniforms, introducing them as the third-year Beastmasters from Phoenix Peak. Each one of them is a heavy hitter in the annual competition. Yan Ying and Diep Hao lead their determined team forward amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. But in stark contrast, only a single figure steps out from Jianlan Academy's side, creating a shocking atmosphere that leaves the host and the entire audience completely stunned. Feng Tin, with a cold expression, stands defiantly in the middle of the stage as the crowd murmurs in disbelief, because Jianlan had sent out only one third-year contestant. The crowd cheering for Jianlan starts buzzing with discussion at this sight. They wonder, where are Dai VM and the others? One of them even says he was looking forward to seeing the massive tidal gold-seeking bear go on a rampage. Suddenly, someone speaks up, saying they heard that the Phoenix Peak guys ambushed them, injuring them before the match could even start, which immediately enrages the entire surrounding audience. Curses begin to fly as the agitated crowd chants, demanding that Phoenix Peak investigate and issue a public apology. Lang Nuet, sitting nearby, hears this and points, shouting, "Don't you dare make baseless accusations without any proof." The other person immediately retorts, claiming he personally witnessed DaiVM's group getting injured, making the atmosphere even more heated. The accusations of Phoenix Peak playing dirty continue to ring out, leaving Lang Nuet too furious to even argue back. Seeing her anger, they taunt her, asking if she's going to start something, saying she's just as rotten as that Su guy. Hearing the name Su, Lang Nuet freezes. In the arena, Yan Ying and Diep Hao hear the crowd yelling for Phoenix Peak to apologize, calling them despicable cowards. Diep Hao, in a gesture of goodwill, offers to reschedule the match for another day, but Feng Thien mockingly asks if they're already scared. Yan Ying coldly retorts that ganging up on him wouldn't be a glorious victory anyway. Diep Hao also advises Feng Thien to just go back. With a dark expression, Feng Thien scoffs at them for not understanding the situation. He recalls what Su Ping told them after beating them to a pulp, saying that from the moment Su Ping laid a hand on Jianlan, the meaning of this match changed from victory or defeat to an interrogation. Just as he finishes speaking, a black dragon with enormous wings appears. Diep Hao looks up, stunned by its ferocious aura. Ming Tung, watching from below, asks in surprise, "Is that a 9th rank bloodline, an abyssal black dragon?" Van Thine, beside him, glances over, confirming his suspicion and adding that if Phoenix Peak continues to cover this up, they won't be so courteous. Diep Hao yells a warning to everyone not to underestimate their opponent. Instantly, their battle pets appear one after another. Feng Thien glares at them with sharp, mocking eyes, asking if the 5 of them really think they can defeat him. Feng Tian's black dragon unleashes attacks like lightning bolts, brutally sweeping through each of Phoenix Peak's battle pets. The miserable creatures collapse to the ground, whimpering in unimaginable pain. The host quickly declares Phoenix Peak's defeat. The gap between the two sides was like an insurmountable abyss. In the stands, the students who had been enthusiastically cheering for Phoenix Peak were now all murmuring in astonishment at the overwhelming difference in power. Even Dia Pao, the one they had high hopes for, was defeated. Some speculated that Feng Thien's abyssal black dragon had reached the 9th rank, while others complained that Jianlan was just a bunch of bullies, using their power to push people around. Up in the stands, Dai VM was ecstatic. The victory cheers rang out like an unforgiving sentence. They wanted Phoenix Peak to suffer, as revenge for their previous conflicts. Lang Newt's face turns pale as she watches, realizing this is no longer a match. Her eyes watch as Feng Thien grabs Dia Pao by the head, and with the battle pets lying all around with blood-soaked wounds, she thinks, this is clearly just torture to the death. Seeing a contestant being brutalized, Ming Tung hurriedly demands the referee stop the match. Van Thien, sitting behind him, tells him, it's useless. This time, the referee is one of Jianlan's people. Ming Tung insists that the witnesses are still unconscious and the truth will come out when they wake up. Van Thien replies with disdain that waiting is pointless, because who knows how long it will take for them to wake up. Ming Tung is silent for a moment, then says the person who attacked them was ruthless. If they're lucky, it'll take them less than half a year to recover. Van Thien nonchalantly replies, in half a year, there will be a whole new batch of students. Ming Tung was just stalling for time. Fingan Bak, standing to the side, gestures with his hands for Feng Tian to continue schooling his opponent. He doesn't believe that Su Gai will submit so easily. Feng Thien, with the coldness of a victor, grips Dia Pao's head tightly, gathering energy for his next attack. Dia Pao, trembling in agony, accuses Jianlan of slandering their name. At that moment, Su Ping calls Lang Nuyet. Haven't they stopped yet? She asked, frantically looking for Su Ping. He calmly reassured her, saying he'd already figured this would happen and was already at the main hall. He glanced down at the arena, clicking his tongue and muttering that he just hadn't expected the match to be this times pathetic. Ming Tung spotted him and yelled out, I told you not to come. Van Thien just smirked, glancing his way. Delivering yourself to our doorstep saves us the trouble. Su Ping, cool as ever, simply said he was just passing by and asked what business they had with him. With an annoyed and angry tone, Ming Tung reminded Su Ping that he'd explicitly warned him not to show up. A slight smile played on Su Ping's lips, his eyes holding an unusual glint as he replied, my adorable little sister begged me to come, so here I am. Enraged, Fei Yanbo shot his hand out to grab Su Ping, snarling, you injured a Jianlan student and you still have the gall to act so arrogant? Surrender now. Ming Tung swiftly stepped in, firmly grabbing Yanbo's hand, causing the man to suspect he was trying to shield the boy. In a low voice, Ming Tung asserted, this is my turf. You don't get to act recklessly here. Yanbo angrily yanked his hand back, threatening, if you don't hand over Su Ping, don't expect to leave here in one piece. Su Ping just scoffed and openly admitted it was him. He sneered, is it really so surprising that your pathetic Jianlan students lost to me? Ming Tung quickly whispered a warning, telling him to stop arguing because Yanbo was an 8th rank battle pet grandmaster. I'll try to handle this peacefully, Su Ping replied. Leaning back in his chair, Van Thien asked him what level he was, figuring he must have sometimes skill to ambush Dai Yan's crew. Ming Tung replied that Su Ping wasn't a student, but a senior instructor. Hearing this, Yanbo burst out laughing, mocking the idea that someone as young as Su Ping could be a senior instructor at Fengshan. Van Thien's eyes narrowed speculatively. Either Fengshan Academy is completely rotten, or this kid has a serious ace up his sleeve. Otherwise, they'd never let someone with only 4th level astral power become a senior instructor. Su Ping was surprised Van Thien could read his astral power level without him noticing, but it seemed that was the extent of his abilities. Outwardly, Su Ping just said he'd come to give them an explanation. Fei Yanbo scoffed, saying he didn't need an explanation. A 4th level instructor who resorts to sneak attacks isn't worth my time. Su Ping just smiled confidently and proposed a bet. Not only would he not have to apologize, but he'd make both Yanbo and Van Thien bow their heads and apologize to times him asterisk. Yanbo flew into a rage, screaming at Su Ping for his outrageous words and for daring to provoke the students of Jianlan. He even challenged him to a decisive battle. Su Ping accepted without hesitation, but Ming Tung rushed to stop him. He explained the profound meaning of a duel between two instructors and the consequences of losing. Su Ping's eyes burned like fire as he coldly replied that he understood perfectly. If a Fengshan instructor lost, they'd have to publicly admit their inferiority to Jianlan, and the loser will have to resign, Ming Tung pleaded, insisting that the honor of the entire academy couldn't rest on one person's shoulders. But Su Ping just glanced past him, indifferently declaring that honor was destroyed by Jianlan a long time ago. Fei Yanbo pointed a hand towards the arena, giving Su Ping one last chance to back down. But he just calmly slid his hands into his pockets and firmly accepted the challenge. The announcer quickly declared the event was now a formal duel between the two instructors. Feng Tian mocked Su Ping, believing he was about to get a harsh lesson on the difference between an instructor and a student. Dai Yan and the rest of the audience looked down on Su Ping, thinking he was too young and reckless to challenge an experienced instructor like Fei Yanbo. Ling Yue was in a panic, seeing her brother about to face the Jianlan instructor. The announcement was made for the other contestants to clear the stage, and the injured Fengshan students were carried away. Fei Yanbo leaped down into the arena, his power causing the ground to crater beneath him. The announcer was stunned by the power of the 8th rank Battle Pet Grandmaster. A voice echoed through the arena, inviting Su Ping to enter the ring, but Ming Tung was frantically looking around. He didn't know when Su Ping had vanished. Looking up, Ming Tung suddenly saw Su Ping, shrouded in a golden aura, hovering in the sky. The announcer was shocked by the sight, wondering aloud if Su Ping had reached the 9th rank, the titled level. Ming Tung and Van Thien's jaws dropped in utter disbelief. After Su Ping landed, Fei Yanbo's face went pale. He thought to himself, how could a titled rank master be as young as Su Ping? Feng Tian looked up, analyzing it in his head. The reason Dai Yan fell was because of a mental power attack. No physical strike was even needed. Ling Yue also found it hard to believe, pinching her own cheek to see if she was dreaming. The heavily injured Ye Hao whispered, entrusting the matter to Su Ping. Dai Yan's crew was also stunned, repeatedly saying it was impossible. Down in the arena, Su Ping gestured for Fei Yanbo to begin. The commentator announced that the two instructors would now summon their first battle pets for the duel. Yanbo thought to himself that no matter what, a brat in his 20s could have at most a dozen or so years of training experience. He must have focused solely on cultivating his astral power to be able to fly, which meant his actual combat skills. Close combat is obviously his weakness. Yanbo opened a summoning gate and said, "Come on out." He was confident that the kid stood no chance against his decades of combat experience. A purple shadow demon fox appeared in the form of a 9-tailed purple fox and let out a mighty roar. Yanbo commanded, "Go, take care of him." The spectators in the stands gasped. That's an 8th rank bloodline, a purple shadow demon fox. Look at the number of tails on that thing. Its combat power has already reached the high tier of the 8th rank. Honestly, Luo Fengqian's high-tier 7th rank Dark Nether Dragon was already a nightmare to deal with, and now there's an 8th rank Purple Shadow Demon Fox. Even though the 7th and 8th ranks are only one level apart, the difference in power is like night and day. Not to mention, the Purple Shadow These words made Ling Yue, who was sitting nearby, anxious. Dai Yan scoffed, "Haha, now you see how serious this is? My Jianlan Academy doesn't mess around." Su Ping said, 8th rank combat power. He opened his own summoning gate and added, "What a coincidence." Before he could finish his sentence, the massive head of a horned dragon emerged. Yanbo exclaimed, "Is that a purgatory? It's here." Su Ping finished, "I happen to have an 8th rank pet myself." Yanbo stared. A purgatory candle dragon beast. The beast let out a roar, unleashing its dragon's might. A spectator commented, "Whoa, that dragon's might is intense. I can feel it even through the protective barrier." Ming Tong thought to himself, so Su Ping's battle pet is a purgatory candle dragon beast. No wonder the kid is so arrogant. This thing is one of the top-tier beasts in the entire dragon family. I was worried for nothing. Ming Tong ordered, "Set the energy barrier to maximum. Activate the secondary energy shield as well." The barrier generator powered up. Su Ping said, "Well then, I won't hold back." Yanbo retorted, "Don't celebrate just yet. Your purgatory candle dragon beast may be rare, but I can tell its current combat power is only at the low tier of the 8th rank. A low tier against a high tier. It's not yet certain who will come out on top. 8th rank power boost." As he spoke, he channeled his astral power. The purple shadow demon fox seemed to surge with power, baring its fangs at the dragon. The commentator announced, "The purple shadow demon fox is resisting the suppressive effect of the dragon's might. Under that 8th rank power boost, I'm afraid the fox has just stepped into the realm of the 9th rank. Isn't Instructor Su Ping going to use a buffing skill on his Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast? This is like sending it into a 1 versus 2 fight. Su Ping just stood there, with his hands in his pockets, smiling. He said, "This is nothing. It's a long way from a 1-on-2 fight." Yanbo growled. "Are you looking down on me, Demon Fox?" "Eightfold lightning severance," the fox roared, and countless sharp spikes materialized from its tails. Ye Hao thought, the lightning rat's lightning severance is destructive enough with just a single layer, but that demon fox can unleash 8 layers at once. Is this the power of the 8th rank? The spikes shot towards the Purgatory Dragon. Su Ping stood there, unfazed. The commentator yelled, "The demon fox's lightning severance has cut off all of Instructor Su Ping's escape routes. How will Instructor Su Ping respond?" Just as he said that, the Purgatory Dragon unleashed a dragon roar, shattering the demon fox's spikes. Yanbo sneered, "Not bad. Let's see you handle this. Demon Fox, Thunder Shadow clones." The demon fox split into 3 identical copies. The commentator shouted, "Wow, it's the 7th rank lightning skill, Shadow Clone. Each clone is perfectly executing the 8th rank Lightning Devour. It's impossible to tell which is real. And the fox's target is still the beast tamer himself. Instructor Fei Yanbo is giving him no room to escape. The 3 demon foxes are rushing toward Su Ping with Lightning Devour. A massive explosion erupted. The commentator asked, "Did Instructor Su Ping manage to dodge it? If he gets hit by that attack 3 times, even someone with a dragon-like physique probably couldn't withstand it." From within the smoke, Su Ping's voice was heard, "Shadow clones. This move brings back memories. But unfortunately for you, even 9 clones wouldn't be enough." At that moment, the Purgatory Dragon had its jaws clamped around the neck of one of the 3 demon foxes. The commentator screamed, "The real one was found in an instant." Yanbo shouted, "How is that possible? Demon Fox, get out of there." Suddenly, multiple lightning cannons exploded. Su Ping glanced over. The blasts went off right in the Purgatory Dragon's face. The commentator cried out, "It's over," taking continuous 7th rank lightning cannons to the head at point-blank range. "The consequences will be devastating." Diane laughed sinisterly. "Huh, blow that dragon's mouth to bits. Show him what death looks like." Another student sneered. How dare he compare himself to Instructor Fei? He's still wet behind the ears. Ming Tong slammed his hand down. Sigh. The difference in combat experience is just too vast. "I shouldn't have let Su Ping take this fight," Yun Chan noted. From that sound, every single one of those lightning cannons hit its mark. "Humph. I don't even need to look. This match is decided." Su Ping's voice cut in. "Who says?" Yanbo's eyes widened. What? Long cracks had appeared on the Purgatory Dragon's head, but its jaws were still locked tight on the demon fox. The commentator yelled, "Unbelievable. After taking so many lightning cannons, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast only has a few cracks on its head. In contrast, the purple shadow demon fox is on its last breath from its own attack." After the attack, the dragon's outer layer of skin suddenly shattered into pieces, much to Yanbo's surprise. It wasn't hard to recognize these as high-level defensive skills from the rock and plant families. The crowd gasped in amazement as they saw the dragon, completely unharmed, with a fresh layer of skin underneath. The Purgatory Dragon's real hide is completely unscathed. It had combined both rock armor and vine armor. Realizing he couldn't win, Yanbo turned to accuse Su Ping of making his dragon learn so many defensive skills. For a dragon, whose strength lies in its overwhelming attack power, it's a disgrace to its entire species. Su Ping could only smirk when he heard that. He remembered how, back in the day, the Inferno Dragon couldn't fight back against its own kind, no matter what it tried. That was the only reason it had to learn defensive skills. Who would willingly charge to their death? Not that Yanbo knew anything about that. He had no right to comment on what the Inferno Dragon had been through. But regardless, the outcome was set. First match, victory goes to Master Su Ping. The announcement of the first match's result had Dai Yan and Yanbo's crew on the edge of their seats. Ming Song let out a sigh of relief. He was a little surprised, but thankfully, nothing had gone wrong. Losing a single round didn't scare Yanbo in the slightest. That was just a secondary pet. If Su Ping's Inferno Dragon was a 9th rank beast, then he wouldn't have to hold back and could summon his main pet. As he spoke, a massive serpent materialized behind him, the Abyss Demon Serpent, a 9th rank bloodline. The serpent's appearance threw the crowd into an uproar. The members of Yanbo's faction became even more smug and self-satisfied. After that last battle, the Inferno Bamboo Dragon had used up quite a bit of stamina. Now, facing a 9th rank pet, the odds were obviously tilting in Yanbo's favor. Admiring the serpent's mighty aura, the spectators roared with excitement, yelling for Yanbo to put Su Ping down in style and show him the might of Sword Orchid. But Su Ping was not to be trifled with. He had never once claimed the Inferno Bamboo Dragon was his main pet. He held out his hand, and the entire stadium, and all the viewers waited eagerly for the next pet to emerge from that tiny summoning rift. From the opening, a cute little skeleton stepped out aggressively. Its entrance brought with it a suffocatingly cold aura, and yet, the members of Sword Orchid still had no clue, mocking the little skeleton as just another weak astral pet. In the entire crowd, only Ling Yue noticed its unusual form. Yanbo, however, was full of contempt. He'd seen plenty of mutated astral pets go up against his main pet, and this guy summoned a little skeleton. He put on a show of mercy, allowing him to summon again, but then something made him freeze, his face turning dark. For decades, he had only ever seen bloodlust in his serpent, and yet, right now, it seemed to be terrified. He wondered where that fear was coming from. At the same time, the atmosphere around the little skeleton became thick with the stench of death. A tall figure holding a longsword lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, the little skeleton was behind Yanbo, and the serpent had been dealt a fatal blow. Yanbo's pupils contracted. So fast. When did the skeleton even sheathe its sword? At that moment, the serpent's head just slid right off its body. Yanbo stood there, frozen to the spot. The MC was aghast that a 9th-rank serpent had been instantly one-shot by a little skeleton. As this performance concluded, Yanbo's loyal dogs could only stare. As Yanbo collapsed to his knees on the ground, Su Ping reminded him that he should hurry and get his main pet treated. Yanbo looked like he was going insane. He couldn't believe his 9th-rank Abyss Demon Serpent, which he had worked so hard to get, was taken down by a low-rank skeleton. He roared, demanding to know what in the world just happened. But Su Ping simply replied that it wasn't his obligation. The match was over. It was a complete victory for Su Ping. The entire stadium erupted in endless cheers. It had been 10 years since Sword Orchid was last defeated. Hearing their rivals cheer, the Sword Orchid members were furious but helpless. Since they couldn't win fair and square, they turned to playing dirty. Dai Yan ordered his men to detain Su Ping. He accused him of injuring a high-ranking member of Sword Orchid and grievously wounding Yanbo's main pet. He demanded that Su Ping explain himself clearly. The blind mob, easily led by the nose, also started shouting for an explanation, blocking him from leaving. The losers were actually demanding that the winner, Su Ping, apologize, but he had no time to waste on them. They wanted an explanation? Fine, he'd give them one. It was best to end this, once and for all, right here, he shouted, asking the host to help him connect to the main screen. Seeing Su Ping video calling Xu Kuang on the Jumbotron, who was laughing uncontrollably, the members of Sword Orchid had no idea what those two were planning. Su Ping was speechless. He hadn't even agreed to be Xu Kuang's master yet. He then told Xu Kuang to hurry up and move aside so the two main characters could appear. And then, on the big screen, two men in a recovery room appeared. The truth was about to be exposed. The Sword Orchid members started to panic. Only Dai Yan remained incredibly calm. He was confident that with the merciless beating he'd given them, those two would have long since become vegetables, completely incapable of saying anything. But just then, the two men suddenly woke up. Seeing this, Su Ping couldn't help but praise the skill of the Shangcheng Hospital for being able to successfully save those two. It was only then that Dai Yan's head started buzzing, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He couldn't believe his eyes. Yun Qian calmly observed the situation, only wondering who the two people on the screen were. Dai Yan panicked and started screaming at the people below him to leave immediately, but it wasn't that easy. Both exits were completely blocked. Su Ping asked the two men to recount what had happened that day. The man with bangs covering his face recalled how he was cornered by members of Sword Orchid who wanted to know information about young Master Ye. He refused to say a word and was beaten to within an inch of his life. That was when Su Ping saved him, but he was beaten up again after school. Hearing this, Dai Yan's group was completely frozen, and the students from Sword Orchid were stunned when they learned the truth. Ling Yue pointed at Dai Yan, accusing him of being the thief who cried foul, but he could only wave his hands in denial. By now, Yun Tian couldn't contain the rage in his heart. Under a suffocating pressure, Dai Yan's group collapsed to the ground. Yun Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He remembered warning Dai Yan not to deceive him, or the consequences would be severe. Dai Yan hadn't forgotten those consequences: expulsion, having his battle pet master bloodline revoked, and being permanently banned from ever touching an astral pet. Yoon Tian retracted his aura and turned to apologize to Ming Song, hoping he wouldn't hold a grudge. From now on, Sword Orchid and Phoenix Mountain would still be good friends. Ming Song smiled, stroking his beard in agreement. But just then, Su Ping unexpectedly stepped forward and interrupted their conversation, reminding Yoon Tian, "Aren't you forgetting something?" Thinking he wanted compensation, the old man listed a series of treasures for him to choose from, saying he could have whatever he wanted. Su Ping gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, I don't want much. Kneel and admit you were wrong." From below, Uncle Yan couldn't believe his ears. He roared, yelling that Su Ping was taking things too far. Su Ping didn't even spare him a glance. He had lost. And with it, his title as the Sword Peak Master was gone. Uncle Yan gnashed his teeth in fury, but Su Ping had spoken, and there was nothing he could do. Seeing how tense things were, Ming Song advised Su Ping that there was no need to go that far, but his mind was made up. Forcing Yoon Tian to kneel and apologize was to show everyone present just how high the price was for messing with Phoenix Mountain. Sure enough, as soon as he said it, the Sword Orchid students were scared out of their wits. Su Ping also didn't forget to remind Yoon Tian, the relationship between Sword Orchid and Phoenix Mountain wasn't that close yet. From now on, the best resources had to go to Phoenix Mountain first. Yoon Tian had no other choice. He swallowed his anger and got on his knees. His action left Ming Song in disbelief, and even the other disciples knelt down behind him. It was only then that Ming Song understood what Yoon Tian meant by settling things amicably. After the incident was smoothly resolved, Su Ping's name and his pet store became even more widely known. Those who didn't know the story couldn't help but be amazed, wondering how such a rundown shop could be so crowded. The shop might be old, but its owner was a titled-level powerhouse. The prices for training astral pets were steep, but the results were incredibly effective. As one guy was rambling on, another came over and told him to talk less. Su Ping himself was surprised that his actions had brought him so much fame, attracting even more customers. Among the people lined up, Ling Yue suddenly popped out of nowhere, startling Su Ping a little. Ling Yue stammered a bit, saying she also wanted to have an astral pet trained. Su Ping let out a sigh. If she wanted to, all she had to do was say the word. There was no need to come all the way here. But Ling Yue made it clear she didn't want any special treatment just because she was his sister. Ling Yue's eyes lit up with determination. She wanted to become stronger on her own. Hearing this, he asked her how many astral pets she wanted to train. She quickly summoned Snowball, her pet that had just recently broken through to the 4th rank. He checked the price list. A 4th rank pet could reach Ascendant level, 100,000 per session. Ling Yue was stunned when she heard the number. In a whole year, she only earned a little over 30,000. Su Ping didn't say much, simply picking up Snowball and calling for the next person. Ling Yue's voice dropped. She didn't have enough money this time and said she would come back later. Just as Su Ping tossed Snowball into the training space, the system warned him that prices could not be changed for personal favoritism. He glanced at the notification. All he had to do was pay for Ling Yue himself. His eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, everything will be as you wish. This is to train a stronger astral pet, so I hope you'll let it slide. The system then reminded him that there would be no next time. Su Ping made a note and told her there was no need to pay, because he had learned cultivation techniques from her in the past. Ling Yue was baffled. She had only ever trained at home. Besides, he was already at the 9th rank back then. Didn't his excuse sound completely absurd? A moment later, on a high platform, golden rays of light shot out in all directions. To survive the golden-scaled dragon's assault, the challenger needed to last for 10 minutes. Now, Su Ping stood face to face with the golden-scaled dragon, looking completely calm. He let out a triumphant smile. After reaching the 6th rank, he had finally grasped some information about high-level astral pets. At his command, Little Skeleton drew its sword and charged forward. 2 streams of power, one black and one gold, clashed with neither giving an inch. As fiercely as Little Skeleton attacked, the golden-scaled dragon's defense was just as solid. Next, Su Ping signaled his other astral pets to advance and support Little Skeleton from its blind spots. Receiving the order, the pack of pets charged forward like a hurricane. A blinding golden light erupted from the dragon's forehead. It was struck by Little Skeleton and roared in pain, its entire body slamming hard onto the ground. But then, another surge of energy appeared near its head. The golden-scaled dragon was as if reborn. In addition to its golden-scaled head, a second dragon head had appeared. Its current state was that of a king beast, a dragon king. Su Ping looked like he was getting tired. So, this is its second phase, he chuckled. Even if it was a king beast, its fate was sealed. This was a perfect chance to let Little Skeleton absorb a king's bloodline. Ready to strike, 3 torrents of mana collided, shattering the tower's highest peak and even cleaving a nearby hill in two. The scene was a chaotic mess of rubble and thick dust. But the 10 minutes were up, and the Dragon King had fallen at the hands of Little Skeleton. The customers' pets were all leveling up one after another. Just then, he noticed the dog's bloodline was advancing, and the moon-chasing hound had also broken through. It became the Dark Dragon Hound. After defeating the Dragon King, Su Ping continued to lead the pack of pets to train against other monsters. He trained each pet, honing their innate skills to an elite level. After the Heavenly Fragrance Pig and the Dark Dragon Hound launched a simultaneous attack, the monsters were beaten so badly they could barely fight back. Next, he had the Purgatory Candle Dragon and the Mysterious Flame Beast provide support. He never expected that after Little Skeleton absorbed the Iron Blood Pearl, the combat power of even the regular monsters would increase by so much. But of course, Su Ping was confident he would win. Because even with their increased combat power, it was no problem for the Dark Dragon Hound and the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, especially with the added support of the Mysterious Flame Beast and the Heavenly Fragrance Pig. He targeted the monsters and ordered the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast and the Dark Dragon Hound to charge forward and finish them off. Su Ping patted the Dark Dragon Hound's head. Its upgrade came at the perfect time, since he was lacking a way to scout ahead. He even teased it, saying that in the future, all it would have to do is sniff something to know if it was top quality. He then turned to the Purgatory Candle Dragon and sighed. Hiding in your shell again. He wondered if it was starting to evolve into a turtle, because it had died so many times. The Purgatory Hound and the Heavenly Fragrance Pig had also evolved significantly. One was a fire type with powerful area of effect attacks, while the other was a spirit type with the most vicious single-target attacks. The next morning, customers once again mobbed Su Ping's shop. Are you here to pick up your pet? Are you here to buy one? The people inside, holding their pets, couldn't help but be amazed by their development. They thought they'd have to wait at least a month. Su Ping was exasperated. Of course it's fast. It's the Dragon King's legacy land. But regardless, he needed to open a secret realm to increase his own stamina. A few customers stared wide-eyed, wondering when their chubby little pets had gotten so jacked. Su Ping kept calling out the next customers, adding that anyone who didn't believe him could test their pets out. The crowd in the back was getting impatient. They were so angry they wanted to throw the two doubters out. They shouted, "If you don't believe it, then get lost. Stop wasting Su Ping's time." He looked at the crowd. It seemed he no longer needed to prove himself to anyone. With the customers gone, Su Ping was now collecting his reward for training the battle pets. Seeing the reward in front of him, he quickly accepted it. In less than a second, a red book glowing with a brilliant crimson light appeared before Su Ping. He reached out to grab the True Devil God Fist. The moment he touched it, the light surrounding the book enveloped his body, transporting him to a strange, unfamiliar place. There were giant, ferocious monsters and piles of white skeletons scattered across a barren, lifeless land. A large group of people was desperately fighting off the monsters. Su Ping looked at them and guessed they were all at the Beast King level. Suddenly, a golden vortex tore open the sky. All the monsters looked up at once. A massive hand, clenched into a fist, emerged from the swirl. A muscular body, dozens of times larger than the monsters, appeared and slammed its fist straight into the ground. A horrifying shockwave erupted. It blew away everything on the surface. Su Ping could only stare and mutter, "That punch. It's unbelievably powerful." Just then, the giant figure spoke. The True Devil God Fist has 5 forms. Master the first form, and you can annihilate king-level enemies. A single punch is an all-out attack, and the backlash is just as powerful. Ordinary people can only ever manage to use the first form. If you can't withstand the backlash, the second form will, at best, shatter your bones. At worst, your body will be torn to shreds. Only someone with a pure Golden Crow bloodline can withstand the backlash from all 5 forms. Then, a screen appeared in front of Su Ping. "Will you choose to learn it?" Su Ping smirked confidently. "Well, I do happen to have the Golden Crow Fiend God body. This technique was made for me." With that, he slammed his palm onto the word, "Learn." The True Devil God let out a booming laugh. "It's been a long time since I've met someone with guts like you." Immediately, 5 orbs, each containing one of the 5 forms of the True Devil God Fist, appeared before him. The forms had to be learned in order. Only after mastering the first could he move on to the next. Su Ping felt a wave of hesitation. A secret realm isn't like a regular wasteland. There are bound to be masters here. It's hard to fight against overwhelming numbers, and I can't rely on Little Skeleton for everything. In the end, he decided to train for a few days before jumping into real combat. He was determined to wipe out every single monster in this place. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, which was equivalent to half a month in the cultivation site. By now, Su Ping's body had grown much stronger. He had mastered the first form of the true devil god fist. The bodies of the monsters he'd defeated were already piled higher than a mountain, but just then, a not enough energy notification popped up. It cut Su Ping off. He wanted to keep fighting, especially since his golden crow fiend god body was on the verge of breaking through to the second level. I hope this little bit of power is enough, he thought. Sunlight shone down on Sector 7 of the Yuhuang base city. Old Man Ming and Chen Long were sitting and talking with Yi Chengkong. Chen Long couldn't understand why this guy would want to partner with them. Isn't he afraid we'll split the loot? Hearing this, Captain Yi just laughed. The reason I've come this time, it was all because he'd set his sights on a certain treasure. According to his investigation, a vicious beast was guarding this prize. The world-renowned North Star Battle Squad was really just highly experienced. The only ones who had reached a master level were himself, Ye Chenshan, and Xiao Shui. But to claim that treasure, they needed both experience and a powerhouse of at least the 8th rank. The other two exchanged a glance. So, it was a juicy score. They wanted to help, but they also wanted the whole thing for themselves, though they could still offer a good price. Chen Long didn't hesitate to agree to help, on the condition that the two of them could choose their own treasures after it was secured. Because in a secret realm, it's not just the beasts you have to worry about, but other people too. Dangers lurked everywhere. Having achieved his goal, Captain Ni quickly agreed. What those two didn't know, however, was that the treasure doesn't belong to the one who discovers it. It belongs to the one who survives and brings it out. Elder Ming stroked his silver beard, believing Ni Chengkong should still get the first pick since he was the captain. Captain Ni just gave a wry smile. The first person to choose definitely wouldn't be him. The other two never expected that, besides Ni Chengkong, someone else would have the right to contend for it. They were startled as two figures walked in from outside. It was Ye Chenshan and Su Ping. Elder Ming wondered who the person standing next to Ye Chenshan was. Chen Long made a wild guess. Judging by the power he was sensing, not even level 6, he figured Su Ping must have gotten in through connections. But Ni Chengkong's face lit up as he greeted them warmly. A happy reunion between both sides. Chen Long hesitated. Could it be that Su Ping was the one chosen to pick the treasure first? And sure enough, because he had once saved Xiao Shui's life and defeated an 8th rank demonic bone beast, Ni Chengkong was letting him choose his treasure first. When the other two heard he'd killed an 8th rank demonic bone beast, they were absolutely stunned. Captain Ni then turned to Elder Ming and the other man about the picking order. What objection could he possibly have? The fact that a young man like Su Ping could compete on their level and had even saved Chenshan's group left no room for protest. In a flash, the group arrived at the entrance to the Longtai Mountain secret realm. At the Dragon Ascent platform, Ni Chengkong took the lead. The higher they climbed, the thinner the air became. He worriedly asked Su Ping if he needed to slow down. He said climbing the stairs wasn't tiring, just a waste of time. To get to the Dragon Ascent platform, can't we just fly? Chen Long snapped, telling him to stop spouting nonsense, making it clear he didn't want to get dragged down with him. Just then, Captain Ni laughed loudly and explained that Su Ping just didn't know the rules, trying to smooth things over. The Dragon Ascent platform had treacherous terrain, and all sorts of things could happen. If you were walking and fell off, unless you had an 8th rank flying type pet, the thought alone was horrifying. That's why the Barren Area Explorers had a rule. No fighting or summoning battle pets on the Dragon Ascent platform. Anyone who violates it will be ostracized or targeted for revenge. Just as Captain Ni finished explaining, 2 streaks of light shot up into the sky behind them. In the air, Tang Ruyan and Jiang Shaotian were relentlessly attacking their opponent. The rule he just mentioned was only for ordinary people. The great clans couldn't care less. Even if the management knew, they'd just turn a blind eye. The fight between the Jiang and Tang families for the top spot on the Dragon Bone Prodigy list caused the mountain next to the path to shatter into pieces. Rocks and debris came raining down on Su Ping's group. Chen Long wasn't the least bit worried. With his skill level, a few rocks couldn't touch him. But then, Su Ping suddenly dashed forward, so fast that not even Ni Chengkong could stop him. He told the group to hurry and destroy the large boulders in front of them. They might be able to dodge, but the people behind them might not be so lucky. Following his lead, the group charged forward to help. They shattered the boulders one by one, with only Elder Ming and Chen Long not lifting a finger. The job was done quickly, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The other two could only watch, amazed at his incredible judgment and command skills. In an instant, he had boosted the entire team's morale. After a while, they finally reached the Dragon Ascent platform. The platform was packed like an anthill, with people shoving and arguing constantly. Suddenly, the Tang family appeared from behind, arrogantly shouting, "Our young miss wishes to challenge the Dragon Bone for the 6th time." It was easy to recognize the two people beside Tang Ruyan as the 8th rank titled Battle Pet Master and the 9th rank Fengxiao Wind Demon, the legendary 2 winds of the Tang family. And the woman walking between them was the Tang family's young master, who had already conquered the Dragon Bone a 5th time. Ruyan looked up at the secret realm. She hadn't opened it that many times, but it was still a bit intimidating. But this time, the Dragon Bone will definitely belong to the Tang family. A man's voice cut in, scolding her, "Don't waste your breath." It was Jiang Xiaotian, who had just reached the 8th rank. Looking down his nose at her, he crossed his arms and boasted that he had also just conquered the 5th Dragon Bone and was about to challenge the 6th. Ruyan, for her part, didn't dare underestimate him. The only ones qualified to challenge the Tang family were the Jiang family. Seeing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, eager to watch the drama unfold. Xiaotian looked ready for a fight. Their battle on the path hadn't tired him out at all. Just like that, the two clashed, trading blows and insults. The Blade Sovereign looked down from above and roared, "This is exactly what I wanted to see." With that, the Longtai Mountain secret realm was officially open. The crowd below yelled for everyone to get inside the secret realm, and that it was best not to anger the Blade Sovereign. Then, a massive blow struck down, splitting the earth in two and blocking the crowd from advancing any further. With the young master yet to speak, Zuo Fengquan was determined not to let anyone take a single step forward. Ignoring everything, a powerful foot stepped across the boundary line before the astonished eyes of 1,000 people, including Fengquan. Su Ping calmly walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. The crowd behind him couldn't believe someone dared to bypass the Tang family and go first. This made Fengquan's face darken with rage. He couldn't contain his fury. Anyone who disrespected the Tang family was courting death. The old man attacked Su Ping without hesitation, a massive hand lunging towards him, leaving a long trail of upturned earth in its wake. Su Ping's expression didn't change at all, as his entire body radiated a golden aura. A surprise attack descended from the sky, splitting the massive hand in two. The crowd stared at the scene, dumbfounded. The Blade Master had actually stepped in to stop Zhuo Fengquan. The ground split into 2 separate pieces. The Blade Master didn't want to see a bunch of people causing trouble on his turf. Personal grudges were best settled privately. Su Ping looked up in gratitude. This Blade Master truly lived up to his reputation, to be this powerful without even using a battle pet. The Blade Master didn't accept his thanks, stating that he was merely correcting those who didn't know their place. It had nothing to do with him. At this, Su Ping just smiled and continued on his way. He headed straight for the entrance, with the Tang family members chasing right behind him. Daring to cut in front of their clan, they would make sure he wouldn't leave here alive. And just like that, they all entered the secret realm together. Outside, the crowd couldn't stop murmuring. Su Ping was so young, yet he showed no regard for the Tang family. If it weren't for the Blade Master, he would have been pulverized by now. He truly had a death wish. Then they started asking each other which team he was on, wondering if they should hand him over to the Tang family if they caught him. Hearing this, the members of Su Ping's team could only feel helpless. Chen Long grumbled that Su Ping was trying to get them all killed. The team captain couldn't decide if he was brave or just reckless, always acting as if he feared no authority. Su Ping arrived at the base of the Dragon Ascent pillar. The massive dragon at the top of the pillar asked if he would accept the inheritance trial. Seeing as no one was around, he wanted to test his own limits, so he quickly accepted. Meanwhile, 2 members of the Tang family were kneeling before their young mistress, Ruyan, blaming themselves for being too slow and letting another team enter the secret realm first. Fengquan clasped his hands respectfully, taking the blame for not finding Su Ping and for letting him live. But, he assured her, they would soon find out who that audacious punk was. But as the young mistress of a great clan, Tang Ruyan had no time for such trivial matters. Only their family and the Jiang family had ever passed the 5th floor of the Dragon Bone Tower on the Heavenly Pride rankings. The Liu and Ye families had only ever cleared the 3rd floor. The Dragon Bone Heavenly Pride ranking was a symbol of the Tang family's power. She reminded the two to stop worrying about petty issues and focus on securing the Tang family's #1 position on the Heavenly Pride rankings. Feng Xiao and Feng Quan could only bow their heads in obedience. Suddenly, the lights on the floors of the Dragon Ascent Tower began to light up. From the 1st to the 6th floor, it happened in a flash, leaving the crowd both astonished and bewildered. Then, the 7th floor was also conquered in an instant. There were only 2 floors left before the entire Dragon Ascent Tower was completely cleared. This scene sent the Tang family members' minds reeling. The 8th floor light was on. Who on earth possessed such power? In a flash, the Tang family's record of 8 consecutive first-place clears had been shattered. Feng Quan clenched his fists. Was it the Ye family or the Liu family? Not only did he let that brat into the secret realm, but now their #1 spot was being challenged. This was infuriating. In the next moment, even the 9th floor was conquered. Just like that, a heavenly pride has earned the qualification to be a candidate for the inheritance. All challengers, enter the secret realm now. Yi Cheng couldn't believe his eyes, watching as the top of the tower was utterly dethroned. Not even in his wildest dreams did he imagine Su Ping could surpass both the Tang and Jiang families to reach the peak. That's right. The members of the Tang and Jiang families were stunned, silent, when they saw Su Ping reach the pinnacle. They had no idea who this person with such terrifying strength was. The crowd at the foot of the tower shouted for everyone to hurry inside and see who it was. After breaking through all 9 floors, Su Ping couldn't help but marvel at the power of his true demon god palm. A single move had wiped out everything. Satisfied, Su Ping put on his backpack and checked his sword. Everyone was distracted by the Dragon Bone Tower. This was the perfect chance to go snatch some treasure. He was about to leave when he saw his team captain in the distance, marveling at how someone could break through 9 consecutive floors. He stopped and called out to Yi Cheng, telling him they should get back to the main mission. Seeing him, the captain asked, "Where on earth did you go?" They had been looking all over for him. Without hiding anything, he said bluntly that he had just gone for a little warm-up. Now was the time to go grab the treasure. Hearing him say he was warming up, the team was dumbfounded. They vaguely started to guess that he was the one who had conquered the Dragon Bone Tower. Standing behind them, Chen Long muttered that Su Ping was acting recklessly just because he was favored. Old Ming, standing beside him, calmed him down. They just needed to find the right opportunity to threaten him later. After an unknown amount of time, the team arrived at the Dragon Scale Continent, Sector 92. The team captain signaled for Old Ming to be in charge of the ground and Xiao Shui to cover the air. The two quickly summoned their battle pets. They were an earth-fire dark-eye beast and a holy flame bird. Standing to one side, Su Ping also summoned his dark dragon hound. Old Ming looked at his actions with disapproval. His own 9th-rank scouting beast was already out, yet Su Ping was summoning another 7th-rank scouting beast. Su Ping didn't care. He told his dragon hound to listen and see if any monsters were nearby. Chen Long crossed his arms and mocked him. He should recall it. It's too big for scouting. And besides, it's only a level 7. After receiving a signal from his pet, Su Ping immediately announced that someone was approaching. Hearing this, Elder Ming had his own beast take a look. After a moment, a worried Captain Ni asked who the enemy was, but Elder Ming's reply was that there were no enemies. Even the Holy Flame Bird didn't detect anything unusual. Chen Long sneered, assuming Su Ping was just lying through his teeth to look impressive. But his smirk didn't last long, because a swarm of fiery wind raptors suddenly descended upon them. Their surprise appearance agitated both the Holy Flame Bird and the Earthfire Shadow Eye beast. Seeing a dark swarm covering the sky, the group couldn't help but be on guard. A swarm this large had to be at least level 9. Captain Ni ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Ni Cheng calmly summoned his level 9 demonic evil beast, then told Chen Long to use his great earth dragon to protect the battle pet masters. The other battle pets would follow the demonic evil beast into the fight. Just like that, high-level pets were summoned, all of them level 9 or level 8. They were all ready to fight, with the formation set. The 4-layered earthen treasury protection appeared, and the powerful beasts radiated an overwhelming aura of courage. As they prepared to attack the fiery wind raptors, Xiao Shui suddenly realized the dark dragon hound wasn't inside the protective barrier yet. Chen Long, however, casually told her not to worry. There were 2 level 9 beasts out there. As long as that mutt didn't cause trouble, it would definitely be fine. But Xiao Shui wouldn't listen no matter what he said. She insisted on bringing the dragon hound inside. But Chen Long absolutely refused. He wasn't about to risk his life for some worthless level 7 pet. Ye Chen Shan, however, disagreed. He sided with Xiao Shui. The dragon hound was the one that discovered the raptors in the first place, and Su Ping was their benefactor. The withered scale scar beast would protect the formation. Chen Shan asked to open the earthen treasury protection, but Su Ping cut him off. He said he didn't need help, but appreciated the gesture. His dark dragon hound was a mixed breed, after all, with limited combat power. Besides, that swarm of fiery wind raptors has a leader. Just aim for that one, and victory is assured. Elder Ming stroked his beard and whispered to Chen Long to just ignore Su Ping's level 7 pet. How could a level 7 Dark Dragon Hound possibly survive against a swarm of level 9 bats? He nodded in agreement. It would be good to take Su Ping down a peg. Elder Ming waved his hand, and the Earthfire Shadow Eye Beast vanished without a trace. Xiao Shui never expected the Shadow Eye Beast could turn invisible like that. In a flash, the entire earthen treasury protection became transparent, allowing the pet masters inside to watch the battlefield outside. The mighty demonic evil beast took down bat after bat, while the other battle pets fought relentlessly, felling them one by one. By then, the group inside could no longer see the Dark Dragon Hound. Xiao Shui thought it had already been eaten by the swarm. But then, Captain Ni pointed at the swarm. Inside it, there was a very strange streak of light. Xiao Shui was stunned. It really was the Dark Dragon Hound. Looking closer, she saw a shield surrounding the Dragon Hound. It turned out that light was a protective shield. They couldn't believe a level 7 pet could move so freely among a swarm of level 9 fiery wind raptors. And he called that limited combat power? Finally, the leader of the pack, the green-winged fiery raptor lord, appeared. It bared its bloodthirsty fangs at the beasts. Its tail, both long and massive, swung once and cut through the sky. The long tail aimed for the Dark Dragon Hound and slammed down hard. Ni Cheng's group was so horrified they couldn't bear to watch. But the Dark Dragon Hound was completely unharmed. Its protective shield was incredibly sturdy. That shield was so tough that it made Chen Long doubt the durability of the barrier cast by his own great Earth Dragon. The Dark Dragon Hound lowered its front body, as if it was gathering momentum to prepare an attack. It shot past the Raptor Lord, its sharp claws casually raking across the hide of the green-winged fiery raptor leader. Seeing the wound on its wing emitting a white vapor, Chen Long scoffed. He thought it was going to be some big move, but it turned out to be just a scratch. His great Earth Dragon was still superior. That hound only knew how to defend. But suddenly, the leader bat shrieked. Its entire body crashed violently to the ground. It coughed up green blood, lumps erupted all over its body, and it foamed at the mouth. A truly gruesome sight. The people inside the barrier could only stare wide-eyed in amazement. This dragon hound was way too overpowered. Having thick armor was strong enough, but poison claws too? How could anyone defend against that? The Dark Dragon Hound carried itself with the air of a victor, brazenly leaping over the bat's head. Su Ping smirked to himself. It was just one bat. How could it compare to the monsters in the Dragon King's holy cultivation land? The Dragon Hound stood between heaven and earth and let out a resounding roar like a victory bell. Seeing their leader had fallen, the rest of the raptors lost their will to fight and fled. Captain Ni's group cheered for the complete victory, hailing the Dark Dragon Hound. Chen Long felt his earlier words had been too arrogant and turned to praise the Dark Dragon Hound. But in response, Su Ping just said it was decent. A mid-tier talent at best. Elder Ming burst out laughing. If the Dragon Hound was mid-tier, wouldn't that make his own pets low-tier? Su Ping said nothing, but inwardly scoffed that those things didn't even qualify as low-tier. The Dark Dragon Hound returned. In its mouth, it dragged the larva of the green-winged fiery raptor. This larva hadn't fully formed yet, absorbing nutrients from its mother. If a pet eats this, its power will definitely increase. And since the Dark Dragon Hound found it, it belonged to those two. With no objections, Su Ping sat down quietly beside the Keelan scale hide they were using for concealment. It hadn't been cheap, and if the others didn't pay attention to it, he could just take it back for himself. Hearing this, the other two were a bit suspicious. They thought he'd let things slide instead of settling scores, but now he was offering to split the loot, and they weren't sure what to make of it. But seeing how powerful he was, Old Ming intended to make peace. The two of them bowed their heads in thanks. If they needed anything, they just had to ask. Ni Chung Kong pointed to the map, saying that if they headed north, they'd find a cave. That cave was their destination for the day, and they'd arrive around early morning tomorrow. Su Ping looked at the map, a little puzzled. He had seen this location before in the Dragon King's legacy, but there should have been several of them on the continent, yet the map only showed one. Su Ping couldn't help but ask, is this a hand-drawn map? Of course, Ni Chen Kong wasn't about to admit he'd spent a fortune on it. Su Ping felt the treasure on the map was a bit strange, but to Ni Chen Kong, it seemed perfectly normal. Even Chen Long didn't think there was anything wrong. Hearing them talk, Su Ping just kept quiet. The next day, the group arrived in front of the cave. They were about to enter when Su Ping quickly stopped them. Even without a pet, he could tell there was a 9th rank beast inside. This stunned Captain Ni. Su Ping didn't explain that he'd actually been here before, thanks to the Dragon Bone Pagoda, and had even used his Dark Dragon Hound as cannon fodder. Captain Ni thought it over and didn't doubt him. Luckily, with Su Ping around, everything went smoothly. The Windwings they fought earlier were said to be 9th rank. but individually, they were only at the 7th or 8th rank. But inside a cave with unknown terrain, a true 9th rank beast meant the difficulty had skyrocketed, making a surprise attack nearly impossible. An idea suddenly sparked in Captain Nee's mind. If they couldn't go in, they'd lure the beast out. The group began to summon their battle pets. They wanted to set a trap to catch the beast completely off guard. In an instant, the earth burrowing technique was deployed. Chunks of earth and rock were pulled from the ground. The holy flame bird also swooped into action, its red flames engulfing the huge boulders summoned by Chen Long. Old Ming wasn't idle either, using a stealth skill to conceal himself. The trap was set. All they needed was for the beast to come out of the cave, but they couldn't afford to wait. Ni Chengkong decided to use himself as bait. Chen Shan disagreed. After all, it was a 9th rank beast. That was far too dangerous. But no matter what was said, Captain Ni wouldn't listen. He confidently walked inside with his 9th rank evil spirit beast. He couldn't wait any longer. Others had probably already started entering the dragon scale continent. Su Ping couldn't just sit back either. He decided to go with the captain. Ni Chengkong nodded. With Su Ping along, he felt a little less worried. With that, the two of them entered together. The cave was dark, and the deeper they went, the thicker the toxic miasma became. Ni Chengkong told him he should wait outside, worried that his body couldn't resist the poison. He shook his head. With his primeval armor, any poison below the 8th rank couldn't harm him. Su Ping's gaze suddenly turned sharp as ice. Ni Chengkong had given up his first 3 picks of the treasure. He definitely had another motive. Su Ping stopped walking, demanding that Ni Chengkong tell him the truth. He let out a loud laugh, realizing he couldn't hide it anymore. He revealed that, inside the cave was a Starfall spirit tree, which bears the Starfall spirit fruit, an item that can unlock the potential of an 8th rank battle pet master. It could even help them break through to the next realm. He desperately wanted to get his hands on it. Su Ping seemed unconvinced. Could he really give up the first 3 picks just for the spirit tree? Captain Ni's expression turned somber. That's right. He thought of his sister, lying sick in bed. He had to get that spirit fruit. He turned his head slightly, making it clear, even if Su Ping was their savior, he wouldn't let him have it. Su Ping thought it over. The Starfall spirit fruit was pretty similar to an origin power pill. If Ni Chengkong wanted it that badly, he had no reason to fight him for it. Su Ping said it bluntly. He had no interest in those items. He then warned the captain that the beast in the cave was a sub-dragon species. It was an upper 9th rank combatant called the Flame Scale Blood Jiao, specializing in mental attacks. If they just rushed in, there was a high chance they'd be taking a one-way trip to the underworld. Hearing this, Ni Chengkong was puzzled. How do you know so much about that beast? But Su Ping didn't answer, simply telling him to follow if he wanted to get the fruit. He led the captain to a cave nestled in a cliff, where they found the soul-suppressing lamp. The soul-suppressing lamp was a treasure that could resist mental attacks. With it, they could definitely defeat the Flame Scale Blood Jiao. Having been here before, he knew every nook and cranny of this place, but that treasure could only be used in this legacy ground. It couldn't be taken out. Su Ping picked up the lamp, and the two prepared to go get the fruit. But before they could even leave the cave, a massive earthquake struck. Su Ping thought for a moment. The beast was probably not trying to attack them. By now, it had already gone outside. The others, like Xiao Shui's group, were in danger. Outside, a colossal beast appeared. Seeing it, everyone panicked. Chen Long and Old Ming, however, were ecstatic. They both ordered their battle pets to attack. Following the command, the earthen giant beast hurled massive, flame-engulfed boulders toward the monster. Old Ming's scythe guard was no less impressive. It launched a powerful strike at the beast's head. After taking both hits head-on, the beast was severely wounded. It collapsed to the ground. But it wasn't over. The scythe guard rushed forward again, swinging the massive scythe in its hands to chop the beast into pieces. Just like that, the scythe guard delivered a finishing blow. With a single strike, the beast's head was completely severed. It had fallen, making it cry out in pain. Over on the other side, Su Ping and Captain Ni had emerged. Seeing the situation outside, Su Ping quickly shouted a warning. Captain Ni, slow down. The 4 of them waiting outside were thrilled to see Su Ping and Captain Ni. Chen Long proudly announced that they had succeeded. Gu Shui, standing beside him, also waved and excitedly said they had killed the vicious beast. Su Ping looked at the scene before him, furious that he had arrived too late. Captain Ni stood beside him, stunned, asking the 4 of them, "What the hell are you doing?" The scene Su Ping was witnessing wasn't the corpse of the beast, but the corpses of their own battle pets. At that moment, a scythe guardian was holding Gu Shui's pet down, and in a single motion, it killed the pet with one slash of its blade. But Gu Shui and the others still had no idea what was happening. Qianlong looked just as confused and asked, "Captain Ni, what are you talking about? Hadn't they already killed all the 9th rank beasts?" The situation was as if all 4 of them had been completely blinded. The beast from before was still alive and well, protected by a small barrier it had created around the entire team. Then the beast let out a few screeches, and the Scythe Guardian immediately pointed its sharp scythes toward the 4 standing there. They were still proudly calling out to Captain Ni. Seeing this, Captain Ni furiously cursed the beast for daring to make his own subordinates slaughter each other. Then, with one hand, Captain Ni tore open a summoning portal. Su Ping, standing beside him, saw this and quickly warned him, "Don't leave the protection of the soul-suppressing lantern. Otherwise, you'll both end up just like them." The Scythe Guardian had just swung a finishing blow when its attack was suddenly blocked by a staff. The 4 of them, including Gu Shue, had no idea what was going on. They were still celebrating. The one who had blocked the Scythe Guardian's attack was Captain Ni's own battle pet, the Nether Fiend. Meanwhile, Captain Ni and Su Ping were standing on its shoulder. Su Ping saw that the time was right and told Captain Ni that he was going to expand the soul-suppressing lantern's field now. Captain Ni heard him and immediately agreed. Captain Ni and Su Ping coordinated perfectly, and Su Ping began to expand the soul-suppressing lantern. It surrounded everyone. After entering the barrier created by the soul-suppressing lantern, all 4 of them finally snapped out of it. Qianlong clutched his head and screamed, "My head is killing me." Chen Shan, standing beside him, was also dazed, not understanding what happened. Gu Xue had regained her senses. She looked around and said in shock, "Our battle pets." Old Man Ming saw the scene before him and furiously cursed, "You damned monster." Seeing that everyone was back to normal, Su Ping and Captain Ni jumped down. Captain Ni worriedly asked them, "Are you guys okay?" Then, he instructed them to stay within the protective range of the soul-suppressing lantern. After confirming that everyone was safe, he quickly gave an order to the whole team. "Quick, pour your energy into the soul-suppressing lantern. If we expand the protective barrier, we can break this illusion." Hearing this, the other 5 members quickly began to channel their energy. They replied in unison, "Right." Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared in the distance. Qianlong sensed it, turned to look, and then announced in a panic, "Hey, this doesn't look good." As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of attacks shot straight toward them. The Nether Fiend and the Scythe Guardian at the front could only block a portion of them. The rest flew toward Su Ping's group. Seeing this, Qianlong shouted a warning to him, "Brother Su, watch out." As soon as he spoke, Qianlong rushed to shield him, quickly deploying his astral shield to block the attack. Su Ping was stunned by this sight, calling out Qianlong's name in shock. The others were also struggling to defend themselves. Captain Ni yelled with difficulty, "Protect the soul-suppressing lantern." Su Ping was now holding up the heavily injured Qianlong. He furiously shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself." A group of people standing on a nearby cliff was still looking on with amusement. Their leader burst out laughing, and as a subordinate witnessed the power of the last attack, he remarked that the destructive effect of the star-gathering strike wasn't bad at all. After the leader had seen enough, he spoke up, "My apologies," but his next words were filled with mockery. "The leader of the Venomous Fiend Squad has given an order." It turned out this man was the vice-captain of the Venomous Fiend Squad. Beside him was a man named Ji Shi. The leader continued, saying they couldn't allow Captain Ni's group to kill the flame-scale Blood Jiao. Captain Ni was shocked to see this group. He had already sustained a fatal wound. But after hearing the name Venomous Fiend Squad, he still managed to ask, "We have no grudge against you, so why did you scheme against us?" When Jishi heard the word scheme, he burst out laughing. He tapped his head a few times and then said mockingly, "Captain Ni is on the verge of death and still doesn't know anything. How pitiful." Then he said, "Captain Ni, try to think carefully about how your group obtained that map." At that, Captain Ni was stunned. After hearing Jisie's hint, he shouted in agitation, "The map." Suddenly, Captain Ni realized something. He found it hard to believe and asked again, "Could it be that from the very beginning, you deliberately lured us to the lair of the flame-scale Blood Jiao?" Seeing that Captain Nie had figured it out, Jisia burst out laughing again. Then he arrogantly continued, "It's too late to figure it out now. The treasure of the secret realm. What makes you think a priceless map is something you can buy with a little cash? You'd be better off just quietly becoming bait for the flame-scale Blood Jiao." Standing nearby, Su Ping grew furious as he listened to their conversation. He took out a ring, and then summoned the little skeleton. Seeing this, Keech Hiet asked scornfully, "And what do you think you're doing?" He figured that by the time he fought Su Ping, his teammates would have already been devoured. Down below, Su Ping paid no attention to Kich Hiet. Without a word, he quickly threw the ring into the distance and shouted, "Intermediate beast capture." The ring flew straight towards the vicious beast. Seeing this, the beast was startled. Then, Su Ping's voice rang out again. "Capture it for me." On his command, the ring began to float upwards. Golden chains shot out, binding the beast tightly. The beast could only thrash around in vain. Kich Hiet, watching from above, was horrified by the scene. He screamed in disbelief, "What is that thing?" He couldn't believe it could actually capture a 9th rank monster, the Flamescale Bloodjiao. In a flash, the Flamescale Bloodjiao was completely bound by the chains. Just like that, the Flamescale Bloodjiao could only roar in agony. A moment later, it had been stuffed into the ring. The only proof it had ever been there were the slithering tracks left on the ground. Both sides witnessed this, but their reactions were polar opposites. Gu Shui and Chen Shan were overjoyed, while Kich Hiet and his lackeys were stunned. Both sides shouted at the same time, "The Flamescale Bloodjiao is gone." Kich Hiet's group stared intently at the spot where the beast had vanished, completely failing to notice Su Ping and the little skeleton flying up behind them. Suddenly, his voice rang out, asking Kich Hiet's men, "Why are you all still standing there frozen? Aren't you going to try and stop us?" His expression was indifferent as he coldly urged them, "Hurry up." Kich Hiet's underlings were stunned to see him flying in the sky. One of them yelled, "Is that skywriting flight? The North Star team has a 9th rank powerhouse." The bald guy standing next to him was also shocked. "He's so young." This wasn't what the intel said at all. The man who had just shouted cursed in anger. "Damn it, we picked a fight with a major powerhouse." Kich Hiet, however, remained calm. He spoke contemptuously to his subordinates. "What are you afraid of? So what if he's titled rank? Can't you see he only has one skeleton? With him?" After speaking, Kich Hiet ordered his battle pets to attack Su Ping. He still refused to believe that Su Ping alone could. Before Kich Hiet could finish, his underlings were already cheering, "Go, Captain, go." Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Ni was exhausted, leaning against a pile of luggage. He asked Gu Shui worriedly, "How are the others?" Old Ming, Chen Long, and Chen Shan saw this and said with heavy hearts, "The other two aren't doing any better." At this point, Captain Ni was almost unable to hold on any longer. He weakly called out to him, "Su Ping." Hearing Captain Ni call his name, Su Ping quickly replied, "I'm here." He then rushed down to kneel beside him. Looking at Su Ping's worried face, Captain Ni whispered, "The rest is up to you, Brother Su." With those words, the light faded from Captain Ni's eyes. Su Ping's mind flashed back to when they were still inside the cave. Captain Ni had been running behind him. He had said worriedly, "I have a bad feeling about this. If something happens to me, can you help me bring the Star Cloud Spirit Tree back?" Su Ping was confused and asked back, "Isn't the Star Cloud Spirit Tree used to upgrade cultivation levels? If you're already dead and gone, what would you need it for?" Seeing his confusion, Captain Nie didn't hide a thing. He said, "It's for my daughter." Captain Nie's expression was dead serious. He went on to explain that he'd heard the Star Cloud Spirit Fruit could awaken the potential of a battle pet master, and that it might even help his daughter overcome her illness. A glimmer of hope appeared in Captain Nie's eyes. He continued, "To cure her chronic condition, I've dedicated my whole life to the battlefield. I never had time to take care of her, so this is the only thing I can do for her." Captain Nie's hands fell limp at his sides. He used the last of his strength to entrust this task to Su Ping. Chen Shan and Gu Shui saw this and ran over, heartbroken. Su Ping was now seething, his eyes razor sharp. He coldly accepted Captain Nie's request. "All right, I'll go and come back." Elsewhere, treasure chests and bags were piled together. A harsh voice rang out. "Have you grabbed everything yet?" Another man stood before the spirit tree, raising an axe and yelling, "Captain, this spirit tree is huge. It's not going to be easy to take." The leader became enraged and cursed. Useless. That man was the captain of the vile evil battle squad. His expression was vicious as he gave a cold order to the man who had just spoken. "Pick the fruits and then chop down the tree. If we can't have it, then no one can." The man with the axe roared with laughter at the order, then sucked up to his captain, saying, "Exactly." As he spoke, he swung his axe back to gain momentum. Suddenly, a golden object came flying swiftly towards them. In an instant, it pierced straight through the axe wielder's body, leaving him stunned. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground. The other men panicked at the sight. They shouted, "Who's there?" Then one of them voiced his suspicion. Could it be the people from the North Star team have arrived? The captain stepped forward, observing the corpse and the wound of the man who had just fallen. But he quickly countered that it was impossible. The blazing scale bloodworm outside was rumored to be 9th rank, and it was even buffed. Not unless Bei Chen had a god on his side. After a closer look, the team leader had already made his judgment. He was a 9th rank expert, but he forced himself to stay calm. He stood up and spoke softly. I wonder which esteemed master has their eye on this secret treasure. Would you be willing to come out and negotiate? We're willing to hand over half of it. The moment he finished speaking, a flash of light pierced the necks of 2 of his subordinates, stunning the team leader. The others huddled together, terrified, gripping their weapons while yelling, "Who is it? Who the hell are you? Show yourself. What kind of skill is it to just attack from the shadows?" Nearby, Su Ping was materializing his form with void astral power. With an angry look, he once again used his astral power to kill 5 of the loudmouths. But this time, he got all 5 at once. He skewered all 5 of them like kebabs before they could even react. Seeing him appear, the team leader at his side snarled angrily, "So there you are. You could have done this the easy way, but you just had to choose the hard way." As he spoke, he summoned his 2 battle pets, but he didn't even get to be arrogant for a full minute before something happened that blew his mind. The little skeleton gracefully slipped behind him, and with a gentle flick, it erased the team leader's battle pets the very moment they appeared. The team leader's spirit was completely shattered. In utter disbelief, he fell to his knees and mumbled, 2 9th rank battle pets. Taken out in an instant. Then he looked over at Su Ping. Raw fear plastered on his face as he begged for his life. He'd give him all the treasures. Just please spare his life. Su Ping stood before him like a god, utterly silent. When he didn't answer, the team leader asked in confusion, "Aren't you here to take the treasure? Did you come just to kill us?" The team leader desperately tried to get an answer, wanting to know Su Ping's name so he'd at least know who killed him. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Ping sent a beam of light straight through his head. The coldness on his face was on full display as his voice rang out like that of the Grim Reaper. He said indifferently, "When I decide to kill someone, I don't give them a single chance to fight back, so you're better off dying in confusion." After a bit of cleaning up, Su Ping had gathered the bodies of the vile serpent squad into a corner. Once he was done, he ordered the purgatory candle dragon beside him, "Burn it all. Leave no trace." Then, he walked over to the Stardust Spirit Tree and quickly collected it. The Stardust Spirit Tree was now in his storage space. He then began to think about what had just happened. He never expected to be targeted so soon after arriving. Thankfully, thanks to Chen Long, he was still alive. This imperial domain was filled with conflict everywhere. He had to adapt, and fast. A while later, over at Hall of the Stone Wastes number 7, his voice rang out, "What do you guys want to do next?" Gu Shui was leaning against a wall, telling him sadly that they had to go back to bury Captain Ni, and then handle the affairs of Old Ming and Chen Long. Chen Shan, sitting on the ground, also told him sadly that he was in his debt once again. He really didn't want Su Ping to see him in this state. He just hadn't expected the casualties to be so heavy this time. He was afraid they couldn't continue exploring. Chen Shan then asked him if he wanted to return with the 2 of them. Hearing this, Su Ping quickly replied that they should part ways here, as he still had some things to take care of. Then he handed the Stardust Spirit Tree to them, telling them to take care of it and to give its fruit to the captain's daughter. Chen Shan was stunned by his words. He asked in disbelief, "This is the legendary Spirit Tree. You really don't want it?" Gu Shui, standing beside him, was just as shocked. She asked, confused, "How did you know the captain has a daughter?" Seeing how surprised they were, Su Ping just replied coldly, "The details don't matter. This was the captain's wish. You 2 just need to do it." Hearing that, Chen Shan and Gu Shui calmed down and replied, "Leave it to us." After that, he pointed to several treasure chests behind them, and then instructed the 2 of them. "Selling these things will also fetch a good price. Split it all between you 2, and use the rest as compensation for the families of the dead." Gu Shui's eyes were now brimming with tears. She asked, moved, "Are you really not taking any of it?" Su Ping maintained his cold expression and replied to Gu Shui, "Yeah, the captain and Chen Long sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to live." As he spoke, he glanced at his own inventory space, thinking to himself, "I already got the most important thing. As for the rest of these useless treasures, I might as well give them away to earn some goodwill." Suddenly, an announcement rang out, catching all 3 of them by surprise. "Those who wish to leave the secret realm, bring your treasures and proceed to the inspection room. Any treasure that has not been inspected cannot be taken with you." Suddenly, the wounds on Chen Shan's body flared up in pain. Seeing this, Gu Shui asked worriedly, "Chen Shan, are you okay?" Meanwhile, Su Ping said he would see the 2 of them off. A while later, at the security inspection room, all the items Su Ping's group had collected were laid out on a table. The inspectors scanned each item one by one. Just like that, the system's voice continuously echoed in the room. The three supervisors, sitting on their chairs, leaned back tiredly, yawning one after another. Su Ping, standing nearby, saw this and asked, confused, where did these guys pop out from? Seeing his confusion, Chen Shan, who was standing beside him, explained that they were inspectors sent to supervise. The one in the middle is a level 9, and the two on the sides are level 8s. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again. The level 9 Stardust Spirit Tree has been successfully registered. The two level 8s immediately perked up at the name. Even the green-haired guy commented that his group was pretty damn lucky. Only the level 9 paid them any mind, telling the other two to be quiet. However, the green-haired guy quickly showed his true colors. He asked Su Ping's group how much they wanted for it, telling them to name a price. Chen Shan saw them eyeing the Stardust Spirit Tree and stepped forward to block their view, coldly stating that he wasn't selling this item. Everything else was negotiable. Neither of the level 8s paid Chen Shan any attention. The fat one walked up and kicked him, sneering, "What's this piece of trash doing?" Then, he set the price himself. 5 million. By now, the greedy looks on both their faces were unmistakable. At the same time, they both reached their grubby paws toward the Stardust Spirit Tree. They were giddy with excitement, thinking that just one fruit would be enough for them to level up. Suddenly, a hand shot out and blocked the fat one's greasy hand. His hand started to tremble in Su Ping's tight grip. The fat inspector was stunned, wondering to himself who this guy was to so easily stop him. But his mouth was still arrogant as he asked, "What do you want?" Perhaps not wanting to cause a scene, Su Ping just said politely that his group wasn't selling anymore, so the inspection was over. But inside, he was cursing them out. "Safety inspection my ass. You're just a bunch of vultures waiting to steal valuable items. I can't believe even the management is corrupt enough to rob people like this. If I'd known, I would have just hidden everything so you couldn't inspect a damn thing." Hearing this, the green-haired guy burst out laughing and asked him where he thought he was going. The fat one sneered, "Who the hell do you think you are? It's not your place to say when the inspection is over." As he spoke, the two level 8s unleashed their power, sending Su Ping flying into a wall. He crashed right through it, leaving a huge hole. Chen Shan and Gu Shui saw this and cried out his name in worry. Seeing the commotion, the crowd outside gathered around to watch the drama unfold. They curiously asked each other, "What's going on? Is that a fight?" But Su Ping wasn't bothered at all. He got up, dusted himself off, and reassured his two friends that he was fine. The two scumbags had already walked over. They cunningly recited the management's regulations. Anyone who obstructs an inspector can be suppressed with force. In particularly serious cases, they can be dealt with on the spot. In their minds, they were thinking that a chance to reach level 9 was right in front of them, and there was no way they were letting it slip away. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers pointed and sneered. A guy with brown hair said sarcastically, "Looks like another idiot is trying to fight the inspectors. The last guy who tried that got crippled." At this, a red-haired guy next to him laughed and added, "This is gonna be good. He's so dead." But hey, that black-haired guy looks familiar. The first guy realized it too, saying, "He's the one who crossed the Tang family." Hearing that, the red-haired guy got even more excited. He tried to rally the crowd to capture Su Ping and turn him over to the Tang family. Suddenly, another voice rang out, "Kid, you're taking this a bit too far. Blindly hiding your strength will only attract more worthless trouble." The peanut gallery below heard the voice and looked around, completely baffled. Everyone was curious to see who was speaking. Then they looked up at the ceiling, where the Blade Master was lying with a jug of wine. He then said to Su Ping, "If you want to see a bigger world, you just have to show them your claws. They'll get out of your way on their own." The Blade Master continued, a look of anticipation on his face. Down below, Su Ping heard his words and muttered to himself, "A bigger world." He then bowed his head and thanked the Blade Master. By now, the two level 8 inspectors were furious. They charged at him together, arrogantly shouting, "What do you think you're doing?" But before they could even reach him, two golden hands materialized in front of them. Just like that, two massive slaps struck them square in the face, leaving them completely stunned. Both of them were sent sprawling to the ground, which now had two large cracks in it. Without missing a beat, they both clutched their faces and looked up. The green-haired inspector screamed in terror, a title-class expert. After slapping the two of them, Su Ping just stood there, looking cool as ever. The crowd erupted in an uproar once again. "He's so young and already a level 9? No way. Even the young masters of the 4 great families haven't reached the peak of level 8 yet. Just who in the world is this guy?" Su Ping raised his hand, curled his 5 fingers into a claw, and shouted. Golden energy radiated from his hand, forming 2 larger hands that lifted the potted Stardust Spirit Tree. He pulled the pot towards him and yelled, "Retrieve!" Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, it's spatial star power." Su Ping made the tree vanish right in front of everyone, leaving them in awe. It's gone. Don't tell me he has a spatial storage artifact too? The long-haired inspector said, spatial storage artifacts have always been priceless treasures. They can't be bought with money. Just what is this person's background? The short-haired one replied, how should I know? I really thought we'd hit the jackpot, but who knew we'd provoke such a powerhouse? So, the two of them said, it was our fault for being blind to your greatness. We were disrespectful just now, but we've already been slapped for it. We deserved it. Please, sir, forgive us. Su Ping cracked his knuckles, his eyes glinting, and said with a smirk, forgive you? Those slaps were revenge on behalf of my friends. Now, it's time to settle my own score. The long-haired guy said fearfully, how about we compensate you with 20 million star coins? Suddenly, a voice cut in. 20 million? That's nowhere near enough. 30 million each. If word of this gets out, you can kiss your jobs as inspectors goodbye. The two inspectors cried out, Chief Inspector, he continued, I was willing to let you guys have your fun, as long as you didn't cause a huge scene. But I guess you just had to make a mess, Su Ping thought to himself. Asterisk, trying to buy my silence? Not a chance. Then again, upgrading the pet store, this time is going to cost a fortune. Asterisk, 60 million. I guess that'll do for now. Asterisk. So he said, fine, hand over the money. The two guys blurted out, huh? Su Ping said to Chen Shan and Gu Shueling, it's better if I hold on to the spirit tree. Chen Shan replied, this is all my fault. If I were stronger, we wouldn't have been pushed around by those guys. Gu Shu added, if only I was a little stronger. In the end, we still had to trouble you, Teacher Su. Su Ping replied, don't blame yourselves. I didn't realize this thing would be so sought after. I've decided to take it back and plant it. Once the captain's daughter is cured, we can use it as pet food. And when you two break through to the 8th rank, I'll give you each one to help you advance to the 9th rank, he said with a smile, thinking about the tree and its fruit. Chen Shan and Gu Shui exclaimed, for us, Boss Su, you're too generous. The next morning, on the Dragon Scale continent, Su Ping was riding his dark dragon hound. He stood before a lake, with high mountains and a blue sky in the distance. He hopped off and said, Dark Dragon Hound, you scout the perimeter. I'm going for a dip. Call me if anything seems off. The Dark Dragon Hound let out a roar. With that, Su Ping dove into the lake and swam deep. Below the surface were jutting rock cliffs. Su Ping thought, asterisk, I remember this place. There's a peerless hidden treasure here, one with the power to move mountains and drain seas. Asterisk. As he thought this, he swam into a small cave. As he opened the door, he saw someone sitting inside. He thought, asterisk, they hid this really well. If I hadn't seen it in the Dragon King's legacy before, I'd have never known. Asterisk. Before him sat a skeleton, and resting on its lap was a box. Asterisk. There it is. Asterisk. Su Ping thought. He opened the box, took out the scroll inside, and smiled to himself. Asterisk. This is it. The Universe Painting Scroll. Asterisk. Asterisk. This scroll can use astral power to create a small world, similar to a storage space, though it can't hold as much as the system's inventory. Asterisk. Asterisk. It can hold living things, and its capacity grows with the user's astral power. Asterisk. Asterisk. With my current rank 5 astral power, I can probably create a space 4 times the size of the blue planet. I can plant the nebula spirit tree in there later. Asterisk. With that thought, Su Ping put the scroll away. On the shore, the dark dragon hound let out a roar as it spotted a long-tailed bird in the sky. Su Ping immediately thought, asterisk, trouble, up top, asterisk. Just then, the long-tailed, reddish-purple bird was flying, and in front of it was a triangular eye of observation. Su Ping surfaced, his head just above the water, and thought, asterisk, that's a vision-sharing skill with a pet. Has someone else noticed this place? Asterisk, asterisk. I remember there's a top-tier hidden treasure here, called the Undead Demon Fruit. It looks like a heart encased in skull-shaped armor. Asterisk. Asterisk. It can grant undead or demon-type pets the ability to negate a fatal blow. It's perfect for the little skeleton, who's a pure offense type. Asterisk. Su Ping asked the Dark Dragon Hound, find the location of that bird's master. I want to know if they've gotten the Undead Demon Fruit yet. It roared in response. At the Jmu wreckage, 2 figures were leaping through the tree branches. They were 2 rank 8 battle pet masters, clutching a wooden box. As they ran, one said, damn it, that bird is sticking to us like a ghost. Someone's definitely targeting us. Suddenly, the branch they were standing on was sliced through. They yelled, we're screwed. The two landed on the ground and demanded to know who was in front of them. Feng Quan stared at them with piercing eyes, raising a hand to gather his astral power, as he replied, "Why the rush, you two? Must have found quite the treasure, huh?" The two rank 8 masters said, "It's the Tang family. What do you want?" Ru Yan and Feng Xiao stepped forward and said, "Since you know we're from the Tang family, then hurry up and hand over what you're holding. I'd rather not have to deal with you." Feng Xiao added, "That's right. Give us the undead demon fruit. If we hadn't been busy with the Heavenly King's ranking, which took up some time, a treasure like the undead demon fruit would have never fallen into your hands." The two rank 8 masters turned to flee, yelling, "We found it first. Running is our best option." But a giant hand of astral power blocked their path. They screamed, "Condensed astral power." Feng Xiao scoffed, "Humph, trying to run from me? Are you trying to show off in front of an expert?" The giant hand of astral power immediately slammed down, pinning the two masters beneath it. One of them coughed up blood and said, "Aren't you afraid of tarnishing the Tang family's reputation by doing this?" Feng Quan gathered astral power in his hand and said, "There won't be any problem, as long as you two keep your mouths shut." Permanently. With a flick of his wrist, he casually pierced one of the man's arms, making him scream in pain. He reached for the box and said, "You really had to do this the hard way." But just as he was about to grab the box, two other hands intercepted it. Su Ping gave a slight smile, and the box vanished right before Feng Quan's eyes. The three of them cried out, "Where's the box?" The hands holding the box zipped away. Feng Xiao said, "Condensed astral power. It's an expert. Young miss, be careful." Feng Quan opened a summoning gate. "Sumeru, evil shadow beast, lower 9th rank combat power. You dare steal from our Tang family? Sumeru, evil shadow beast? Get him." The Sumeru, evil shadow beast charged forward. Su Ping just smiled and said, "Bring it on. Dark Dragon Hound, give the Purgatory Candle Dragon your dragon armor buff." The Purgatory Dragon Beast unleashed its rock armor, hardened its icy bones, and ignited its flame cloak. It finally unleashed a double defense and damage boost, catching its opponent completely off guard. The Dark Dragon Hound's Dragon Roar kill heavily injured the Sumi Evil Shadow Beast, Feng Quan said, in disbelief. The Asura Devil Beast. "It was defeated?" he roared. "Again! I'm opening the portal again." But Feng Xiao said, "Hold on." He took down a 9th rank beast pet in just a few moves. His power is immeasurable. "Aren't you afraid you'll fall right into his trap if you just rush in like that?" Feng Quan shot back. "So what? We're just supposed to let him escape?" Feng Xiao gathered star power around him and answered, "You can't run." He roared, "Watch me." A giant hand of star power appeared. It swept across the ground and through the forest. Su Ping summoned a little skeleton, who instantly appeared in front of him as a shield. With a single slash, it cleaved the giant astral power hand in two. Su Ping remarked, "He went down that fast? What a waste of a good item." Just then, the Purgatory Dragon Beast ripped the head off the Asura Devil Beast. Behind Su Ping, little skeleton stood guard. Feng Quan said furiously, "You!" Feng Xiao declared, "So young and already at the titled rank. If we let him live, he'll become a disaster. Eliminate him, no mercy." Feng Quan opened 2 portals, summoning 2 more monsters. He snarled, "You dare harm my beast pet at the Dragon Ascent platform and think you can get away with it? Let's see you run now. Storm Tree Spirit King, Hell Rakshasa, Beast, attack." But little skeleton suddenly appeared. Right in front of him, it unleashed Undead Slash, a high-level sword technique that swept towards Feng Quan's face. Feng Xiao quickly shoved Ruoyan out of the way. "Miss, be careful." The trees in the forest were flattened from the blast. Ruoyan sat on the ground in terror, thinking, "Are you kidding me? An attack that powerful? From a little skeleton?" Behind her, a huge swath of trees had been cleanly sliced down. Feng Xiao shouted, "You dare attack the young miss? You're dead." He materialized a sword from astral power. Countless more swords formed from the energy as he unleashed his technique. Myriad swords return. The blades rushed toward Su Ping. He raised his fist, concentrating his astral power, and said, "I didn't get a chance to experience that move back at the Dragon Ascent platform. Now let's see if this piece of trash can actually beat me." He created a colossal guardian avatar amidst the rain of swords, making Feng Xiao cry out, "What kind of bizarre fist technique is that? It even has the body of a god." Su Ping stood on the guardian's fist. Demon-suppressing god, palm, first form, demon seal. The fist flew toward Feng Xiao, forcing him to turn and deploy his 9-layered star shield. The fist slammed directly into his back. Ruoyan screamed, "Elder Feng." He coughed up a mouthful of blood and said, "His power. It's unfathomable." At the same time, he opened a portal. A beast shot out, snatched Ruoyan, and burrowed into the ground. Feng Xiao shouted, Dragon Bamboo King, get the young miss out of here. Tunnel away. Su Ping sneered. Trying to run? Bring her back. The dark dragon hound roared in response. Feng Xiao was now forming a seal with his other hand, saying, "This isn't over yet. How dare you get distracted while facing me?" He roared. Tang, family secret technique. A purple energy enveloped him. The soul snatch technique allowed his soul to escape his body and ascend. Inside the Dragon Bamboo King's mouth, Ruoyan thought, soul snatch. He's sacrificing his physical body to possess someone else's. It's a last resort, only used in the most desperate situations. That guy actually pushed Elder Feng this far. Su Ping commanded, "Take his life." At his word, his 3 beast pets roared and charged forward in unison. Feng Xiao laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, you think physical attacks can stop me now? Your only mistake was crossing my Tang family. Even if my soul is shattered to pieces, I'll take you down with me. And your body will be mine," he shouted, opening his mouth wide as he lunged at Su Ping, who was already holding a secret treasure. He slammed face first into an invisible barrier in front of Su Ping. He was baffled. Why can't I get through? Could it be? Su Ping revealed the spiritual defense treasure in his hand. The soul roared in frustration. "Damn it, I'll kill you for this." Suddenly, the Dragon Bamboo King stopped moving. It opened its mouth menacingly at Ruoyan, who was still inside. She panicked. "What's going on? Elder Feng's Dragon Bamboo King. Is it trying to eat me?" She opened a transport portal and yelled, "Get me out of here." A pillar of light erupted from the ground and surfaced in front of Su Ping. He smirked. "Finally decided to come out? Young master?" Ruoyan was now sitting on the shoulder of the fallen Wing King, a mid-tier 9th rank battle pet. In one of its hands was the severed head of the Dragon Bamboo King. She sneered, "Don't call me young master. You're not worthy." Her expression suddenly changed as she thought, I can't feel Elder Feng's presence anymore. Could it be?" She glanced over to where Feng Quan and Feng Xiao had been, only to find 2 empty sets of clothes. Not even Elder Feng, a peak 9th rank warrior. She gathered astral power around herself and demanded, "Who in the world are you? Why are you hunting down our Tang family?" Su Ping shot back. "And why did you 2 try to eliminate them?" He gestured down at the 2 unconscious 8th rank beastmasters on the ground. "Well?" he asked. She was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "The strong prey on the weak. It's the natural order of things." "Are you saying that in your eyes, we're no different from those beastmasters who slaughter people like they're nothing?" Su Ping let out a cold laugh. "That's right. To me, you're all just prey, waiting to be devoured." As he finished speaking, a skull-faced specter emerged from Little Skeleton's sword. Seeing this, the fallen Wing King let out a roar and shielded Ruoyan with its wings. Ruoyan thought, "He can even stop a 9th rank fallen Wing King?" She asked, "Tell me, what do you want now? As long as you let me go, my family will agree to any of your demands." Su Ping replied, "If you want me to spare your life, you'd better show some sincerity." She looked at the fallen Wing King and asked, "What do you want?" Su Ping answered, "What are you staring blankly for? Break your pact with it." Nu Yen tensed up. Break the pact? If a battle pet master breaks a pact with their pet, they enter a weakened state. Is he really trying to kill me? She jumped off the fallen Wing King. She replied, "Fine, I'll break it." She reached her hand behind her head, secretly opening a spatial portal and shouting, "Fallen Wing King, Wind Howl Vulture, kill him." 2 monsters emerged from the spatial portal and attacked Su Ping. The little skeleton swept its sword in a light, diagonal slash across the hands of the fallen Wing King and the Wind Howl Vulture. Nu Yen cursed, "Damn it." Su Ping took out the universe scroll and said, "Since you want it this way, let me give you a hand." The little skeleton then struck again with a single sword stroke, taking down both the fallen Wing King and the Wind Howl Vulture. Su Ping unfurled the scroll, and it instantly sucked Nu Yen in, as she watched in astonishment. Nu Yen landed on a grassy field. She looked around and said, "Is this a spatial-type treasured artifact?" Su Ping's face appeared in the sky, and replied, "This scroll is pretty spacious, huh?" She asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" Su Ping said, "If you want to die, that's fine, but I have to get something out of it before I kill you." Nu Yen noticed the dragon-shaped drawing on Su Ping's forehead. She said, "Is that an inheritance mark on your head?" She laughed and said, "So it was you who broke through the 9 floors, huh?" Seeing her laughing uncontrollably, Su Ping rubbed his forehead and asked, "Is it that ugly?" She wiped away her tears and replied, "You're about to die and you still don't know why? You're about to become the prey of a legendary. You're going to die because of that mark." Su Ping snapped, "Start making sense." She replied, "I'm going to die anyway. Why should I tell you?" Su Ping smiled gently, yet threateningly. "You're in my hands, and you dare to threaten me back? If you don't talk, I'll make sure you die in an extremely abstract pose. And then, Your picture will be spread across all the continents. I know you're a sensible person. Nu Yen cursed. You lecherous devil. Su Ping said, you forced my hand. She angrily explained. The person who will hunt you down is the legendary level battle pet master, Yuan Tianchen. He originally wanted to pass this Dragon Bone Pagoda inheritance to his granddaughter. That's why all the previous inheritors were eliminated. Su Ping asked, weren't your 4 great families deliberately trying to rush up here anyway? Weren't you afraid he'd silence you? Nu Yen replied, don't be ridiculous. The 9th floor of the Dragon Bone Pagoda isn't something you can just break through whenever you want. Besides, we all promised Lord Yuan that even if we were lucky enough to pass the 9th floor, we would willingly give up the right to the inheritance. Otherwise, we would face total annihilation. Su Ping closed the scroll and said, so you mean this entire secret realm is in the palm of that legendary level expert? The vice principal once said the federal government had sealed off the inner area due to security concerns, and they developed the outer area for a while. That was just a cover for Yuan Tianchen to monopolize the secret realm. He gathered the bodies of those who had died and ordered the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast to burn them all. He thought to himself, the so-called 4 great families that run this place are just like those in other regions, nothing but dogs picking up scraps. Although I've defeated a king-level battle pet master before, I had to be revived countless times to do it. This time, I'll be facing an unprecedentedly powerful legendary opponent. I can't afford to be careless. He looked at the burning fire and made up his mind. Although no one witnessed me break through the Dragon Bone Pagoda, if he wants to investigate, it's only a matter of time. The most important thing now is to upgrade the shop to level 3. At least then I can protect my mom and sister. I can't let them get dragged into this because of me. When Su Ping returned to his shop, he saw a large crowd standing at the door. They shouted, Boss Su is back. I missed you so much. Please train my pets for me. I want to train 5 of mine, too. I want 7, Su Ping replied. All right. Line up, one by one. Everyone will get a turn. He thought to himself. For now, everything is still normal. That night, the system notified Su Ping. The store's income will be converted into energy. Remaining energy, 11.35. Su Ping thought, the store's current income is around 10,000. To earn enough energy for the upgrade, it would take 10 days. He tapped his watch and said, now, let's check the prices and buy the land. Su Ping searched on the Pioneer Network. The Pioneer Network is a private service structure provided by the pioneers. As long as you had money, they would fulfill any request, from vehicles, girlfriends, food, and alcohol to servants. A girl appeared from Su Ping's watch and asked him, hello, sir, what can I help you with? He replied, I want to expand my shop, so I need to buy more land. The girl entered the data and asked, understood, your shop's address has been confirmed. May I ask how much area you require? Su Ping replied, 3,000 square meters. The girl replied, based on current prices, you'll need to pay 200 million star coins. The remaining 100 million can be paid once the land is transferred. Su Ping asked, 300 million? Since when did the price multiply like that? The girl replied, sir, because the Global Elite League has begun, the fees for shop expansion have escalated, so the land prices have also increased accordingly. Su Ping rubbed his chin and thought, delaying this won't do me any good. It's best to buy it quickly. He then asked, oh right, I have something else on hand. How much can I get for a high-tier, 9th rank flame scale blood Jiao? The girl said, a high-tier, 9th rank, please wait a moment. A high-tier, 9th rank star pet can sell for 400 million star coins on the market, but the price of vicious beasts drops very quickly. But an upper 9th rank beast is already incredibly rare. This one you have is the only one like it in the entire city. And someone has already offered 250 million for it. Are you interested in selling? If you leave it here for a few more days, the price will likely go up even more. Sell it. Use all of it for the shop, Su Ping confirmed. Of course, I'll process it immediately, the girl replied. Right away, sir. I'll take care of it for you. After writing the program, Su Ping turned off his watch and thought, this 250 million plus my 60 million should be just enough. For the next few days, I have to keep getting stronger. He asked the system, are there any training grounds more difficult than the Dragon King's heritage? The system presented him with a long list of options. Su Ping suddenly spotted the Supreme God Realm 10,000 energy. I'm past the late game newbie stage, so I can only recover 10% of my energy with each revival. I can't afford that much. But this demigod burial site isn't bad. My golden crow fiend god body needs the heart of a divine flame chicken or an inferno beast to reach the 2nd level. The inferno beast is a dual type divine fire creature, so I might find one in there. As he thought this, he placed his hand on his selection. The portal began to open, pulling Su Ping in. He steeled his resolve. If I can successfully cultivate my golden crow fiend god body to the 2nd level, my defense will reach the 9th rank. My chances of survival will skyrocket. Let's do this. He was transported to the demigod burial site. It was a city, with a lake right in the center. Su Ping landed on a patch of grass. He said, "This place is pretty different from the previous training grounds. It's like comparing a wild, untamed world to a civilized society." Was all of this really built by gods? A system notification popped up. Host has arrived in a deity class plane. Would you like to purchase the God language translation function? Cost 500 energy. Su Ping thought. It even has a translation feature this time. The difference is huge. If I can communicate, I can avoid a lot of pointless deaths while exploring. Buy it, the system reported. God language translation function installing. Please wait. Suddenly, someone appeared in the lake behind Su Ping, speaking in the God language. Su Ping turned around to look, and he saw a girl standing on the water's surface, bathing and singing. It was Anna. Just then, the system announced, translation function installation complete. Host can now communicate normally with the God clan. Su Ping froze. Crap, what am I supposed to say now? Suddenly, Anna said, an energy fluctuation. An insect? She created a screen to cover herself and unleashed an attack. You disgusting pest, die. Su Ping quickly opened a portal, summoning Little Skeleton and the Inferno Dragon. The two pets charged forward under his command. Advanced swordsmanship, Inferno Dragon Flame. But Anna's attack swept over both of his pets. The Inferno Dragon was killed instantly. Su Ping thought, she's too strong. Undead's fruit, damage immunity activated. Little Skeleton was immediately restored. Inferno Dragon, revive on the spot. Little Skeleton threw its sword to block the killing blow aimed at Su Ping. He shouted, Inferno Dragon, local resurrection. I mean no harm, just let me explain. He thought to himself, I don't have much energy for revivals. It's better not to fight. Anna replied, you don't need to explain. I know you're from another world. Su Ping asked back, how did you know I'm from another world? Anna hovered over the water and said, judging by your physique, you look similar to us. You must be from the inferior human race. This is the domain of the gods. It possesses supreme energy. How could you have possibly arrived here, if not by being teleported by someone else? Su Ping asked. So you're not surprised to learn I'm human? Anna replied. The God clan and the human clan have integrated, so it wouldn't be surprising to find a servant here. But what planet are you from that even we have never heard of it? Su Ping replied. Haha, so that's how it is. I can't believe humans have already made it this far, but why have I never heard about this before? Anna observed Su Ping and his companions, assessing them internally. Although this bastard is only at the acolyte level, the pets he commands are both at the oceanic realm, and he can revive them at will. His aura is also extremely strange. It gives me a terrifying feeling. Su Ping's star power radiated from him in blue and red hues. Could he not be human, or is there some powerful faction behind him? Anna asked, enough of this. What business do you have in the central god land? As she spoke, she drew her weapon. Anna unfurled her white wings, holding a long spear, and looked down on Su Ping. Who is backing you? Summon them before this goddess. Now, Su Ping asked in return. Huh? The central godland? I thought this was the demigod burial site, right? Hearing this, Anna's face instantly darkened. In a flash, she shattered Little Skeleton and thrust her spear through Su Ping's heart, making him cough up blood. A system notification pinged. Host has died. Su Ping rubbed his chest and said, huh? That look on her face, is she really that upset about this place being called the demigod burial site? He thought, oh well, my purpose here is to get stronger, not to get involved in her drama. I'll just hurry over there and see what's what. After saying that, he pressed a button. A system notification sounded. Deducting 500 energy points. Deducting 35 energy points. Su Ping appeared in a desert. He crouched down and said, this feeling. Something is wrong. Suddenly, he saw teeth. Sharp spikes erupted from the sand, and a ring of pointed teeth closed in around him. Beyond the teeth, the three massive jaws of a monster gaped open. He leaped back to dodge and asked, you want a piece of me? Su Ping threw a fiend crusher palm at the monster. It roared, shattering a mouthful of teeth. Su Ping hovered above it and said, you want to eat me? The system's appraisal skill kicked in, identifying it as an upper 9th rank evil clan beheader. Su Ping opened 3 summoning gates, calling forth his pets. To think it has 9th rank combat power, he said. as expected of the God Clan's territory. Little Skeleton, Purgatory Candle, Dragon Beast, Dark Dragon Hound, go take it down. Dark Dragon Hound, you're on protection duty for the Purgatory Candle, Dragon Beast. Purgatory Candle, Dragon Beast. Channel your Purgatory Dragon Flame for Little Skeleton. With that, the three pets charged forward. The Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast slammed into the monster with its Dragon Mountain Lean skill. Riding on its back, the Little Skeleton used the impact to unleash a fiery attack. Little Skeleton followed up with another slash to its head, unleashing the Purgatory Candle Dragon Slash. The monster roared in agony. Su Ping said, still not enough. Little Skeleton, Dark Dragon Hound, attack. But suddenly, the monster's eyes began to glow as it activated Petrifying Gaze. Both Little Skeleton and the Dark Dragon Hound were instantly turned to stone. Then, the monster snapped them both in half. The system announced, Dark Dragon Hound has died. The Undead Demon Fire's effect activated, boosting critical hit rate and defense. Little Skeleton was resurrected, raising its sword high and aiming for the monster's eye. Su Ping was impressed. After reviving, Little Skeleton returns to its peak condition. Every resurrection is just perfect. Little Skeleton's sword plunged into the monster's eye. It shrieked in pain as Su Ping commanded, Dark Dragon Hound, in place resurrection. Little Skeleton, now's your chance. Land a critical hit. Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, burn it to a crisp. Su Ping joined in, punching the monster's head with his Purgatory Demon Sealing Wind. It was immediately ripped into pieces of flesh that rained down on the ground. Something glowed among the scattered remains. The Dark Dragon Hound found a yellow stone. What's this? Su Ping asked. The system announced, it is a divine crystal. It's an energy crystal formed when the God Clan devours the Evil Clan. It possesses powerful divinity, and a pet that absorbs it can undergo divinization. Su Ping asked, divinization? Give me more details. The system explained, after a pet undergoes divinization, its lifespan, physique, and comprehension will all increase significantly. It will also gain the ability to suppress demon and undead type pets, and will have a chance to master divine skills. Its power will upgrade common skills by 5 to 10 times. It's that strong, Su Ping said. Not bad. A great way to upgrade my pets. Since you found this divine crystal, it's all yours. Hey, Little Skeleton. You already have a high-grade bloodline. Try to act your part, he said, as the skeleton stared greedily at the stone. Learn from the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. Just ignore that silly crystal. After the Dark Dragon Hound swallowed the stone, its entire body began to glow. With a mighty roar, the system announced, the Dark Dragon Hound is undergoing divinization. Current rank, lower 6th rank. Divinity, 1 out of 10. Su Ping thought to himself. The stats haven't changed much. It just gained 1 point of divinization. So, does it need something else for full divinization? Whatever. I'll deal with this monster's corpse first. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Is anyone there? Help! Su Ping muttered. Huh? The sound is coming from below. Down below, 3 monsters were attacking 2 people. One of them screamed, help us. Su Ping observed, those 2 are from the God Clan. The one with long hair yelled, help, we're from Divine Wind Team 5, an apprentice-level intern team. Don't eat me, he screamed. As 2 monsters lunged, a punch made of pure energy slammed into one of their heads. They looked up to see Su Ping riding on the head of the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. It's a warrior from the human clan, they exclaimed. Su Ping rode the beast over to them and said, grab on. Let it pull you 2 along. The beast let out a roar and took off, leaving the 3 monsters in its dust. The Purgatory Beast soared through the clouds. The long-haired man said, thank you, brave warrior, for your assistance. Su Ping replied, don't get the wrong idea. I only saved you so you could be my guides. What are you 2 doing here anyway? How did you wander into such a dangerous place? The short-haired man, a member of Divine Wind Team 5 at the Ocean State Realm, replied, the evil clan from outer space is constantly invading our territory through space-time rifts. We're the ones in charge here. Our team was just ambushed by a high-level evil clan member. 2 of our comrades died in the fight. Su Ping gestured to the pits on the ground. Are you guys responsible for handling those collapsed rifts? That's right, the short-haired man replied. What about you? How did a human get in here? Su Ping casually said. Just passing through, he thought to himself. So they don't know about the spatial rift on the blue planet, but this God Clan is pretty unlucky to be targeted by the evil clan. He asked, doesn't the God Clan have wings? If you can't beat them, you can just fly away. I'm pretty sure at your level, you should be able to fly on your own. The short-haired man said, we would never use our divine wings for such a cowardly act. It is the honor of a God Clan warrior to sacrifice themselves fighting the evil clan. The long-haired man added, see, Besides, in this entire god realm, only the 10 pure-blooded gods possess divine wings. On top of that, we demigods practice different techniques. We can't just fly whenever we feel like it. Hearing this reminded Su Ping of Anna, divine wings. So, the person I met before was a demigod with the bloodline of a pure-blooded god. He mused. No wonder there was such a huge power gap. If she were a pet, her aptitude would be far greater than even little skeletons. I really want to raise her as one of my pets, he thought. Before asking them, do you two know anything about the land of fallen demigods? No, the long-haired man replied. Where is that? We live in the borderland of the gods and have never heard of a place called the land of fallen demigods. But there are legends in the god realm about the supreme god realm. Would you like to hear them, brave warrior? The short-haired man just scoffed. Here we go again. Only an idiot would believe in your supreme god realm. What's this nonsense about a pure-blooded god training there for one day being equal to a whole year of training out here? That's just a fantasy for the weak. Listening in, Su Ping thought about his system, the supreme god realm, and the legends. From the way they're talking, it's as if the supreme god realm doesn't even exist. The long-haired one continued. But for years, hasn't the central godland been trying to find traces of that supreme god realm to finally wipe out the vile star race? If I could just train in there, it would be incredible, even for a moment, the short-haired one said through gritted teeth. So after all these years, have they found it? Or not even a single trace? Instead of dreaming about things that don't exist, we'd be better off just training harder. Suddenly, purple beams shot out, wounding their purgatory mount and sending the three of them plummeting to the ground. The trio crash-landed in the sand. The short-haired one said, "It's them. They've followed us all the way here." A horde of giant, wide-mouthed monsters appeared. An evil race centurion. The long-haired one fell to his knees in despair, clutching his head. How are we supposed to deal with all of them? We're all gonna die here. The short-haired one drew his trident and said, "You two, get out of here. My time to shine has come." Su Ping thought to himself, "This god clan has some guts, but I've already got my eye on their god crystals." So he spoke up, "Are you really content to die here without ever seeing the supreme god realm?" As he spoke, he opened a summoning portal for Little Skeleton and the Dark Dragon Hound. The short-haired one saw this and thought, "What's happening? How can a mere apprentice-level human warrior possess such an overwhelming aura?" Golden spiritual energy radiated from Su Ping. He commanded, "Go." The short-haired god bowed slightly and said, "I never imagined a human could be this powerful. Then we're counting on you." The two fled, shouting, "Brave warrior, take care." They left Su Ping and his 3 battle pets to face the monster horde. Su Ping said, "Looking at these insects is making me nostalgic. This feeling of my blood boiling, my potential being unleashed by the threat of death. This is what I want." He recalled his past. Crouching down, he gave the signal to attack, and he and his battle pets leaped toward the swarm of monsters. The group of 4 charged forward under Su Ping's command. "Let's have a damn good fight." When Su Ping came to, he was floating. A constant whirring sound filled the air as the system announced a deduction of 535 energy. He said, "Only 1 more revival left. I can't believe they were that strong. I've already used up all 9 revivals." Outside, the evil race centurion was also roaring in pain from its injuries. Su Ping said, "As expected, the higher the level, the harder they are to beat." He looked at the pile of items he'd collected and said, "I managed to bring back quite a few god crystals, so it wasn't a total loss. My exploration time is almost up, and there's no benefit in fighting it anymore." He selected the random revival option and said, "All right, let's check out a different region." He added with a compliment, "Little Meow Meow is always the best." This made the white tiger's eyes curve into a smile as it let out a happy meow. Anna was playing joyfully with the tiger. "I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, my little meow meow. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Su Ping appeared. Anna let out a, "Huh," while the tiger growled angrily, baring its fangs. Su Ping said, "Whoa, what a coincidence." Furious, Anna summoned her weapon and said, "You shameless human." She pointed her spear at Su Ping and yelled, "Following me, time and time again." "What do you really want?" Su Ping thought. "Guess I'll have to play it by ear. I don't have time to summon Little Skeleton right now." He said, "It's just a misunderstanding. I'm really no match for you. Could you please lower your guard?" Anna said, "Not my match? Then why is it that you're standing here, perfectly unharmed, after I clearly pierced you with my holy spear, acting so carefree as if nothing happened? If you tell me even half a lie, I will throw you into the myriad sins god prison to experience a pain worse than death." Su Ping thought, "I can't just tell her I revived. I need to think of something else." So he said, "I know the way to the supreme god realm." Anna asked, "Did you say the supreme god realm?" She silently recalled her clan's history and thought, countless gods dream of reaching that land. If it weren't for the fact that we no longer have the power of the supreme god realm, we would have annihilated the evil race long ago. We've exhausted so many resources and still haven't found a single clue. How could an ordinary human possibly get there? Anna said, talk is cheap. How do you plan to get there? Su Ping gently pushed the tip of the spear away from his neck and said, does it really matter how I get there? You must know that I can freely enter the central godland, and you can't kill me. These two facts alone should be enough to prove my capabilities. He saw Anna's silence and thought, she's still suspicious. Time to add a little more pressure. Su Ping turned away and said, I'll be leaving now. The supreme god realm. Well, you can just take your time finding it. Anna asked, power, wealth, or territory? Tell me, what do you want? Su Ping thought to himself, she took the bait. He replied, power, of course. Without strength, wealth, and territory are just waiting for someone else to steal them. Fine, Anna said, materializing a book. She handed it to Su Ping, saying, this is a supreme god art, modified for human cultivation, the god origin art. Once you master it, it will enhance all of your magical skills and your speed of comprehension. Su Ping took the book and thought, so this can be used to increase my speed. Not a bad deal. He tried to open the book, but a barrier surrounding it lit up. Su Ping said, a protective membrane? Anna said, once I get into the supreme god realm, I'll naturally help you open it. Su Ping accepted the book and said, all right, fine. But before we enter the supreme god realm, to prevent you from getting lost in the chaotic space-time, I need to draw a locating sigil on your forehead. Is that all right? Anna stepped forward and said, very well. Su Ping looked at her and said, I didn't bring a ladder. Would you mind kneeling? Anna squatted in front of him and said, draw it. Su Ping reached out his hand, thinking, gotcha. System, can I use the pet taming pact to control her? The system reported, yes. The pact works on all things. A goddess is no exception. A red seal appeared on Anna's forehead. She thought to herself, this human is using a taming pact. Humph. It seems this goddess underestimated you. Anna hid one hand behind her back and began chanting, thinking, let's see how you like it when I reverse your little sigil and give you a taste of your own medicine. Su Ping said, the pact is complete. At the same time, Anna was enveloped in a sphere of golden light. She said, pact reversal. Su Ping's red chains of astral power began to fade, while Anna's golden chains of astral power stretched out. Su Ping said, this pact can be reversed? Anna sneered, once you become my times pet, you're going to spill all of your secrets for me. But suddenly, the chains in Su Ping froze. Anna said, time has stopped. Then, the chains began to disintegrate. Anna said, huh? What is this? Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open. She collapsed to the floor as the space before her went completely dark. A pair of enormous eyes were staring directly at Anna. She stammered, how? How can a mere gaze suppress me? Is it a hidden power in his bloodline? No. It must be an unimaginably terrifying existence. Time resumed. A black astral power swirled behind Su Ping. Su Ping looked at Anna on the ground and thought, what just happened? I thought I was done for when she reversed the pact. How did she end up being the one who got suppressed in the blink of an eye? Su Ping mentally called out to the system. The system replied, the system did not intervene. That goddess's power triggered the defensive barrier, and she was hit by a counterattack. Su Ping thought, a counterattack? That's insane. The taming pact doesn't seem to work. Is there another way to subdue her? The system said, for a target with high intelligence, you can sign an employment contract. Then, it presented Su Ping with a scroll. He thought, I thought I could only tame her, but I can sign her as an employee? Not bad. He unrolled the scroll in front of Anna and said, that was just a little reconnaissance. Congratulations on passing the test. Now for the main event. Read this. Anna read the employment contract. While Anna read the terms, Su Ping said, see that? Top-tier employees even get a 7-day vacation package. I'm not tricking you. Anna replied, I can feel an overwhelming aura from this object. Once signed, both parties will be bound, with no chance of disobedience. But why should I be your slave for a year? Su Ping replied, sign it or don't. I'm leaving. Miss this chance and you won't get another. Anna gritted her teeth, thinking, this human is cunning and full of tricks. I can't trust a single word he says. But that power behind him, that. Times I can trust. She said, for the future of the God Clan, I am willing to take this gamble. If you dare to double-cross me, I will make you pay 100 times over. She signed her name, Anna, on the scroll. The system announced, employee information received. Name, Anna. Type, Pure-blooded goddess. Su Ping looked at Anna's information and thought, I can even see other people's stats? This shop really has a lot of perks. Heavenly God? What kind of level is the God-bestowed realm? The system explained, on Earth, you commonly have the Ocean Vast Realm, the Void Cave Realm, and the Fate State Realm, the trio of legendary realms. But above those three are two great realms known as the God-bestowed realm, home to powerhouses capable of turning the universe on its head. Su Ping gasped. That powerful? No wonder the taming pack did nothing to her. The gap between our levels is just too massive. But for the system to inflict a counterattack on such a powerful being, just how deep does its power run? What are the origins of this system? Anyway, the system replied, so you're finally getting it. Took you long enough to show me some respect. The connection time to the demigod burial site is about to end. Su Ping asked, huh? Since when did this system get updated with a bunch of memes? With that, Su Ping and Anna appeared inside the shop. Anna asked, this is your domain? Su Ping looked at Anna, who had shrunk from 2 meters tall to 1.2 meters, and replied, you could say that, but your body? Anna replied, my divine form is not compatible with your world, so I changed it. You got a problem with that? Su Ping said, no. I was just wondering why you turned into a little girl. In my world, child labor is illegal, you know. Anna replied, you have nothing to worry about. This goddess has lived for 10,000 years. Su Ping turned away and said, whatever, get ready. The shop is about to open for business. Anna asked, business? Her eyes scanned through the walls. Anna could see two men hiding in the bushes outside the shop. Su Ping was shocked and asked, could they be from the Yuan Tian god? That was fast. He thought, damn it, I thought I'd have more time until the shop was upgraded. I really underestimated the speed of a legendary level power. I was just now trying to figure out how to bring Mom and Sis over. It'll be a hassle taking them to the cultivation areas, but I can't worry about that now. As he thought, he tapped his watch to call Li Qingru. Suddenly, the watch displayed a man with glasses. Su Ping asked, who are you? The person said, Su Ping. Bình thường mới thức tỉnh thành chiến sủng sư, một gia sư cao cấp tại học viện Phượng Sơn, chú cửa hàng sủng thú phải không? Tô Bình nghĩ, bối cảnh trong video là nhà mình, không biết chuyện gì đã xảy ra với mẹ và em rồi. Anh hỏi, anh muốn gì? Người đó nói, mẹ Lý Thanh Như, người thường, giáo viên tiểu học. Cha Tô Nguyên Sơn, người thường, thuyền viên cấp thấp. Em gái Tô Lăng Nguyệt, chiến sủng sư, học sinh năm nhất, học viện Phượng Sơn. Tô Bình quát, trả lời đi, các ngươi rốt cuộc muốn làm gì? Người đó nói, Nguyên đại nhân muốn gặp cậu, chỉ cần cậu ngoan ngoãn hiện thân thì chúng tôi sẽ không làm khó họ. Tô Bình nghĩ, bình tĩnh, mục tiêu của đối phương là mình. Anh nói, tôi hiện tại đang ngoài cửa hàng, muốn gặp thì đến đây, nhưng các ngươi cũng phải đưa họ theo, tôi muốn gặp họ trước. Người đó nói, được rồi. Cúp máy, gặp một chút thì đã là gì? Các ngươi làm gì có thể chạy khỏi lòng bàn tay của Nguyên đại nhân? Tên đó liên lạc với Nguyên đại nhân, báo rằng vị trí của Tô Bình đã được gửi. Nguyên Thiên Thần nói, tốt lắm, ta lại muốn xem rốt cuộc là tiểu tử nào dám cướp mất vị trí truyền thừa của Long Đại Sơn. 6 người bay trên trời khiến các bạn trẻ bên dưới trầm trồ. Nhìn kìa, người đang bay, đó là phong hiệu cấp cường giả. Đám học sinh ngã ngửa khi 6 cường giả đáp xuống. Mục gia lão hầu, lực chiến cấp 9 hạ vị, Sờ Râu nói, không sai chứ, ngươi có thể đột phá Long Cốt Tháp, lại sống giữa một bầy rác rưởi như này. Tần gia lão hầu, lực chiến cấp 9 trung vị, nói, ngươi là đang nghi ngờ tình báo của Nguyên đại nhân. Liễu gia lão hầu, lực chiến cấp 9 hạ vị, nói, hoặc tiểu tử trong đó chỉ là khí vận háng tốt. Đường gia lão hầu, lực chiến cấp 9 trung vị, nói, có thế nào đi nữa, kẻ dám cướp đồ của Nguyên đại nhân thì chỉ có một kết cục, thăng thiên. Nguyên Thiên Thần, cấp truyền kỳ, lực chiến chiêu hải cảnh cũng đáp xuống cùng Đao Tôn, phong hiệu cấp, lực chiến cấp 9 thượng vị. Đao Tôn nói, tốc chiến tốc thắng, đừng tốn thời gian. Các bạn trẻ sợ hãi nói, là Đao Tôn, đáng sợ quá. Lão gia bên cạnh Đao Tôn thực lực quá cường hãn. Lẽ nào là cường giả cấp truyền kỳ, chỉ một cái chừng mắt cũng đầy sát ý. 4 lão hầu cùng tiến lên và nói, cút ra, mấy tiểu bối này. Thú Hoàng bám vào mép cửa và nói, Nguyên đại nhân đã đến, ngươi vẫn còn chưa chịu ra đây sao, xem ta đây. Ông ta gồng lên, nhưng cửa không nhúc nhích. Thú Hoàng nói, vậy mà không cử động dù một chút. Hồi Cốt nói, lẽ nào cửa hàng này có cao đẳng trận pháp thủ hộ. Bỗng cửa kéo lên, một bàn chân xuất hiện. Tô Bình đứng sau cửa nói, đừng có tự tiện vậy chứ. Người ta muốn các ngươi đưa đến chưa? Anh lạnh lùng nhìn họ. Anna đứng phía sau anh. Đao Tôn thầm nghĩ, sao lại là cậu ta? Thiếu niên thiên phú dị thường, thực lực không hề kém cạnh bất kỳ thiếu chủ tông môn nào, còn đang muốn bồi dưỡng hắn một phen. Ai ngờ lại là cái gai trong mắt truyền kỳ cấp cường giả. Sa Tâm nói, chết đến nơi còn già mồm, ngươi không có tư cách bàn điều kiện với bọn ta. Vừa nói, ông ta vừa tụ tinh lực, một bàn tay tinh lực nắm lấy Tô Bình cùng tiếng quát, ra đây, của Sa Tâm. Nhưng Tô Bình nhẹ nhàng xe bàn tay đó và đáp, ra cái khỉ khô. Sa Tâm lập tức hộc một ngụm máu tươi, cả ông ta nói, không ngờ dễ dàng vậy đã phá giải được chiêu thức của ta. 4 người gian trận chuẩn bị, Hồi Cốt nói, bị chúng ta bao vây, còn dám phản kháng, các vị cùng lên cho hắn ta một bài học. Bỗng có người bước tới, 4 lão hầu hu hồn, một luồng tinh lực khổng lồ phát ra từ Nguyên Thiên Thần. 4 lão hầu nói, Nguyên đại nhân, cứ giao cho chúng thần. Chúng thần vẫn còn chiến đấu được. Thiên Thần nói, giao cho các ngươi đi tìm chết à? Thực lực của thiếu niên này so với các ngươi đúng là một trời một vực. Ông ta phất tay kêu 2 tên khác dìu mẹ và em gái Tô Bình ra và nói, ngươi được lắm. Ngươi đây rồi. Tô Bình hết hồn. Anh nói, thả họ ra, đồng thời tụ tinh lực trên tay, tinh lực trói 2 tên lâu la lại, đưa mẹ và em gái anh đến chỗ anh. Tô Bình quỳ xuống đỡ họ và hỏi, họ như này là sao? Các ngươi đã làm gì? Thiên Thần đáp, hôn mê thôi, nửa ngày liền tỉnh. Giờ thì sao? Cảm giác bị người lạ cướp đi thứ thuộc về mình. Tô Bình mắng, hỗn láo. Trên truyền thừa Long Đài Sơn, có khắc tên của ngươi sao? Hay ngươi thích thì chúng ta phải chịu. Thu Hoàng nói, này, ngươi dám dùng thái độ đó nói chuyện với Nguyên đại nhân sao? Thiên Thần hỏi, ý ngươi là chỉ cần có thực lực thì có tư cách truyền thừa. Ha ha, thú vị đấy, đúng là bê con không sợ hổ. Thu Hoàng nói tiếp, Nguyên đại nhân, chúng ta không thể vào trong cửa hàng đó, nên không do tham được thực lực của bọn chúng. Cổ quái à, cẩn thận, trong đó ẩn nấp cao thủ. Thiên Thần nói, ta là truyền kỳ cấp chiến súng sư, chỉ là một thành phố con làm gì cản được ta. Ông ta đứng trước mặt Tô Bình thách thức, giờ sao? Cái tiệm nhỏ của ngươi có vẻ không cản được truyền kỳ cấp rồi. Nguyên Thiên Thần nói, nếu ngươi cũng biết thức thời như tứ đại gia tộc, thì ta cũng không bao giờ làm khó ngươi. Không những thế, còn có thể đưa ngươi về bồi dưỡng. 4 lão hầu sầm xì, Nguyên đại nhân vậy mà muốn thu nhận tiểu tử đó. Một người còn trẻ như vậy đã bước vào phong hiệu cấp, thật khiến người ta không khỏi ghen tị. Đao Tôn thầm nghĩ, tiên lễ hậu binh, đây cũng là tác phong làm việc của Nguyên đại nhân mà. Ngoài mặt thì nhìn có vẻ hòa khí, nhưng khí tức thì đang không ngừng áp bức xung quanh, đến tứ đại gia tộc cũng không thể cự tuyệt. Lúc này, Thiên Thần đang nói với Tô Bình, tài nguyên trong bí cảnh, để đó cũng lãng phí. Only in the hands of the truly elite can its full power be unleashed. Su Ping thought, the elite he's talking about has got to be me, right? He said, I can't stand people who act like they own everything and won't let anyone else even touch it. The hunter becomes the hunted. The godlike warrior sneered, don't be ridiculous. With my power, hunting down a bunch of punks like you is only natural. The only joke here is you thinking you stand on equal footing with me. He then trapped Su Ping and Anna within a circle of astral power and asked, I'll ask you one last time. Submit or go meet your maker. Su Ping replied, you can ask 100 times. The answer won't change. Hearing this, the old master raised his sword of pure energy and declared, very well, then it's time for your reincarnation. But with just one hand, Anna effortlessly caught the tip of the descending blade. The blade cracked and shattered. The elders stared in shock. Anna had stopped Lord Yuan's attack with a single touch. Though, that was an attack that even a 9th rank combatant would have to respect. Yet this girl blocked it with one hand. Unless she's also a legendary rank fighter from Longjiang. A legendary appeared in a place like this? The powerful man said, huh? How can this be? You've hidden your astral power well. You almost had me fooled. Are you his master? Su Ping ignored the man and turned to Anna. I didn't tell you to make a move. Anna replied, Rule 1. Protect the store. I have just fulfilled my duty of protection. According to the rules, I should be awarded points toward a promotion to elite employee. Conversely, failure to follow the rules results in a point deduction as punishment. Were you attempting to cause me to be penalized? Childish. Su Ping replied, Heh, this is getting good. By now, Yuan Tianchen was furious. He raised his palm and roared, You dare ignore me! But suddenly, he was sent flying, shooting past the 4 elders and slamming violently into the wall behind them. The Blade Master watched as a huge crater formed in the wall, with Yuan Tianchen lying motionless at the bottom. The Blade Master was stunned, while the 4 elders cried out, Lord Yuan! Anna stepped forward, interrupting me while I'm speaking. Are you trying to die? Su Ping reminded her, This isn't the wasteland. Don't take his life. Those guys over there are acquaintances of mine. Don't touch them. As for the others, do what you want. Anna asked. So, a missing arm or a leg is acceptable, correct? In that case, I will control my power. It's quite difficult not to kill them, you know. The astral power, radiating from her, felt like a ravenous, sharp-toothed monster, about to devour them all. The elders stammered in fear. A monster. She's an absolute monster. If the employee is this terrifying, I can't even imagine how powerful the store owner must be. I never imagined such a powerful entity existed on our blue star planet. Just then, Yuan Tianchen roared. Dark Anima, form into a great axe. Come forth, my strongest pet. He opened a summoning portal, and a headless, four-armed monster emerged. This is the Shadow Nether King Beast, a king-level pet of the tidal realm. Yuan Tianchen shouted. We're not done yet. Shadow Nether King Beast. Fusion. He flew up and merged into the monster's neck stump as rock and earth from its body enveloped him. Su Ping commented. Whoa, he can even fuse? That's awesome. The monster now had 4 arms, but its head was that of Yuan Tianchen. This is my fused state, with the power of the Void Realm, Yuan Tianchen announced. Legendary rank battle pet, Master of the Blue Star, Yuan Tianchen, has come to test your skills. The elders exclaimed, only a legendary rank master can perform a fusion. I've never seen Lord Yuan in this state before. It's terrifying. After fusion, his power has leaped an entire realm. We can't stay here anymore. Let's get out of here, or we'll all be killed. The Blade Master pleaded, Lord Yuan, please, calm down. If 2 legendary rank fighters battle here, the entire city will be destroyed. He scoffed. Here? Don't make me laugh. They're nothing more than rats who stole what's rightfully mine. As he spoke, his figure began to fade. And in the next instant, he reappeared behind Anna, raising his great axe high. One strike is all I need to send you all straight to hell. The axe swung down, but Anna caught the massive blade with just a single hand. She shattered the axe head with her grip and turned to ask, What's the matter? Is that the best you can do? Yuan Tianchen gasped in disbelief. What? Anna then summoned her spear. She thrust it clean through Yuan Tianchen's stomach, making him cry out in pain. Anna stated flatly, Consider this divine spear an offering. Yuan Tianchen screamed in agony, spitting up mouthfuls of blood as he collapsed to his knees. Su Ping said, All right, don't take his life. Anna replied, Rest assured, I merely seared his nascent soul. It will take him at least 35 years to recover his cultivation. The elders whispered, defeated, in a single blow. This is. Su Ping just smiled and beckoned to the elders. What are you still standing over there for? Get over here. Ling Yue's eyes fluttered open, and Su Ping asked her, You're awake. Do you feel all right? She replied, my head is spinning. What happened to Mom? Su Ping said. She was probably just exhausted and dozed off. Suddenly, the Beast King leaned in close to her face. Haha, a pleasure to meet you, Miss Su. Ling Yue jumped back, startled. Who are you people? The 4 elders bowed and introduced themselves. Miss Su, you may call me Little Mu. I am Little Qin, Little Liu, and Little Tang. Ling Yue stammered. Little? This can't be real. Big brother, what is this? Why are they in our house? Are you pulling some kind of prank again? She turned to her brother for answers. Su Ping replied, Nope, they're tutors I hired for you. She scoffed. Humph, a minute ago you said you times captured times them. Why the hell would I need a tutor? I'm always in the top 10 of my class. Do you take me for an idiot? Su Ping shot back. But have you ever hit number 1? Besides, the Elite League tournament is starting soon. For now, they'll be teaching at your academy. Ling Yue turned to the elders. So, what exactly will you be teaching me? The Poison King spoke up. This humble one, Little Liu, holds the title of Poison King. I can instruct you in the art of 9th rank poisons and their antidotes. My specialty lies in spider and scorpion venoms. The Bone Healer added. I am Little Qin, with the title of Bone Healer. I can teach you 9th rank healing arts and body strengthening techniques. A man known as Serpent Heart said, I am Little Tang. I am a weapons expert and can teach you the 9th rank arts of hidden weapons and contraptions. Finally, the Beast King said, I am Little Mu, with the title of Beast King. I can teach you how to tame 9th rank astral pets. Astral model. I've prepared a Silverbone Starmonth dragon whelp for you. As he spoke, he presented the small white dragon. Ling Yue was stunned. They're all 9th rank, and you're just giving me a Silverbone Starmonth dragon? Am I dreaming? Can I really raise this? She asked Su Ping, Hey, are they for real? Can we actually trust them? Su Ping smiled and replied, Of course. 3 hours earlier, an angel was kneeling before Anna. The 4 old retainers trembled. We offer 1,000,000 apologies. We were blind fools who failed to recognize your greatness. We beg you to spare our lives. They bowed deeply to Su Ping and Anna. Su Ping whispered, Hey, you got any tricks like curses or dark arts? Anna scoffed. How absurd. As a deity of the noble god race, why would I ever need to resort to such filthy tricks? Su Ping held up 2 fingers. Anna asked, "You're worried they'll be disloyal? You plan on keeping them around, is that it?" "Clever," Su Ping complimented. Anna snorted. Watch closely. I shall bestow a divine miracle upon these worthless ants." As she spoke, astral energy swirled around her, and a golden light bathed the 4 retainers. They cried out, "A god! We've seen a god! This is the might of a true deity." The Blade Venerable was stunned, thinking, a titled rank master in the body of a child? I've never heard of a technique this powerful. Could this person be from another star system? If so, the hidden master in this shop might not be the only one. Su Ping asked Anna, "What did you do to them?" Anna replied, "It's a divine blessing seal. A minor miracle that plants a seal of faith in their very souls. Once they're marked, the seal of faith binds them to your will. If they dare disobey the one who sealed them, they'll be consumed by divine flames. For 10 days and 10 nights, until nothing but ash remains." Su Ping remarked, "You're pretty twisted." He raised his hand toward the 4 retainers and said, "All right, I will now place my seal upon you. You are forbidden from disrespecting the Su family." The 4 retainers replied, "Yes, sir." Su Ping then called out, "Venerable Blade Master, since you're already here, would you be interested in teaching me your blade techniques?" The Blade Venerable said, "Shopkeeper Su, you're too kind. I didn't have any ulterior motives, but with your level of power, do you really need to learn my sword style?" Su Ping clasped his hands. "Of course. I still hope you'll teach me," he replied. "If you insist, then I agree, but I have 2 questions. First, my blade techniques are incredibly destructive. We'll need a suitable place to practice. Second, he observed Su Ping and continued, "Are you sure you want to learn? From what I can tell, your primary combat style is fist-based, is it not?" Su Ping replied, "Don't you worry about that. Just leave me your contact information. I'll make the preparations over the next few days and give you a call." Back in the present, Su Ping said to his sister, "You just focus on training with them. I've got to get back to the shop." Just then, he received a notification. The broker messaged him, "Mr. Su, the venue you requested for the infernal bloodscale worm is ready. The seller is also ready to proceed. Are you free right now?" He thought to himself, "Now that's professional. Their efficiency is on another level." He then said, "I'm heading to the shop to make the trade." 10 days later, Su Ping closed up shop, and the system reported that it had received the energy. Energy conversion complete. Remaining balance, 12,534. Su Ping said, "Open the upgrade interface." He looked at the system data and thought, the shop is unlocked to level 3, which means the upper limit for pet training is now rank 7 to 9. I can take on $100 million orders from that whale, Ye Hao, so my income is definitely going to spike. Su Ping thought of Ye Hao. I can also sell pet functions now. It's becoming more and more like a real pet store. With that thought, he hit the upgrade button. Su Ping stood at the counter while Anna meditated nearby. The system reported, deducting 100,000 energy. Remaining balance, 25,348 energy. Store space converted to a total of 378 square meters. The adjacent streets will also be included in the protection range. Would you like to partition the zones? Note, after partitioning, different zones will automatically generate furnishings. Su Ping thought, it has this function too? This will save me even more on cultivation equipment. For now, I need to secure a place for my mom and sister. 300 square meters will be the residential area. The system generated furniture, tables, chairs, and beds inside the house and reported, action complete. Anna looked at Su Ping and thought, that mysterious power. It's creating things out of thin air. But the things it creates aren't ordinary. They seem to be permanent fixtures. Even we of the Supreme God race cannot perform feats on this level. Where in the world does this power come from? Su Ping, however, was still focused on partitioning the areas. 1/5 of the remaining area will be the reception and work area. The system once again generated tables and chairs and reported, action complete. Another 1/5 will be the feeding area. The system created a storage warehouse and reported, action complete. The entire remaining area will be designated for nurturing, and a laboratory. The system created them according to his words and reported, action complete. Then the system asked, zone partitioning is complete. Note, the limit for nurturing pools will be increased from 25 to 50. Would you like to purchase? Su Ping replied, purchase 25 nurturing pools. Level 2. The system reported, deducting 25,000 energy, remaining balance, 348 energy. Su Ping then asked the system, what permissions do employees currently have? The system reported, use of nurturing pools, cultivation spaces, training functions, and avatar projections. Once a week, they can enter the cultivation plane with the shopkeeper for 1 hour. Would you like to assign permissions? Su Ping thought. Assigning these should be enough to keep the store running. Ling Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. She and Mrs. Thun Nu were in complete shock. Before them stood a colossal building. Su Ping walked out and said, "So you've all arrived. Did you bring your things?" They replied, "Yes, sir. Sir, we've moved everything here as you ordered. If that's all, we'll be on our way." Tabin replied, "All right. You can go. The furniture is all moved in," Lang Niet asked. "Big brother, the movers took everything times from our old house. What are we supposed to do?" "I still have school." Thon Nu added, "She's right. Bin honey, what happened to our store?" Tabin motioned for them to come inside and said, "I'll sort things out with your school. Now, let's go in." Inside, 2 students were hitting on Anna. "I want to get 3 of my pets trained." "Hey beautiful, can I get your number?" Anna snapped. "Don't cut in line, you pests." Tabin interjected. "Hey, you can't call the customers that." Anna, dressed in a full maid outfit and holding several battle pets, replied, "But they times are times, just a bunch of pests. Where are you going with this many customers here?" Tabin said, "I've got something to take care of. You watch the shop." Just then, they walked past a huge swimming pool. Lang Nuyet exclaimed, "Whoa, it even has a private swimming pool?" Tabin replied, "And that's not all." Inside a room, Tabin asked them, "So, what do you guys think?" Lang Nuyet, hugging a teddy bear, flopped onto the bed and declared, "This is going to be my new room." Thon Yu added, "It's so comfy, way softer than our beds at home. Yeah, our old beds were hard as a rock." Tabin then led them to another room. Thon Hu asked, "Bin, honey, this place must have cost a fortune, didn't it?" He replied, "It was all paid for by the clients from Upper Town City. They were extremely satisfied with the pet training I did for them last time. To them, this amount of money is nothing. We can live here from now on without any worries. I'll even hire a maid if we need one." Thon Nu said, "There's no need for that. I've been bored ever since I retired. Let me handle the housework. We don't need a maid." Lang Nuet then asked, "Oh, by the way, who was that super gentle and beautiful lady in the shop earlier?" Tabin muttered, "Gentle?" He flashed back to Anna's terrifying aura, and the time she stabbed him through the heart. He answered, "She's a new employee." Than Yu chuckled. "Oh, I see. Shouldn't you call her up to eat with us?" Tabin replied, "Mom, don't tease me." A moment later, Anna appeared in her maid uniform, bowing politely. "Hello, ma'am." "Hello," Thon Nu asked. "Dear, what's your name?" Anna replied, "My name is Anna." Lang Nguyet gushed, "Your hair is so pretty. Can I touch it?" Tabin protested, "Hey, don't be rude." But Anna had already said, "Of course." Lang Nu gently touched her hair and said, "Wow, it's so soft and silky." Thon Nu immediately asked, "Anna, dear, where are you from? How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend?" Tabin nearly choked on his food. Anna just smiled and replied, "I'm from another country, and I just turned 18. And no, I'm not looking for a boyfriend right now." Thon Nu said, "Oh, what a shame." Tabin whispered to Anna, "Nisact, you're being unusually gentle in front of my family." She replied, "It's simply my duty as an employee. If you'd prefer, I could add a touch of my usual weirdness." Tabin quickly replied, "Asterisk. Ahem asterisk. No, I like it. This is perfect. Really great." Thon Nu said, "So, it's just the 2 of you working in the shop? It must get very busy, right?" Anna replied, "With the current customer volume, 2 people can handle it. It would be a bit tiring for just 1 person though." Lang Nu Day said, "Wow, you're amazing, big sis. I peeked in earlier, and it looked like there were over 100 customers." Tabin thought to himself, asterisk, with Anna's capabilities, if I just had 1 more person to assist her, I wouldn't have to stay at the shop all day. Asterisk. He remembered the cosmic painting scroll. Asterisk. That young miss from the Tang clan is still locked up in there, isn't she? Maybe. I should let her out? Asterisk. Asterisk. Otherwise, it'll be a hassle to plant the astral spirit tree. But is that really a good idea? Asterisk. A system notification popped up. Host's request for additional staff has been processed. Issuing a temporary employee contract. Note: temporary employees have no access to any store functions. Upon reaching 200 points and becoming an excellent employee, they can be promoted to official staff. If their score drops below 60 points, they will be forcibly stripped of everything and turned into a battle pet. Tabin gripped the scroll. With the cosmic painting scroll in his hand, he said, "Perfect." The scroll unfurled, and Nu Yen tumbled out with a yelp. What do you want from me? She demanded. Tu Bin replied, let's talk now that you're out. Unless you'd rather be on permanent cleaning duty. Nu Yen scanned her surroundings. Asterisk. This just looks like a normal bedroom. Is this his house? And he's alone. Asterisk. Asterisk. There are no battle pets nearby, and I can't sense the aura of any masters. He's completely defenseless. Asterisk. Asterisk. If I just time it right and smash through that window, I can get away. Asterisk. With that thought, Nu Yen bolted. Asterisk. This is my chance. Asterisk. Asterisk. Once I get back, I'll rally all the Tang clan's elites and show you the price for imprisoning me. You'll regret ever crossing the Tang family. Asterisk. As this ran through her mind, she lunged for the window, only to slam face first into it with a loud thud. Oof. Nu Yen rubbed her forehead. What is this window made of? Why is it so hard? She cried, collapsing to the floor and clutching her stomach. Damn it. It must be because I've been locked up for so long with nothing to eat. That's why I'm so weak. You bastard. Tu Bin stood there with his arms crossed, holding a small bag, just watching her. Nu Yen glared up at him. You scumbag. What do you want from me? Tu Bin replied, oh, just thinking about how to squeeze every last drop of value out of you. Nu Yen snarled. Just get to the point. Tu Bin's hand reached towards her. Nu Yen shielded her face with her hands. I'll never give you what you want. Tu Bin held out a steaming hot bun to her. She was taken aback. Huh? She asked. Are you trying to humiliate me with this? Humph. The Tang clan has pride. We're specially trained. We would rather starve to death than. Before she could finish, the warm bun, wafting the delicious aroma of its filling and sauce, was placed in her hand. Chewing furiously, she mumbled, just give up. I have no value you can exploit. Tu Bin just grinned and said, oh no? How about a temporary employment contract? Holding the bag of buns in one hand and the contract in the other, he gave her a kind smile. The next day, the male customers were overjoyed to find that the number of beautiful women at the shop had suddenly doubled. It's gotten even bigger. This shop is on a whole other level. Anna, dressed in a maid's uniform, spoke formally. Welcome. We offer training and boarding services. Please form 2 lines. Nu Yen, also in a maid outfit, stood beside her and muttered in embarrassment. Why do I have to stand here and let all these men gawk at me? Is my so-called purpose to serve these peasants? Anna replied. You're serving the critters. Nu Yen glanced at the wide-open door and thought, the door is right there in front of me. Nothing can stop me this time. Su Ping held out a contract and said to Nu Yen, don't forget, you signed this. A 1-year temporary employment contract means you can't step foot outside that door. Nu Yen rushed towards the exit and yelled, humph. This is the piece of trash you forced me to sign last night when I was down on my luck. Don't think you can bind me with a simple piece of paper. But Nu Yen slammed into an invisible barrier at the doorway and was thrown back inside. Trembling, she stood up and stammered, what? What kind of magic is on this door? I can't even break the windows, and I can't get through the front door. Su Ping said, Anna, since you're the veteran here, why don't you help out the newbie? I'll give you a point for teaching her the ropes. Anna replied, no problem. Just then, 2 people holding a camera and a microphone approached, asking, excuse me, who is Mr. Su? Su Ping stepped forward and answered, that's me. The 2 said, sir, we're here to confirm your order for a video shoot and a short video advertisement on the subway. Is that correct? Su Ping replied, that's right. They asked, and where would you like to shoot? Do you have any other specific requests for the shoot? Su Ping opened a summoning gate, thinking, right now, most of my clients are regulars who need their pets, which are under combat level 6, to be trained. I need to find some new customers who require training for pets above level 7. The Purgatory Dragon appeared. Su Ping said, film that. The 2 cameramen gasped. The aura of this dragon beast is terrifying, and the stench of blood is overwhelming. The surrounding crowd erupted in chaos. Oh my god, what is he doing? This is incredible. Are they filming a movie or something? One of them held a mic out to Su Ping and asked, Mr. Su, what's your slogan? Su Ping replied, I don't need a slogan. Just make sure you get a good shot of the dragon beast and the name of the shop. Su Ping thought, the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast is ranked 3rd among all dragon types. It's my greatest trump card. Any high-level beastmaster will recognize it at a glance. Just then, Ling Yue pushed through the crowd and called out, Mr. Su Ping, hey, did you skip class today? Ling Yue replied, I did. But they're always following me. They even wait outside the bathroom door for me. Their auras are so intense, my teachers and classmates are scared to death, she said, pointing towards Snakeheart and the Poison King standing nearby. Su Ping just chuckled. Ling Yue exclaimed, "You're laughing? What in the world is going on?" Su Ping replied, "Don't worry, they mean you no harm. I asked them to protect you." From inside, Nu Yen looked out and said, "Is that Senior Snakeheart?" She thought to herself, "This is perfect. To think I'd run into Senior Snakeheart here." "Humph, Su Ping, you really thought I couldn't contact my family just because you took my communication device? No, wait, you defeated Old Feng, who's ranked 8th on my G list, while Senior Snakeheart is a top master, ranked 3rd. His skill with hidden weapons is legendary. He can assassinate targets from 100 miles away." Nu Yen used a mental transmission. "Senior Snakeheart, is that you? It's Yaner." Snakeheart turned his head. "A mental transmission? That voice is." He saw Nu Yen and asked her, "Young miss, why are you here? The clan has been searching all over the secret realm for you." Nu Yen replied, "What? You were captured by him times 2? Ruyan asked. Just then, Su Ping turned his head and gave her a cold smirk. Ruyan was instantly terrified. She ducked behind the door, thinking, asterisk, he almost saw me. What did Senior mean by 2? Asterisk. She peeked her head out. Su Ping was saying, "From now on, you'll need to be careful at the academy, even during the day. Don't disturb it. Our main job now is to train all of you. You can come in shifts." She, Shin, and the Poison King bowed their heads. Understood. Ruyan thought, asterisk, that's Senior Shi Shin's clan. And even Senior Poison King from the Liu family. Asterisk. Asterisk. They're all top-ranked experts in this city, and yet Su Ping has them completely under his control. What in the world happened here? Asterisk. Su Ping returned to his room. The system reported Anna's accumulated points, +1, for a total of 104. Su Ping took out the Qian Kun painting scroll and the Starfell spirit tree. He thought, asterisk, Anna's points went up again. The system must be monitoring her, and she's not slacking off behind my back. Asterisk. Asterisk. An employee this well-trained is well worth the 1 point it took to get her. Asterisk. He pushed the tree into the scroll, and it immediately took root in the ground. Su Ping remarked, this tree knows how to find good soil. The system reported, through spirit awakening evolution, it has an instinct for consumption. Unfortunately, this Starfell spirit tree's resources are too low. It has lived for tens of thousands of years and has not even achieved 2/10 of its spirit awakening. Its consciousness has not even been awakened. Su Ping said, over 10,000 years, and it's not even 20% awakened. This is all it can do. If it were fully awakened, I bet my spirit pets could use it directly, right? Su Ping closed the Qian Kun painting scroll and thought, asterisk, I've heard the Starfell spirit tree only bears fruit once every few decades, or even once every few centuries. Asterisk, asterisk, commercializing it would be pretty difficult. But if it could evolve into an astral pet like the system said, and I combined it with the miracle nurturing trough to boost its healing abilities, asterisk, asterisk, it could probably bear fruit every single year. Asterisk, the system announced. Reminder, the host has not yet learned the spirit awakening ability. Please become a nurturer first. Su Ping thought. Asterisk. So that's how it is. After becoming a battle pet master, the next step is to become a nurturer. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even though I run a pet store and I've picked up a lot of knowledge about pets, I really haven't looked into the actual nurturing side of things much. Asterisk. Asterisk. You could say that right now, all my nurturing is based on the system's power. I really need to learn a bit more in that area. Asterisk. Asterisk. But I don't have time to think about that right now. The issue with the Yuan Tian god has been over for a while, but I can't guarantee there won't be any more surprises. Asterisk. Asterisk. The most important thing right now is to increase my combat power and my reputation. Asterisk. He gave the command, open the nurturing ground. He placed his hand on the portal and thought, asterisk. Even though I don't want to be famous and could just hide at home every day getting stronger with the system's help. Asterisk. Asterisk. My mother and sister need a normal life. I can't let them live in this store forever, being watched all day. Asterisk. Asterisk. So I have to get even stronger. Asterisk. At that moment, Anna also thought to herself, asterisk. That power. It's appearing again. Asterisk. That familiar aura, who knows how long it's been. Su Ping appeared on his bed and said, whew, now that was a satisfying fight. It took over 100 revives, but I finally killed that damn monster, Su Ping said, while taking off his shirt. Ever since the free newbie revives ran out, I haven't been able to fight so recklessly. The store's income isn't exactly overflowing. The first form of the demon-suppressing godly palm is perfected. Time for a shower, then back to the fight. Su Ping opened the door to see Anna placing a tray of hot food on the table. She said, "The mistress instructed me to make this for you." Su Ping looked at it suspiciously, thinking to himself, asterisk, she made me soup? Asterisk, asterisk. Since when was she so thoughtful? Ah, whatever. Inside the store, it doesn't matter. Even if she poisoned it, it would be useless. Asterisk. With that thought, Su Ping downed the entire bowl of soup. Anna asked, "Just now, did you use the laws of reality to travel to the divine borderland?" Su Ping thought, asterisk, her senses are pretty sharp. She even knows where I went. Asterisk. He replied, "If you already know, why ask? Just say what you want to say." Anna said, "Take this god with you next time. This god can use the central authority of the divine land to help you increase your cultivation." Su Ping was suspicious. Asterisk. "There's definitely a catch." Asterisk. Anna said, "Rest assured, this god will not ask for employee points this time. You just need to allow me to handle a small personal matter." Su Ping looked at Anna and thought, asterisk, she's testing the limits of the store. Asterisk. Asterisk. What's allowed and what isn't? She's definitely scheming. But even if she finds a way, the contract will suppress her from going too far. Asterisk. Asterisk. And this deal could bring me a lot of benefits. Asterisk. Su Ping asked, "Where's Tang Ruyan? If you come with me, how can she watch the shop by herself?" Anna replied, "Don't worry, this god has already made arrangements. She must be exhausted after working all day. So I added this god's sleep-inducing magic circle." As Anna spoke, she pictured Ruyan fast asleep. She continued, "Unless something truly harmful happens, she will sleep straight through until morning." Su Ping praised her. Efficient. I like it. He grabbed Anna's hand, placed his other hand on the portal, and said, "All right, you're coming with me. Let's get a move on," Anna asked in surprise. Huh? Right now? The two of them arrived at the demigod burial site. The World Tree was a place where a colossal tree grew upon a floating mound of earth. Anna thought in shock. Asterisk, it's the World Tree. I'm really back. Asterisk. Asterisk, I just wanted to scout around a bit to see if there were any clues. I never expected him to trigger such a large-scale spatial transfer, with just a wave of his hand. Asterisk. Asterisk. This man's power is truly overwhelming. If I can use this chance to enter the Supreme God domain. Asterisk, Su Ping said. Stop grinning like an idiot. You're a long way from being an outstanding employee. Where to now? I don't know my way around here, you lead. Anna said. You. I wonder if that energy you possess will be of any use to my clan. Whatever. I have already informed the Lord God. He'll be here soon to retrieve us. Su Ping asked, what realm is a Lord God? How are the realms in your divine domain divided? Anna replied, such a basic question. A pure blood god will naturally reach the true god realm upon maturity, just like that spider I defeated. Their strength is comparable. Su Ping thought, so, a pure blood god is as strong as a level 10 star pet. She continued, our great god realm isn't as complicated as yours. 6 tiers, true god realm, celestial god realm, god general realm, lord god realm, ancestral god, and supreme god. But with the disappearance of the supreme god, naturally, fewer and fewer people have been able to break through to the supreme god realm. So now, you could say there are only 5 tiers. Su Ping thought, so, the ceiling has been lowered. That would naturally attract a lot of covetous rivals. No wonder Anna is so desperate. Another god appeared, kneeling on one knee before Anna and said, Your Highness, I've come to escort you. And this is? Anna replied, he is my esteemed guest. Bring him along. The god extended his hand and said, please, hold on tight. In a flash, they warped across countless lands, arriving at a massive castle. Anna said, you may leave now. The god replied, yes, Your Highness. Inside, 2 rows of hooded servants bowed low in greeting. Welcome back, Your Highness. Anna said, prepare the god spring. They replied, at once. Su Ping thought to himself, the god spring, huh? Looks like I need some purification before I start grinding levels. In a large chamber, countless gods were bound by chains. They sliced their wrists, letting their blood drip, drop by drop, into a large basin. Witnessing this, Su Ping said, so this is where the blood flows? Anna answered, the god spring can wash away impurities and enhance one's comprehension and aptitude. It's extremely beneficial for cultivation breakthroughs. Only the top prodigies are qualified to soak in it once a year. Consider yourself lucky. After you're done soaking, the Hall of Combat Skills is right next door. It's an arena for you to practice. Su Ping grinned and said, sounds great. It'd be amazing if I could soak in this regularly. Anna replied, that would require a trade. Each time you bring me along, I'll let you soak in it once. And in return, you won't kill any more evil clan star pets, right? Su Ping asked. Why? Aren't you always at odds with the evil clan? If we have the same goal, why stop me from wiping them out? Anna replied, because I can smell the scent of God essence on you. Su Ping sniffed himself and said, God essence? I don't smell anything. Anna asked again. When you first arrived, you must have noticed the world tree, right? Su Ping said. Yeah, Anna explained. That is our mother. After a god dies, their body transforms into god power and returns to the mother tree. The tree fuses with and purifies that power for us, before transforming it into new individuals of our clan. She thought about the cycle of essence between the gods and the world tree. That's how new individuals are born, she continued. You're a smart guy. You understand what that means, don't you? Su Ping replied, after a god is devoured, their god power remains trapped as god essence within the evil clan's bodies, preventing it from returning to the tree. Anna said, you could say that. The higher our cultivation, the more god power we possess after death. Therefore, the total god power in the entire god realm should be increasing. But if those evil clan members devour us, our casualties result in a loss of that power. The god power ends up being balanced out because of it. She thought about those vile creatures who feasted on her people, and the disappearance of the supreme god. With no one able to break through to the supreme god realm, we can never return to the former glory of the god realm. Anna thought about the 5 tiers that remained in this world. She said, the reason I'm telling you this is just so. Suddenly, Su Ping grabbed her hand and placed a pile of god essence in it. He said, this is for today's portion. Anna was stunned. Su Ping smiled and said, I get what you mean. You want to prevent me from absorbing all the god essence, like those evil clan creatures, right? From now on, I won't touch them anymore. As he spoke, he summoned his pets. Su Ping took off his clothes and said, my goal is to increase my combat power. Just soaking in here should be fast enough. As for them, take them to the arena. Don't hold back. Let them have a taste of the god clan's methods. Su Ping shivered as he submerged himself in the pool. Whoa, is this what it feels like to be completely reborn? Anna said. Thank you for understanding. I'll take my leave then. Call me if you need anything. Su Ping said, wait, the Divine Flame Inferno Crystal. Ever heard of it? I can't find this thing on the blue star. Anna replied, I have. It's the inner core of a true god, realm divine, flame extreme, inferno beast. Although it's rare, if you need it, I will find it for you. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, submerging half his head in the water, and said, make it quick. The battle physique I'm cultivating needs it to break through to the 2nd level. Ha, this water is activating my body's full potential. Cultivating here will definitely be several times faster. Anna bowed behind him. She walked away with his pets and said, the arena is this way, follow me. She thought to herself, I can't believe he managed to find so much after fighting for just half a day. A typical true god warrior wouldn't be able to gather this much even after fighting for 2 or 3 days. And yet, he gave it all to me without a second thought. Looks like he has the potential to be a great free laborer. To restore my entire clan's prosperity, I must maintain a good relationship with him. Just then, Su Ping said, open space. A massive mountain of god essence appeared before him. Su Ping thought to himself, as for this pile, I'll just find a secret spot to gobble it up later. After that, they both returned to their rooms. Su Ping could feel the surging essence within his body. Excellent. The Golden Crow, divine demon body, has broken through to the 2nd level. My physical strength is now on par with an upper god. The 9th rank demon-shocking god Palm from the last battle had reached the 1st level of mastery. At full power, it could one-shot any 9th rank expert. He also gained a void-walking ability. However, his astral power was only at the lower 6th rank, which allowed him to disguise himself as a titled rank warrior. Yuan Tianchen's vital energy was severely drained from his fight with Anna. He's probably been knocked out of the ocean realm. The only threat left for me now is that other legendary rank fighter, and I've already surpassed him in strength. He recalled Yuan Tianchen's fate. He rubbed his hands together and said to Anna, get Tang Ruyan over here to get ready. I spent a fortune advertising the shop yesterday. It's going to be packed today. So let's get to work. Anna replied. Got it. That afternoon, Ling Yue found her brother sitting all alone in front of his deserted shop. She said, it's so dead here, big bro. Maybe we should just close for the day? Su Ping replied, can't you see I'm still working? Why are you still here? She sat down next to her brother and said, doing what? Exactly. Besides, our classes are over. Tonight, we have a class with Teacher Poison King. Ling Yue then read the notification on her brother's watch. Hot news. The Extraordinary Pet Store is sponsoring spots for the city's top 10 in the Elite League. It said that within a limited time, the 3 customers with the highest cumulative spending across all their branches would receive a sponsorship slot, no strings attached. She said, the extraordinary pet store. Sponsoring the top 10? Ling Yue was furious. How dare they use a scheme like this to lure customers from the entire city? They have over a dozen branches. Even if they have to pay for the slots, they'll still make a fortune. Su Ping just chuckled. Ling Yue asked, am I wrong? What are you laughing at? Su Ping replied, I just thought you looked pretty cute just now. Ling Yue said, bro, what kind of nonsense are you talking? I just think it's completely unfair to us. Su Ping said, I agree it's unfair, but their scheme is more complex than it looks. Ling Wei replied, this is about a hero standing up to injustice. Su Ping added, they also hired last season's champion as their spokesperson. That's the real key to drawing in customers. Most people will be easily swayed by that. I bet they're about to monopolize all the customers in the city. Ling Yue said, no way, we can't let that happen. So, should we pull a stunt like them? Su Ping made up his mind. If we're going to do this, we're going all in. We'll sponsor only the champion. Hot news from the information portal. A single little naughty pet store will bring the championship to the city. 2 outstanding pet shops have made it into the city's top 10. When people heard the news, they were in an uproar. This little naughty shop had started offering sponsorships too, and for the champion spot, no less. Anyway, Extraordinary has so many customers and only 3 sponsorship slots. I'm better off trying my luck over at Little Naughty. That's right, Extraordinary is way too crowded. I wouldn't stand a chance. Let's go. A fist slammed on the table, followed by a curse. Damn it, where the hell did this crappy little store come from? In the meeting room, the group started discussing again. Sponsoring the first place spot? This is a clear provocation against us. CEO Liu, I'll go teach them a lesson. CEO Liu, should we offer more slots to keep our customers? The owner of the Extraordinary Pet Store, Liu Yuan, waved his hand dismissively and said, everyone sit down. Why bother getting worked up over a bunch of clowns? They want fame, right? Use our PR connections to force them to release information about their sponsored candidate. Then, leak it all. Start a smear campaign against their shop and their candidate's abilities for me. The more outrageous it is and the more people they offend, the better. We'll turn their fame into infamy and make them a public target. He let out a sinister laugh. The others in the room chimed in. CEO Liu is truly brilliant. With this move to kill without a knife, we won't lose a single soldier. Once that candidate fails, the shop will naturally collapse. This is what they call, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. CEO Liu wants to make sure that they won't even have a place to stand in this city of Longjiang anymore. Ha ha. At the Zhou family estate, within a beautiful and magnificent mansion, a voice was heard. How interesting. Very interesting. Inside the room, the elders of the Zhou family were in discussion. This little naughty pet store came out of nowhere, and yet it dares to sponsor the champion. According to underground rumors on the web, the shop owner claims he can raise a pet by a full rank in a single day, and that his subordinates hold countless titles. They say he can kill a legendary rank with a single finger. This little naughty pet store is truly audacious. To dare compete for business with the Liu family. They clearly have no respect for us, the 4 great families. We've been fighting the Liu family for so many years. This could be the perfect opportunity to weaken their power. We absolutely must drag them down from their position as one of the 4 great families. Meanwhile, at the Liu family estate, the ornate, red main gates were shut tight. A voice spoke up. Who owns this little naughty shop that dares to speak so arrogantly? What's their background? The Liu family elders were also in discussion. A servant reported, the owner's surname is Su. He's an advanced tutor at Fengshan Academy. So, no special background. An elder replied, the name Su isn't one of the 4 great families. Tang, Mu, Qin, or Liu. And he's not from a minor family like Ye or Zhou, either. The servant whispered, Patriarch, I heard that Lord Yuan paid him a visit, and was carried back afterward. To this day, he hasn't taken a single step out of the Yuan family estate. The elder asked, what are you implying? You mean, asterisk, that time's legendary rank Master Yuan? Is this story for real? This is about the honor of a legendary master we're talking about. All unrelated witnesses have been discreetly dealt with. If the Poison King hadn't told me he carried him back himself, I'd still be completely in the dark. The elder said this must not get out until we've investigated that little troublemaker's background. Don't provoke him. For now, we'll just quietly observe. A few days later, a voice was heard at the front of the store. What? A champion nomination? Su Ping was in the study room with his sister and Xu Kuang, a third-year battle pet master from the War God Academy. Xu Kuang asked, Master, you're not joking, are you? Su Ping replied, do I look like I'm joking? Xu Kuang asked, So, is the chosen one Ling Yue? That makes sense. You weren't actually planning to do what the advertisement said, were you? Nominate the top spending customer? Su Ping said, no. That was just a marketing gimmick to attract customers. He thought to himself, nominating an outsider has too many unknown factors. This is closely tied to the little rascal's future. There's no room for error. Therefore, I have to choose someone I can trust. Su Kuang asked, but won't fake advertising like that backfire? Su Ping replied, how could it? For example, if I choose to nominate you, all you have to do is spend more than anyone else to secure the top spot, right? Shu Kuang replied, heh. For me, that's as easy as flipping my hand. Suddenly, Ling Yue stood up and said, brother, I want to be number one. No matter how hard the training is, I can take it. Train me, Shu Kuang said, young mistress. Su Ping said, stop fooling around. Getting the champion nomination isn't that simple. With Elder Shu's teachings and the Silverwing Star Moon Dragon, as long as you play your cards right, making it into the top 10 won't be a problem. Ling Yue said seriously, a top 10 finish isn't good enough for me. I want to get stronger, fast, so I can catch up to you. I know you must have gone through countless hardships when I wasn't looking to get as strong as you are today. So, if I just keep going as I am, I'll never be as strong as you. Su Ping said, you're only a freshman at the academy. Just making it into the top 10 of the Elite League is already an amazing prospect. What's the rush? A champion nomination means the entire city will see you as an enemy. Forget the big shots from the 4 great families. Those competing pet stores will definitely pull some dangerous tricks. When that happens, strangers on the street, even your old friends, the way they look at you will never be the same. Not to mention this competition, Ling Yue stated flatly, requires you to sign a death waiver. Everything you just mentioned, I've already thought about from the moment I became a battle pet master. The day Mom and I were knocked unconscious, we'd already stepped into danger's path. A battle pet master's intuition is sharp. I know you've been secretly protecting us from the shadows. I'm not some kid who just stands by and waits to be protected. I can't let this chance go to someone else. I want to protect the people I care about, too. Su Ping smiled and said, well then, it seems you've thought it through. Suddenly, the 3 of them heard a shout, give me my money back. The system chimed in, alert. Malicious slander against the store has been detected, issuing a temporary mission, restore the store's reputation and send the culprit to the afterlife. Mission reward, 1 legendary rank astral pet skill book. Punishment, if the mission fails, the host's rating will be reduced by 5 points. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Refusal is not an option. Su Ping thought, send to the afterlife? This is the first time I've ever seen the system react so violently. What's going on outside? At that moment, a young man outside slammed the counter and screamed, this shop ruined my astral pet. Not only is its strength reduced, but its lifespan has been shortened too. I still have the contract right here, so don't even try to deny it. His name was Sun Ping. The surrounding crowd started murmuring, ruined? How is that possible? Maybe they rushed it and gave it the wrong speed-enhancing drugs? Boss Su's training has always been super fast. To be honest, I've always been a little suspicious of this store's speed. I wonder if they use stimulants? Stimulants? Could that be why the training failed? That's outrageous. I've always had my pets trained here, and nothing's ever gone wrong. You just got lucky. Hey, where's the owner? Get out here and give me an explanation. Yeah. You can't just ruin someone's pet and not say anything. Are you planning to just run off? No way. I've spent a ton of money to get that champion nomination. Give us our money back. Just then, Sun Ping smirked deviously. Suddenly, the floor cracked under a heavy step. Anna yelled, silence. The force was so strong, it sent everyone tumbling. Sun Ping trembled and said, are you trying to use violence to bully me? I'm calling the guards. I'll have your shop shut down. Su Ping appeared and said, Anna, stand down. I'm the owner. What did you just say? Sun Ping opened his summoning portal. Humph. See for yourself. This is your fine handiwork. A pet appeared on the floor, its body covered in purple membranes. Su Ping asked, are you Sun Ping? He replied, that's right. Su Ping asked again, is this the astral pet you picked up a few days ago after its training? I still have your signature on the pickup form right here. Astral pet? Is this your signature? Su Ping held up the form and asked him. Sun Bin replied, so what if it is? Don't think you can just bully me like this. My Aurora Spirit Fox started getting sick the moment I took it home. Su Ping said, calm down. Let me check it. Sun Bin said, whatever. Su Ping activated his appraisal system. The system reported that this Aurora Spirit Fox was 6th rank, but its combat power was only at the lower 4th rank. Su Ping thought to himself, asterisk. Just as I suspected, its combat power has dropped severely. Asterisk. But it doesn't look sick on the outside. It's more like it's been poisoned. Su Ping turned and asked Anna, "Do you know a Miss Liu?" Anna replied, "A little." Sun Bin roared, "Stop with the smoke and mirrors. I already took it to the Shangcheng Medical Institute, and they all confirmed it. They said your training center must have added some foreign substance that caused a mutation. Forget curing it, just keeping it alive would be." Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped across the face by Anna. She cursed, "Vermin, get out." He clutched his face, saying, "You dare hit me?" Anna knelt on one knee, placing a hand on the beast's head. Golden astral power radiated from her, and the purple spots on its fur gradually disappeared. The beast's eyes fluttered open, and it stood up, completely healthy. Anna patted its head and praised it. "Good boy." The people in the crowd praised her. "Look at that. It's a miracle. It's completely cured. That weak little fox from just a moment ago is already standing up." Just then, the system reported that the beast's combat power had increased by 1 rank. Su Ping thought to himself, "Asterisk. Incredible. Asterisk. Not only can she completely heal its injuries, but she can even raise its rank by 1. The beast licked Sun Bin's face. Su Ping's expression darkened. Sun Bin said, "Humph, since it's cured, I won't pursue the matter. My apologies for my rudeness earlier." He turned around. He said, "Aurora Spirit Fox, let's go." But his shoulder was grabbed. Su Ping said coldly, "Not so fast. We have one more service, for special care. Please, follow me." Sun Bin was thrown against the wall and screamed, "Anna, lock the basement." Su Ping said, "It's clear that your pet is very tense even after being healed, which proves the real reason you're causing trouble isn't so simple. Talk. Who sent you?" The Aurora Spirit Fox bared its teeth, while Sun Bin replied, "What the hell are you talking about? Who sent me? I don't know what you mean. Now let me go, or I'm calling the police." Su Ping used his astral power to grab both of them, suspending them in midair. He said, "Don't make me do this the hard way." The terrified Sun Bin screamed, "A titled rank!" Su Ping threatened him. "If I remember correctly, a titled rank has the right to eliminate anyone who offends them, and right now, I'm very tempted to test that right out." Sun Bin screamed, I'll talk. It was the Liu family, Su Ping thought. Asterisk, the Liu family? The same Liu family behind the extraordinary pet shop? Asterisk, he commanded, explain everything. Sun Bin was lowered to the ground and replied, "Yesterday, my pet was seriously injured after a match. If I wanted to heal it, before the elite tournament, it would have cost a fortune. Then the Liu family approached me. They said, if I framed you guys, they would heal my astral pet for me." Su Ping asked, "Who was the one who instructed you?" Sun Bin replied, "I don't know. The person was wearing a mask. I couldn't see their face clearly." Su Ping asked Anna, "You have a mind-reading skill, don't you?" Anna replied, "My divine race doesn't use such dirty tricks." Su Ping held up 2 fingers and said, 2 points. Anna replied, "Hasn't he already told you everything? Are you afraid of being tricked?" Su Ping replied, "He gave, in way too easily. I think there's something else going on behind the scenes, like this was all a setup. If the extraordinary pet shop really resorted to such a despicable trick, they'd only be hurting themselves." Anna walked up to Sun Bin, held out her hand, and replied, "Fine." Sun Bin said, "What do you want?" "Aurora Spirit Fox, save me." The pet heard him and retaliated, firing a beam of energy from its mouth, an aurora beam. Anna blocked the attack with the back of her hand, while reaching her other hand towards Sun Bin's face and said, "Soul probe." She saw his memories when he sent his pet to her, saying, "The training results are amazing. It's definitely going to make a name for itself." When he was on the ground being beaten by 3 other men, who were cursing him, "Where do you think you're going? The debt you owe our Zhu family is due." Sun Bin begged, "Please, just give me 1 more month. Just wait until I get the prize money from the tournament." They coaxed him, "Cut the crap. If you're willing to inject this 9th grade poison into your astral pet and then go frame the extraordinary pet shop, we'll wipe your debt clean." Sun Bin held the vial of purple liquid, trembling as he said, "But I heard that once this poison is injected, the victim will die in excruciating pain, with no possible cure." They tempted him again. "It's just a 6th rank astral pet, isn't it? If this works, I'll even compensate you with an 8th rank one. How about that?" The last image in the memory was the terrified, tear-filled eyes of the Aurora Spirit Fox, and his words, "I'm so sorry, Aurora Spirit Fox." Su Ping grabbed him by the collar, lifted him into the air, and snarled, "You really deserve a beating." Sun Bin said, "I was backed into a corner. I had no choice. Please spare me." The Aurora Spirit Fox bared its teeth and lunged, biting, down on Su Ping's wrist. Sun Bin pleaded, "For its sake, Can you let me go this one time? I promise I'll treat it well from now on. It can't live without me, Su Ping called out. Anna, she replied. Here, Su Ping added. 2 points. Sever his contract. Anna replied. Okay. She swung her spear, severing the contract with a single slash. The Aurora Spirit Fox slowly released its grip on Su Ping's wrist. Its attitude changed, and then it turned its back and walked away, leaving Sun Bin screaming, Aurora Spirit Fox, come back. I'm your master. Come back. Su Ping said, You stopped being worthy of being its master a long time ago. Sun Bin cried, No, Boss Su, please don't kill me. Su Ping picked him up and flew out the window, saying, Killing you would just dirty my hands. He flew with him straight into the Zhu family's compound. The guards, they cried out, Look, in the sky. It's a titled-level powerhouse. Seeing Su Ping appear with his 3 battle pets, they asked him, Master, may we have the honor of knowing your name? Are you here to pay a visit to the Zhou residence? Su Ping replied, Bring your patriarch out here. My shop needs to vent some anger. The guard said, Esteemed master, please stop. We've already informed the patriarch. Please just wait a moment. He stood on the head of his purgatory dragon and said, I don't have that much patience. Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast. The purgatory dragon flew Su Ping into the Zhou family estate, but they smashed into a massive barrier. Below, a group from the Zhou royal family was chanting, surrounded by floating magic circles and incantations. This was the Xuanwu Cold Tiger Formation, one of the Zhou family's 4 secret arrays, formed by 32 members of the Zhou Royal Guard, all with combat power of 8th rank or higher. It could block a mid-tier 9th rank attack. They yelled at Su Ping, Trespasser, scram! Su Ping said, I want to see your patriarch. Didn't you hear me? The commander of the Zhou Royal Guard, a low-tier 9th rank fighter, appeared. He crossed his arms and said, How audacious. The patriarch is not someone you can meet just because you want to. Without an appointment, you're not getting in, even if you are titled level. Su Ping clenched his fist, channeling his astral power. He said, If you won't listen when I call, then I'll just have to knock. Su Ping tightened his fist and unleashed the demon quaking God Fist, second form. A colossal hand descended from the heavens. He yelled, Open! A giant made of astral power slammed its fist into the barrier. The men maintaining the formation below grew anxious. What kind of fist technique is this? This isn't the aura of a normal, titled-level warrior. The Royal Guard commander activated the formation, ancient characters rising from under his feet. He ordered, Everyone, use all your strength to stop him. They struggled to resist Su Ping's fist, trying to reassure themselves. He's just titled level. There's absolutely no way. He can shatter the Xuanwu Cold Tiger Formation in a single blow. But in the next second, all of them coughed up blood. The commander said, This guy, is he trying to level our entire Zhou family? How is this possible? The force of this attack hasn't weakened in the slightest. Suddenly, from the sky, something descended. The commander cried out, Lord Protectors. 2 other figures now stood before him, helping to hold the line as they said, It is better to shatter like jade than to remain an intact tile. Xuanwu Blast. Their joint attack created a massive explosion, detonating their own barrier and destroying Su Ping's giant of spiritual energy. The commander said, Thank you for your intervention, Lord Protectors. Suddenly, a voice spoke. The Zhou Royal Guard is the elite force cultivated by my Zhou family. The minimum requirement for entry is to be a 7th rank battle pet master. Since when did it become so useless? The speaker was the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Tianlin, a high-tier 9th rank master. He said, You can't even stop one young titled-level warrior, and you even had to call upon the old protectors. The commander knelt to accept his punishment. It was my failure to stop the intruder. Patriarch, please give me a chance to drive him back and atone for my failure. Just then, Su Ping landed in front of the crowd. He said, You're the Zhou family patriarch? Good. That makes things simple. Your people schemed to set up a trap for my store. Hand them over. Zhou Tianquang, the left protector of the Zhou family and a mid-tier 9th rank combatant, shouted, Insolence! Such arrogance! You barge into our home, make baseless accusations, and now you dare order our patriarch around? Zhou Ji, the right protector of the Zhou family, a 9th rank fighter himself, stood beside him and added, You think you can just waltz in here alone and demand we hand someone over? Zhou Ji summoned his mid-tier 9th rank Nightmare Chaos Beast and said, Are you looking for a death wish? More soldiers appeared on the rooftops. Countless soldiers stepped out of summoning gates on the buildings all around Su Ping. Zhou Ji's voice echoed, Zhou Royal Guard, all units, mobilize. Don't even leave his bones behind. Su Ping retorted, What good is having more of this small fry? Zhou Tianlin summoned his own beast. A formation swirled around him as he said, "A frog, at the bottom of a well. Allow me to broaden your horizons, a little. Form up." The soldiers began chanting, forming an array, and summoning their beasts simultaneously. A loud clang rang out as the formation created, a giant azure dragon. This was the Azure Dragon Immortal Slaying Formation, a massive azure dragon, holding a sword in its mouth, materialized in the heart of the Zhou estate. Su Ping said, "Another dragon? Patriarch Zhou, are you sure you want to keep protecting the guilty?" Tianlin sneered. "Humph. Still so arrogant, in the face of death. If you beg for forgiveness now, it's not too late," he thought to himself. Within the 9th rank, the power gap is immense, comparable to the gap between the 1st and 9th ranks. Unquote. A low-tier 9th rank fighting a high tier is like a 3rd rank fighting a 9th rank. He continued, "Your strength, this old man presumes, is at best high-tier 9th rank. But the combat power of the Azure Dragon Immortal Slaying Formation is at the peak of the 9th rank, half a step into the legendary level. It can even contend with the Blade Venerable." As he was speaking, the dragon closed in on Su Ping's group. Su Ping said, "Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast, Dark Dragon Hound, show it what you two are really made of, and take good care of it." His two pets immediately charged forward. They met the Azure Dragon's attack head-on. The storm of power made everyone scream. "Ah, save me!" Tianquang yelled. "What?" The attack from a peak 9th rank Azure Dragon avatar was actually stopped? Zhou Ji exclaimed, "What kind of monstrous defense is that?" The little skeleton appeared. Su Ping said, "All right, it's not like I came here to reason with you people anyway." The little skeleton leaped into the air, bone blade in hand. Tianlin sneered, "What does that little skeleton think it's doing with that rusty blade?" The little skeleton aimed for the Azure Dragon's head and brought its blade down. "Dragon Slash," Tianlin shouted. "This is bad. That move is an extreme counter to dragon forms. This type of skeleton can't be underestimated." Armor, Molten Vermilion Bird. As he spoke, he instantly created a formation, and a layer of golden armor appeared on the Azure Dragon. Su Ping sneered. "Thinking about transforming now? It's too late." The little skeleton brought its blade down. That single strike completely defeated the Azure Dragon. Tianlin coughed up a mouthful of blood, thinking, asterisk, just one move. Asterisk, Tianguang cried out. "Big brother, are you all right?" Zhou Ji thought, "Damn it, I just wanted to bait some low-life thug into stabbing the Liu family in the back. How did I end up bringing this fire upon myself? I was so sure I'd use my powers to erase all the important memories from every link in the chain. And I didn't leave behind any videos or documents either. Asterisk, how the hell did he find us? Asterisk, Su Ping said, "I'll ask one more time. Are you going to continue shielding them?" Patriarch Tianlin said, "Hand them over? Who? Bring those men up here." He thought, asterisk, using a borrowed knife to kill. What is this? Asterisk. Asterisk. This isn't using a borrowed knife. This is a knife pointed straight at our own throats. And the worst part is, it's aimed at us. Asterisk, more than half of the Chu clan's forces are dead or injured. Our ancestral home has been destroyed, and our 4 titled rank members are wounded. These losses have far outweighed any potential gains. At this point, all we can do is try to smooth things over. A soldier brought the 3 culprits forward and said, "Reporting to the Patriarch, the men you asked for are all here." They begged, "Don't kill me, please, give me another chance." Tianlin said, "These men decided on their own to offend you. We hope you will punish them severely." Su Ping threw Sun Bing down and said, "Go, take a good look and see if anyone is missing." But Sun Bing said, "I don't know them." The other 3 also said, "I don't know this person either." "Yeah, who is he?" Su Ping thought. Asterisk, none of them know each other? Asterisk. Asterisk. These are clearly the 3 people who appeared in Sun Bing's memory. Could it be that their memories have been tampered with? Asterisk. Chu Kei thought to himself. Asterisk. For this operation, I had many people carry out different steps, and I erased the faces of our family members from their memories. Asterisk. Asterisk. It seems the most critical memories haven't been restored. This kid probably found his way to our Chu family by using some kind of treasure to search Sun Bing's Sea of Consciousness. Asterisk. Asterisk. Looks like only a few fragments were left behind, but from what I know, such powerful treasures either consume a massive amount of energy. Asterisk. Asterisk. Or they have strict limits on their usage. There's no way you can use them to find me. Asterisk. Su Ping pierced the punk's neck with a thread of spiritual power. He said, "Patriarch Chu, these guys are just the tip of the iceberg. Don't even think about deceiving me. I'll say it one last time. Hand over everyone who executed and planned this. Slandering my store's reputation can only be cleansed with blood. Asterisk. What? Asterisk. Chuke thought. Asterisk. How can he be so decisive? Asterisk. Tianlin said, actually, there's another group of people on their way. Please, calm your anger. Where are they? A soldier appeared and replied, yes, sir. A moment later, another group of people were brought in, kneeling and begging for their lives. Tianlin said, these are all the people who participated. Please, deal with them as you see fit. Su Ping thought. Asterisk. To be fair, the ones who aren't the main culprits don't really deserve to die. Asterisk. Asterisk. But I came here this time not only to complete the system's mission, but also for another important purpose, to make an example of them. Asterisk. Su Ping closed his eyes, his resolve hardening. Asterisk. To prevent this from ever happening again, I can't be soft. Asterisk. The sound of blades slicing through the air rang out, followed by sprays of blood. Asterisk. Huh. Asterisk. Chuka thought. Asterisk. After killing so many people, surely his anger has subsided, right? We can finally send this god of death on his way. Asterisk. A system notification appeared. All perpetrators involved in this matter have been killed. The masterminds have not yet been killed. Time remaining, 20 hours. Su Ping lowered his gaze and called for the little skeleton. It immediately leaped high into the air and, with a single swing of its sword, split the Chu family's estate in two. Tian Guang yelled, hey, we already handed over everyone involved. Why are you still trying to destroy our ancestral home? You're being completely unreasonable, Su Ping replied. Did I ever say I came here to be reasonable? Besides, you never handed over the one who planned all this. So, I'll just have to find them slowly, using the process of elimination. Let's start with you, Patriarch. Tianlin stammered, no, that's impossible, he thought. Asterisk. Honestly, if we lost the left guardian, it would be like my Chu family losing an arm. Asterisk. Asterisk. But as a result of protecting him, my entire body is about to be paralyzed. Asterisk. He called for Chu Ke to step forward. Chu Ke's heart leaped into his throat. Su Ping glanced at him and said, so you're the mastermind. Any last words? Chu Ke rubbed his forehead and laughed. Ha ha ha. How in the world could slandering a tiny shop lead to a catastrophe of this magnitude for our entire clan? I have devoted my entire life to the Chu family, hatching countless schemes. If it weren't for you, my perfect plan would never have been exposed, he shouted, pointing at Sun Bing. Chu Ke lunged forward, yelling, if I'm going down, you're coming with me. He slammed a fist into Sun Bing's chest, making him cough up blood. The little skeleton gifted him a blade to the back. Su Ping commanded, Purgatory Candle Dragon, burn them to ashes. And so, Chu Ke screamed as he was engulfed in flames. The others watched, breaking out in a cold sweat. Terrifying. I'm so glad I wasn't involved in this. Tianlin thought. Asterisk. From now on, the entire street where that punk lives will be listed as a forbidden zone for the Chu family. Asterisk. Asterisk. We can absolutely never provoke this person again. Asterisk. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Mastermind successfully eliminated. Not a trace of Chu Ke or Sun Bing remained on the ground. Tianlin bowed his head and said, esteemed expert, at this point, everyone involved in this incident, the person who tarnished your store's honor has been handed over to you, sir. Please, quell your anger. Su Ping replied, we're not done here. I've only dealt with the one who committed the act, but the negative influence you people caused still remains. The Zhou family needs to issue an announcement, a citywide announcement, clearing my store's name. Good. And I also need to be compensated for the entire morning you wasted, he added. Tianlin agreed on the surface. Of course. I'll handle the public apology myself. But inwardly, he was cursing. Those little rumors online about some troublemaking shop owner who can punch legendary grades and stomp on titled grades, that wasn't a rumor. It was the absolute truth. If I find out who posted that, I'll skin them alive. Tianlin said. About the compensation. Is there anything our clan has that you'd be interested in? Money, real estate, or perhaps some treasures? Su Ping answered, what I want isn't much. A set of the celestial treasures you use to cultivate battle pet tamers, the same kind you use to raise your young master. Tianlin asked, what? He thought, the young master is the family's #1 successor. We pour all the highest quality resources the entire family possesses into him just to raise his potential beyond that of the patriarch. Before that, you could say we had exhausted all the highest quality resources the family had. Tianlin said, you want us to hand over those resources? Doesn't that mean our Zhou family won't be able to develop for this entire generation? Is your plan to raise us like pigs? Su Ping laughed and replied, You could put it that way, but there's one thing you might have overlooked, and that is, even if it's a pig's head, I'm confident I can raise it to the position of patriarch. Tian Guang and Wang Jun shouted, "How dare you compare our patriarch to a pig? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If you want to fight, we'll give you one." Tianlin roared, "Shut your mouths," the two exclaimed. "Patriarch." Tianlin glanced at Su Ping and then said to the two of them, "Have you forgotten? That skeleton this man carries. Its form may be strange, but its origin is just a first-tier bloodline. Astral pet." He recalled the little skeleton's moves and continued, "And yet, it's that very first-tier bloodline, Astral Pet, that, under his command, displayed the aura and power of a king beast. He said he could raise even a pig to the 9th rank. As I see it, I'm afraid that wasn't a metaphor." The other two were horrified. Su Ping offered his praise, as expected of the patriarch. "You're not wrong. If you work with me, I can help you cultivate super strong pets, along with providing rare pet food below market price. You all must have been eyeing the position of the 4 great families for a long time, right? Challenging the 4 great families in this war requires an army of sophisticated weapons, and I happen to be the arms dealer, who can equip every last one of your men with a nuclear warhead." Tianlin asked, "Is your target also the 4 great families?" Su Ping patted his shoulder and said, "Think bigger." With that, he rode the purgatory dragon and flew away. He thought, "This entire base will become my shop." The next day, people were buzzing. "So it was the Zhou family pulling strings all along? See, I told you Mr. Su's shop would be fine. You're just saying that now. I heard Mr. Su went to the Zhou family in a rage and sliced their ancestral home into 4 pieces. Now they're practically the Field family. Ha! I can't believe the online rumors about this shop were all true. At first, I thought it was just some paid shills hyping him up, but it was all real news. Mr. Su doesn't play around. He plays for keeps." Numerous customers in the shop were discussing yesterday's incident. The system reported, "The store's reputation has been restored. Please draw for a legendary grade Astral Pet skill book." Su Ping chose to draw. A circle of light appeared before him. Su Ping said, "What's it gonna be?" The system gradually revealed the skill book and its instructions. Beast Soul Possession. It gives an astral pet the ability to merge with its master for a short period. After merging, the master will gain the astral pet's full combat power. Each time they merge, the master can temporarily gain one of the astral pet's skills. The effect of this skill is doubled compared to the original. Su Ping said, "Possession, an ability that only legendary grade beast tamers can master, and this just lets the pet learn it directly? This reward is pretty interesting. Which of my darlings should I feed such an incredible skill book to? If the Purgatory Candle Dragon Beast eats it, I could transform into a dragon warrior, breathe dragon flames, and fly with dragon wings, all of which sound awesome." He thought about the Purgatory Dragon's evolved form, but he was already used to flying with his own spiritual energy. And turning into a dragon feels a little weird. Su Ping pondered, what if the Dark Dragon Hound eats it? An enhanced version of 100 Miles Soul Chase would be pretty good. He pictured the Dark Dragon Hound's evolved form, but then he imagined what a dog warrior would look like. Dog warrior. Just hearing it sounds lame. As expected, the only one truly worthy of this skill book is you. With that, Su Ping opened a summoning gate and called out, "Come on out!" And the little skeleton appeared. It held its sword, turning this way and that, searching for a target. Su Ping said, "Boss, I didn't summon you to kill anyone this time." Su Ping handed it the skill book and said, "This is for you." It immediately fell in love, hugging the book. Su Ping said, "I didn't give it to the wrong one. It's for you. Hurry up and eat it." The little skeleton absorbed the book. And just like that, the skill book was used. The system announced that the little skeleton's combat power had increased. Su Ping said, "A 0.5 point increase in combat power. Awesome." He patted its head and thought, ever since the little skeleton was young, it had completely absorbed that blood pearl, changing its appearance and causing its combat power to skyrocket to 10. From then on, the little skeleton could no longer increase its combat power through normal battles. With a combat power of 10, the little skeleton was on par with the Peak Dragon Bone Tower's King Beast, a level 2 dragon. It finally won that fight through endless resurrections, and its combat power only rose to 10.1 after it entered the demigod stage. It took numerous battles against the interstellar races and Anna's help for it to break through to 11. To think a single skill could help the little skeleton overcome such a hurdle, directly increasing its combat power by 0.5 points. A legendary tier skill is no joke. It's just that insane. With the commotion in the store finally over, Su Ping sent a message. Brother Ye, I want to take 2 new level 5 recruits to the wasteland for training. Please help me find a suitable place. He said, it's time to deal with the academy issue. A shocked Ling Yue and Shu Kuang asked, the expert talking to Boss Su, could he be the master of the exquisite blade technique, the legendary ultimate first blade venerable, who single-handedly decapitated countless towering level 9 beasts? Just then, Su Ping said to the man, Senior Blade Venerable, this way, please. The Blade Venerable said, Boss Su, it's only been a few days, but the shop has a whole new look. I almost didn't recognize it. You must have contacted me because you're ready for the blade technique lessons, right? Su Ping replied, that's right. What kind of setting do you prefer? He answered, my blade style is grand and sweeping. A place with mountains and the sea would be best. Su Ping made a selection on the system and replied, no problem. A portal opened, and the two of them appeared on a cliff by the sea. The Blade Venerable said, how can this 3-dimensional space be so realistic? I can even smell the salt of the sea. Su Ping replied, it's just a small trick, nothing special. Please feel free to use it. This training ground will instantly restore itself even if it's destroyed. The Blade Venerable drew his longsword and said, not bad. Many people have wanted to learn my blade techniques in the past, but they either lacked the foundation, or their comprehension was too poor. Boss Su, you should be able to handle it, so draw your blade. Su Ping replied, all right, Senior Blade Venerable, here I come. As he finished speaking, the little skeleton emerged from a summoning gate. The wild skeleton monster had appeared. The Blade Venerable asked in surprise, hey, don't tell me the one who wants to learn blade techniques is this little skeleton? The level 9 Blade Venerable stared in confusion at the level 10 little skeleton. Su Ping replied enthusiastically, exactly. I have to go away for a while and can't train it. While I'm gone, I'd like you to instruct it. He took out a fruit from the Star Yun Spirit tree and said, of course. I won't ask you to work for free. Please, accept this. The Blade Venerable took it and said, a Star Yun Spirit fruit. It can directly raise the star power level of a battle pet master below level 9 by an entire realm. He looked at the fruit in his hand and thought, although there's no way it can help a peak level 9 like me break through to the legendary tier, shortening my cultivation time by 2 years is still a very attractive offer. More importantly, this thing is incredibly precious to battle pet masters, making it priceless over time. If you don't have the right connections, you probably couldn't buy one even for hundreds of millions. The Blade Venerable raised his sword and said, but Boss Su, this isn't a matter of payment. My chaotic star, Samsara Blade. Without a level 9 foundation, forget learning it. I'm afraid one couldn't even comprehend it. Su Ping called out to the little skeleton. It obeyed his command and leaped high, then unleashed a high-level blade technique that split the sea in two. Su Ping created a water shield over his and the Blade Venerable's heads and asked, Senior Blade Venerable, what do you think? Is my little skeleton's foundation good enough? The Blade Venerable replied, a high-level blade technique is a 7th tier pet skill. It can only add 60% of the user's attack power to their strength. And this attack is basically just scratching the surface of blade mastery, he thought. And yet, this little skeleton's basic blade technique already shows the potential to sunder the sea. My unique chaotic star, Samsara Blade, can add 120% of my own attack power to a basic strike. If this little skeleton fully masters it, I can't even imagine how powerful it will become. The Blade Venerable's star power flared to life as he laughed and said, this foundation is more than enough. It is worthy of learning my blade technique. In fact, you can be sure that I will dedicate myself to passing on this supreme blade technique to the little skeleton. If I fail to teach it today, I won't be able to eat or sleep. As he spoke, he unleashed his full power. The Blade Venerable and the little skeleton began their match. Su Ping handed a camera to Tong Ruyan and said, it would be a shame not to save such rare, living promotional material. Miss Tang, use this to capture their heroic blade training poses. We'll make them into posters to hang in the store. Su Ping returned to the shop and called out to Su Lingyue and Shu Kuang. Everything here is settled. I'm taking you two to the wasteland. Let's move out. 3 people sat in an off-road vehicle that was armed to the teeth. Shu Kuang said, tisk, tisk. So this is a battle buggy, huh? I heard my sister mention this kind of vehicle before. Normally, pioneers can't even afford them. Only those who've won at least a silver medal are qualified to buy it. You're amazing, master. Riding this thing into the wastelands is gonna look so cool. Su Ping replied, I just asked a friend to recommend a wasteland suitable for you two. I didn't expect him to be so thorough. Besides the car, our pioneer certificates are all ready to go. Later, I'll take you two to the Pioneer Base warehouse to pick out a set of battle armor. Xu Kuang's eyes lit up. Battle armor, Ling Yue asked. Where did you go yesterday? I heard online that you got into a conflict with some people. You weren't hurt, were you? Su Ping replied. I'm fine. It was the Zhu family, a powerful force in the city, who instigated me to attack the Liu family. Another major power wanted to reap the rewards without doing any of the work. So I went to get some justice. I sent the relevant high-ranking officials and their subordinates to their next lives. Ling Yue and Xu Kuang turned pale with fear. Xu Kuang said, We're screwed. The Zhu family is a major, respectable clan in our city. How could this be resolved so easily? Ling Yue asked. Is this because of the connection I introduced you to? Su Ping replied, You silly girl. In the world of warriors, there's no room for second best. Our growth and development will inevitably clash with the old powers. Confronting them was unavoidable. It's not your fault. Don't carry that burden. This was just for my own benefit. I never wanted to get you two involved. Xu Kuang asked. In other words, Master, you were originally planning to take first place yourself? Su Ping rubbed his forehead and said, I'm a shopkeeper. Winning the championship myself is less appealing than training someone else to win it. Besides, the biggest prize for the champion is just getting some guidance from a legendary level battle pet master. For you two, that's a God-sent opportunity. For me, it's not even worth my time. Xu Kuang said, That's true. With master's strength, you could easily compete in the elite league. In a B-rank wasteland, development progress, 4.3%. A lower 7th rank arrow-backed demonic hound was having a meal. Xu Kuang and Ling Yue were hiding on a stone ledge, discussing their plan. We can wait a little longer, no problem. Below them, the dark flame beast shot a dark flame spell at the arrow-backed demonic hound's head. It angrily fired out sharp spikes. The phantom spikes disintegrated the dark flame beast. Suddenly, another tentacled monster wrapped around the arrow-backed demonic hound's hind leg. Ling Yue commanded, Dark flame beast, now's your chance. The dark flame beast seized the opportunity, spewing fire to burn the restrained arrow-backed demonic hound. It roared in anger and fired off more spikes, then leaped onto the cliff where the two were standing. Both of them quickly opened their summoning portals. Xu Kuang said, Senior, watch out. It's coming right for you. Ling Yue replied, We already injured it. We just need a little more. Next move, you defend, I'll attack. Taking advantage of the moment the monster was distracted, Ling Yue called out, Come forth, Silverbone Starmonth Dragon. The beast emerged from the summoning portal. Ling Yue said, 4th level power enhancement, Lunar Claw. With one swipe, the beast's claw instantly decapitated the arrow-backed demonic hound. Xu Kuang said, It's finally dead. Ling Yue suddenly grew alert, creating an astral shield and pulling Xu Kuang down. Just in time, an upper 7th rank beak-headed venomous beast charged at them. Its sharp spike grazed Ling Yue, drawing blood. Xu Kuang cried out, Senior, soul-devouring beast, cover us with miasma. He summoned a beast that created black smoke to assist. They both jumped out of the smoke, a long gash on Ling Yue's back. Xu Kuang said, Thanks for that just now. Those beasts seem to be poisonous. Senior, are you okay? While healing herself, Ling Yue said, Didn't you just save me a moment ago, so we're even. As for wounds and poison, Teacher Wang taught me high-level healing and detoxification arts. A small wound like this can be easily healed just by circulating my astral energy. As she spoke, her green astral energy healed the wound on her back. Xu Kuang praised, Senior, you're amazing. Ling Yue said, From now on, don't call me Senior anymore. It makes me sound old. Suddenly, they heard a series of screeches. Xu Kuang said, This is bad. That's the sound of them calling for backup. Ling Yue said, Our concealing miasma is still up. They can't find us, so we still have the upper hand. Neither of them knew someone was watching them from the sky. Listening from above, Su Ping remained calm. You have your swamp ghouls coordinate with my dark flame beast and overwhelm them. Got it. I'll have the soul-devouring beast keep the miasma up, he thought. I originally figured she'd come to the wasteland, suffer a bit, and then cry, wanting to go home. I really underestimated her. Observing carefully from above, whether it's her innate character or her ability to cooperate, Su Ling Yue is in no way inferior to those so-called young masters from famous families. I thought by recommending Xu Kuang, he could help draw some of the pressure off her during the tournament. It seems I was worrying for nothing. At that moment, Ling Yue directed, Next move, you attack, I'll defend. 4th level defense enhancement. Xu Kuang replied, Got it. Above, Su Ping was still listening. Soul-devouring beast, I'm going to heal it. Xu Kuang, whatever you do, don't kick, or the miasma will break. No problem. Leave it to me, he thought. If Su Ling Yue can really seize this opportunity and win the elite tournament, then I won't have to worry about her safety every single day. I just need to wait until I've fully trained them both. Once they reach the titled rank, I can have them guard the house, and I can go out and roam without a worry. I hear the farming industry in Holy Light City Base is incredibly prosperous. I wonder what it'll look like. After defeating the monster, Xu Kuang handed a blue vial to Ling Yue. Ling Yue asked, "Is this a high-potency stamina recovery potion? I remember it being pretty expensive." Xu Kuang replied, "Haha, no need to be so formal. If it weren't for your healing spell, I probably would have died several times over by now." Su Ping called out to them, "That's enough for today. You can rest now." Xu Kuang replied, "Master, I feel like I have endless energy." Ling Yue also chimed in, "Brother, I'm not tired either. I want to fight monsters a little longer. I've never had such an exhilarating fight. Please let us keep going. I want to save up money to train the silver-boned Starmaken dragon in the shop and get on the spending leaderboard." Su Ping replied, "All right, we'll do it your way then." At the hunting collection point, the staff were tallying up merit points. The tally for number 090 has just been completed. Number 090 stepped forward confidently, thinking he must have made a huge haul this time. However, he was stunned when he heard his score was only 1,280. He had killed so many beasts, yet he only received so few points. He immediately questioned the two staff members. The staff then explained in detail that the score wasn't based on the quantity of beasts, but on the level of the monster. Specifically, a level 1 beast is worth 10 points, a level 2 is 50, and a level 3 is 100. A level 4 gets you 1,000, a level 5 gets you 10,000, and a level 7 gets you 500,000. The highest level beast that number 090 had defeated was only level 3. The two staff members even joked that, even so, the fact that he made it back here alive already meant he was much stronger than most people. Next to register their merit points was the Night Wolf squad, with 64 people. The result was a grand total of 172,540 merit points. Number 090 was shocked when he heard this figure. Over 170,000 merit points. Is that something a single guild can achieve? Truly respectable. The staff members were asking the Night Wolf squad how they wanted to divide the merit points. Accordingly, the merit points were divided as follows. Team 1 members get 100,000 each. Team 2 gets 20,000, and interns get 5,000. Number 090 was furious. He had charged into danger, half dead, and only got a little over 1,000 merit points. Meanwhile, some mixed team with a bunch of useless girls who probably did nothing gets 5,000. He felt like a complete idiot and immediately asked to join the Night Wolf squad. After the Night Wolf squad, it was numbers 091, 092, and 093's turn to register. The three of them had a grand total of 2,067,200 merit points. Su Ping, Xu Kuang, and Su Ling Yue approached. The members of the Night Wolf squad were all stunned. Over 2 million merit points split between just 3 people. That's almost 700,000 each. An insane number. The two staff members began the procedure, asking how the points should be divided among the three. Su Ping answered quickly and decisively, split it all evenly between Xu Kuang and Su Ling Yue. He wasn't taking any because he didn't fight. Su Ping then turned to get Xu Kuang and his sister's opinion. Xu Kuang felt embarrassed and wanted Su Ling Yue to take a larger share, since she had saved him quite a few times. However, Su Ling Yue thought she was just doing her job, so a 50-50 split was perfectly reasonable. The people around them who overheard this reacted violently. They thought it was unfair that they received so few merit points. The crowd roared in protest, with everyone demanding 1,000,000 merit points. Getting only 5,000 each was a total ripoff. Meanwhile, Su Yuji wore a gloomy expression, not saying a word. Her friend next to her couldn't help but ask, "You're not going to just accept that all your hard work these past few days is only worth that handful of merit points, are you? It's not even enough to buy a few rare treasures to help your body recover." To calm the situation, the Night Wolf squad's captain had to shout, "Quiet!" Only then did everyone settle down. The captain's two subordinates added, "These people are all on their first mission with the squad. They should feel lucky just for the experience. And now they're demanding merit points? Talk about giving them an inch and they take a mile. These tag-alongs were just riding the captain's coattails. They're lucky we didn't deduct all their points." Those words were like adding fuel to the fire. Calling them coattail riders was going too far. They were just students, and while they might have caused some trouble, none of it was life-threatening. Besides, was the level 8 blazing flame dragon elephant really killed by lightning hand? How could you just split the points from that kill evenly? Some people killed several level 5 beasts and a few level 6 ones. How could they receive merit points that didn't match their contribution? Seeing the situation get more and more chaotic, Su Lingyue turned to her brother. Su Ping immediately signaled for her to stay quiet. It was better to continue observing the situation rather than rushing to judgment. The captain of the Night Wolf squad tried his best to explain, "Newbies, don't think you're hot stuff just because you killed a few beasts. When it comes to killing beasts, the two guys next to me are far more experienced. The newbies need to understand that how they were able to stand here, how they were able to return at all, is what's truly important. Scouting, commanding, healing, and support. Who among these newcomers can do any of that? Once you join a team, the team is responsible for ensuring the safety of its members. If someone gets injured, the team even has to pay a huge amount in compensation, but, in return, the leaders who don't personally fight will have the spoils split evenly among all the members afterward. If the newcomers feel it's unfair, they can go on their own next time. Everything has its price." After listening for a bit, Su Lingyue seemed to understand the gist of it. Standing beside her, Su Ping thought to himself, "This girl is surprisingly decisive. Although it's not a bad thing, it's easy to waver in the face of true power. Participating in things like this is a good opportunity for her to train." Figuring that was enough, Su Ping turned around and called for Su Lingyue and Xu Kuang to head back to the shop. With only a month left to prepare, he would bring the two of them here every week to earn some money. However, whether they could actually take first place would depend on the strength of Su Lingyue and Xu Kuang. Su Lingyue completely agreed with her brother. The three of them went back to their work. While working, Xu Kuang couldn't help but remember the moments he fought alongside Su Lingyue. Accordingly, in the rankings, Lingyue was always one tier above him. Meanwhile, Su Ping announced that the tournament would begin the next day, so the store's spending chart was finalized, and at the same time, he announced the champion's escort candidate. On the other side of town, Liu Yuan was incredibly pleased. Finally, he was escorting the champion. He wanted the champion's name to spread throughout all of Longjiang City. If the Zhu family couldn't do anything, he would make the four great families take action. His two lackeys, however, were skeptical. What if the number one ranked person is all talk and can't even last two moves? In the HOTS Elite League, the announced champion's escort is Su Lingyue. Would there be any problem with killing her right away? It looks like Su Lingyue is about to face a whole lot of danger. The 52nd Global Elite League, hosted in Longjiang City, officially begins its preliminary round. All the fans are incredibly excited, cheering wildly in the stands. The commentator also starts speaking. He senses the arena is heating up and can't wait any longer, inviting the contestants to enter the stage. Because the number of registered contestants was so high, the preliminary round consists of 30 matches happening all at once. Su Lingyue appears in a form-fitting black outfit with a gray overcoat. She's ready for battle. In addition, there are some familiar faces. Luo Qingtian from the Sword Peak Academy, a disciple from the Tang family, and a disciple from the Gu family. According to the stats, the number of participants today is over 1,000 people. The big screen turns on, and the theme of the round is announced: Fight 7 Poisonous Bees. These are ghost butterfly bees, known for being unpredictable, ferocious, and 5th-rank venomous creatures. This truly terrifies the contestants, sending them into a panic. Faced with this dangerous theme, the commentator explains further. The goal of this round is to survive a swarm of venomous bees. Their venom can paralyze you, and the time limit to complete the task is 6 hours. Some contestants immediately want to give up, turning tail, and running from the arena. They ran off crying, and even though they signed a death waiver, they never imagined they'd face such a dangerous situation. If they continued, they probably wouldn't be coming home to mama this spring. The commentator immediately signals for the contestants to quickly summon their battle pets. Dong Mingsong stroked his beard, commenting on Luo Qingtian, the student of Zhou Wentang. Zhou Wentang politely replied, saying that Ye Hao, whom Dong Mingsong had trained, was also quite formidable. Dong Mingsong then changed the subject to Su Ping. He believed that Su Lingyue was the real focus of today's competition. Sitting between these two, Su Ping felt extremely awkward. He thought to himself, why did both of them have to show up here? Zhou Wentang then turned to look at Su Ping with an affectionate gaze. He expressed that after Su Ping's last exchange, his heroic demeanor had left an unforgettable impression in the hearts of all the teachers and students at Sword Peak Academy. Their admiration for Su Ping was as vast as the Great Sea. Zhou Wentang offered to invite Su Ping to his academy as a gold medal tutor. Whatever Fengshan was paying him, they were willing to pay 5 times that amount. Dong Mingsong immediately jumped to his feet, his eyes spitting fire. How dare Zhou Wentang try to poach Su Ping right in front of him? Such disrespect was outrageous. Zhou Wentong refused to back down, arguing that Su Ping was brilliant. For someone with such immense power to be a mere consultant was a complete waste. Dong Mingsong got even angrier. He was the one who had his eye on Su Ping first. Su Ping was helpless in the face of this fiery argument. Thankfully, their bickering reminded him that he'd almost forgotten his identity as a teacher. Su Ping also confessed to Dong Mingsong that he had been quite busy lately and hadn't been able to come to the academy. He had also been frequently using his connections to find training materials at the academy, so he felt that being a teacher didn't really suit him. However, Dong Mingsong loudly declared, with him around, who would dare say a word against Su Ping? Dong Mingsong understood Su Ping's troubles. He had recently heard that Su Ping was being suppressed by a man with the surname Zhu. To Dong Mingsong, Su Ping's combat power was a massive pillar of support for Fengshan, even if he didn't come to teach. Besides, many of Fengshan's students were being trained at Su Ping's shop. These students reported that their astral pets had improved significantly thanks to Su Ping's store. The academy's teachers were easily meeting their KPIs. Because of this, Dong Mingsong wanted to recommend Su Ping to become the director of the cultivation department at Fengshan. Even though it's a new department, it controls half of the academy's resources and can be deployed at will. Su Ping wouldn't even have to attend regular classes. All he'd have to do is take on the job of nurturing astral pets for the entire academy. But Su Ping didn't answer Dong Mingsong's offer right away. Right now, he just wanted to focus on the competition. Zhou Yuntang grumbled in frustration. That Dong Mingsong really is a sly old fox. He didn't hesitate to offer up half of the academy's resources just to pull Su Ping in. If Zhou Yuntang had known, he would have made his move a step sooner. The contestants were now ready. Anyone who gave up or was paralyzed to the point of being unable to move was quickly carried off the field by the staff. At the same time, an additional warning was given. Anyone who harmed the wildflowers would also be disqualified. The competition officially began. The poison bees unleashed their attacks. They struck the contestants fiercely, and many collapsed, having to be carried out on stretchers. Su Lingyue was the next target for the poison bees. She nimbly and skillfully dodged their venomous stingers. Su Lingyue observed the situation. This swarm of bees was too large. She guessed they weren't being controlled by a single beastmaster. But if these were wild bees, why weren't the wildflowers in the arena being attacked? Could it really be a coincidence? On the other side of the field, one contestant was using his raw power to crush the bees with what looked like relative ease. This contestant chose a non-violent astral pet. However, could he really kill a swarm of level 5 poison bees relying only on his own cultivation? This display was both a way to hide his true strength and a subtle way of showing it off. The swarm of toxic butterfly bees began to appear in even denser numbers. They attacked the contestant's arm. He was completely overwhelmed, and 2 staff members carried him off the field, his face swollen beyond recognition. According to statistics from the organizers, most of the participants were level 4, with only a small number at level 5. You could count the number of level 6 participants on one hand. At this rate, it was unlikely that even a level 7 expert could last for 6 hours, especially under such a relentless assault. And with the bees showing no signs of letting up, Su Lingyue realized that this competition wasn't a test of combat power, but something else entirely. The disciples of the Tang family spotted Su Lingyue. They wanted to teach her a lesson for daring to aim for the championship. Meanwhile, Su Lingyue was trying to lure the butterfly bees over to the wildflowers to see what would happen. And just as she suspected, the wildflowers weren't treated as enemies by the swarm. They simply ignored them and passed by. Lingyue understood that, for the swarm to distinguish friend from foe so accurately, there could only be 2 possibilities. First, an astral pet with area of effect control was managing the entire swarm. Second, there was some kind of secret treasure on the wildflowers that repelled the bees. If it were the first case, she should be able to use her astral power to sense a higher level presence, but she couldn't detect anything right now. If it was the second case, it was related to the rule forbidding harm to the wildflowers. Su Lingyue was deep in thought, unaware of a poison arrow speeding towards her back. Dong Mingsong and Zhou Yuntang both showed looks of concern, recognizing the Tong family's signature hidden weapons: the blue letter needle, the poison silver scorpion, and the heart-winding soul-scattering powder. These 3 hidden weapons were extremely toxic. Anyone below level 6 would die on the spot if hit by just one. Su Lingyue sensed the danger. She quickly dodged to the side, then used the Tang family's own secret technique, flower grafting, to charge forward. She broke through the swarm of poison bees, and what's more, the hidden weapons flew right back towards the Tang family members. They never expected Su Lingyue to know this technique. She was just too formidable. The Tang family members were eliminated in the very first preliminary round. Su Lingyue was now certain that a bug-repelling treasure was hidden somewhere on the field. If she could find it, she would definitely pass this stage. The butterfly bees' assault grew even more ferocious. They used their ultimate skill, the inflamed armor frog's wall of blazing flames. The remaining contestants on the field were thrown into a state of utter panic. They recognized it as the level 6 pet skill, Flame Wall. It terrified them, and they tried to run inside it to hide. However, many were unable to escape the sea of fire. Su Peiyu's student was lucky enough to escape the encirclement. The others cried out to him for help, but unfortunately, he was powerless to do anything. Su Lingyue had searched the entire arena, but still couldn't find the insect-repelling treasure. Based on her deductions, the artifact could only be hidden among the bees themselves. If she were wearing the phantom butterfly armor, she could use her astral power to sense it. It would have to be on a bee that was bigger than the rest. Su Lingyue scanned the area, and finally, she found it. Using her level 5 power to boost her speed, she finally caught the bee carrying the secret treasure. The announcer couldn't believe that in just a single short hour, Su Lingyue had managed to figure out the method to clear the round. All the remaining contestants were completely stunned. It's Su Lingyue again. She's an absolute genius. Su Lingyue, the first person to qualify for the next round. Those who had been defeated clutched their heads in regret. They never imagined the method to pass was so simple. One of them had even just killed the very bee that was carrying the treasure. Some people probably thought I'd already destroyed those artifacts. Outside, Dong Mingtong let out a sigh, thankful that it was just a close call and nothing serious. Otherwise, the Phoenix Peak Pavilion might have lost another one of its stars. Zhu Yuntang also couldn't stop showering Su Lingyue with praise. Her slashes were just so incredibly skilled and fast. Zhou Yuntang immediately turned to Su Ping, wondering where on earth Su Lingyue could have learned them to become that outstanding. Su Ping replied that she'd only learned a few tricks from the Tang family's elder who teaches assassination arts. Zhou Yuntang's jaw dropped. Just how deep were their connections that she could be taught by someone from the Tang family? Back on the competition floor, some of the seriously injured were carried away, while others started copying Su Lingyue's methods to continue the fight. The contestants who advanced were allowed to leave the arena to prepare for the next round, which would take place in 3 days. Su Lingyue felt a wave of relief. It was a good thing she figured it out early, otherwise, so many more people would have been killed. And in just a little while longer, everyone would have been disqualified. She happily left the stage, needing to go tell her mom the good news. However, the contestant from the Mew family had already chosen her as his next target. He figured that now that the useless trash from the Tang family was dealt with, it was his turn. He lunged at Su Lingyue with the demon claw hand. Su Lingyue sensed the danger and instantly dodged the sneak attack. She recognized it as the Mew family's secret bloodlust mark technique. It could drive any nearby pets with low willpower into a frenzy, causing them to attack the marked target without any thought for their own lives. This skill has a massive side effect on the user's mental power, so it requires their pet to shoulder half of the pressure just to activate it. The Mew family contestant broke out in a cold sweat, never expecting Su Lingyue to be so knowledgeable. Still, he calmed himself down. Even if she knew about it, she couldn't possibly overcome it. The announcer screamed, realizing the swarms of bees were being controlled by someone, and their target was Su Lingyue. The fans in the stands were enraged that someone would pull such a despicable trick. Even though this move wasn't forbidden, it was a truly low-down and deplorable tactic. That little punk was still smug about it. As long as he could win, it didn't matter how. He was certain he would eliminate Su Lingyue. The elite champion title had to belong to the Mu family. Su Lingyue finally opened the pet summoning rift. The Mew family contestant had successfully forced out Su Lingyue's battle pet, but how would she counter? The Inferno Dragon's wrath appeared, blowing the entire arena floor to bits. A Tier 8, fire-based, area of effect attack skill. The pet that unleashed this high-tier skill was Su Lingyue's Phantom Flame Beast. The Phantom Flame Beast only had a 3rd-tier bloodline, yet it could master a Tier 8 skill. It was truly the best of the best. The Mew family contestant was a little bewildered. No wonder Su Lingyue kept it so well hidden. It turns out her ace in the hole was a freak of a battle pet. Even so, he still figured his phantom butterflies were endless on the battlefield. He didn't think Su Lingyue could maintain such a high-cost, Tier 8 skill for very long. Suddenly, dozens of snakes began slithering all over him, and he started to panic. His demon claw hand was almost completely useless. He was countered by the Serpent of Nightmares. Su Lingyue stood before the cowardly bastard, watching him be tormented by the swarm of snakes. Her technique had forced the pet and its master to share the mental pressure, causing their vigilance to drop and making them easy to approach. Su Lingyue snatched the ring, commanding the bees from the Mu family contestant's hand, and he immediately became the swarm's new target. Use killing to counter killing. That's what Su Ping had taught her. Under the fierce assault from the dense cloud of butterflies, the contestant from the Mu family was quickly slammed flat on the arena floor, right alongside his battle pet. In the seating area, the faces of all the spectators turned pale with horror at Lingyue's terrifying methods. As for Qin Tian, after witnessing everything, he was seriously intimidated by the pet store's power, which clearly couldn't be underestimated. He finally realized the internet was flooded with fake news about the store. As for Lingyue, after dealing with her opponent in style, she just whistled and turned to head inside. Seeing her convincing victory, Ming Song and Yun Chan applauded and couldn't stop showering her with praise. Suddenly, the two of them froze, realizing Su Ping had vanished at some point. At that same moment, a camera in the hallway was recording Lingyue's movements. At the same time, the lights began to flicker continuously. However, Lingyue didn't notice anything was wrong and just kept on walking. All of a sudden, all the lights in the hallway ahead went out completely. Lingyue looked around, confused, wondering if a circuit had blown. The scene cuts to the central control room, only to reveal a bloodbath. Every one of the technical staff had already been taken out. From out of the darkness, a large man stepped forward. He wiped a bloody knife as he mocked Lingyue for her terrible luck, all because she dared to snatch the tournament championship from the four great families. He turned and asked his boss how he wanted to handle her. The ringleader, holding Lingyue's photo in his hand, ordered them to cripple both of her arms and both of her legs. It turns out these vicious enemies were the Black Dog Squad. Rumor has it, their members' average strength is tier 8. Their motto is, "No evil goes undone," and they're notorious in the wastelands. But because they often do dirty work for the four great families, they're protected, and no one dares to arrest them. Just then, the ringleader let out a wicked grin, announcing that since Lingyue was somewhat good-looking, they'd knock her out first to have a little fun. Hearing this, his underlings cheered in agreement. Suddenly, they heard footsteps, and the whole group rushed out. From behind Lingyue, a hand shot out at incredible speed. A hand quickly landed on her shoulder. On instinct, Lingyue immediately slapped it away and activated her 5th tier strength enhancement, throwing a punch straight at her attacker's face. But the attack was easily blocked. It turned out to be Su Ping. He praised her for her quick reaction, even though she knew she'd just been played. Lingyue grumbled threateningly that if Su Ping kept testing her like this, she'd beat him to a pulp one day. But Su Ping wasn't scared at all and said he was there to pick her up. Noticing he was leading her in a different direction, she asked why they weren't taking the shorter route to the parking lot. In response, Su Ping just winked and remarked that he'd just come from that way, and it was a mess. Meanwhile, in another corner, the Black Phantoms were stunned by what appeared before them. They were completely baffled as to why the little skeleton had shown up instead of Ling Yu. Seeing that all its enemies had gathered, the little skeleton sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the lives of those villains were extinguished by the battle pet's sharp blade. It turns out, Su Ping had anticipated this and sent the little skeleton to clean up, using the first form of his chaotic star, Samsara blade style, the 100 star-shattering slashes. Not a single one of them was left in one piece. All that remained was a grotesque pool of blood. We cut to the scene outside the arena. The Saber Master seemed to be waiting for someone. Seeing this, Su Ping went over to talk to him. Immediately, the Saber Master scratched his head in embarrassment. He made an excuse about just passing by to see if the little skeleton was free, declaring that he'd just leave if it was busy. Those words made Su Ping wonder just what had happened between the little skeleton and the Saber Master during the month he was away. However, wanting his battle pet to get stronger, he happily asked the man to look after it more often. Later, the two of them entered the lobby and saw 3 enormous packages. Anna came over to explain that they were gifts from the Zhu family, who had also placed over 100 orders for high-level pet training services. They also left a message, hoping Su Ping would accept these secret treasures, and promising that the Zhu family would follow his orders from now on. Seeing this, Su Ping cheerfully asked if this stuff was clean. Anna looked at him with utter disdain. After scanning them with her divine eye, she determined that while there were no ancient poison traps inside, they were just a pile of junk. She even asked if she should dispose of them for daring to insult him. Finding that a bit odd, Su Ping decided to open one and see for himself. Suddenly, an incredibly dazzling light burst from within. Unable to bear it, Su Ping quickly shut the box. He thought to himself that he'd have to find time to see what kind of treasures Anna actually considered worthy. Meanwhile, Ling Yue was amazed, wondering what Su Ping planned to do with so many top-tier artifacts. Su Ping explained that these treasures were for Ling Yue to absorb to enhance her abilities during their 3-day break. The news was so explosive, it left her completely stunned. She had only ever seen these items in books and had absolutely no idea how to actually use them. Just then, a peculiar voice piped up, saying that for someone like Ling Yue, these artifacts were far too high level. It was Tang Ruyan. She declared that if Ling Yue tried to forcibly absorb them, her body would definitely explode. Then she turned to scold Su Ping, calling him a clueless idiot. This made Su Ping pause and reconsider. Suddenly, an idea struck him. As a young mistress from one of the 4 great families, Tang Ruyan would surely know how to use these artifacts. And so, a wicked plan immediately began to form in Su Ping's mind. Seeing that dangerous look on his face, Ruyan realized something terrible was about to happen to her. Cut to a certain beach, where a fair-skinned back is seen squirming frantically as it's being tickled by a hairy leaf. It turns out Ling Yue was cringing and begging Ruyan to stop because it was too itchy. But in response, Ruyan just smiled and explained that since Ling Yue kept squirming, this was to prevent her from suffering a cultivation deviation during her training. She had no choice but to tie Ling Yue's hands. Having never experienced such bizarre training, Ling Yue whimpered continuously, begging for mercy. What a sight for sore eyes. Flashing back to 1 hour earlier, Su Ping pointed at the crate and asked how he was supposed to use these artifacts, but Ruyan shook her head, declaring she'd only tell him if he agreed to let her go. Surprisingly, Su Ping agreed. However, he added one condition. She would have to wait until he finished subjugating the Tang family. Witnessing his demeanor, Ling Yue immediately thought he looked just like a true villain. But Ruyan just responded with contempt. She couldn't believe a mere titled rank rogue like him could possibly stand against a great family like the Tangs. Their influence spans several cities, and their base here in Longjiang City, which is on par with the 3 great local families, is just one of their many branches. Ruyan went on and on about her family's long history, and Su Ping grew very annoyed with her bragging. He silently asked the system if contracts were limited to just spirit pets, or if they could also be formed with gods and humans. So that means it works on regular people, right? The system immediately explained that all living things could be turned into pets. When a temporary contract is signed with a human, all of their pre-existing strength and knowledge remain unchanged. However, their cognitive abilities will be reduced to that of a spirit pet. This effect lasts until the current training session ends. As for the ancient chaos pet, only a temporary contract is possible. The system then recommended using it on someone with weaker combat power. Otherwise, there's a chance of failure or backlash, just like last time. Hearing this, Su Ping immediately summoned the contract. He approached Nu Yen with a grim expression, terrifying her. Suddenly, Bin grabbed both of her hands, locking them so she couldn't move. He justified it by saying since she wouldn't make a deal normally, he had to resort to this. Immediately, Nu Yen blushed and screamed, threatening Bin to stop his beastly behavior. But contrary to what she expected, Bin just gently touched her forehead, successfully signing a temporary contract. As soon as she was free, Nu Yen immediately criticized him, demanding to know what he'd done to her. Before she could finish her sentence, Nu Yen suddenly jolted as if an electric current had shot through her. She immediately realized her thoughts were changing. A moment ago, she wanted to chop Bin into 100 pieces to vent her anger. But now, the image of the man before her seemed as vast and great as the sky and sea. Only a single thought remained in her mind. She could not resist. The moment Bin called her name, she immediately bowed low and accepted him as her master. Seeing this, Lang Nuye was completely baffled by Nu Yen's change. Bin, however, ordered her to stand up, saying he preferred her arrogant and stubborn attitude from before. In a flash, Nu Yen reverted to her original demeanor. She grumbled for him to hurry up and spit it out, shocking Lang Nuyet with how fast she did a complete 180. Bin reiterated that he wanted Nu Yen to use the secret treasures she was given to train Lang Nuyet for the next 3 days. But Nu Yen shook her head. She explained that while there were many secret treasures, they could be divided into 3 main types: body tempering, medicinal herbs, skill tempering combat techniques, and spirit power, tempering spirit stones. Just the first stage of the body tempering medicinal bath required at least 3 months. If you continued to cultivate without a suitable physique, the consequences would be severe. In a mild case, you'd suffer excruciating pain. In a severe case, your body would explode and you'd die. Hearing his sister would have to soak for 3 months made Bin lower his head in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since he'd signed a beast contract with her, he could take her into the cultivation space. 1 day inside is equal to 1 hour outside. 3 days off meant she could train in there for 72 days, enough to complete the preliminary body tempering. Tabin immediately told his sister to close her eyes, promising to take her to a place that was oh so good and oh so fun, and with that, a temporary contract was signed with her. Back in reality, fun was nowhere to be found, as Lang Nu-gyet was now screaming her lungs out from an unbearable itch. Meanwhile, Tabin was cultivating the chaotic star force chart while calculating that, although it was slower than expected, she would get a few days of rest after each session. All in all, she should be able to absorb all these secret treasures before the final match. Despite the incessant groans, Nguyen insisted on tying Lang Nu-gyet down. She reminded her not to resist, as this was a process of cleansing her meridians and refining her marrow to improve her physique. Tabin also advised her not to get distracted, saying that slowly tempering her body in this medicinal bath was much more comfortable than risking her life grinding monsters in the wilderness. So many people would kill for this opportunity. Hearing that, Lang Nu-gyet could only cry and beg in despair. Cut to the Mu family's territory. At this moment, a subordinate arrived to inform the patriarch that the Black Phantom battle team had been attacked. The elders asked about the outcome, only to receive the grim news that the entire team had been wiped out, while Lang Nu-gyet was completely unharmed. This shocked everyone. However, they had no idea who did it, because the cameras and data had been destroyed by the Dark Hound. Another elder asked where the bodies were, since the wounds could help them determine the opponent's weapon or techniques. But the henchman replied that no bodies were found at the scene. It was as if the Dark Hounds had been thrown into a meat grinder. They were all turned into a pool of blood. The shocking news left everyone present stunned. The fat elder speculated that to eliminate an entire team of Tier 8 experts and leave nothing but a puddle of blood, there must have been a titled rank master helping from the outside. Since he couldn't handle it externally, Mu Bakhai decided to eliminate Lang Nu-gyet internally, so she wouldn't stand in the way of the Mu family's young master in the finals. He immediately ordered his subordinates on the outside to get to work. Bakhai announced that whoever completed the mission would be rewarded with an adult flame crystal purgatory dragon. In addition, there would be 2 Tier 7 secret treasures. He ordered his subordinates to bring victory to the Mu family. And as for the subordinates, upon hearing about the flame crystal purgatory dragon, ranked 15th on the dragon tier list, every single one of them was drooling with greed. The same thing was happening in the Chin family, and the Tang family even ordered that Lang Nu-gyet must be cut down on the stage, to use the enemy's blood to display the family's might. Some time passed, and just like that, it was the day of the competition. The host appeared and asked the contestants, "How are you all feeling after your 3-day break?" Then, he introduced the rules for this round. A 5-person free-for-all, with matches taking place simultaneously on multiple arenas. The stands were about to explode. Everyone was incredibly excited to hear the competition was about to begin. The host explained that the preliminary round had tested the contestants' speed and observation skills. This round, however, will test their combat power and their ability to assess the situation. The 5-person battle royale will take place in an arena with a limited area. There, each person is allowed to bring a maximum of 2 secret treasures. Anyone who surrenders, loses consciousness, or falls from the stage will be eliminated. Out of every 5 contestants, only 1 can advance. Furthermore, destroying the arena would also be considered a foul, so contestants have to think very carefully before using any area of effect skills. Since the matchups for each arena had been announced, he called for the contestants to head to the waiting area and line up. Over in the crowd, you could just make out Ling Yue, standing all by herself in a corner. The host then announced the official start of the 5-person free-for-all, and the crowd immediately erupted in a thunderous round of applause. In one corner of the stands, Su Ping sat with Mingtong and Yun Chan. While Su Ping was meditating with his eyes closed, the other 2 were deep in a lively discussion. Mingtong commented that the quality of this year's contestants wasn't half bad, but Yunchan revealed that people from the Star Organization had already arrived in the city. Mingtong wondered why the most powerful organization in the entire Asian sector would stoop so low as to come all the way out here, especially with the rumors that their original founder was a legendary rank beastmaster. Yunchan leaned in and whispered that she wasn't sure either, but wherever the Star Organization shows up, it's never good news. She heard that last month, in another base city, a major family got completely wiped out just for messing with an artifact the Star Organization had its eyes on. She added that even the base city's perimeter wall was damaged, getting a massive hole punched through it that almost triggered a beast hide. The news terrified both of them, and they prayed that whatever the organization was after wasn't here. Suddenly, Su Ping's eyes snapped open. It was time for Ling Yue's match. The announcer gave the signal, and the 5 fighters on stage were cleared to begin their battle. A silver-tongued punk named Zhang Shuo started mocking Ling Yue, saying she was delusional for daring to claim she'd win the championship. Then a hulking brute covered in animal bones, Ma Song, chimed in that it was her bad luck to run into him. Next up was a woman in red named Ge Xue, who kept telling her to surrender now if she wanted to avoid the consequences. But none of their taunts could shake Ling Yue's towering fighting spirit. Suddenly, a kid standing next to her started acting all weak and helpless. His name was Yu Zitong, and Ling Yue honestly felt secondhand embarrassment watching his pathetic act. The kid ignored her reaction and kept up his pitiful act, even suggesting they team up. Seemingly falling for it, Ling Yue easily agreed. A delighted Zitong held out his hand for a shake, saying he'd watch her back. Ling Yue shook the boy's hand in agreement. But hidden beneath Zitong's harmless facade was a sinister scheme. The little punk was gloating internally, thinking he'd tricked yet another naive girl. He was certain Ling Yue couldn't escape the 7th grade artifact the Mu family had given him, the star-devouring lock. It could completely seal the astral power of anyone at the 6th rank or below. It was impossible to remove on your own, and all it took was direct contact to activate. Zitong immediately gripped her hand tight to spring his trap, aiming to drain all of her astral power and leave her a helpless punching bag. But he celebrated too soon. Before he could even gloat, a searing pain shot through his entire body. Without a sound, Zitong collapsed to the ground, leaving the host and the other fighters completely stunned, with no idea what the hell just happened. Ling Yue then casually picked up the artifact as Zitong stared in disbelief, finally realizing he'd been poisoned. Then, Ling Yue opened her hand, revealing a sharp needle. She teased him, saying it was his own fault for holding on so tightly. As for the artifact, she calmly pocketed it. Seeing this, Ma Song demanded to know how she was so sure the kid was an enemy. But Ling Yue was completely unfazed. While dragging the kid's body, she announced that she knew he and the boy were both from the Mu family. She even revealed that she knew the other two were from the Qin and Tang families, which left all of them frozen in shock for a moment. Tossing the kid's body aside with one hand, Ling Yue declared that from the moment they stepped onto the stage, she could tell from their stances, their walk, and even the way they regulated their breathing, that their hidden identities were completely obvious. As she summoned her battle pet, she added that she was just following Su Ping's teachings, to show no mercy to anyone from the 4 great families. Furious that their little scheme had been seen through so easily, the others all summoned their battle pets at once, ready to gang up on her. Ling Yue's battle pet immediately shot forward to face the demonic Swift Bee and the Storm Wolf. Suddenly, Ge Xue turned to Ma Song, demanding to know why he hadn't summoned his battle pet. Ma Song casually replied that the Mu family had already lost one member for nothing. Since he didn't know what other trump cards Ling Yue was hiding, he wasn't about to attack recklessly. Ge Xue and Zhang Shuo were furious, but then he told them to look at their battle pets. His words sent a chill down their spines, and they whipped their heads around in a panic. It turned out that after just a few exchanges, the demonic Swift Bee and the Storm Wolf had already been beaten so badly by Ling Yue's pet that they couldn't even fight back. Seeing how badly things were going, Ge Xue immediately pulled out a secret elixir from the Qin family, a 6th grade giant strength pill. The pill boosts the user's strength for 10 minutes, making them powerful enough to take on a high-tier, 6th rank beast. At the same time, the woman reminded the other guy to hurry up and use his tricks to deal with Ling Yue immediately. A puppet snake crawled out of Zhang Shuo's mouth. This was a 6th rank secret treasure of the Tang family, and it could move with blinding speed. It can't be detected by spiritual energy. What's more, it can independently attack enemies with its poison, and can even take down a 6th tier powerhouse. And just like that, Ling Yue's pet was simultaneously attacked from all sides, with no room to escape. Outraged by them ganging up on her pet, Ling Yue pulled at her collar and unleashed the Mu family's secret technique, Beast Emperor. She then lowered her body as sharp claws began to sprout from her fingertips. A pair of sharp horns grew from her forehead, and cat-like whiskers appeared on her cheeks. This was the beast blood resonance technique. She and Snowball charged forward to attack as one. Back in the arena, Ge Xue and Zhang Xi's battle pets were both ganging up on an illusion. By the time Jishu realized it was just a phantom, Ling Yue and her pet, empowered by beast blood resonance, had become ferocious. From above, they were diving down as if to devour them whole. Ge Xue ordered them to stop focusing on the illusion and attack the real person directly. Ling Yue remarked, a little too late to realize that now, and immediately used Dark Ape Claw on the demonic swift Wind Wasp, shocking Jie Xue below. What kind of bizarre battle technique could make a human as agile and ferocious as a wild beast? There was no way to beat this. Zhang Shi was just as shocked by Ling Yue's physical prowess, thinking that even a 6th-tier battle pet wouldn't be a match for her. From a distance, the guy from the Mew family hadn't made a move. He stood still, observing, trying to figure out a countermeasure, and realized it was the beast-taming battle tactic, a skill only high-ranking descendants of the Mew family head were qualified to learn. Zhang Shi was an ordinary battle pet master who usually commanded his star pet through verbal orders. He commanded it to circle around to Ling Yue's blind spot. At this level, the synchronization rate is typically between 40 to 60%. Outside the arena, Su Ping was watching the match, but with a veteran battle, pet master, and their long-term star pet. A single glance or thought is all it takes to understand each other. In that case, the synchronization rate can reach up to 90%. Outside the arena, Su Ping was watching the battle. Yun Shitian praised Ling Yue. Ling Yue and her battle pet could now perfectly understand each other, thinking what the other thinks. Only the Mew family's exclusive beast-taming art could reach 200% synchronization, while other commanders could only reach a maximum of 100%. Ling Yue found that guy Zhang Shi constantly throwing hidden weapons from the sidelines annoying, so she decided to take him out first. She lunged at him with incredible speed, but stopped dead in her tracks as her claws met a dragon beast. This was when that Ma Tong guy finally made his move. He summoned the Flamestar Purgatory Dragon, ranked 15th on the dragon list, a beast capable of taking down even an 8th-tier combatant. He folded his arms and commanded, "Your speed's pretty good. Activate Dragon's Might." The dragon beast immediately unleashed its power, forcing Ling Yue and her pet to their knees. A dark red aura surrounded them. Ma Tong offered a sliver of praise, noting that the illusory flame beast wasn't afraid of the dragon's might, and even complimented the store that trained it for having some real skill. But he still issued a threat, seeing as Ling Yue had been greatly affected by the dragon's might, causing her mind to become unstable. Because of that, she couldn't maintain her beast blood resonance state. Ling Yue slowly reverted to her original form. Outside, Yun Shiqian lamented that if it weren't for that Mu family guy, Ling Yue would have already taken down the two from the Tong family. Ming Song was also frustrated, remarking that only the Mu family, last year's champions, had the resources to let a descendant from a branch family use such a powerful dragon beast. Seeing the situation, Ge Shui gloated, wondering what Ling Yue would do now without her bizarre battle technique. Nearby, Zhang Shi clutched his injured arm and cursed. "You damn bitch! You dare injure me this badly? I'll make you pay." The two of them crept closer, while Ling Yue was severely weakened by the dragon's might. The announcer worried she was about to become the second person eliminated. Ling Yue, enduring the pain, spoke with an angry tone, calling out Ma Tong for being a coward, waiting until the very end to use such a powerful dragon beast. He just laughed smugly, thinking Ling Yue finally knew her place. But Ling Yue pointed out that the two from the Tang and Qin families had nearly used up all their secret treasures, only for someone else to swoop in and reap the rewards. What a shame. Hearing this, Ma Tong growled, calling Ling Yue a bitch. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ling Yue turned back to the other two and reasoned with them. "Right now, all three of us are low on stamina, but that Mu family guy is still at full strength. If I'm defeated now, he'll just eliminate the two of you next. And of course, the seat for promotion will be snatched away by him." Although Zhang Shi wasn't happy about it, he saw that her reasoning made perfect sense. Continuing like this was no different from doing all the dirty work for the Mu family guy. He agreed to team up to defeat him. Ge Shui stopped him. She analyzed further that Ling Yue's stamina was still better than theirs, and she probably hadn't played all her trump cards yet, so they should let her fight the Mu family guy one-on-one. "We'll recover our strength here and wait for the Mew guy to deal with her. Then we'll fight him and let him know what it feels like to be a stepping stone." Hearing this, Ma Tong became furious and yelled, "You want to see if I'll take care of you two first?" She then used a basic recovery skill and said nonchalantly, "If you come at us, we'll team up with Ling Yue to handle you." Beside her, Zhang Shi smirked, certain that Ling Yue would be defeated anyway. Ma Tong got into a frustrated stance, thinking, "If it weren't for the fact that my Flamestar Purgatory Dragon's attack skills could easily destroy the lava arena, and with my Meteor Fire Rain, I could kill all three of you." This fight is dragging on. The longer this dragged on, the more time those other two had to recover, putting him at a disadvantage. He decided to go for a quick victory. He lunged at Ling Yue. She failed to dodge completely, but thankfully, she was no longer being ganged up on. She ordered Snowball to use Nightmare Projection, but that attack was useless against the dragon beast's shattering dragon claw. Just as expected, Snowball was sent flying. Ma Teng also lunged at Ling Yue, but this time she saw it coming and dodged. A second later, though, her luck ran out, and a kick from him sent her staggering back to the edge of the arena. Ling Yue helplessly tried to endure it, her movements sluggish under the pressure of the dragon's might. Fortunately, Snowball had been trained to resist its effects. He became even more menacing, declaring that his Blazing Star demonic prison dragon would be invincible, especially as he watched his two allies recovering. Eager to end it, Ma Teng repeatedly tried to persuade Ling Yue to surrender, promising her a dignified defeat. But Ling Yue stood her ground. Even though Snowball was only a Tier 7 upper rank beast, it had once controlled a Tier 8 lower rank beast. Yet, it didn't have the same effect when trying to control the Blazing Star demonic prison dragon. Could it be that Ma Teng was using a combat technique or a secret treasure to resist mental attacks? She quickly ordered Snowball to approach from a different direction to test her theory. Ma Teng scoffed, calling her a fool for not knowing her place. He ordered his dragon beast to get rid of that illusion flame beast so he could deal with her personally. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Ling Yue had Snowball use nightmare projection again. Two beams of energy shot from Snowball's eyes, straight into the dragon beasts. Ma Teng didn't care, thinking it was useless. And sure enough, the dragon beast broke free and sent Snowball flying once again. Ling Yue then realized her suspicion was correct. His secret treasure was at play. It was the dragon's slumber bone, a Tier 7 secret treasure from the Mew family. By channeling spiritual energy into it, he could make one of his dragon beasts immune to all negative status effects from Tier 7 sources or below. He said that even if she knew, it wouldn't change a thing, his eyes turning sharp. Fast as the wind, his claws drew blood from Ling Yue. He cursed, "You idiot. You're already suppressed by my dragon's might, and you still left the protection of your illusion flame beast." Then he used a Tier 6 combat technique of the Mew family, the Butterfly Shadow Steps, a technique that mimicked the Tier 8 battle pet, the heavenly crippled snow butterfly, allowing him to blur his figure at high speeds and move without a trace. At this point, Ling Yue was like a lamb to the slaughter. He zipped around her, attacking relentlessly, while she could only curl up and defend. Finally, Ling Yue collapsed to the ground in agony. The announcer declared that she was exhausted from Ma Teng's fierce pursuit, not forgetting to praise Ma Teng for his performance. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking that with the amount of blood she'd lost, she must be finished. The assault had also drained a good chunk of his energy. But a moment later, to everyone's astonishment, Ling Yue shot back up, simultaneously using a high-level recovery art. He found this incredibly annoying, since she knew that move, his next attack would be to rip her heart out. That bastard Ma Teng used his butterfly shadow steps again. Ling Yue closed her eyes, sensing his every movement. She decisively kicked out at him, but her foot met nothing but air. He smugly appeared right behind her, one hand reaching to end her life, never expecting that he'd walked right into her trap. She used the star-devouring lock she had acquired earlier, sealing off his spiritual energy. Without it, he was no stronger than an ordinary person, making him easy to deal with. Ling Yue ordered Snowball to use nightmare projection to hold back the dragon beast. Just as Ling Yue had him dangling over the edge of the arena, the other two finished recovering. Ge Shui ordered her battle pet to catch Ma Teng, while simultaneously breaking the star-devouring lock on him. She said they couldn't let Ma Teng be defeated. Zhang Shi suggested they put aside their personal scores and deal with Ling Yue first. Ma Teng agreed. Then, the MC's voice boomed, hyping up the drama. Suddenly, her brother's voice echoed in Ling Yue's mind, saying, "Use it. There's no need to hide it anymore. Unleash your trump card." At the same time, her opponent's battle beasts began to emanate a dark aura and moved into position. Ling Yue summoned the Dragonbone Star-Marked Dragon, a peak Tier 8 battle pet, and used Thousand Mile Ice Seal. Every single one of them was left gawking in stunned silence. The Thousand Mile Ice Seal froze everything in its range, knocking all three opponents unconscious before she released the technique. The audience witnessed this, and one by one, they erupted in praise and amazement. And just like that, Ling Yu won the match, earning the right to hunt the Dream Demon in 3 days. Yun Qian and Ming Tong also took turns praising Director Su's little sister. The following evening, Ling Yue hesitated, wondering if she should knock on the door, when a voice from inside called out, "Come in. Practice starts in an hour." Ling Yue was a bit surprised but tiptoed inside. Ru Yan said, "Please, come in. It's a bit distracting," she said. "You standing out there like you've done something wrong is keeping me from my own training." Only then did Ling Yue present some beautiful pastries, her goal being to ask the senior to train her for an hour each day. Ru Yan found this strange. She had offered to teach her before, but Ling Yue had refused. Why the sudden change of heart? Ling Yue explained shyly that after her recent battle, she realized she was still a long way from winning the elite tournament. Ru Yan easily understood that this girl had been psychologically broken by her opponent. Ling Yue added that little Bai had gotten much stronger after just 1 month with her brother, while she herself had been in grave danger in 2 of her last 3 fights. That's why she was desperate to get stronger. Ru Yan guessed she was afraid of becoming too powerful to control her battle pets, but asked just to be sure, "What is it you want to learn?" Ling Yue explained how she was overwhelmed by the dragon's might of an 8th rank star demon hell dragon during the match, so she wanted to increase her spiritual power. After hearing this, Ru Yan praised her decision. Spiritual power is the most difficult attribute for a battle pet master to improve, so there are very few battle techniques that can raise it. They usually have to rely on secret treasures. An 8th rank battle pet master can control 4 to 5 battle pets at most. But Ru Yan mentioned that her Tang family possessed a secret technique passed down only to its female members. She wanted to summon Ling Yue's battle pet, but since the space was too cramped, just the dragon's might's head would suffice. After opening the summoning space, Ling Yue restrained its power instead of fully unleashing it. Instantly, the head of the dragon's might appeared. Ru Yan found the dragon's roar quite relaxing, but the dragon's might felt the exact opposite. It flew into a rage and tried to lunge at Ru Yan, who activated her immovable flow body technique. She boasted that a mere 8th rank battle pet wouldn't even last a single move against her. Ru Yan explained that this secret technique could not only provide cultivation of an equivalent element, but also enhance one's personal and spiritual defenses. Although it wouldn't completely solve Ling Yue's problem, it would at least help her avoid being so passive in battle. It was 100 times better than the garbage physical techniques of the Zhu family, but in her heart, she knew this wasn't really teaching her anything. It was a technique that only the young master of her clan was allowed to cultivate. The moment she used that technique in a match, her clan would detect it, and at that point, someone would surely come to her rescue. She was practically giddy inside, thinking about the safety, delicious food, and beautiful clothes that awaited her, things that detestable Su Ping had deprived her of day after day. The scene shifts to Su Ping, who's using his spiritual power to create a soundproof barrier while listening to reports. First, the Beast King Elder reported that his family considered the match results unfair, had punished the 2 defeated outer family disciples, and now viewed Yue as a threat. Second, the 3 remaining threats were the young masters of the 3 great families. Elder Bone Return reported that the Qin family didn't seem interested in the elite tournament, but the Qin young master hoped to have a match with Yue. His ace battle pet is a blood crystal demon corpse with 9th rank combat power, so it's recommended to avoid fighting him. Then, Elder Serpent Heart reported that the Tang family was still obsessed with their missing young master. Since the news wasn't public yet, they were ramping up their search efforts. Finally, the Poison King Elder of the Liu family reported with an incredibly relaxed demeanor. He said his family would remain neutral, so there was no need to recruit them. Su Ping was dumbfounded and blurted out, "Elder Liu, why are you so frustratingly calm?" He replied that he would report everything about Lord Yuan's counterattack because that family is exceptionally skilled with ancient poisons. Their methods are vicious, so making an enemy of them would be difficult to defend against and would not benefit Ling Yue's growth. Therefore, they chose to remain neutral. Su Ping agreed and asked if there was any news. He didn't have to say it out loud. Everyone knew what news he was referring to. Serpent Heart said his scouts discovered they had sent a woman named Bing Yue to accompany them, along with several titled-level experts, but the specifics were unclear. Su Ping understood and asked the 4 of them to look out for his followers' match in 3 days. Since he would be busy and their meeting was over, everyone dispersed. But he couldn't stop wondering about Bing Yue, the Starry Sky organization, the most powerful on the continent, and many other things. What was their goal in meddling with the elite tournament? Unable to figure it out, he thought of Anna and decided to put her into intensive training every day for a week. He immediately summoned Anna. The moment she appeared, he ordered her to go soak in the divine spring. Anna guessed that a powerful enemy must be on their way, which was why her master was in such a rush, and she suggested going to the place of supreme divine power. Her cultivation speed was transcendent. She only needed to experience the divine spring once to permanently absorb its effects. The moment he heard that, he knew she had overheard his earlier conversation. Su Ping flatly refused to take her there. If he did, he'd have no leverage to keep her around later on. The demigod land still had plenty of treasures, so there was no need to visit other regions. Su Ping casually replied that the condition for entry was to become an elite employee, as stated clearly in black and white. Taking her there now would be a breach of contract. Then he asked her if she had any ideas for raising her combat power. Anna replied, If you want to raise my combat power in a short amount of time, there's a very suitable method, undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The space around them suddenly darkened as a vast expanse of black clouds swirled into a vortex overhead. Bolts of lightning began to strike down all around them. As a cultivator's level continuously rises, the heavenly Tao, which maintains the balance of all things, will bring down a catastrophe upon them. This catastrophe is called the heavenly tribulation. The tribulation can be divided into 4 types: wind, fire, water, or lightning, depending on the circumstances. If a cultivator can overcome the trial of the heavenly tribulation, their level will advance to the legendary realm. Faced with the situation at hand, a trainee from the Shen Feng 7th Squad, at the peak of the 9th rank, powerfully unleashed his energy. A brilliant golden light erupted around his body. He roared, "Bring it on! If I succeed in this tribulation, I can ascend," has now officially joined Squad 7. With that, the mighty divine ox roared, facing a vortex, crackling with 1,000 bolts of lightning. Shen Feng unleashes his ultimate skill, Demigod's Earthshaker. Atop the divine court peak, where the tribulation rages, a brilliant golden ox materializes. It clashes with every bolt of lightning that rains down. Witnessing the spectacle, Su Ping is stunned. This is the heavenly tribulation. Even from this distance, I can feel the immense pressure. Seeing Su Ping's awestruck expression, Anna calmly explains, "That's right. It's a shame we were one step too late. The person on the peak has already begun their tribulation. Otherwise, you could have piggybacked on it." Hearing Anna say that, Su Ping replies sheepishly, "It's my first time here. I think it's best to get my bearings first. We were a bit delayed earlier. I had to get someone to set up online ordering through the store's website. If I hadn't moved most of the customers online, my mom would have been exhausted running the store today." Thinking of something, Anna asks Su Ping, "Weren't there 2 little ants traveling with us? Did they not come?" Hearing Anna, Su Ping immediately knew who she was talking about. Realizing she meant Ling Yue and Tong Ruyan, he explained, "I don't even fully understand this piggybacking the heavenly tribulation thing yet. It's way too soon for them. I left them to cultivate in your palace, so you don't need to worry about them." Watching alongside Anna and Su Ping were other members of Anna's clan. Seeing Shen Feng's heavenly tribulation, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. The range of the lightning cloud just expanded by another 10 miles. As expected of someone from Squad 7, his aptitude is incredible. Another person added, "Last year, Squad 6 also had a ton of talent. The ones with lightning clouds over 10 miles wide all became elite warriors, without exception. With such an outstanding display, it looks like Squad 7 is destined for greatness this year." Hearing them, Su Ping sank into thought. The aptitude they're talking about, is that the same thing as the potential the system mentions? Is there a link between one's aptitude and the range of their lightning cloud? But my pets only have about mid-tier potential right now. I wonder how many miles of lightning they could even summon. In the sky, Shen Feng's tribulation continued to rage violently. Each descending bolt of lightning seemed to grow larger, clashing ferociously with Shen Feng's pet, which was still fighting back with all its might. A radiant golden power enveloped the beast as Shen Feng battled desperately, but cracks had already begun to appear on its body and horns. Unwilling to yield, Shen Feng's eyes blazed and veins bulged on his face as he roared. Within this meager tribulation space, Mother Tree, please witness this moment of my glory. At that very instant, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down. Right where Shen Feng stood, his pet's horns snapped with a loud crack, and Shen Feng's face turned deathly pale. He collapsed to the ground, the power of his beast utterly failing to withstand the heavenly tribulation any longer. Shen Feng lay motionless. He had failed the tribulation. The moment he went still, the space around him cleared. The lightning clouds vanished. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't believe their eyes, and started whispering again. What? The clouds are gone? Did he fail? He failed? But that was a 10-mile grade lightning cloud. He pushed himself too hard. Sigh. The heavens truly are jealous of the gifted. Not even a vast sea realm, lightning-resistant treasure could save him. What a waste of such a talent. At that moment, Shen Feng lay on the ground, his pet's horns shattered, and he wept in utter despair. Even though he barely clung to life, his divine core is shattered. He's a cripple now. I'm afraid there's no way he can ever make a comeback. As soon as those words were spoken, he drew a sword and plunged it into his own body. In that instant, Shen Feng simply vanished. Only empty space remained. Witnessing the scene, Su Ping could only think to himself, how absolutely brutal. If I didn't have the system's protection, I'm sure I would have been turned to ash, just like him. I have to make sure I use this power wisely from now on. With that thought, he turned to Anna and asked, Is the failure rate for the tribulation always this high? Hearing his question, Anna immediately answered, "It has nothing to do with the rate. You heard them mention aptitude earlier, right? Besides influencing the strength of the heavenly tribulation, aptitude also determines the upper limit of one's power in the future. But whether or not you can survive it all comes down to your current combat power. Even though that guy was level 9, his combat strength was only at the vast sea realm. It's perfectly normal that he couldn't handle it." At this point, her tone shifted, teasing Su Ping. "By the way, what was with that look on your face? This goddess saw the whole thing, you know. Could it be you were feeling pity?" Hitting a nerve, Su Ping quickly denied it. Seeing his reaction, Anna continued, helping him understand. "Even if one of us in the God clan dies, as long as the mother tree conceives, we'll return to this world soon enough. You'd be better off worrying about yourself." Hearing that, Su Ping frowned in contemplation. Even at its strongest, his little skeleton's combat power had only just reached the vast sea realm. But while the store's energy-gathering ability was on a whole other level now, the scary part was having to bet his life to surpass his past self. The scene shifts. A divine being stands before Su Ping, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness Anna, it is now my turn to undergo the tribulation." Seeing the divine being cautiously ask for permission, Anna materialized a shield. "Who gave you permission to use a treasure? Here, take this personal trinket of mine." The Axie shield in the godman's hand spoke in surprise. "For Her Highness to bestow such a precious treasure, I am both shocked and awed." The Axie shield is a Starry Sky Realm secret treasure, forged from the body of a powerful god tribe expert. Its defensive power is immense, guaranteeing its user will emerge without a single scratch. It's nearly indestructible. Suddenly, the Axie shield let out a cheerful laugh. "Ahahaha, it's been a while since I've gotten to see the outside world." Noticing the shock on the godman's face, Anna explained, "Normally, no one else can be present during a tribulation, because the tribulation's intensity increases based on the talent of those present. This human warrior, piggybacking on your tribulation, will bring quite a few changes, so I have a duty to ensure you don't die." Hearing Anna's words, Su Ping wasted no time and set off, dragging along the godman who was still crying tears of gratitude. He was moved by Anna, lending him the treasure. "Thank you, Your Highness. I will protect this brave warrior, even if it costs me everything." Seeing the godman's emotional tears, the Axie shield laughed mockingly. "Look at this kid, crying again. Ha ha ha." In a flash, they arrived at the Thunder Inducement platform on the peak of the Divine Court. Upon arrival, the godman confidently said to Su Ping, "Brave warrior, when the tribulation descends in a moment, just do your best to hide behind me. With the Axie shield here, we can survive even a 50-mile lightning cloud." Hearing this, the Axie shield boasted, "Underestimating me, are you? A 100-mile cloud would be nothing." Seeing this, Su Ping agreed to the godman's request. Just then, the sky turned gray once more, and churning clouds gathered into a massive vortex. It was just like the scene when the godman first began his tribulation. Seeing this, Anna's clansmen were confused. They addressed Her Highness. "Why must we let a 6th-level human piggyback on our tribulation? The entire lightning tribulation has a total of 9 waves of heavenly lightning. With his mortal body, can this even be considered effective training? I fear the first bolt from a 100-mile cloud would be enough to kill him." Another agreed. "That's right. If word of this gets out, it will damage Your Highness's reputation. Your Highness, are you listening?" Ignoring their words, Anna kept her gaze fixed on the sky ahead and said to her clansmen, "Look, the color of the sky is changing." The scene atop the Divine Court was no longer gray. Instead, the entire region was bathed in a brilliant crimson glow. This sight terrified the godman. Could this be an anomalous heavenly lightning tribulation? Hearing the fear in the godman's voice, Su Ping asked, "Anomalous color? What's that mean? Is it good or bad?" At this point, the godman was too panicked to speak. The Axie shield spoke up for Su Ping to understand. "In the last 100 years, an anomalous tribulation has only appeared a few times. It's incredibly rare, and its power is 3 times that of a normal lightning tribulation." Seeing this, the faces of Anna's clansmen filled with terror. Up there is a level 6 and a level 9. How could they possibly trigger an anomalous heavenly tribulation? Unless it's because of Her Highness's Axie shield. Anna replied, "If it's not the Axie shield, then it can only be because someone on that mountain committed a great offense against the heavens in a past life." The sky now revealed an even more terrifying shade of red. The vortex expanded past 3 miles, 5 miles, 7 miles, already nearing the intensity of a normal 21-mile tribulation. In this situation, the Axie shield and the godman were still cheerfully teasing each other. Rookie, with talent like this, you really need old me to step in? You're seriously weak as a chicken. The godman sighed in response. The result isn't much different from what my divination predicted earlier. Senior Axie can easily defend against this level. This is great. Seeing the two of them still joking around, Su Ping said helplessly, "Hey, how can you be happy about having low talent?" Facing the scene, the godman excitedly called out to Su Ping, "The first wave of the lightning tribulation is about to strike. Brave warrior, hurry and get over here." Su Ping agreed and sent Doggy out for a test run. With the first wave of the lightning tribulation, the vortex in the sky hadn't stopped growing and was spreading even wider, causing Anna's clansmen to discuss in amazement. The accumulation of the thunderclouds hasn't stopped. 8 miles, 9 miles, it's broken through 10 miles, 11 miles, and it's still growing. Just then, the scene cut to the godman's astonished face. 27 miles. Seeing this, the Axie shield grew interested. Huh? It's already reached the level of an intermediate tribulation. Keep it coming. Otherwise, this old master is going to fall asleep. Perhaps Su Ping was the only one still wondering, is the Dark Dragon Hound's talent only 20 miles? Thinking of something, he commanded. Next up, Silver Frost, Starmacan Dragon. The others were still witnessing the expansion of the lightning tribulation. It's still growing. To 30 miles, 40 miles, 50 miles. At this point, the Dark Dragon Hound was standing behind Su Ping. The Silver Frost Starmacan Dragon, however, clocked in at 23 miles. Its combat power was clearly a tier lower than the Dark Dragon Hound's, but in terms of talent, it surpassed the Dark Dragon Hound. As expected, of a top 10 beast on the Dragon rank board. This made things more and more interesting for Su Ping. He also summoned the Purgatory Candle, Dragon Beast. Surrounding Su Ping now wasn't just Doggy, but also the Silver Frost Starmacan Dragon. And on top of that, a Dark Dragon Hound. The sight left the godlike figure stunned. My god, brave one. How do you have one of those? It wasn't just the divine being. Shield A was also intrigued by Su Ping. Haha, rookie, you're starting to get my attention. That's not right. Meanwhile, Anna's kinsmen were still in awe. 70 miles. And it's still growing. 90 miles. 100 miles. What in the world is happening up there? What kind of monstrous talent is this, to summon a 100-mile-wide thundercloud? The sky was now a blazing crimson, as enormous bolts of lightning rained down across a vast area. Seeing the situation grow more and more serious, the men reported back to Anna, "Your Highness, we need to get to the foot of the mountain, quickly. If we stay under this 100-mile thundercloud, we're afraid we'll get caught in the crossfire." Anna replied calmly, "You all can leave. I've brushed up against this kind of tribulation plenty of times before." However, Anna's expression darkened. She had only wanted to use this opportunity to probe Su Ping's secrets, but how did he manage to stir up such a massive battle? To protect the one actually undergoing the tribulation, it seems I'll have to use my true divine artifact. Anna suddenly activated a stream of power, sending it towards the person on the mountaintop with a command. The divine being who caught Anna's secret treasure was stunned. This is Her Highness's ultimate treasure. Realizing Anna's move, Su Ping understood that she really did have a backup plan. Since that's the case, he didn't need to worry anymore. He activated Little Skeleton to face the heavenly tribulation with him. Seeing bolts of tribulation, lightning striking towards them as well, the kinsmen began to panic. What's going on? Who's the one facing the tribulation here? The guy on the mountain or us? Whatever. Just run. The radius of the tribulation had now expanded to 200 miles. The lightning strikes grew even more ferocious, making the entire 100-mile radius of the Divine Court Peak uninhabitable. This scene struck absolute terror into the heart of the divine being. 200 miles is one thing, but it's a chromatic tribulation. I've never seen a heavenly tribulation like this in my entire life. Even the senior, Qian A, felt a sense of dread. To be honest, I haven't either. I can't wait for the glory anymore. Hearing Qian A say this left the divine being utterly dumbfounded. The bolts of tribulation lightning rained down relentlessly. The divine being, holding the shield and Anna's treasure, yelled to Su Ping, "Warrior, get behind me, now. Great Tree Mother, please witness my honor." The scene was incredible. Not only were the shield and the divine being protecting Su Ping, but all of his battle pets formed a massive barrier, shielding him from the impacts of the descending tribulation lightning. However, the power of the tribulation lightning overwhelmed Little Skeleton, activating its undead demon fruit and avoiding a single fatal blow. Little Skeleton took another fatal hit. Its entire spirit soul was annihilated. The Purgatory Candle Dragon's entire spirit soul was annihilated. The Silver-Winged Star Moon Dragon's entire spirit soul was annihilated. The Dark Dragon Hound's entire spirit soul was annihilated. Now, only the shield was left, protecting the Divine Being and Su Ping from the lightning. The terrified Divine Being stammered to Su Ping, "Warrior, your battle pets. They were all wiped out?" Faced with these words, Su Ping calmly replied, "Their spirit souls were just destroyed, that's all." Then he gave the command, "All of you, revive on the spot. When it comes to tanking hits, these guys are pros. You just focus on keeping yourself alive. Leave the rest to me." As he finished speaking, all of Su Ping's battle pets resurrected back to their original state. Witnessing this reversal of life and death firsthand, the Divine Being realized just how powerful he was, but he still cautiously warned Su Ping, "You can't let your guard down. The tribulation has a total of 9 waves of heavenly lightning. That was just the first wave. The destructive power of each wave is stronger than the last." The second wave of the chromatic heavenly lightning began to descend, sending countless snake-shaped bolts towards Su Ping. At that moment, Su Ping directed his divine beasts to counter the murderous intent. Activating the undead demon fruit, they began to return every single blow from the heavenly tribulation. Activating the undead demon fruit, avoiding a single fatal blow. The Dark Dragon Hound continued to unleash waves of firepower, destroying the threats. Su Ping instructed his pets, "These damned things explode when they're killed, so maintain combat distance." Seeing that the second wave of lightning was about to be defeated, the Divine Being immediately reminded Su Ping, "Warrior, watch out. The next wave of tribulation is coming, and they'll come faster and faster from here on out." And what awaited them next was the third wave of the chromatic heavenly tribulation. Wolves made of lightning descended. Without a hint of fear, Su Ping charged forward. Perfect timing, demon-suppressing God Fist. Subjugate. Su Ping's power flared, striking back at the heavenly tribulation again and again, creating a series of small explosions against the third wave. The fourth wave of the chromatic tribulation was the power of a colossal dragon, battling against the Silver-Winged Star Moon Dragon. Entire spirit soul annihilated. The Divine Being cheered, "Su Ping on. Warrior, hang in there. You've made it to the fourth wave." Refusing to lose, he fought back fiercely, ordering, "Continue reviving on the spot. Let's go." The Purgatory Candle Dragon, the Dark Dragon Hound, Little Skeleton, all their spirit souls were annihilated. Without stopping, they revived again, destroying the fourth wave. Immediately after, Su Ping faced the fifth wave of the chromatic tribulation, an elephant with a pair of gigantic horns. Host, entire spirit soul annihilated, revive on the spot. Every spirit soul that had died was instantly resurrected. Su Ping successfully passed through wave after wave. Seeing how exhausted he looked, the Divine Being asked worriedly, "Warrior, are you still okay?" Su Ping replied wearily, constantly reviving them. "My mental energy is almost at its limit. It's already. What level is this?" The Divine Being answered immediately. "This is the final level, the 9th stage of the chromatic lightning tribulation." The 9th stage of the chromatic lightning tribulation manifested as a colossal god. He swung his massive hand down towards Su Ping. As he started to feel hopeless, with absolutely no spiritual energy left to revive himself, he wondered, "Is this really where it ends?" Just then, the Divine Being transferred more power to him. "Warrior, you're almost there. Don't give up. Take this." Su Ping grabbed the artifact Anna had provided earlier. This was the Star Core Prism, an Ascendant God Realm artifact forged from the inner core of a primordial demon. It drastically increases the user's maximum energy limit and continuously supplies them with power. The moment he received the abundant energy, Su Ping's body seemed to erupt with radiating power. Su Ping shouted with joy, "Endless spiritual power. Creases. A bottomless well of energy is flowing out. Come on, let's fight." The energy from the artifact continued to surge. The rapid increase filled Su Ping's body with vigor. "This artifact is terrifying. If I keep strengthening the core in this prism, my Golden Crow divine body and my demon-suppressing fist will ascend to another realm." He commanded, "Little Skeleton, beast soul possession." Little Skeleton immediately radiated a purple energy that flowed into Su Ping. His body absorbed it, unlocking Little Skeleton's attack techniques. Su Ping had now temporarily gained a Battle Pet fusion skill. These two skills would be twice as powerful as before. This made him feel much more confident about the situation. It's kill or be killed. His combat insight was limited, but the Star Core Prism could provide an endless, unceasing supply of energy. If my Golden Crow physique could be combined with limb reconstitution, wouldn't I become an unkillable cockroach? Wanting to fully savor the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, he decided to enhance the quality of each of his life mandates. With this in mind, he chose the limb reconstitution technique. Immediately after upgrading the life mandate, Su Ping's body began to change. He transformed with beast soul possession, his back covered in rippling muscles as his body grew in size. Just then, the ninth wave of the lightning tribulation struck down at Su Ping's position. The Purgatory Dragon gave Su Ping rock armor, vine armor, an outer shell hardening, and an ice bone mantle. The Inferno Dragonhound and the Dark Dragonhound added wind's protection, earth's protection, a reinforced outer shell, and a lightning cloak. As the heavenly tribulation struck, Su Ping met it directly with his bare hands. Although he was knocked back, he just barely managed to withstand it. The hand that made direct contact with the lightning began to melt under the tribulation's destructive power. Witnessing this scene terrified the divine being. How horrifying, to willingly touch the heavenly tribulation. But Xian, on the other hand, praised Su Ping. Not bad. Just watching you makes my hands itch for a fight. He then charged forward on his own. He told the divine being, "Rookie, you stay here. I'm going in too." Left alone, the divine being was bewildered. Xian added another layer of protection to Su Ping, drastically increasing his defense. This left Su Ping confused, but Xian calmly replied, "With my protection, you can fight without any worries." With Xian's defensive layer, Su Ping indeed felt no more pain. He confidently boomed, "All right, watch me counterattack. Heavenly tribulation, prepare to be completely devoured." He unleashed the third form of his demon-suppressing fist, Demon Breaker, to clash directly with the lightning. A colossal manifestation of power appeared in the sky to counter the heavenly tribulation. The lightning strike caused the Demon Breaker to shatter piece by piece. Su Ping was baffled that even his Demon Breaker couldn't hold it off. He immediately activated the Star Core Prism to boost his power. "If one punch isn't enough, then I'll throw 100 million. I absolutely refuse to lose." But every single punch he threw was shattered by the lightning. He launched it again, and again it was destroyed. Without stopping, he continued to unleash punch after punch against the lightning. Just then, the lightning tribulation began to show signs of cracking. This proved his assault was effective, so he kept at it, trying again and again. The lightning and his Demon Breaker clashed repeatedly, creating a spectacular scene. This caused Anna's clansmen to exclaim in awe, "This warrior of their people is truly formidable. Whether it's his talent or his combat power, even in our divine realm, he's an absolutely dazzling presence. No wonder Her Highness values him so much." However, this caused Anna's expression to darken. As she thought about that fist technique, she realized, he's definitely connected to the Golden Crow clan from the primordial chaos era. At this moment, Su Ping unleashed his decisive move, "Break for me." At his command, a colossal force struck out, completely shattering the lightning tribulation. As the tribulation's power was utterly annihilated, it vanished into thin air, creating a breathtaking sight. Even Su Ping couldn't believe his eyes. The divine being excitedly told Su Ping, "Warrior, you did it. We passed the heavenly tribulation's test." Just then, Su Ping and his divine beasts calmly descended from the sky. Anna flew over on her wings to check on him. "So, what did you think of your first encounter with a heavenly tribulation?" He replied cheerfully, "Awesome. That battle just now constantly destroyed and repaired my body, draining and refilling it. Now my body feels lighter and tougher than ever." Its astral power level also shot up from low tier to the peak of the 6th rank, causing the divine being to joyfully thank him. "Ah, thank you for the support of your secret treasure, Your Highness." However, Su Ping noticed a progress bar above the divine being's head, which puzzled him. "What's that progress bar above his head?" The system immediately answered him. It was a comprehension bar. Every time the comprehension bar filled up, he would be able to grasp a new skill. "Then why have I never seen this before?" The system continued to explain. The host's own skills were insufficient. However, due to the baptism from the recent lightning tribulation, the host randomly brushed against the Tao of lightning. Now, the host can imprint lightning Tao skills onto others who have a comprehension bar. But be warned, you cannot detect the comprehension bar on anyone with a higher combat power than the host. Hearing the system's explanation, he fell into deep thought. The Tao of lightning. Could it be that thing that just flashed by? Sure enough, as soon as he thought about it, countless lightning-based skills he'd never seen before appeared in his mind. How miraculous. The system continued to answer his questions. Regarding the Tao of lightning skills, there are 999 types in total. They are ranked by their comprehensive power, and they are lightning skills from a different system than the one on the host's blue star. He immediately asked the system, "So, how powerful are these lightning Tao skills? Can I imprint all 999 of them?" The system added, The host has only just brushed against the Tao of lightning. Your understanding of lightning is still in its initial stages. At the elementary level of the lightning Tao, you can only imprint the first 333 skills. The deeper the host's understanding of the lightning Tao becomes, the more skills you can imprint. As for their power, the host is invited to test them out for himself. This made Su Ping even more intrigued. So now I can customize skills based on a beast pet's specific characteristics. Right after returning to his shop, Su Ping brought out his 2 beast pets to experiment. Just as he expected, both of his beast pets had a comprehension bar. The comprehension bars for both the Silverbone Star Moondragon and the Dark Dragon Hound were already full. Alright, I'll test it out on you two first. Su Ping decided to start with the Dragon Hound. The pup's defensive power was incredibly high, so he needed to supplement it with some abilities suitable for a tank-type battle pet. He gave the command to imprint the 773rd Lightning Tao skill, Thunderous Slaughter Field. Thunderous Slaughter Field is a domain skill that annihilates all enemies who step within it, using the power of divine lightning, with the domain's range being a 10-meter radius. As for the Silverbone Star Moondragon, it had plenty of area of effect damage skills, so it needed a high burst, single target skill to round out its abilities. For the Star Moondragon, he issued a completely different command, imprinting the 689th Lightning Tao skill, God-Sealing Lightning Arrow. God-Sealing Lightning Arrow is a skill that directly transforms the power of divine lightning into an arrow and fires it, bypassing all defensive skills. The successful imprinting made Su Ping even more confident. With this, the combat power of the Silverbone Star Moondragon and the Dark Dragon Hound had soared once again. In the next match, he might face the young master of another great family. The Dark Dragon Hound could provide some serious backup for Shu Kuang. The scene shifts to the Uptown District, at the central arena of Longjiang City. The voice of the announcer rings out. This city has a total of 1,000 contestants who have passed the final screening round of the group arena. And these 1,000 contestants will now compete in the Nightmare Hunting Contest, held in the largest arena in Longjiang. They will battle each other to select the final 5 contestants. In the center of arena, J6 is a central brain machine shaped like a giant spider. It's connected to hundreds of other devices. Although the match hasn't started yet, the audience is already buzzing with excitement, competing against each other to choose the final 5. 1,000 down to 5. This is so intense. I love watching the fan favorites. The central brain machine is actually a modified Nightmare Abyss beast, with a combat power of legendary rank or higher. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed again. Will the contestants please enter the arena? Next, you will all be put to sleep inside sleep pods. Your consciousness will then be guided by the Nightmare Abyss beast to a specialized competition venue. Inside the dreamscape, this competition will use a point-based system. The contestants themselves must be feeling just how nightmarish this Nightmare Abyss beast truly is. It's terrifying to even think about. The announcer continued to explain the rules of the competition. Killing a person with 0 points will earn you 1 point. Killing a person who has points will let you steal all of their points. Contestants who die will awaken from the dreamscape and be eliminated. When the competition time is up, the 5 contestants with the highest scores will advance to the finals. The competition will last for 5 hours. Each person can use a maximum of 1 secret treasure, which cannot be of a higher rank than their own combat power. By the way, as a reminder, to prevent people from just camping and ambushing others, anyone with over 100 points will be marked. This will make them visible to the audience. The competition starts now, releasing the sleeping gas. Have fun in your dreamscape, everyone. Guided by the dreamscape, all 1,000 contestants were entering the dedicated battleground. Su Ping, seated in his spot, was ready to observe the match. Just then, Vice Principal Dong walked over and spoke to him cautiously. Instructor Su, all the contestants have entered the dreamscape. We have to wear these in order to observe the match. This surprised Su Ping, who hadn't expected to run into him here. What Vice Principal Dong handed Su Ping was a pair of specialized glasses for the Nightmare Contest. They're made with biotechnology and allow you to freely observe any part of the dreamscape. The two of them put on their gear and began to observe the dreamscape. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Dong was thinking to himself, I had to spend a fortune to get this seat next to Su Ping. He looks kinda familiar. And without any delay, the Nightmare Hunting Contest officially began. As the host's voice rang out, contestants started entering the match. Su Ping's sister, Ling Yue, was also participating in the hunt. As soon as the contest started, she landed safely in a forested area. Without a hint of fear, she put on her gear, getting a good visual on the jungle terrain in the competition zone. The moment she put it on, the Sheksan secret mechanism art was activated. An owl puppet, a level 6 secret treasure, moved so fast it couldn't be detected by spiritual energy, scouting for enemies in the surrounding terrain within a 2-mile radius, all on Lingyue's command. Not far away, a battle was already raging, setting off a sizable explosion. Both sides were using their battle pets to tear each other apart. A steel-toothed beast here, a red-maned fire bear there, neither giving an inch. Those two contestants probably had no idea that someone else was watching their fight from a distance. Seeing this, he sneered arrogantly. Look at those two idiots, making such a racket. He watched through his level 6 biotech gauntlet with contempt. They're like live bait, just begging for a hunter to show up. Just then, he found himself face to face with Lingyue, who had the playful look of a mischievous cat teasing its prey. Who was he aiming at? Lingyue's move completely freaked him out, and right after that, she successfully eliminated 3 more people. Then she flipped back, perching comfortably on a tree branch. This display left the audience in disbelief. Did she really just take out 5 people that fast? She's incredible. Not one to sit still, Lingyue quickly moved to a higher branch to watch the battle that was still going on. Those two contestants still hadn't realized their fight was attracting more and more attention. Seeing that the two were still going at it, Lingyue decided to just lie in wait and let them wear each other out, the fisherman reaping the rewards. It was safe and effective. Once I get 100 points, I'll just use the little white my brother worked so hard to train and fight head on. Just then, a spectacular sight appeared. 5 beams of light shot up into the sky. Before Su Lingyue could even figure out what was happening, the host's commentary answered the question. How extravagant. The match has only been going for a short hour, and contestants have already racked up 100 points. More than half of the participants have already been eliminated, as expected, from the heirs of the prestigious families. Those 5 light beams mark the contestants who've surpassed 100 points. Young Master Mu Chen of the Mu family, Young Master Qin Tian of the Qin family, Young Master Qing Feng of the Yi family, Young Master Long Tian of the Ye family, and Young Master Zhou Wen of the Zhou family. Right then, on the battlefield, the 5 beams of light formed a pentagon. Could it be the old rule? Hearing this, Su Ping wondered. What old rule? Vice Principal Dong explained. Those young masters from the major families made a deal with each other beforehand. First, they meet up in the center of the map, then they fight their way outwards. That way, none of them will eliminate each other before the finals, and they can pick off all the scattered commoners. Doesn't that basically guarantee them the top 5 spots? They're not giving anyone else a chance to survive. Upon hearing this, Su Ping understood the 5 young masters' monopolizing scheme. Hearing Su Ping say that, Dong Mingsong gave an awkward laugh. Instructor Su, you have quite a sense of humor. Besides you, who in our city would dare to compete with the major families? But speaking of which, I don't see the young mistress of the Tang family this year, do you? Right after Qing Feng eliminated most of the contestants around his position, he was showered with praise. The Yi family's swordsmanship is truly incredible. No one could even block a single one of your strikes on the way here. At this rate, the match will be over in no time. The Yi family is awesome. Hearing this flattery, Qing Feng cut them off. Spare me the pleasantries. I'm only guaranteeing you a spot in the top 10 because you bought 10 of those extraordinary slots at the pet store. Remember, without my family's protection, you're all nothing. The 2 sons of Longjiang's top business and political figures understood their place and replied obediently, we will definitely repay the clan for its kindness in the future. Another beam of light shot up into the sky, meaning someone else had reached 100 points. This confused both Qing Feng and Lingyue, as it was another golden beam. The host announced, the 6th contestant has reached 100 points. At this speed, could it be the young master of the Tang family? But that wasn't the case. Bathed in a glorious light was Xu Kuang, commanding his dark dragon hound, ordering it to eliminate everyone and knock them all out of the arena. In an instant, he had taken out 34 people. Witnessing this, Lingyue's jaw dropped. Was that really Xu Kuang? He looked just like a villain, but unlike Lang, Xiao Tian and Qing Feng were actually intrigued by this 6th contestant who scored a perfect 100. Both of them were itching for a fight. A nobody they'd never even seen before was right in their backyard. It was time to teach him a lesson. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Elsewhere, Lingyue and her beast had just taken down 2 more opponents. She suddenly noticed Xiao Tian and Qing Feng heading towards Xu Kuang and knew something bad was about to happen. She immediately decided to head over and back him up. Meanwhile, with a single slash of his blade, Qing Feng felled a whole cluster of massive trees. He and the 2 young masters swaggered forward arrogantly. So, you saw me coming for you and didn't even bother to run? Just stood there waiting? He sneered. You've got guts. Across from Qing Feng was Xu Kuang, mounted on his dark dragon hound. Watching Qing Feng's sword technique, Xu Kuang found it interesting to cut down so many trees that would take 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around with a single strike. That's a sharp blade. But Xu Kuang shot back. I'm the man who's going to make it into the top 5. Sooner or later, I'd have to fight you anyway. Why would I run? The 2 young masters scoffed. You steal the 5th spot from young master Liu? Don't you know your own place? I'd advise you to just surrender now, one of them sneered. Otherwise, young master Liu's blade will teach you the meaning of a power gap. Despite their mockery, Xu Kuang didn't back down an inch. Oh, look, a couple of stray dogs showed up to bark for their master. In a minute, I'll times be the one showing times you times what a real power gap looks like. Wasting no more words, Qing Feng unleashed his autumn wind fallen leaf strike, aiming for both Xu Kuang and his dark dragon hound. But the attack did absolutely nothing to either of them. The result shocked Qing Feng, while Xu Kuang could only think, is this all the great young master Liu has got? The Liu family scion was baffled. No way, my sword technique didn't even scratch him. Then, he offered some praise. Impressive. I've never seen you before. I am Qing Feng. May I ask your name? Hearing the question, Xu Kuang confidently replied, listen up. The name's But. Before he could finish, Qing Feng launched another sword attack. The sudden storm technique flew towards Xu Kuang, a massive wave of power crashing into him and his dark dragon hound. Seeing this, the 2 lackeys from the Longjiang family gloated. You idiot. That's what you get for messing with young Master Liu. But they clearly didn't expect that even this attack would have no effect on Xu Kuang or his dark dragon hound. Xu Kuang announced again, his voice ringing clear. My surname is Xu. My given name is Kuang. Seeing him completely unharmed, the 2 Longjiang lackeys gasped. What? Xu Kuang continued. Could you maybe let me finish talking before you attack? Is sucker punching all you know how to do? After 2 of his techniques failed to even leave a mark, young Master Liu started to doubt his own abilities. The entire audience erupted in surprised chatter. No way, the young master of the Liu family, wielder of the 100-man slayer blade, just got completely shut down like that? Where did this Xu Kuang guy even come from? And aren't dark dragon hounds usually only, like, 6 to 10 feet tall? But that one, it's gotta be at least 16 feet high. How the hell did he raise it? Feed it steroids or something? The buzzing discussion wasn't just about young Master Liu and Xu Kuang anymore. It now included the dragon hound. At that moment, Vice Principal Dong realized that this Xu Kuang kid looked familiar. After a moment of thought, it hit him this was the same person who had called Su Ping master. So, Xu Kuang was Su Ping's disciple. Seeing his student participating in this hunting competition, Su Ping just smiled to himself. Instead of using another sword technique, young Master Liu summoned his own pet beast and declared solemnly, Xu Kuang, I'll remember you. You should feel honored. You're the first person to force me to summon my beast in this arena. The moment it was summoned, young Master Liu's beast appeared behind him in a majestic display of power. Qing Feng's beast terrified the 2 lackeys from the Longjiang family. The pressure is immense. Is that young Master Liu's king-level beast? The Netherworld Black Dragon, ranked 5th among all dragons. Watching this unfold, Vice Principal Dong thought to himself, a Netherworld Black Dragon. I remember Luo Fengtian from the Sword Orchid Academy using a similar beast during our exchange. Apart from our own top 5 students, he was the only one. But this Netherworld Black Dragon of Qing Feng's, compared to Luo Fengtian's, it's a terrifying creature on a completely different level. The Netherworld Black Dragon had a magnificent, powerful appearance. A blue aura emanated from it, making it look even more majestic. Feeling the immense pressure coming from young Master Liu's beast, Xu Kuang recognized it instantly, Dragon's Might. Noticing the look on Xu Kuang's face, young Master Liu said smugly, how does it feel to have your bloodline suppressed? Let's see if you can withstand this next strike. But just as he drew his sword, someone rushed in with a flying kick, knocking him back. It was Ling Yue. Without a moment's hesitation, young Master Liu retaliated with a sword slash. But then he realized the girl was Ling Yue, but she'd already made a nimble, safe landing and was standing defiantly, ready to retort. That's right, I came to be your opponent. The 2 young masters also realized this was the one who claimed she'd steal the #1 spot in all of Qingxi, but she was completely unaffected by the dragon's might. Just then, Xiao Tian appeared and called Ling Yue out. What you just used. That was the immovable body of glazed glass, right? Young Master Liu was shocked. The immovable body of glazed glass? It seemed Liu still didn't get it, but Ling Yue grew curious. How did he know? Xiao Tian answered slyly. After all, I've clashed with the young master of the Tang clan before. Of course I'd recognize it. Xiao Tian's words gave young Master Liu pause. He'd heard the immovable body of glazed glass was an exclusive technique, one that only the Tang clan's young master was permitted to learn. So, how could this Ling Yue know it? He instantly realized something was off. He hadn't seen the Tang clan's young master anywhere during this Star Elite tournament, unless… No wonder his father was so damn cautious when dealing with that little mischievous pet store. And no wonder that shop dared to call itself number one. This is insane. Absolutely insane. They have the Tang clan's young master under their control. Figuring it all out, Qing Feng burst into laughter, leaving Qin Xiaotian completely baffled. What was he laughing at? Asterisk. If the Qin clan makes an enemy of the little mischievous faction, they'll suffer a huge loss. Asterisk, he thought, hiding it well as he replied. It's nothing. I heard that you, young Master Qin, were hoping to have a showdown with Ling Yue here. Am I right? Why don't I help you make that happen? Asterisk. And when I do, asterisk, he schemed. Asterisk. Our Liu clan can use the momentum to crush the Qin clan beneath our heel. Asterisk. Just then, Xu Kuang stepped forward. Qing Feng, perfect timing. This old man Xu was looking to have a few rounds with you anyway. Ling Yue quickly reminded Xu Kuang, Xiaotian is mine. You just watch yourself. Hearing that, Xiaotian shot back without hesitation. Fine by me. Let's see what you've got. Let's see the true power of someone who claims they'll take first place. Go. He summoned his Great Earth Tyrant Dragon and his Thunderfire Dragon Beast. Down below, the crowd went wild, screaming for the Dragon Beast ranked 7th on the official dragon charts. Xiaotian looked at her defiantly. I know you have a Dragon Beast. Summon it. Ling Yue called out her Xiaobai, but she knew it couldn't even take on one of his dragons by itself. Nearby, even though one of the onlookers was a merchant's son and the other an official's son, they had never even touched a single dragon scale. They certainly never imagined they'd witness a battle on such a massive scale today. A total of 4 dragons on one field. Over on the other side, Qing Feng prepared for battle, his dark dragon hound not daring to let its guard down. He commanded his beast to use its level 8 dragon skill, Nether Flame Breath, gathering energy into a purple orb and preparing to blast it forward. Qing Feng pointed his sword right at Xu Kuang's face. Do you dare take this attack head-on? Xu Kuang simply waved his hand, ordering his Dark Dragon Hound to fly in and meet the challenge. The Dark Dragon Hound's shield collided directly with the purple orb of Nether Flame Breath. Qing Feng saw how contemptuously Xu Kuang was treating him. He'd unleashed a powerful attack, and that bastard had just used a defensive move to counter it. He couldn't help but seethe, his face twisting in rage. Asterisk. My Nether Flame Breath is a high-level dragon skill designed to blast through solid rock. So what the hell is this reckless idiot thinking, just charging straight in? Asterisk. Xu Kuang smirked, taunting him. At this level, you'd have a hard time plucking a single hair off my Dark Dragon Hound, much less get it to actually fight back. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Qing Feng shot forward, riding the wind with his sword in hand. Letting their beasts fight each other, this guy wanted a one-on-one showdown with Xu Kuang. Asterisk. All right, time to shut him up for good. Asterisk. Qing Feng assumed Xu Kuang was paralyzed by the dragon's might, completely unable to move. He lunged, aiming to split his head open with one slash. But true to his name, Kuang, meaning crazy, Xu Kuang didn't flinch. Instead, he met the oncoming blade with his bare forehead. He roared with laughter. If I dodge, you can call me a coward. Qing Feng's purifying sword never even touched him, stopped dead by a massive energy barrier that enveloped Xu Kuang's body. The blade shattered as if it had struck a wall of steel. Qing Feng couldn't believe it. The swordsmanship he'd always been so proud of had been utterly defeated by Xu Kuang's hard head. Even in the heat of its own battle, the Dark Dragon Hound didn't forget to cast Wind God's protection on its master. It added Guardian Thorns, the hardened Storm Thunder armor, and the Wind Blood battle armor, all stacking onto Xu Kuang. Xu Kuang laughed scornfully, then raised a massive fist and smashed it right into Qing Feng's face, ready to teach this hometown hero a lesson. Qing Feng was sent tumbling through the air before crashing face first into the dirt. Xu Kuang looked absolutely delighted as he watched Qing Feng struggle on the ground. Got any other tricks up your sleeve? Spit 'em out now, because you're not getting another chance to act tough. Qing Feng pushed himself up, his face a mask of indignant fury, and snarled through gritted teeth. This is only because the tournament rules limit us to using items at our own rank. I'm only rank 6. If I had my real sword, your head would be rolling on the floor right now. The Nether Dark Dragon sensed its master's call. Its eyes flew wide open, and it broke away from its grapple with the Dark Dragon Hound. It rushed to stand behind Qing Feng, He immediately leaped back, landing on the head of the dark dragon. But Xu Kuang saw this and figured Qing Feng couldn't handle the heat and was trying to bail. But his opponent summoned a new beast, the Grim Annihilator. He taunted, "If you're so arrogant, let's see you block this next attack." Meanwhile, over in another fight, Ling Yue was charging at Xiao Tian with her claws out. Xiao Tian used the level 9 dragon skill, Grim Annihilation, thinking Ling Yue was terrified. Ling Yue shot back, "Keep telling yourself that. Your two dragon beasts can't even save themselves." She dropped low, sweeping her leg at him and adding, "They're about to become ice sculptures." Xiao Tian was unfazed, thinking Ling Yue's beasts were about to become chew toys for his own. Outside, the crowd was buzzing with excitement over the dead-even fight. One of them noticed the Grim Annihilator was charging up its ultimate move. It looked like it could vaporize 1/3 of the island. Back in the fight, that guy Qing Feng's dark orb was hurtling straight for his opponent. Xu Kuang commanded, "Dark Dragon Hound. Use times that times move to counter it." The Dark Dragon Hound understood immediately. It let out a low growl, showing it got the message. Right after, instead of retreating, the Dark Dragon Hound launched itself on all fours, rocketing straight for the Eye of Demise orb. While leaping through the air, the Dark Dragon Hound suddenly froze mid-flight, suspended a short distance from the Eye of Demise. It unleashed the Thunder Fury Slaughter Domain, creating a spectral image of a demon god formed from lightning energy that enveloped its entire body. The Grim Annihilation collided with the massive Thunder Fury Slaughter Domain. The terrifying explosion was like a nuclear bomb had been dropped, as the two forces clashed, continuously erupting with lightning. In an instant, wherever the massive ball of energy touched the Thunder Fury Slaughter Domain, it simply vanished. The Grim Annihilation was suddenly torn apart by the Thunder Fury Slaughter Domain, dissipating into scattered wisps of energy in the air. The audience witnessing this couldn't stop talking. They couldn't imagine the Grim Annihilation could be shattered so easily. And what's more, the Dark Dragon Hound's skill was completely unheard of. No one had ever seen anything like it. The way this skill operated was just too different. Anything it touched disintegrated into dust, swallowing even a level 9 skill with ease. Riding on the back of his Dark Dragon Hound, Xu Kuang laughed triumphantly. "Haha, this is a pet raised by my master, the Beast King, after all. Of course, you've never seen it before." Hearing this, his opponent couldn't help but look horrified, completely unable to imagine just how incredible this master must be. He asked, "Who is your master?" Xu Kuang replied, "My master is the owner of that famous pet shop, the Pixie Pet Store, Su Ping." After hearing the name Su Ping, and realizing that a powerhouse like Xu Kuang was actually backed by the Pixie Pet Store, he smirked. The Tang family will definitely make a move about their immovable glass body incident. Looks like this elite tournament is about to get interesting. And finally, the referee declared Qing Feng eliminated, snatching 148 points from the young master of the Liu family. Riding on the Dark Dragon Hound's back, he looked over at the two rich boys, whose daddies paved the way for them to get here. He said indifferently, "You two can go join him." They clasped their hands and begged, "Don't kill us. My old man will give you a ton of money." The problem was, money was the one thing Xu Kuang had plenty of. The Dark Dragon Hound swiped its paw once, disconnecting both of them from the game. Then it landed without any trouble. Xu Kuang snorted. Two useless hacks like them got nominated to compete here. The audience watching couldn't help but be amazed by Xu Kuang's overwhelming power. The young master of the Liu family couldn't even beat the student of a pet shop owner. The crowd started whispering, "Forget that old shady shop. The Pixie Pet Store seems way more reliable now." Ming Song felt a bit uneasy seeing Xu Kuang publicly school Qing Feng in front of everyone. He asked softly, "Isn't that going too far? It's like a slap in the face to the four great families." Su Ping smirked and said simply, he wanted to cause a scene. The reason Xu Kuang was able to play the villain so well this time was because Su Ping personally gave him the Dark Dragon Hound before the round started. He had met with Su Ping and asked, "Master, you're lending me your own battle pet? Am I dreaming?" Su Ping replied, "What dream? Lending out pets is just one of my shop services. Payment up front, of course." Xu Kuang looked at the Dark Dragon Hound, incredibly excited, but he was also a bit hesitant. "Will a pet this powerful even let me ride it? I'm afraid it'll just throw me a few meters." "Don't worry, here are 2 temporary contract pills. They'll put you on equal footing." He gestured towards the Dark Dragon Hound. Although its combat power is at the peak of level 9, its actual rank is only level 7. With your level 6 astral power, you have more than enough to command it. Xu Kuang clasped his hands and thanked Su Ping. Hearing Xu Kuang's cheesy words to the dragon beast, Su Ping laughed and said, "Cut it out with that mushy stuff. To outsiders, the Dark Dragon Hound is your battle pet. There's no need to be so timid. When you're competing, Just show them everything you've got. A dangerous glint flashed in Su Ping's eyes. An advertising opportunity as good as this elite tournament was rare. Let's use this chance to erase any doubts people have about our shop. While Xu Kuang was successfully crushing Qing Feng and his beast, the battle between Ling Yue and Qin Shaotian was still undecided. As it ended, the audience looked up, wondering what that thing they'd never seen before was. It was the storm god Thunder Arrow. Xiao Tian had to admit the oppressive feeling was terrifying, so he summoned both of his brand new battle pets, the Nature's Aegis Guardian and the Blood Fiend Spectre. The announcer explained that the Blood Fiend Spectre was the most savage and hardest to tame demon pet of the two 9th rank star-class beasts. Even with its immense combat power, it would often turn on its own master, similar to the Purgatory Candle Dragon, making it practically classified as a ferocious beast. The storm god Thunder Arrow made its move, drawing back its bow, and instantly, that strange ray of light shot straight through the opponent's 3 battle pets. Xiao Tian shouted, "Dragon Scale Battle Armor, Aegis of the Tree Goddess, Guardian of Good and Evil." Those were 3 9th rank defensive skills. Ling Yue smirked victoriously because they were completely useless against her attack. The brilliant light smashed through the combined defenses of all 3 pets, causing her opponent to let out a cry of shock. But a moment later, he ordered the Blood Fiend Spectre to cross its arms and block the attack. The Blood Fiend Spectre swung its arms to redirect the terrifying power, accidentally eliminating 36 other contestants in the process. Although it deflected the blast, the Blood Fiend Spectre had been dragged a considerable distance, its feet scorched black. Thinking that was the extent of Ling Yue's power and that he had neutralized her, Xiao Tian ordered his Blood Fiend Spectre to charge. And indeed, its speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, it was right behind Ling Yue. Turns out, his plan was to take out the Beast Tamer to end the match. The Blood Fiend Spectre raised its hand to deliver the final blow, only to discover it was just an ice clone. That's right, it was the 9th rank ice-type defensive skill, Aegis of the Ice Goddess. She praised the Blood Fiend Spectre, "You're fast, but just about as fast as my little white." That little white had already intercepted the Blood Fiend Spectre's movements and gave it a painful bite. Only then did Ling Yue speak. The first one was just to test the waters. But now, in the sky above, nearly a dozen storm god thunder arrows appeared, all drawing their bows and aiming down at Xiao Tian. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. The tournament was getting more and more intense as the top players' scores weren't just stopping at 100, but soaring to 200 and beyond. Following right after Xu Kuang, Su Ling Yue had just earned herself 105 points. Now, she stood proudly before her silver-boned star-mist dragon as it let out a majestic roar that shook the heavens. Over in the commentator's booth, one handsome host gave a timely update. Following Xu Kuang, our second contestant has also reached 200 points. Who on earth can stop them from rampaging across the entire battlefield? Upon hearing that Qin Shaotian and Lu Qingfeng had been kicked out of the match, the young masters of the 2 other major families let out contemptuous smirks. Hated those brats anyway. They got cocky, so they deserve to get knocked out. Ye Longtian smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I'll take care of those 2 myself." Seizing the momentum, the silver-boned star-mist dragon and the dark dragon hound swept through the remaining weaker opponents. Wherever the white dragon flew, it spewed a thick layer of ice, freezing everything solid. Meanwhile, the black hound, with its defensive barrier up, charged like a mad beast, ramming through anyone who couldn't get out of the way. Riding on her white dragon, Su Ling Yue shouted over to Xu Kuang, "Hey, I'll bombard them from the air. You clean up on the ground. Let's wipe out the rest of them in one fell swoop." Xu Kuang howled with excitement. "RAAA. No problem. Watch my Dragon Hound X crush them all. This rampage is fun." He immediately agreed, his blood pumping as he controlled the dark dragon hound like a high-speed tank, flattening anyone in its path. The male commentator pulled up a holographic map of the island to analyze the situation for the viewers. Both contestants, Xu Kuang and Su Ling Yue, are relentlessly moving from the northeast of the island towards the southwest, closing in on the young masters of the Mu and Ye families at a terrifying speed. One has to wonder how the 2 young masters will deal with this. Or will they just cross their arms and wait to die? Yi Longtian couldn't believe those 2 country bumpkins were moving that fast. How did they tear their way from one side of the island to the other in such a short time? A flicker of genuine worry crossed his face, but he quickly masked it with a scornful look to save face. It's only because the competition rules stop me from using my high-level secret treasures. If those pawns I was using were here, they'd be lucky." Mu Chen was also sweating bullets, awkwardly playing along. Yeah, me too. Otherwise, I would have already sought them out to see who's stronger. With that, the two great young masters split up, employing a tactic from the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best option. Instead of waiting for Su Ling Yue and Xu Kuang to come knocking, Ye Long Tian tucked his tail and ran back towards the northeast, right where the two of them had started. Meanwhile, Mu Chen quickly scurried away to the northwest. As for Ling Yue and Xu Kuang, the two were mentally prepared for a fight, ready to give the audience a spectacular battle, so they were surprised to see the two young masters choose to run. Along the way, wherever the little white dragon passed, it left behind stunningly lifelike ice sculptures, carved in an instant. From the initial 1,000 contestants, only 5 now remained on the battlefield, which was precisely the number needed to advance to the next round. The announcer's voice boomed. The nightmare hunt has officially concluded. And with that, the 5 contestants moving on to the finals were decided. But the results from the base city were nothing like anyone expected. Instead of the young masters from the great families easily bagging a spot with 100 points, they now had to face the humiliation of barely scraping by with just over 100, while 2 complete nobodies ranked far above them. Yi Longtian was at the bottom of the list with 112 points, his face filled with resentment. Damn it, I was almost eliminated. Mu Chen, who was just above him with 118 points, couldn't help but sigh in fear. What a bunch of monsters. Zhou Wen placed 3rd with a total of 149 points. He hadn't engaged in any fights and remained completely silent. Xu Kuang, with 327 points, was the leader of the round. He stood silently beside his dark dragon hound, waiting to be teleported out. Not far from him was Su Ling Yue, with 289 points, placing 2nd among the top 5. With the leaderboard announced, all contestants are invited to exit their pods to stretch their muscles. If you have trouble reacclimating, please notify a staff member about any side effects to receive assistance. The announcer's voice rang out with excitement, because this year's situation was far more intense and interesting than previous tournaments, which were always dominated by the young masters of the great families who would waltz into the finals. Outside, Xu Kuang was bouncing around in front of Su Ling Yue, grinning excitedly. Did you hear that? We made it to the finals. Meanwhile, our girl was still frowning, deep in thought. I can't let my guard down. There's still the final match waiting for us against the 3 young masters from the 3 great families. The fearless Xu Kuang just laughed goofily and said, "You're way too serious. How are those 3 losers gonna beat us?" He had even drawn up a plan for their final match. In the finals, Ling Yue just needs to take care of one of them, he'll handle another, and the last guy gets the special privilege of facing both of them. Then, they'll each grab 1st and 2nd place. Xu Kuang was practically giddy just thinking about punching those young masters in the face. Su Ling Yue was too annoyed to even bother scolding him. "Can you stop being so arrogant?" she muttered, wondering where he got all this energy. Xu Kuang just ignored her, continuing to ramble on at the girl who was lost in her overthinking. "Come on, lighten up, little Miss Serious. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to the biggest entertainment district downtown to unwind." It was a scene of total opposites. One of them was bouncing off the walls like he was on a sugar rush, while the other was practically drowning in anxiety, head bowed low. "I'm suddenly feeling so much pressure. I just want to go home and train. I don't want to go anywhere." Qin Shaotian and Liu Qingfeng walked over, clicking their tongues. "I can't believe we lost to these 2 in the tournament." Looking up and seeing the 2 opponents he had just clobbered, Xu Kuang immediately got into a fighting stance, ready to throw down again. Ling Yue also shot to her feet, warily trying to figure out what the 2 of them wanted. But surprisingly, Qin Shaotian approached with a friendly tone, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I just came here to congratulate you both for passing, and maybe get to know you. I have no other intentions. That divine wind thunder, spirit arrow of yours, was really something else. I admit defeat, completely and utterly. I do hope we can have a friendly match again someday." Seeing this friendliness with her own eyes, our girl still wasn't buying it. She crossed her arms defensively and asked, "Get to know us? You're not planning to get revenge after the match or something like that, are you?" Qin Shaotian burst out laughing. "Is that what you're worried about, little sister Su? You're overthinking it. I never intended to win this Elite League tournament anyway. My true goal is the True Martial Academy." His words shocked Ling Yue. The True Martial Academy. The #1 academy in the entire Asia continental region. A goal that big is way beyond this little pond of Longjiang base. It makes sense that he wouldn't care about winning this championship. While those 2 were talking politely on one side, Xu Kuang over here heard them say they wanted to be friends and just assumed everyone was friendly. So, he went and slung an arm around Liu Qingfeng's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Fighting you was a blast, man. You want to go another round when you've got time? But contrary to Qin Xiaotian's friendly demeanor, a vein popped on Liu Qingfeng's forehead as he flared up. Who the hell has time to fight a raging bull monster like you? You just charge at everything you see, whether it's red or green. It's bad enough you have such a tough pet, but then you have the nerve to act all buddy-buddy after beating someone up. Xu Kuang, being slow on the uptake, saw the guy's pale face and tried to show some concern. He asked, "Hey, you don't look so good. You all right?" Liu Qingfeng just snapped back 3 words, "Got bit by a dog." Then he shoved Xu Kuang's arm off him and walked away, saying, "I've got something to do. I'm leaving first." He left the other 3 there, not caring what they thought. Suddenly, someone ran towards Liu Qingfeng, calling out, "Young master, please calm down." It turned out to be Liu Yuan, the owner of the extraordinary pet store. The man clasped his hands and bowed, choosing his words carefully so as not to offend the young master. "Those little troublemakers only got ahead this time because they were lucky. I still have a new plan that I haven't had the chance to fully explain. Get lost." A sharp cracking sound echoed as Liu Qingfeng, hearing just that much, slapped Liu Yuan across the face with considerable force, not forgetting to glare, as he asked, "Do you have any idea what kind of power those little troublemakers have for you to provoke them? If you end up dragging my family into this because of your stupidity, I'll personally hold you accountable." The match was over, but in the stands, quite a few people remained, discussing the outcome in hushed tones. The Tang family disciples whispered urgently amongst themselves, "That's Su Lingyue's fighting style. It's unmistakable. She's using the immutable glass body technique. Hurry back and report to the clan." In the back row, Su Lingyue had just secured her spot among the top 5 strongest fighters in the entire city. This was the best result in the history of our Phoenix Peak. Seeing this, Dongming Song wanted to grab Su Ping for a moment. But just then, a message from Shi Xin popped up on his watch. Shi Xin rarely messaged him, usually preferring to report in person. This had to be important. Without even a second glance at Dongming Song, Su Ping shot back a reply, "Not now." And just as he suspected, it was a secret report. Shi Xin's message read, "About the Tang family, our master just got an internal report that the young miss used the immovable diamond body. This could cause trouble. I've already suppressed the information for now. What are your orders? You can run, but you can't hide." So the Tang family is finally making their move. He texted back, "Let the news leak in a few days. You won't be able to keep a lid on this anyway. I'll handle it." After sending the reply, Su Ping vanished from the stadium. The scene shifts to the Zhou family's estate. That afternoon, the courtyard was filled with disciples deep in their martial arts training. Breaking the scene of intense discipline, Su Ping casually strolled up behind Zhou Wangjun, who was barking orders at the recruits. "Put your backs into it. No slacking." Suddenly, he caught sight of Su Ping and immediately called a halt to the training. "The patriarch has given an order. Whenever you see Mr. Su Ping, you are to greet him." The grunts below obeyed, shouting, "Greetings, Boss Su." But their voices were scattered and half-hearted. Their eyes darted everywhere, but at him, their faces masks of resentment, making it painfully obvious they were only greeting him because they had to. Su Ping took one look at the scene and understood the problem. Even though the Zhou family head had sworn loyalty to him for personal gain, the rest of the family clearly wasn't on board. With loyalty this thin, he'd have to whip them into shape later when he had the time. "If you don't mean it, don't say it. I'm here to see your patriarch." The commander just waved a dismissive hand, ordering a nearby soldier to lead the way. Fragrant steam rose from a large jade teacup as the Zhou family patriarch spoke in a slow, measured tone. "Boss Su, you're an incredibly busy man. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit today?" Without wasting time on pleasantries, Su Ping got straight to the point. "Some time ago," Su Ping began, "the Zhou family signed a contract to train over 100 high-level pets. How has that been working out for you?" At this, the Zhou patriarch's stern expression softened into a smile. The mere mention of the topic brought him joy, because the results had been phenomenal. "I'd say that every single pet we sent to your shop came back like an eagle in a flock of chickens. The difference is night and day." Su Ping cut him off. "If that's the case, then why, when I came in just now, did I see Zhou Wangjun's men training with absolutely no sign of that improvement?" The patriarch stroked his beard. "Ah, that's because those 100 training slots were reserved exclusively for the core members of our Zhou family. We wouldn't waste such a valuable opportunity on mere underlings." Su Ping now understood the full picture. "So that's how it is. The grunts at the bottom get nothing but the privilege of being punching bags. No wonder Zhou Wangjun and his men looked so resentful." Su Ping then changed the subject. "Did you happen to watch the Elite League tournament yesterday? How could a man who loved to stay informed like the Zhou patriarch miss such a massive event?" "Of course. Your sister and your disciples' performances were simply breathtaking. They completely steamrolled those other two young masters. And that thunder skill they used, I've never seen anything like it. It was absolutely overwhelming to watch. In fact, many of Zhou Wangjun's disciples recorded it and have been studying it every day, hoping they might one day master such a godlike technique. Hearing this glowing review was all Su Ping needed. He stood up. This was the opening he was waiting for. Excellent. Tell Zhou Wangjun to bring out your family's main battle pets. Confused by the sudden request, the patriarch replied, Zhou Wangjun is in the middle of training right now. Why would he need to bring out the pets? Su Ping offered a benevolent smile and said just 3 words, I'm feeling generous. The Zhou family possessed a special training artifact known as the puzzle treasure. It was shaped like a massive, scaly stone snake. In its mouth, it held a mirror. All the trainees had to do was simple, land a solid hit on it. The Zhou family's training grounds were lined with these artifacts, allowing numerous disciples to train simultaneously. Flame breath slash. A roaring torrent of fire erupted, shooting straight towards one of the stone snakes. As the flame breath slash made contact with the puzzle treasure, it instantly glowed with a faint blue light, which enveloped its entire body and projected a circular blue shield. The shield completely absorbed the impact. A moment later, 7 glowing green stripes appeared on the snake's tail, pulsing with a gentle light. Seeing this, the young disciple who commanded the pet that launched the attack was overjoyed. All right, 7 green stripes. That means my blazing flame beast's combat power has reached the mid-tier of the 7th rank. A blue-haired youth standing nearby scoffed. Only mid-tier 7th rank? Pathetic. Watch a real master at work. His pet, a thundercloud beast, looked like a battle-hardened bull, complete with massive horns and a pair of wickedly sharp fangs. A stream of lightning crackled from its mouth, filling the air with the sharp scent of ozone. Thundersever, a blinding pillar of purple light erupted from the thundercloud beast, slamming directly into the puzzle treasure before it. Just like before, the artifact's light blue shield materialized to meet the attack, which collided with a deafening boom. But this time, 8 glowing orange stripes lit up on its pointed tail, a clear sign that the attack's power had reached the 8th rank, high tier. Everyone in the room watched in awe, gasping at the 8 layers of orange light, a superior high tier, level 8 combat power. The target was nearly obliterated. So strong. Just last month, he was only a low tier level 8. This leveling speed is insane. Looking at the green-haired young man, one of the heirs to the Zhou family, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be impressed. At such a young age, he already has a battle pet with high-tier, level 8 combat power. In a few more years, rising to the position of a guardian wouldn't be a problem at all. Hearing the praise, the young man put on a falsely humble and boastful act. When it comes to our family's background, you have a better chance, senior. If not, we should at least see how it goes. However, the senior didn't dare accept the praise, simply clasping his hands respectfully and replying, You flatter me. I'm already this old. I'll probably be stuck at this level for the rest of my life. Based on your leveling speed, I'm sure it won't be long before you surpass me. Emboldened by the flattery, the guy waved his hand smugly, laughing with satisfaction. The training service at that place is just on another level. You just have to take them there regularly. And even just lazing around eating and drinking every day can turn you into a battle pet master. Haha, not bad at all. That's some real dedication you've got there. Old man, you should just go ahead and retire early. Witnessing the whole exchange, Su Ping let out a cold, mocking laugh. He spoke up. He just came to my shop for training a few times. A punk who's only gone up a few minor levels. You call that fast? The Zhou family members behind him weren't amused by this nonsense. A stern voice commanded, Zhou Wangjun, line up. Summon the Zhou family's main battle pets for Boss Su to inspect. With a sharp, yes sir. Zhou Wangjun had his subordinates form 3 straight lines. Each one opened their summoning space, calling forth their single strongest battle pet. All sorts of massive shapes appeared, from dragons to bears, belonging to various combat systems like wind, lightning, earth, fire, and water. The variety was immense. Some had their aptitude nearly maxed out, while others only had 1 or 2 bars filled. Zhou Wangjun himself summoned a pet that looked somewhat humanoid, with spiky hair that stood straight up, like some kind of pretty boy from a pop band. It wore a large string of prayer beads around its neck and held a massive blade, giving off an aura like a demon possessed. He crossed his arms smugly, jerking his chin towards Su Ping as if to say, how's that for an aura? Pretty damn cool, huh? Seeing that arrogant look on his face, like he was looking down on the entire world, Su Ping couldn't care less about his grand and imposing stance. He merely glanced at the aptitude bar above the pet's head and let out a non-committal, his expression utterly uninterested. Looking at the ferocious pets, he sighed with a hint of disdain. Is it just bad luck, or is their aptitude really this low? There isn't a single pet here with a high learning aptitude. Let's keep looking. He scanned the pets until his eyes nearly went crossed. Then, he was suddenly drawn to a low-tier, level 8 ancient vine beast belonging to a serious-looking young man standing nearby. This ancient vine beast had a much gentler appearance than the others, looking like a cross between a prehistoric snail and a sentient tree. Seeing it, Su Ping was as happy as if he'd found gold in a pile of junk. Found it. You. Step out of line. Su Ping analyzed it seriously. This ancient vine beast of yours has a 7th level plant-type bloodline. Its specialty is healing, so it doesn't have enough damage to be a main battle pet, does it? Seeing the recently famous pet shop owner ask about his beast, the young trainee eagerly replied, "That's right. I originally wanted to train it to be a multifunctional pet that can both attack and heal, and even charge to the front lines to protect its comrades." That nepotism baby with the ridiculous green hair saw the trainee's enthusiasm and sneered contemptuously. Yeah, right. That ancient vine beast is worse than an attack pet on the battlefield and worse than a healing pet in the rear. That crippled thing could be kicked off the team at any moment. Why are you even interested in it, Boss Su? You should come check out my Thundercloud beast instead. But our boy Su Ping completely ignored the arrogant punk. Su Ping didn't even give him the time of day. He just thought to himself that a pet that could both attack and heal was truly awesome, a fascinating combination. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the beast's head, his lips forming the inscription for the Path of Lightning. The moment he finished, a heavenly ancient vine dragon emerged from the pet's head, radiating a brilliant green light and dazzling lightning as a fierce wind swirled around them. Su Ping's action of directly inscribing a skill onto a pet shocked the Zhou family head so much he began to question reality. Directly inscribing a pet skill, even a 9th level master trainer had never used such an outrageously overpowered method. When it was all over, Su Ping stood up and said, "Based on your idea for the ancient vine beast, I've given it a new pet skill." Looking at the young soldier who was so stunned he looked like he was about to fall over, he called out, "Go on, try out its new healing and attack abilities." The soldier still hadn't snapped out of it, asking in confusion, "A new skill? But there's no one injured here. How am I supposed to use its healing ability? You think that's a problem?" This is easy. Before anyone could process what was happening, the guy with the ridiculous green hair was suddenly struck by the first form of the demon-suppressing God Fist. Less than 5 seconds later, he was on the ground, clutching his gushing shoulder and screaming in agony. The scene unfolding before them made the ancient vine beast and its owner break out in a cold sweat, leaving them utterly speechless. The guy said there was no one injured, so he just went and chopped off someone's arm. That was just beyond savage. And the one behind it all, our ruthless Boss Su. He looked at the soldier, then at his severed arm, and smiled, as if this was all part of the plan. It was time. After a moment of stunned silence, the soldier's eyes burned with determination. The man shouted a command to his ancient vine beast. "Now, use Thousand Vine Dragon Blast." The ancient vine beast itself had no idea what it was about to do. It looked utterly bewildered, but still, it boldly unleashed a torrent of lightning. The bolts shot forward, merging into the form of a ferocious thunder dragon that charged straight at the bleach-blonde guy. The guy screamed in pure terror. "Holy crap, is that thing gonna annihilate me? Is it too late to run?" Panicking, he could only raise his remaining arm in a futile attempt to block it. But as the thunder dragon passed through him, he didn't feel a thing. He was still screaming his head off, but as the dragon's energy flowed through him, his wound began to transform. The bleeding stopped, and the gash sealed shut. At an incredible speed, new muscle and sinew began to bulge and regenerate around the wound. He could clearly feel something shifting and growing inside the muscles of his severed shoulder. He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help but shout, "Whoa, my arm!" From the stump of his shoulder, a tiny hand emerged and began to grow rapidly. And throughout the entire process, he didn't feel an ounce of pain. He was just as shocked as everyone else. Everyone watching was completely floored, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even the old head of the Zhou clan was just staring, dumbfounded. Regenerating a severed limb? Zhou Wangjun's jaw hung open. Isn't that a feat only possible with a peak 8th tier healing art? But that wasn't all. The Thunder Dragon's energy didn't just vanish after it finished healing the arm. Instead, it shot backwards, completely engulfing a protective treasure. With a deafening boom, a blinding blue-white light exploded outwards. Cracks spread across the artifact's surface before it shattered into a million pieces. In an instant, the treasure was obliterated, a testament to the pet's destructive power. It had to be at the peak of the 8th tier, maybe even higher. The Zhou clan head and Zhou Wangjun stared wide-eyed, a mixture of awe and terror on their faces. So, it was true. A pet skill that combined both healing and destructive power actually existed, and what's more, it could be wielded with such ease. With a simple gesture, its power had leaped several sub-realms. The ancient vine beast knew it had just pulled off something incredible. Feeling pretty pleased with itself, it crawled back towards its master, who was still staring wide-eyed, stammering in disbelief. He never imagined his ancient vine beast could be this terrifyingly powerful. Su Ping simply crossed his arms, watching the dumbfounded crowd. They looked like a bunch of clowns. Still, he felt this wasn't quite enough. The healing of the arm wasn't even perfect. According to the methods I taught it, the beast still hasn't unleashed its true power. It'll need a lot more practice. Hearing this, Zhou Wangjun and his soldiers could only stare, completely speechless. To casually teach such a terrifying skill, he's incredibly generous. And according to him, this was just a small sample of its real power. Why wasn't I more respectful to him earlier? He thought, filled with regret. I wonder if it's too late to make things right. What good is my pride now? Screw it. He cast his worthless pride aside, refusing to miss this opportunity, and with that, Zhou Wangjun dropped to his knees. Following his lead, the entire army behind him dropped to the ground, bowing their heads to Su Ping and roaring as one. The Zhou family army pledges our lives to follow Boss Su. Securing their loyalty was exactly what he wanted. But this still wasn't enough to achieve his goals. He thought this to himself, but on the outside, he knew just how to win them over completely. He offered them a deal they couldn't refuse, like a Black Friday special. For the next few days, anyone who comes to my shop for pet training will receive a discount. Seize this opportunity to boost your strength. All of this made the Zhou clan head extremely nervous. He felt like he was about to lose everything he'd built. Is this brat Su Ping trying to poach my entire Zhou army right out from under me? The clan head decided to probe him. Boss Su, is there a need to be so hasty? Su Ping looked up, catching a single dry leaf as it drifted down from above. He answered thoughtfully, Clan head Zhou, haven't you noticed? Change is coming to Longjiang City. Just then, a message from someone named Snakeheart flashed on his wrist communicator. The goal of this mission is to ensure Yanbing Yue wins the citywide tournament. The Mu and Yang families are planning to team up with Yanbing Yue's group to eliminate us during the finals. Master, please be careful. And with that, the final day of the Longjiang City Elite Tournament had finally arrived. In Arena A24, a young man and a young woman were about to face off. The winner will be crowned this year's champion, earning the right to represent Longjiang on the global stage. As expected, those who reached the finals were mostly the heirs of the great clans, and the audience was packed with influential figures, sending a buzz of excitement through the crowd. Hey, look, up there in the high tower. It was a tower reserved for the most powerful and influential figures in all of Longjiang City. 7 thrones were set apart from the rest of the crowd. 6 of them were already occupied by the patriarchs of the major clans. It's unclear who's in the middle seat. Sitting on the far left is the patriarch of the Tang family's Longjiang branch, Tang Longjian. He's grumbling to himself, damn it, why did they have to drag me out to this thing? Next to Tang Longjian, the head of the Mu family, Mu Beihai, reminded him with a smirk, you need to learn to control that temper of yours. Brother Tang, don't be so hasty. If you disrupt the finals, that esteemed personage won't just sit by and watch. Now will they? Don't worry about it. Qin Duhuang, the head of the Qin family and the youngest one present, watched Su Lingyue on the stage with a profound gaze. I can't believe that's the girl who defeated your son? The shriveled, egg-headed old man with eyebrows that seemed to fly off his face was Liu Tianzong, the head of the Liu family, who clasped his hands in anticipation. I wonder what her true strength is, for me to come see it in person. Next to him was the head of the Ye family, Ye Wuming, who crossed his arms, looking like a professional drama lover with a face full of anticipation. Looks like something incredible is about to happen today, huh? Ignoring all the rising tension, Zhou Tianlin, head of the Zhou family, didn't say a word. He was probably thinking, I don't give a damn who wins. This old man is taking a nap. Suddenly, from behind came the clanking of metal-clad footsteps, mixed with the barely audible sound of soft-soled shoes. A group of 4 distinctly dressed individuals walked through the starry sky guards and announced, Sorry to have kept you all waiting. As the tower's spotlight illuminated Yan Bingyue's face, it was clear that she was very young. Dressed head to toe in starry sky gear, she approached with a cold expression and declared, "The competition may begin." Yan Bingyue had never appeared publicly at any of Longjiang-based city's major events before. That's why even Dongming Song had no idea who this person was, someone who could sit on the same level as the great family elders, perhaps even a rank higher, given her seat right in the center. Su Ping glanced over and immediately guessed that this was Yan Bingyue, the one planted here by the Starry Sky organization. It wasn't just the organizers who were stunned by her appearance. The entire crowd was buzzing, wondering about her true identity. How could she be on equal footing with the heads of the great families? Not keeping the crowd in suspense for long, the handsome host quickly stepped up to introduce her. The figure who just took the center seat is Yan Bingyue. By virtue of her status as a member of the Starry Sky organization, Miss Yan will be participating directly in our city's finals. This means that today, 6 contestants will be competing for the championship throne. It is truly our honor to have attracted the attention of the Starry Sky organization. The crowd below erupted into an uproar. Starry Sky? You mean the most powerful organization on the Asian continent? An outsider gets to jump straight into the finals? That's so unfair. Shh, keep your voice down. Let's get out of here. This place feels a little dangerous. I think I'll just go home and watch the live stream. The host continued his announcement. Due to the change in the number of contestants, the rules for the finals will be adjusted accordingly. The 6 contestants will be randomly divided into 2 groups, A and B. The person in each group who defeats the other 2 will advance. The champion of this final tournament will be decided between the 2 who advance from their respective groups. The other 4 will end their journey in the top 6. Su Lingyue and Xu Kuang looked up at the grouping board, the worry on their faces plain to see. They didn't mind fighting anyone else, just not each other, because Xu Kuang had planned to make it to the final match and then forfeit, handing the championship to Su Lingyue. And then, the results were in. Group A consisted of Yan Bingyue, Mu Chen, and Ye Long, who would battle it out to see who was the strongest. Group B had Su Lingyue, Xu Kuang, and Zhou Wenjue. The result left the 2 of them disheartened. They would have to take each other out before even reaching the true final match. This grouping couldn't help but bring a cunning smirk to the faces of the old family heads. The first match of Group A was between Yan Bingyue and Mu Chen. Before they even saw the stage, the head of the Mu family raised his hand and announced, "The Mu family forfeits." This declaration of defeat, made before the match even started, sent waves of discussion through the stands. The Mu family, the previous champions, were willingly giving up their chance to defend the title. Speculation erupted. Could it be because of the Starry Sky organization? One voice barely faded before another rose. Even a great family doesn't dare to oppose them? Our city's only spot for advancement is about to be stolen by an outsider. It's all up to her now. Be the dark horse. This caught Su Ping's attention, and he noticed Dongming Song beside him, who also looked visibly annoyed. Dongming Song turned to Su Ping and asked, "The government has never officially announced it, but Manager Su, surely you know about that rule, right? The Elite League, the Supreme League. All these talent selection events, big and small, are opportunities for individuals to climb the ranks, but for the entire city. They're the key to securing resources allocated by the Blue Star Federation. A base city that doesn't produce powerful warriors won't be valued by the Federation." The more he spoke, the more his frustration showed. If the championship title of the Elite League is snatched away by an outsider, our city's development will stagnate for years to come, or even regress. Normally, these great families are all so high and mighty, but the moment they see someone from the Starry Sky organization, they act like dogs with broken backs. His tone suddenly became cautious and solemn, with a hint of pleading. "Manager Su, you absolutely must win the championship. Show them the true face of Longjiang Base City." Su Ping's expression remained completely unfazed. The air hung heavy with unspoken words. In Team A's second match, Nanbang Guyet faced off against Diep Longthian. This was supposed to determine the team's strongest fighter. Initially, getting Nanbang Nuyet to the top was only the goal of the Mukin Tong families, but seeing the situation unfold, Diep Vo Min immediately understood the great family's intentions. They wanted to use Tin Kong to eliminate the Tin Gich pet store during this tournament. His Diep family deserved a piece of the action too. The price was steep, but as long as they stopped their rivals in time and secured the win, it would be an acceptable trade-off for the next round of the elite tournament. His mind made up, Diep Vo Min raised his hand. The Diep family forfeited on the spot, without a single blow exchanged. With 2 major families forfeiting in a row, Nanbang Nuyet strolled effortlessly into the finals. Diep Vo Min turned his aged face towards Chu Thian Lam and whispered, Cutting through the false pleasantries, he said, "Old Chu, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want a future in Longjiang, tell your young master to at least put up a fight and leave a few scratches on Tolang Nuyet." Chu Thienlam remained silent, waiting until the next matchup was announced. Tulang Nuyet versus Chu Van, before stroking his silver beard and replying to Diep Vo Min. "Then, allow this old man to give times a piece of advice. This time, I'm afraid Tin Kong will have trouble even saving themselves. If you still want your footing in Longjiang, don't try to bite off more than you can chew." That was old Chu for you. Every word, a stinging slap. It made Diep Vo Min's blood boil, but he was powerless. "What? Who are you saying is biting off more than they can chew?" Ignoring the old man from the Diep family, Chu Thien Lam simply stroked his beard and calmly announced, "The Chu family forfeits." This development sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Turns out the Chu family was on the side of the good guys. Their chances of winning just got a little bit bigger. Seeing things weren't going as smoothly as they'd planned, the two old men on the other side were less than pleased. Siding with the Tingich pet store, of all things, Lu Trongqian growled, "Has your age made you a fool? The Chu family can just wait to be purged after the tournament." The second match for Team B was between Hua Kuang and Talang Nuyet. For this fight, Hua Kuang was planning to take a step back and get a better look at her. He wanted to watch from afar as she fought Nanbang Nuyet before he had to face either of them in the finals. Playing the part of a chivalrous gentleman, he kindly warned Talang Nuyet, "My master once said that the young lady from Tin Kong has never shown her true power in a match. You need to be extremely careful." True to his bold nature, Hua Kuang decisively raised his hand and forfeited. He even cheered for Talang Nuyet, yelling, "Now get up there and kick her ass. Teach that wannabe champion a lesson." A murderous glint filled Talang Nuyet's eyes as she stared down her opponent. It wasn't just the reputation of the Tin Hitch pet store on the line, but the honor of the entire Longjiang base now rested on her shoulders. Tulang Nuyet leaped onto the stage. The crowd roared with support. "Go Talang Nuyet. Go. Let's see you win this." Talang Nuyet. She landed, her fighting spirit blazing. "Let's settle this in one go." High above, Nanbang Nuyet watched the small girl who was daring to challenge her head on. Her cold, emotionless facade cracked, replaced by a flicker of interest as a smirk played on her lips. "How cute," she murmured. Many years ago, on a city sidewalk, Nahan Bang and Juet had shared a sausage with a stray cat that hadn't eaten in days. Her face was impassive, nothing like that of a little girl playing with a new furry friend. Her father approached, stroking her jet black hair and praising her kind heart. Nearby, her personal maid asked if she wanted to bring the adorable kitten home. "I'll go get a cage." Her eyes turned ice cold as she replied flatly, "No need." Nanbang Nuyet stared at the cute orange cat without blinking. 2 days later, it was dead. Its body was covered in wounds, its life ending in a horrific, tragic state. Its blood had splattered across Nanbang Nuyet's beautiful, cold face. The death of an animal didn't make her flinch, not even for a second, because from the day she was born until the day she grew up, the one thing Nanbang Nuyet hated most in this world was anything and everything cute. And Talang Nuyet, standing before her now, was exactly that kind of cute. Nanbang Nuyet channeled a red spiritual energy that enveloped her, gently lifting her into the air. Her eyes remained locked on Lang Nuyet below. This final match was going to be brutal. Seeing both fighters were ready, the arena referee activated the level 9 protective barrier and announced the rules for the final round. Best 2 out of 3 wins. Surrender or being knocked unconscious will count as a loss for the round. Any treasured items brought in must not exceed level 7. The audience below put all their faith in Lang Nuyet, seeing her as the champion of the Longjiang city base. On any other day, she had her fans and her critics, but right now, every single one of them was cheering for her. "Go to Lang Nuyet, little rascal, take her down." Someone even dared to shout, "Beat him so bad they go crawling back home." But before he could finish his sentence, a beam of purple light shot directly towards his seat, engulfing the two next to him as well. A single attack blasted 3 seats in the stands, throwing the nearby spectators into a panicked frenzy. Did someone just get killed? They choked back their screams, terrified that if they uttered a wrong word, they'd be the next one sent to the afterlife. Acting like that in the Longjiang city base. They must not give a damn about the residents here at all. Su Ping's golden eyes glanced toward the source of the loud commotion. It was Zhao Wuji of Starry Sky, the one who originally came with Yan Bingyue. He had just killed a man as easily as plucking a leaf. His combat power had reached the title of Demon Spear, a high-tier rank 9. As he withdrew the purple spirit energy into his hand, he didn't forget to issue a threat. Anyone else dare to run their mouth? Anyone else who dares to speak rudely to Starry Sky will end up just like them. In contrast to Zhao Wuji's brute force, Yin Feng Xiao, who held the title of Dragon Knight and also possessed high-tier rank 9 combat power, stood beside him, chuckling as if he hadn't just seen his comrade send a man to his grave. With his hands clasped behind his back, his words sounded gentle, but every syllable was a warning to the crowd in the stands. Behave yourselves, or you'll learn a very expensive lesson. Everyone sat frozen in place as the competition continued. The people next to the victim, now covered in his blood, were trembling like leaves. The male MC, indignant but seeing that no one else in the entire competition dared to protest, handed the mic over to the referee to announce the rules. During the matches, no healing services will be provided. Contestants, pay close attention to the timing of when you send your pets into the arena. Why did you come here to steal our spot? Could it be because you weren't confident enough in your own strength to take the championship in your own city? Su Ling Yue's eyes flashed with displeasure as she stared directly at Yan Bing Yue, questioning her without any reservation. She just snorted without answering. Strange, red-bordered patterns began to appear all over her body, as if she were casting some kind of special seal technique. On the other side, Su Ling Yue opened a summoning space with her right hand, but her eyes never left her opponent. She realized Yan Bingyue was channeling spirit energy and charging at her without even summoning a pet. In the blink of an eye, the red light shot straight towards Su Lingyue. Caught by surprise, she could only throw her arms up to shield the vital points on her body. As the red light struck, she was sent flying, her back slamming into the arena wall behind her. The announcer commented, "That was a very sudden blow, with power far exceeding a rank 6 level. And after taking a hit like that, I wonder if the contestant will be able to continue." However, contrary to what most people expected, Su Lingyue was completely unharmed. She stepped out of the crumpled wall, her entire body enveloped in a multicolored spiritual energy that surrounded her like an egg. She continued to taunt Yan Binyue. "Did I strike a nerve?" Tang Longzhan leaned forward, confirming that it was indeed the Tang family's immovable body of glazed glass that Su Lingyue was using, and clenched his fists in his seat. It seemed his subordinate's intelligence was correct. It was highly likely that his Yaner was in the hands of these people from the Defiant Pet Store. His eyes turned pitch black like a corpse's, with ghastly white pupils. He ground his teeth in hatred and spat. "That little brat. Su Ping. After this match, I'll definitely chop off your heads and put them on public display." Nearby, Dongming Song snorted coldly in protest. The referee hadn't even called for the start, and she attacked. "That's just shameless." Su Ping nodded, his own fists tightening. The astral power on Yan Bingyu isn't simple either. To be sent flying that far, even while using the immovable body of glazed glass, the power boost she's getting from those astral patterns must exceed rank 7. Dong Mingsong looked at him, confused. Exceed rank 7? Why would the referee pretend not to see a contestant with combat power above rank 6? She shouldn't have even been qualified for the preliminary rounds, let alone fighting here in the finals. This means the organizers and the referee are all biased towards Starry Sky. To be more precise, they're all Starry Sky's people. Su Ping had already figured that out. Ever since the team divisions, a good number of people, from the sponsors to the referees, have been subservient to Starry Sky. They made a preemptive strike, and even if Starry Sky breaks the rules, the officials will just turn a blind eye. They're all on the same side. Is there even any point in fighting? Dong Mingsong couldn't understand. Doesn't that make everything we've done meaningless? But Su Ping didn't agree with Dong Mingsong. "Of course we have to fight," he said, his gaze becoming even more resolute. "It's precisely because they're so tyrannical that we have to win, no matter what." On the arena stage, Su Lingyue had begun to summon her pet. "Come forth, Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon." First, a nose breathing out icy air poked through the summoning portal, followed by its majestic, towering body stepping onto the stage, causing wind and snow to flurry through the air. Su Lingyue's little white was no longer the adolescent dragon from before. Its body was now packed with muscle, and its 2 long horns radiated a golden white light, more than enough to intimidate any opponent. The audience below buzzed, realizing its form was completely different from the nightmare hunting round, and assumed the dragon must have undergone some kind of mutation. That golden light, it has a kind of divine feeling to it. While Yan Bingyue was still wide-eyed, trying to assess her opponent's strength, she was struck by a blow from the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon that came crashing down from above, slamming her flat onto the ground. The crowd below was eating it up. Now that's what you call a proper taste of your own medicine. To dominate a peak, tier 8 star pattern with just physical strength. This proved that Nanbang Wiet's Silverbone Starmon Dragon was anything but ordinary. The attack made the Star Organization's followers widen their eyes in suspense, and even Nanbang Juyet's maid grew nervous. "The time for games is over, milady. Here, take this sword." As she spoke, she aimed the hilt of the sword toward her master. The moment the hilt left the scabbard and the blade saw the light, it unleashed a blinding flash across the arena, as radiant as the sun. The light shone directly into the faces of the commoners watching the match, forcing their eyes shut as the sword flew upwards. The sword flew past the tier 9 protective barrier the judge had set up, touching the shield above. Then, it effortlessly pierced right through, entering the arena as easily as skewering a small fishball. It then landed perfectly in Nanbang Guyet's outstretched hand, emitting a thin wisp of energy that stirred the air. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. In a single motion, Nanbang Guyet slashed a beam of red and white light toward the silver-boned Starman dragon, tearing up the ground in its path. It sliced cleanly into the white dragon's forelimb. What the sword was forged from, no one knew. But the power of this tier 9 secret treasure, the Yi Tian, was proven by the deep red gash on the Silverbone's wrist. This caused the announcer to cry out involuntarily, "That's terrifying." Witnessing that power also, horrified Dong Mingtong. "That's the tier 9 secret treasure, the Yi Tian sword. I heard it cuts through metal like mud and has slain countless beasts of the same rank. Even a silver-boned Starman dragon couldn't withstand it. But isn't this sword the heirloom of some other family in another city? How did it fall into her hands?" Then, Yin Fengxiao glanced at the situation and sneered. "Humph. To be able to force our milady to use the Yi Tian sword. I guess you have times some, times skill, but this is as far as you go. Oh my god, I'm furious." Despite their fear of the Star Organization, the crowd couldn't just sit by and watch this injustice. "I can't take it anymore. Using a tier 9 secret treasure in a tier 6 match? That's against the rules. That's right, using a tier 9 treasure in a tier 6 match is cheating." The indignant crowd erupted, once again provoking Zhao Wuji. He materialized his star power into a long, purple sword and flung it toward the audience, once again intending to send a few of them to the afterlife. "Since when," he snarled, "do you peasants get to point fingers at how the Star Organization does things?" Seeing this disgusting abuse of power about to happen again, the weak and voiceless commoners could only wait for death in despair. But Su Ping was not one of them. He activated his golden crow fiend god body, throwing a golden fist straight into the materialized sword. He knocked it aside, protecting the 2 people sitting there. Su Ping's actions seemed to surprise the man, who squinted and glanced over the crowd. "What? Someone dares to openly defy the Star Organization?" Su Ping appeared, his expression anything but friendly. His eyes were filled with disgust and indignation. He retracted his hands, still glowing with the Golden Crow's power, and said in a low, terse voice, "If you're going to fight, follow the rules. Don't cross the line." It seemed this wasn't just for Zhao Wuji, but for the entire panel of tier 9 and above judges as well. Looking at the situation, they silently assessed. Is he warning us? This kid easily blocked an attack from a low-rank tier 9 expert. He's not someone we can afford to provoke. They would have to consult the Star Organization on how to handle this brat. Wuji seethed, glaring down at Su Ping. "You don't know what's good for you, daring to preach to me." Yin Fengxiao chuckled and advised him, "Calm down, don't be so rash. Our purpose here is to help the milady win the championship. After it's over, you can do whatever you want with him. I don't care if you want to send him to his maker." The man suppressed his short fuse. He grunted, then turned to Nanbang Guyet's maid, Xiao Ju. "Explain. Keep the audience from getting restless. Milady's Yi Tian sword has undergone a spiritual awakening, allowing it to form a contract. Therefore, it can also be considered a star pet, and I am the keeper of my lady's battle pets." The judges looked at each other. There was, in fact, a precedent for peak-level battle pet masters spiritually awakening items, granting them sentience. Lady Nan's sword fits the criteria of a star pet, so it might not be subject to rank restrictions. And with that, they unanimously agreed to let the competition continue. But the audience wasn't buying it. How the hell is that possible? You've got to hand it to them, as expected of the strongest organization in the Asian continent, with such abundant resources and manpower, that even peak-level battle pet masters work for them. What a joke of an excuse. You could only fool a kid with that. What kind of master considers a sword a star pet? This is blatant cheating. With a divine weapon like that on her side, losing is harder than winning. This is going to be a tough fight. Nanbang Guyet held the Yi Tian sword high, level with her face. Her entire body began to emit a red spiritual energy. that enveloped both her and the sword, making them blaze like a wildfire in the summer heat. The flames merged her body and the Yitian sword into one. Wielding its power, she opened 3 summoning spaces at once for 3 ferocious, red demons that peered out from behind her, all garish and menacing. On her left was a fat, bluish-purple centipede with a face like no face. Is called the mid-tier, 9th rank sorrowful worm fiend. In the middle is a pet beast with a skull for a head, missing its lower jaw. It must be a distant relative of Brook, the 9th member of the Straw Hat crew. Its name is the mid-tier, 9th rank, Malice Eye Evil God Beast. Finally, there's the Asura Demon Dragon. It's a dragon, but its head looks like a long-necked dinosaur's, wearing bone armor, and its combat power is at the high tier of the 9th rank. This dragon is even ranked 2nd on the dragon combat rankings. Seeing them looking so menacing on the stage, everyone knew Yanbing Yue was going all out this match, not giving her opponent a single chance to breathe. Su Lingyue didn't have that many pet beasts to summon. She stood before the claws of the silver-boned Star Moon Dragon, watching the 3 beasts that looked like a toy collection charge toward her, and just calmly reached for the necklace around her neck, gently activating the Blood Beast resonance form. Su Lingyue's entire body erupted in the silver-boned Star Moon Dragon's signature white light, and 4 horns sprouted from her head. Even if Yanbing Yue summoned 100 million pet beasts today, her will to win wouldn't waver for a second. Little Bai, let's go. We have to win. The Asura Demon Dragon attacked first. From its armored mouth, it condensed spirit power into a dark purple orb, ready to fire at its opponent. Of course, our silver-boned Star Moon Dragon, Little Bai, wasn't just some sitting duck waiting to be shot at. She unleashed the bone-chilling 1,000-mile freeze from her mouth, sending it flying toward the other side. The white dragon's beam of ice crystals collided with the power of the purple orb, splitting the energy to both sides and creating a terrifying shockwave that threatened to blow everything off the stage. The sorrowful worm fiend and the Malice Eye Evil God Beast seized the opportunity right as the attacks ended, rushing toward the silver-bone Star Moon Dragon, wanting to hit it with a 2-on-1 physical pincer attack, but they couldn't get past Su Lingyue's piercing eyes. A solid formation of 3, breaking apart like that, would definitely have an opening, and she had already spotted it. With a wave of her hand, the silver-boned Star Moon Dragon swiped its claws, unleashing the Lunar Talon attack on the 2 beasts. Struck by the razor-sharp slashes, they let out a deafening roar. The dragon control technique is a unique art of the Mew clan, and when combined with the Lunar Talon, its effect was several times stronger than normal, temporarily disabling the pet beast's skills and rendering them useless. Su Lingyue didn't stop there. She and Little Bai immediately unleashed the angelic thunder arrows. In an instant, numerous white angels appeared, holding arrows aimed at Yanbing Yue's beasts, and fired them off in a blur. If their skills were disabled, that meant they couldn't run. And if they couldn't run, they could only stay and be target practice, waiting to get a few new piercings. A hit like that would definitely get them eliminated from the stage. Contrary to her plan, a sudden boom times rained down from above. A blinding red light blasted all the incoming arrows, shattering them to pieces. Su Lingyue couldn't help but be surprised. How could her arrows be nullified so easily? On the other side of the stage, Yanbing Yue was still enveloped in red spirit power. Having just slashed down with her sword, Calamity's Edge, she explained. Those thunder arrows have the peculiar trait of ignoring defensive skills. The more spirit power you channel into defense, the weaker you actually become. If you hadn't used this move in your previous match, I never would have known how to counter it. It's really hard to think of using an attack to destroy the arrows themselves on your first encounter, but what a shame. It's a unique trick, but its time is up. Don't expect to be able to use it every time. Her eyes began to flash with a murderous, fiery light, and then she and her 3 pet beasts shot forward, launching a direct, simultaneous assault. The Asura Demon Dragon flew overhead, while the other 2 beasts flanked from the sides, making their formation seem completely impenetrable. Extending her 2 hands, now covered in sharp claws, Su Lingyue astonishingly flew toward Yanbing Yue first, using her bare arm to block the sword strike and engaging the Beastmaster in close combat. Meanwhile, she had the silver-boned Star Moon Dragon continue to unleash the 1,000-mile freeze to counter the purple spirit power, making up for her lack of support beasts. Little Bai continuously created more thunder arrow apparitions in the air, ready to fire down on the group below. But very quickly, Yanbing Yue managed to land several slashes on Su Lingyue. Seeing the deep-looking wounds gushing blood, Yan Bingyue smirked coldly, forcing Su Lingyue further and further back, making it impossible for her to get close and support the Silverbone Star Moon Dragon. This was probably Yan Bingyue's intention all along. The sheer number of her pet beasts already overwhelmed the White Dragon. The more she stalled the master, the weaker the White Dragon would become. It was clear Su Lingyue was being pushed into a corner, only able to dodge and look for an opening, completely unable to strike back. The most important thing now was to avoid taking as much damage as possible. The armor on her body couldn't block the strikes from Calamity's edge. On the other side, Little Bai's defensive thunder arrows weren't nearly as effective as before. Just managing to defend itself from the three beasts ganging up on it was already a massive effort. The Silverbone Star Moon Dragon stood firm, glaring at its opponents. It knew it was outnumbered, 2 against 4. It advanced and attacked cautiously, avoiding any hits. And on her side, Su Lingyue did the same. While dodging, she carefully observed, looking for an opening. Seizing the moment, her gaze suddenly became incredibly determined. Lingyue used telepathy to command the Silverbone Star Moon Dragon. Now, wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Little White received its master's signal and began to unleash its Tier 8 divine skill, Divine Wing Slash. A blinding golden light, as bright as the midday sun, shot out from Little White's mouth, laced with streaks of gold as it blasted towards the three opponents. It formed beautiful golden arcs in the air, expanding rapidly to engulf all three enemy beasts, slicing them into hundreds of pieces. This pet skill had never been shown to the public before, and it manifested as a massive area of effect attack, ready to shred anything within its range. Blood splattered everywhere. The attack had dealt severe damage to the 3 Tier 9 battle pets. It seemed like everyone thought that would be the move to end the battle, but reality was quite the opposite. If they were any other beasts, they would have been shredded to the bone by those golden slashes. But our young lady's battle pets are a far cry from the trash that Su Lingyue had faced before. Wu Ji looked at the situation and chuckled inwardly. He didn't know who this opponent was, but Starry Sky had prepared all the most terrifying things for Nan Bingyue's debut. And just as he thought, Nan Bingyue, after breaking away from Su Lingyue for a second, glared at her three beasts. After a whispered, murderous command, they savagely charged at Little White again, completely ignoring the excruciating pain of being torn apart just moments ago. Her methods were too cruel. She had absolutely no regard for the life or death of her own battle pets. All that mattered was suppressing Lingyue's Silverbone Star Moon Dragon at any cost. The rules stated it was a best 2 out of 3, but it seemed Nan Bingyue couldn't stand losing even a single round. Su Lingyue had no choice but to unleash her full strength to deal with this, opening another summoning space to call out Snowball for support. The moment it emerged from the summoning space, Su Lingyue ordered Snowball to use Explosive Fire Dragon Fist. The main goal was to hold her ground, while the Silverbone Star Moon Dragon took care of the other three beasts. However, Nan Bingyue wasn't scared in the slightest. She dashed towards Su Lingyue, a cold smirk on her lips. Anything Su Lingyue could think of, she could too. Her mystic flame beast was best at using dreamlike illusions, but this move doesn't deal any damage. Her words made Su Lingyue break out in a cold sweat. Nan Bingyue grinned sinisterly, creating countless small red beams that crisscrossed the air like lasers. Even with her eyes closed, she could sense the movement of any object. After sensing which direction Snowball was diving from, she didn't even blink, mercilessly slicing it to pieces. Right there in midair, before Su Lingyue's horrified eyes, who could do nothing but watch helplessly. Seeing Snowball torn to shreds in midair, Su Lingyue lost all her composure, screaming helplessly, "Snowball!" Nan Bingyue's lips curled into a smirk, seeing that look of despair. She always hated cute things, especially those that acted cute. This was the exact expression she wanted to see, allowing her to savor the taste of impending victory. Finally, a decent expression. Now, who's left to save you? With a whoosh, Nan Bingyue's red figure vanished into thin air. She was so fast, she left an afterimage where she stood. Then, she lunged from the left, bringing her Sky Knight sword down on Su Lingyue's face. This was a blinding speed she hadn't shown before. There was no way for Su Lingyue to escape in time. With a loud crash, the slash from the Sky Knight sword looked like it would tear up the very ground of the arena, right through the Tier 9 protective barrier. It completely shattered Su Lingyue's bone ice shield into pieces. This was different from their last fight. This time, her Ice Guardian goddess couldn't keep her standing tall. Su Ling Yue glanced towards her silver-bone star moon dragon. It was quite a distance away. She realized with frustration that the more this distance was stretched, the bigger her disadvantage would become. Even her arm of ice shield was effortlessly crushed into 100 fragments by a single sweep of Nan Bingyue's sword. This made it clear her opponent's strength far surpassed her own. She might not be a match for her, but Little White was a different story. But, sensing its master's will, the silver-boned star moon dragon suddenly turned its head towards Su Ling Yue and let out a mighty roar. Then it shot towards the threatened Ling Yue, dragging the three enemy beasts along right behind it. It tried to attack Nan Bingyue with its front claws, but she nimbly leaped back to dodge, creating a good amount of distance from Ling Yue. Realizing Little White had just created an opening for her, Su Ling Yue narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the spot where Nan Bingyue had just landed. Instantly, all of her wind god's thunder arrows changed direction to aim at Nan Bingyue, ready to strike. Thinking she could finally make her opponent suffer, Su Ling Yue stood within her arm of ice shield, watching as Nan Bingyue was about to get her head blown off. But unexpectedly, with rocket-like speed, she had somehow already closed the distance and was right behind Su Ling Yue. And she didn't forget a mocking taunt. Your ice guardian goddess might be indestructible, but your wind god's thunder arrows certainly aren't. The divine thunder lance can pierce through any defense. With a smug grin, she thought, time for a taste of your own medicine. What's this? It seems she paid very close attention to how Su Ling Yue fought during the nightmare hunt round. Nan Bingyue knew full well that the thunderstorm arrows had a critical flaw. They couldn't pinpoint a target without obliterating the entire surrounding area. She was daring them, testing if those arrows would actually fire when she was standing right next to Su Ling Yue. And just as she predicted, the Silver Frost Star Moon Dragon hesitated. It could clearly see that the blast radius from the thunderstorm arrows would shred its own master to pieces first. After all, Su Ling Yue's speed was no match for Nan Bingyue's. Seizing the moment, Little White faltered. Nan Bingyue's beasts swarmed forward, attacking the poor thing, and completely blocking its line of sight to its master. It was a clear attempt to sever the bond between master and pet. From Little White's jaws, a freezing blast of the 1,000-mile ice seal erupted. It needed to freeze the pesky mob in front of it to buy enough time to get back to Su Ling Yue. Sensing her chance to turn the tables, Nan Bingyue's eyes flared crimson as she shot forward, swinging the Heaven's Azure blade to unleash her ultimate move, the God Sword Cliff Ender. The blade struck deep into Little White's neck, causing it to let out a blood-curdling shriek as it was grievously wounded. And with that, the entire barrage of thunderstorm arrows faded into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Just like that, Ling Yue lost her primary defense. And with Little White so badly injured, she had no way to attack either. Panicked, Su Ling Yue rushed over to Little White, her eyes fixed on its mangled neck, desperate to see how bad the wound was. Her heart pounding with every heavy step, Su Ling Yue was ready to forfeit the final match. Because unlike Nan Bingyue, she would never gamble with the life of her partner. But in her distress, she never saw the three tentacles lunging at her from behind. Before she could even get the words out, Su Ling Yue was completely bound in place. Model, motionless, two tentacles restraining her arms, while another coiled around her jaw, sealing her mouth shut, and stopping her from uttering the three words, "I give up." From above, the judges surveyed the current state of the match. Both of Su Ling Yue's battle pets were severely injured. She was completely immobilized, just waiting for her opponent's final blow, making a comeback nearly impossible. Besides, she had already clearly tried to surrender. The referees up top heard her too, but they secretly glanced over at the Starry Sky faction, only to see Zhao Wuji shaking his index finger. The message was clear. He didn't want the match to end just yet. The two referees, bought and paid for by Starry Sky, simply ignored Su Ling Yue's surrender. They pretended she still had the ability to fight back and let the match continue. Witnessing this, the crowd below erupted in boos and protests. She clearly yelled that she gave up. "You people are just silencing her. This is blatant bullying. Who didn't hear her surrender? First, you silenced the contestant, and now you want to silence the public, too?" Up above, the mastermind behind it all, Zhao Wuji, remained calm and smug. So what if he was crossing his arms and playing dirty? So what if I bully people openly? The strong are meant to be cruel and humiliate the weak. Otherwise, fools will always try to defy you. Yin Fengxiao watched the scene unfold with obvious satisfaction. Their objective here was complete. Now, it was time for their young lady to make her move. To teach her a lesson, Yan Bingyue slowly gripped the firmament blade and walked toward Ling Yue, who was still tightly bound by the tentacles. She was lifted into the air, trembling helplessly as she watched the murderous Yan Bingyue approach. but Su Lingyue couldn't even open her mouth to speak. It made the crowd lower their heads, unable to watch as the hope of Longjiang City was about to be finished off right before their eyes. Besides, knowing Yan Bingyue's personality, she would most likely go for the eyes first, just to torture her opponent. She wouldn't end it with a simple, clean strike. Mu Beihai cackled with glee. He was thrilled to see those who opposed Starry Sky meet such a miserable end, while Tang Longjian and Qin Duhuang looked on with concern. They were speechless. Even if they were just stepping stones, the methods used by this Starry Sky faction were truly going too far. Su Ping silently watched his sister on the stage. He didn't say a word, nor did he make a move. And no one had any idea what he was thinking. Just as Yan Bingyue, radiating killing intent, pulled back her elbow to build momentum for a final stab at Su Lingyue, a golden streak of light suddenly shot over the audience from behind, slamming into the protective barrier. The very same 9th rank barrier the competition judges had erected earlier. That golden light reflected off the head of Su Lingyue, whose eyes were squeezed shut, bracing for impact, and it coated the tip of the firmament blade, now just centimeters from her eyes. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed. She already said she gives up. This match is over. Hearing her brother's voice ring in her ears, a dazed Su Lingyue slowly opened her eyes. She saw Su Ping catching the tip of the firmament blade with his bare hand. With one hand holding the blade, his other had already crushed the tentacles at some point. Yan Bingyue couldn't accept someone interfering with her business. She tried to push the sword forward, but it wouldn't budge an inch. In Su Ping's grasp, the firmament blade felt like a trembling beast begging for its life. Meanwhile, Yan Bingyue and the entire Starry Sky faction wondered when this guy had even appeared on the stage without anyone noticing. Looking closer, they saw that when he rushed onto the field, he had left a massive hole in the protective barrier. The MC was horrified. A 9th rank defensive shield had been torn wide open. Su Ping looked up at the judges floating above. He snorted coldly. Aren't you going to announce the results? At this point, they couldn't just blatantly mess around anymore. The judges were flustered. They declared Su Lingyue defeated in the first round. Yan Bingyue said nothing, even though this wasn't the ending she wanted. But all the attention and curiosity had now shifted to the young man in front of her. What was going on? This person didn't look any different on the outside from a normal battle pet warrior, yet she had a feeling that Su Ping possessed a terrifying, inhuman strength. Over on the side, Yin Fengxiao and Zhao Wuji had already recognized him as the person behind the Little Mischief pet store. Zhao Wuji frowned, studying him carefully. The guy had a pretty intimidating aura, but to dare jump into the middle of the arena and ruin their fun, and on top of that, injuring their young lady's battle pet and interfering with the referee's decision. Hearing this, Yin Fengxiao seemed to tense up. His eyes blazed as he stomped his foot on the floor, questioning harshly. Su Ping, are you trying to use your strength to bully the weak? That single stomp from Yin Fengxiao felt like a dragon's might, an overwhelming pressure that bore down on everyone present, making it impossible for them to withstand. It pinned them flat against the ground. Su Lingyue was also pressed down, gasping for breath on the arena floor. Seeing the arena trembling violently, yet Su Ping looked completely unaffected. He replied with a cheerful and friendly tone. Don't get me wrong, I'm just an ordinary shop owner, here to deliver a pet to this young lady. As he spoke, he pointed to his sister, kneeling behind him, his eyes filled with killing intent as he growled, It's just a skeleton. That's not going too far, is it? Seeing the shadow of a dark, tattered cloak flash by, Su Lingyue seemed to realize something, her eyes flying open. Zhao Wuji, furious that his scheme had been foiled, raged. Interfering with the referee was one thing, but to also let him. Just because my battle pet's competing, don't think for a second that we're going to sit back and do nothing, he shouted from above. But Su Ping already had his excuse ready. My shop now offers a pet rental service. And while this little skeleton is mine, Lingyue here rented it earlier. I was just responsible for bringing it to her. At the same time, he secretly handed a yellow piece of paper to Lingyue behind his back. Su Ping continued. Besides, doesn't your Yitian Gate have specialists who bring in pets for contestants too? Lingyue took the paper from him just as that thug Wu Ji, who was just bullying the weak a moment ago, accused Su Ping of twisting his words. Feng Xiao naturally wasn't going to stay quiet either. So what about Su Ping's pet injuring Our Lady? What are you going to do about that? Su Ping simply said, That's easy. Since Bingyue's pet can't fight anymore, why don't you just have her withdraw? His eyes glinted with a dangerous light. We'll use both of your pets as replacements. I don't care how many there are. The main thing is to make sure you lose so badly you can't make any excuses. Longjian and Beihai were stunned by his confidence. Such arrogance. Does he even know what he's saying? He's fighting the pets of Star State Masters and says numbers don't matter? They sneered that Su Ping got a small advantage and was already acting like he owned the place. It looked like they wouldn't even have to lift a finger because they were absolutely certain he was a dead man this time. Hearing this, Feng Xiao and Wu Ji just laughed in amusement. Big words. You actually dare to challenge us, Star State Masters. You'd better have the skills to back that up. 5 portals immediately opened up around them, each one radiating a furious killing intent. A few audience members stood up, exclaiming,